Chapter 1. The Spaceship's Descent. Warning, warning. The spacecraft is about to crash. Shall we initiate the self-destruct sequence to prevent the loss of technological reserves? The cabin of the spacecraft was illuminated by a rapid flicker of red lights. As the main control computer, Nova, echoed its crisp voice throughout the vessel. Initiating self-destruct sequence. Wait, I have detected human life. Haha. Cancel the self-destruct sequence and activate the Ember program. I must preserve the last Ember for Green Star and deal with those beasts. Exclaimed a man, his face marred by scars and clad in a sleek, technologically advanced spacesuit. Understood, Captain. Your command is my will, but your life may not be guaranteed, Nova replied. That's of no consequence. Preserving the last Ember is my ultimate wish. Farewell, Nova, the captain declared. Goodbye, Captain. The Ember program has been initiated. Preservation of technological reserves is set as top priority. Energy shields are adjusting their protective orientation. Saluting you. Boom, boom. The spacecraft crashed into the rugged terrain of the Lust Plateau. On October 1st, 2020, Dong Fong, burdened with his travel backpack, embarked on his very first solo journey at the tender age of 18. Hailing from Wei City in the mountainous province of Shaanxi, Dong Fong had successfully gained admission to XA City's Transportation University following the end of the pandemic. He had become the envy of neighbors, a shining example of parental pride, leading his parents to generously gift him 10,000 yuan to spend as he pleased. Thus, he resolved to venture deep into the mountains, seeking solitude away from the clamor of civilization, both to safeguard himself and to protect others. A flower blooms in the mountains, oh so bright and red as a native of the northern hills. Dong Fong was quite familiar with folk songs, singing heartily as he traversed the sparsely populated mountain paths. Perseverance leads to victory. Once I reach the summit, I shall rest. Having set off at 10 a.m., Dong Fong had walked for 6 hours, barely reaching his physical limits despite covering a mere 10 kilometers. As the old saying goes, the mountain is so high that it exhausts the horse. I've arrived. Haha, Dong Fong shouted triumphantly from the mountaintop, as if the day's fatigue had dissipated into the wind with his exclamation. What shall today's menu be? Instant noodles? Or perhaps regular noodles? As the sun began to set, Dong Fong pitched his tent, preparing for dinner while planning to share the day's breathtaking scenery on social media. Who isn't a social media expert these days? After receiving 32 messages and parental reminders, Dong Fong swiftly rose to gather some firewood at the edge of the slope to boil water for his noodles. Equipped with a military shovel purchased online, he quickly amassed a bundle of twigs, digging a pit and building a stove. Clang. So hard, did I hit a rock? Haha, look at my 10-meter shovel, it's perfect for propping the pot. Dong Fong hefted the shovel and began to dig, realizing that, given it was autumn, he needed to excavate deeper to prevent forest fires. Clang, clang, clang. Digging left and right is futile. Is the rock truly this massive? Stymied, Dong Fong shifted locations and commenced digging again, producing yet another series of clang, clang, clang. Let's try again. Clang, clang, clang. We'll see just what rock is so large. As he began excavating for the third time, clearing away loose soil, he caught a glimmer of metallic silver in the fading sunlight. What is this? Am I seeing things? I'm only 18. Dong Fong gasped, rallying himself. He removed his gloves and tossed out the soil from the pit he had just unearthed, examining the discovery closely. Unmistakably metal. The spot where my shovel struck was as smooth as a mirror, leaving not a single mark. What would this be? Not even my sturdy shovel left a trace. At that moment, the main control computer of the Starfish spaceship, dormant for 20 years, activated. Warning, warning. Life form detected, human. Commencing the Ember program as per established protocol. Opening the hatch to welcome the new captain aboard. After 2 decades of slumber, Noah's voice had become devoid of human emotion. Whoosh, with a sudden sound, a portal opened where Dong Fong had touched the metal. Oh my, he jumped back, startled, leaping out of the pit. A metallic staircase extended from the shimmering blue entrance, accompanied by an unintelligible cacophony of alien language emanating from the opening. What on earth is this spaceship? National secrets? In a flurry of adrenaline, Dongfang snatched the military shovel, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and sprinted away. He had no desire to become a subject of experimentation or be confined to a dark room for eternity. It is often said that human potential is limitless, especially when faced with danger, and in this case, fleeing down the mountain. I can't keep going. I feel like my lungs are about to burst. After running approximately 2 kilometers, Dongfang finally paused to catch his breath. Sweating profusely and panting heavily, he leaned on his knee with one hand while clutching the shovel as a makeshift weapon with the other. Glancing back at the path he had traversed, what gives? Behind him lay the silent mountain trail. Only the rustling of the wind and the sound of his own breaths accompanying him. How curious. The door opened and a staircase appeared. Yet there was no one or no alien emerging. With curiosity piqued, Dongfang pondered, should I go back for a look? As he spoke, he found himself already moving back, though he turned to glance behind him every few steps. Driven by curiosity, he returned to the site where he intended to camp. No one was there. The entrance still emitted a faint blue glow, quite beautiful. He thought, and the steps remained in place. Dongfang climbed the staircase. The blue light flickered in the passage, reminiscent of a path leading to the Earth's core. Beep, beep, beep. The electronic sounds softly echoed through the corridor. As Dongfang approached, metal alloy doors swung open automatically, as if welcoming a long-awaited guest. What in the world is this place? At 17 or 18, he had never encountered such a scene before. No wonder curiosity is said to be the driving force of humanity in this bewildering situation. Dongfang continued to tremble as he ventured deeper into the passage. Finally, after traversing approximately 200 meters, he arrived at a spacious hall. The hall was devoid of any furnishings, remarkably minimalist, with 2 seats facing a glass-like structure for lack of a better term. In front of the seats lay a circular platform, and along the perimeter of the hall, there were 7 or 8 additional seats. Each seat was accompanied by a workstation polished to a mirror-like sheen without a trace of dust. Sitting down, Dongfang gently brushed his fingertips against the smooth metallic surface. Embodying the very essence of human curiosity, that a gentle light suddenly illuminated the workspace, and a cascade of characters fell like a waterfall from above. Almost immediately, a screen appeared out of thin air, and the hall was bathed in a soft glow, neither blinding nor dim, allowing everything to be seen clearly. Dongfang glanced around, noticing that all the workstations had a gentle reality display floating in the air. Goodness! Dongfang exclaimed, utterly astonished. He felt as though he had been struck by a jackpot of 100 million. No, even a billion could not suffice. This was beyond the realm of Earth's existing technology. It must be the work of an extraterrestrial civilization. I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be rich. Ha ha. 10 minutes later, after a series of characters refreshed, various instrument panels quietly settled before Dongfang's gaze. Although he did not recognize a single character, he understood that this was the control system dashboard of the spacecraft. A gentle female voice resonated. What is this saying? Not a word was comprehensible. Dongfang muttered. The display flickered, and after a brief moment of unintelligible speech, the female voice switched to Mandarin. Nova has connected to the satellite. We are currently located on Blue Star. At present, there are 5,651 identifiable languages on Blue Star, and the highest authority aboard the spacecraft. Dongfang is from Shaanxi Province, Huaguo, with Mandarin as his native tongue. Thus, all text aboard has been converted to Chinese characters for the convenience of Captain Dongfang. System update countdown. 10.9.3.2.1.0, reloading and initiating the main control system. See you shortly, Captain Dongfang. Meanwhile, a piercing alarm blared from the XA Satellite Remote Sensing Center. Yellow alert. Asia-Pacific Communication, Satellite number 10. Abnormal data flow detected. A significant amount of data is leaking. The firewall cannot contain it. Manual intervention is underway, but it is uncontrollable. Damn it. Data flow has ceased. Monitoring is impossible, but the download location can be confirmed to be in the mountains north of the city. Notify the local National Security Agency to promptly proceed to the coordinates XXX for confirmation. The main system has loaded completely. Captain, Nova will continue to serve you. Oh, what on earth, Nova? Dongfang whispered to himself. Hello, Captain. I am at your service at any time. Warning, we are locked on. Initiating emergency procedures. Disconnecting network. Sealing hatches. Deploying engineering robots, concealing the spacecraft. The voice, identifying itself as Nova, shifted from gentle to urgent. Received. En route to the task location. Maintaining communication. 2 national security vehicles sped away on the highway, heading towards Dongfang's location. Chapter 2. Report, no anomalies. 2 black specialized vehicles halted 5 kilometers from Dongfang, and all team members swiftly disembarked. They disappeared into the northern mountains like fish entering the sea, adhering to tactical formation. Faster, faster. We have already lost 2 hours since departure. The task location could change at any moment. Team leader Liu Yiming shouted through internal communications. We must reach the task location within half an hour. 25 minutes later, 2 tactical teams of 5 reached the mountaintop along the path, climbed by Dongfang. Conduct a thorough search within a 20-meter radius of the target area. Leave no suspicious targets unchecked, Liu Yiming decisively instructed. Report, no anomalies. No anomalies. The team members sequentially reported their findings. What's going on? The location shows no abnormalities, nor any signs of human activity. Liu Yiming remarked in confusion. Expand the search radius. We must find something, even if it means turning over every stone. Report, no anomalies. No anomalies. 2 hours passed, and Liu Yiming's team meticulously searched a 3-kilometer radius from the mountaintop, yet no discoveries were made. Report, the first emergency team has conducted a comprehensive search of the target area, but no anomalies found. Requesting to return. Liu Yiming picked up a secure phone to report the search status to his superiors. Receive the relevant information, you may return. Upon receiving the order to return, Liu Yiming sighed in relief. Today's events felt peculiar, yet the data signals detected by the provincial capital were certainly accurate. Yet nothing could be found. He decided to draft a detailed investigation report upon returning. Dongfang sat idly in his seat, watching Liu Yiming tirelessly scour the surroundings of the mountaintop. Not only was the freshly dug pit that Dongfang had just excavated missing, but even the tent and equipment left on the summit had vanished, leaving the search without results. Why is this happening? Dongfang pondered aloud. Captain, I dispatched maintenance robots, and all related equipment has been retrieved. The traces have been restored to their original state. After comprehensive analysis, there are no anomalies detectable with Blue Star's current technological capabilities. Ah, you're intelligent? Dongfang exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, sir. I am Nova, the mainframe of the interstellar-class spacecraft from the Earth-Ring Star Fire Project No. 3. While I cannot think like a human, my computing power far exceeds the collective capabilities of all supercomputers on Blue Star. Currently, Blue Star's quantum technology is merely in its infancy when compared to us, akin to a newborn. Moreover, we have made significant advancements in various fields, such as quantum computing, graphene, and biotechnology. For instance, in terms of storage technology, my mainframe can effortlessly store all recorded data from Blue Star while occupying less than 1 of space. As a starship of the Starfire Project, I also possess all the information of Earth Ring Star, encompassing interstellar knowledge, technology, culture, music, and more. Thus, I shall be your most formidable intelligent assistant. I look forward to your restoration of Earth Ring Star's glory. The melodious voice resonated in the hall. Am I destined for greatness? Shall I become the most illustrious scientist of Blue Star and a navigator of interstellar civilization? Dongfang laughed heartily, incessantly tapping the armrest of his chair. You also bear the mission of restoring Earth Ring Star. Our homeland has been invaded, and humanity has been ruthlessly slaughtered. The planet lies in ruins. I implore you to aid us, to assist the unfortunate people of Earth Ring Star. Nova's voice took on a somewhat mournful tone. Dongfang's laughter abruptly ceased. Who are these people? I have just come of age. Can I shoulder such a monumental responsibility? I merely wish for financial freedom. He hesitated. You can do it. The Starship is equipped with virtual reality technology. You can learn anytime and anywhere, and with the safest and most reliable gene injection. You will become the smartest and most powerful human on this planet, Nova replied. I am merely a humble student. Does such a distant future await me? As you continue to learn and grow stronger, that day will come. I believe it will arrive soon. However, for your healthy development, the Starfire Project will temporarily suspend activation, given the current circumstances. I shall redesign the growth plan. The growth plan has been completed and is now officially initiated. Is it already in motion? I am not prepared, yet what am I supposed to do? A robust physique requires ample rest. It is currently 2100 hours Blue Star time. You have exceeded 16 hours without rest. Please proceed to the dining hall to consume adequate nutrition, and then head to the living pod for rest. Follow the directional signs. As the words faded, arrows illuminated on the floor, guiding towards the entrance of the hall. Rising and stepping forward, the signs lit up one by one, extinguishing behind me, a marvel of technology, as one might say in the East. After a simple meal, I followed the directional indicators. I soon entered a room bathed in warm hues, laying down on a bed made of an unfamiliar material, covered by a quilt as thin as gossamer. Warmth and drowsiness enveloped me, and I fell into a deep slumber. The captain has entered sleep mode, administering deep sleep assistance medication, preparing for the implantation of the biological chip, injecting level 0 biopharmaceuticals. The pod door opened silently, and a bionic robot glided in, extending its mechanical arm to turn my body. The arm approached my head, retracting after 2 minutes. Biological chip perfectly implanted. Level 0 gene medication is being prepared. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Gene chain unlocking and medication injection complete. It withdrew and turned, the bionic robot vanishing within the pod as the door closed automatically. How comfortable. I murmured out a night of sweet dreams ensued. At 6 o'clock in the morning, I opened my eyes. This sleep was incredibly refreshing. It felt as though I'd soaked in a luxurious hot bath, washing away all my fatigue and filling me with boundless energy. But why do I feel so sticky? Raising my hand, I caught a whiff. How foul. I need a shower. Standing before the bathroom mirror, I was taken aback. My previously uneven skin had transformed into that of a freshly shelled egg, delicate and fair. My eyes sparkled like those of a newborn, deep and lustrous. Even my height had increased significantly. My pants and shirt were noticeably shorter, radiating an alluring charisma. I had transformed into someone who would undoubtedly draw gazes on the street. Have I drunk from a fountain of youth? Have I opened the meridians? You have successfully completed the injection of level 0 gene medication. The gene lock is gradually unlocking. Your physical condition and cognitive development are continuously improving until the gene chain lock is fully opened. Nova's voice resonated within my mind, and a screen illuminated before my eyes, revealing a female figure. She looked identical to the Nova displayed on the holographic screen in the hall. What's going on? How can you appear directly before me? You startle me. This is a function of the biological chip implanted yesterday. It has many features for you to discover. It surpasses all computers currently available on Blue Star in advancement and computational power, allowing you to contact me from any corner of Blue Star. How do I operate this? You can use voice control, or when verbal communication is inconvenient, you can employ thought control. Yes, you heard correctly, just think about it. Like a child receiving a new toy, I switched between voice commands and stood there in a daze. An hour passed before I reluctantly paused. This experience was unlike any computer I had encountered in my 18 years. Its responsiveness was astonishingly swift and smooth. Moreover, I noticed my thoughts were more agile. My slightly myopic vision was not only restored to perfection, but enhanced, even surpassing that of a pilot. I adore my current state. It feels as if I returned to factory settings. Haha. Your desires are my objectives, whatever pleases you. Time has already been wasted. You may proceed to the dining hall and commence your day's studies. Great. I can't wait to see if this newfound state makes the challenges I usually face seem trivial. After my meal, I followed the indicators to a modest room, where 2 space pods were arranged, flickering with light. Please lie down and relax. We shall commence today's learning. I carefully reclined, finding a comfortable position as the pod door slowly closed. Next, a semi-enclosed helmet rose, securing my head in place. Then, all light sources extinguished, and I involuntarily closed my eyes. Suddenly, a bright light emerged, and upon opening my eyes, I found myself in a spacious, brightly lit room, sunlight streaming through the glass onto the mirror-like floor. This is incredible. A handsome middle-aged man entered, sporting shoulder-length golden hair, his gaze resolute yet tinged with melancholy. Hello, Dongfang. I am your teacher for the foreseeable future, the former captain, Arthur. This is an image of me preserved within the virtual reality network system. My consciousness has been replicated, and my knowledge retained. Let us gradually get to know each other as we embark on this learning journey. Very well, teacher Arthur. What shall we study? Let me review your curriculum. Morning, mathematics, geospatial linguistics, English, physics, materials science, quantum computing applications, and principles of mechanical construction. Afternoon, electricity, biology, chemistry, design, drafting, and more. There are 59 design courses encompassing biology, chemistry, physics, mathematics, the history of geospatial worlds, as well as artistic design, computer technology, mechanical technology, aerospace technology, martial arts, and the use of both cold and hot weaponry, among over 20 disciplines. Once your knowledge reaches the required level, we shall initiate the next phase of a learning plan. Do you think I'm Superman? With so many subjects, can I really keep up? I am a human, not a deity. You underestimate yourself. After the gene unlocking medication, your brain will be fully developed, granting you photographic memory as a mere foundation. Moreover, in the virtual reality system, time does not equate to real-world time. We can stretch time as far as our thoughts can race. Now, enough with the idle chatter. Let us begin. First lesson, mathematics. Chapter 3. Transform. Young one, very well. Let us conclude the morning session here. Please summarize your learning. Teacher Arthur, I have never felt that learning could be so effortless. I truly have developed an exceptional memory. Through your elucidations, my proficiency in mathematics has significantly advanced. I have completed the entirety of the first semester's higher mathematics and can now apply it with ease.
In Earth language, I have grasped the basics and mastered 500 characters, enabling simple exchanges. As for English, owing to my prior foundation, I now have no difficulties in reading, writing, and conversing. I believe that with more interactions with native English speakers, English will become as familiar to me as my native tongue of Chinese. I have only just begun to explore the principles of quantum computing, as this subject vastly exceeds my current understanding. Blue Star currently boasts 76 photons and 100 modes. Excellent. You are able to recognize your shortcomings and improve swiftly. However, there remains substantial room for enhancement. Remain humble and composed, and continue to develop. Please document any knowledge points that you have not fully mastered, as we will allocate some time this afternoon for focused discussions. You may take a break for lunch. Understood. Teacher Arthur. Suddenly, Oriental felt a darkness enveloping him. Upon reopening his eyes, he saw the hatch of the space capsule slowly opening, as if an eternity had passed. Yet, glancing at his watch, it was only 11:30. Is this what it means for thought to race while time drags? Well, it is time for me to eat. Nova appeared before him. Indeed, sir. What would you like for lunch? We support ordering, and it's entirely complimentary, she said playfully. You are remarkably intelligent, even capable of jest. I would like to have boiled meat, he replied, striding toward the dining area. Pay attention to my pace and body language. When I attack, my body will inevitably change. Recognize it, master it, and respond promptly after calm contemplation. Combat is also a battle of wits, Arthur stated solemnly. Ouch, that hurts. Your speed is astounding, teacher. I cannot keep up, Oriental exclaimed, visibly struggling to react in time despite his understanding. After lying on the ground, he sprang up and lunged forward, throwing a punch at Arthur. Come again. I refuse to believe you cannot touch me. With a series of swift sounds, another figure was sent sprawling to the ground. A martial arts master from Blue Star once said, one must turn the impossible into the possible, and the infinite into the finite. Ponder this deeply. Today's combat lesson concludes here. I will assign you some homework. Are you still an extraterrestrial? You even know about homework? Just end me now. I can't bear it. Enough of your frivolous talk. After class, you are to practice the physical conditioning and combat routines I have taught you, twice each morning and evening. If you can complete them within 5 minutes, you shall increase it to 3 repetitions. Continue this until the dual routines no longer enhance your physical prowess, at which point we shall advance to the next stage of instruction. Naturally, daily sparring is indispensable. Arthur's expression darkened as he said this sternly. Understood. From that day forth, Oriental's training became an integral part of his life. After completing his homework, Dongfang stood in the activity chamber, executing a series of astonishing movements. His body cracked audibly, and though his mouth cried out in pain, he persevered, adhering strictly to the prescribed routines. On the morning of October 7, 2020, at 6 a.m., Dongfang had finished his morning dual training exercises and, after swiftly completing his personal grooming and breakfast, was preparing to head to the spacecraft for study. Suddenly, Nova appeared before him. Esteemed Captain, today marks the final day of your National Day holiday. I have booked a high-speed train to City XA for you at 11 a.m. Please proceed to the equipment chamber to gather the necessary gear, ensuring you can continue your studies upon returning to school. How swiftly time passes, Nova. Has 6 days truly come to an end so quickly? I feel as though I have just begun to find my rhythm, fully engaged, and undergoing a remarkable transformation. I wish time would slow down a little, Dongfang expressed. Captain, the starship's energy reserves are critically low, having reached a warning threshold. The starship must enter a dormant state. I shall dispatch an engineering robot to collect energy for the starship's stabilization. Once energy levels are restored to 30, the starship will navigate to the oceans of Blue Star, where abundant resources await, safeguarding both our safety and the starship's repairs. This is the urgent matter at hand. Understood, let us proceed, Dongfang replied. Following the directional prompts deep into the starship, arriving at a highly automated equipment storage room. Upon entering, his eyes widened at the array of gear, high-tech equipment, metallic plates resembling notebooks, spherical metals, and frictionless metal boards, various daggers, knives, swords, an assortment of backpacks, and firearms. Even several mechs of varying heights stood on specially designed racks, their helmets and exoskeletons reflecting light. Dongfang's eyes gleamed. Can I take this rifle, this handgun, and the mech with me? Alas, that may not be feasible, Nova replied. Blue Star's Huagua enforces stringent firearm regulations. Hence, you cannot take any cold or hot weapons. As he picked up a firearm resembling a Blue Star rifle, Dongfang turned back. Well, I figured as much. I was merely indulging in a whim. He then examined the gun closely. This silver rifle was distinctly different from the Blue Star version. It appeared to be crafted from a single forging, devoid of seams or screws, with a smooth finish that showcased exceptional manufacturing prowess. The material was metallic yet possessed a unique quality, neither cold nor warm, seemingly maintaining a constant temperature. With a decisive motion, Dongfang raised the rifle to his shoulder, closing his left eye and squinting with his right. Sir, You resemble a child. Once the starship's energy is replenished, you may freely use these weapons, Nova chuckled. Ah, but you see, Nova, firearms are a universal passion among men. Dongfang laughed. Can these mechs be piloted as well? He inquired, standing before a mech nearly his own height, gently caressing its surface while glancing back at Nova. Sir, you have only completed the initial unlocking of your genetic locks. Your neural response speed and the development of your brain are still insufficient for the operation of mechs. The burden would be excessive for you at this moment. Time is of the essence. You must equip yourself and depart from the starship. Reluctantly, Dongfang released the mech he had been caressing and approached a long table. Is this all there is? They appear quite similar to the equipment I brought myself. Take another look. Upon Nova's words, the table illuminated, and lines of text appeared next to each piece of equipment, detailing their functions. Laptop, externally indistinguishable from an ordinary functional computer. Even its operating system has undergone comprehensive camouflage. In reality, it is a quantum computer. With processing speed surpassing all supercomputers on Blue Star, boasting a computational power 10 trillion times that of Fugaku, and a storage capacity of 1 billion terabytes. Sufficient for the captain's daily needs. Backpack, constructed primarily from a novel graphene material, it is fireproof, waterproof, and explosion-resistant, equipped with an integrated security system. It can interfere with cameras, mobile phone positioning, satellite navigation, and other devices without disrupting their normal functions. Simply touch the currently highlighted position on the strap, and the protective system will activate instantly. In the eyes of surveillance, you will become invisible. Moreover, the backpack houses a built-in solid-state battery capable of generating a protective energy shield against a high-caliber sniper rifle shot, which can be recharged via solar power once depleted. Blue Star attire, including undergarments and socks. This outfit is identical to what Dongfang is wearing, crafted from biomimetic materials resembling the exoskeleton of the terrestrial pangolin. It behaves similarly to what Blue Star inhabitants refer to as a non-Newtonian fluid, becoming stronger under pressure and weaker under light touch. It is not only soft and breathable but also fireproof, explosion-resistant, pressure-resistant, and shockproof, tailored to your physique and the aesthetic standards of Blue Star. For seasonal outfits have been prepared for your energy replenishment aboard the starship. Mobile communication device, referred to as a mobile phone by the Blue Star inhabitants. It resembles the original in appearance, belonging to the Fruit brand, and contains an embedded quantum microchip, Quantum Light No. 1. Its performance is 30 times that of an ordinary quantum computer in comparison to the aforementioned laptop. Capable of running all apps on the Android and iOS systems of Blue Star. It also features location shielding and a virtual number identical to your original phone number. Tablet, wearable wristwatch, Fruit brand, shovel, no modification value, remains as is. Dongfang meticulously placed each piece of equipment into his hiking pack and backpack, counting a total of 72 items. Indeed, quite a substantial amount. The two backpacks were filled to the brim, weighing an impressive 30 kilograms, yet to Dongfang, this was merely a trifling matter. After donning his attire and shouldering his backpack, Dongfang stepped out of the starship, where he had spent the past 7 days. Farewell, Nova. Farewell, esteemed Captain Dongfang. I look forward to our next meeting. Turning, he waved his hand over his shoulder and strode confidently down the mountain, mindful that he needed to catch the 8 o'clock a.m. train. Chapter 4. Special medication. Half an hour later, at the mountain's exit, Dongfang encountered a temporary inspection station set up at the trailhead. This time, it was as expected. Nothing was discovered. How could our formidable nation ever concede? Yet, I was well prepared and would certainly pass through smoothly. Murmuring softly, I followed the police officer towards the temporary tent. Upon entering, I encountered an acquaintance, team leader Lu Yiming. Indeed, it was Lu Yiming. After the fruitless search report, he always felt something was amiss but could not pinpoint what it was. Thus, he proactively requested the establishment of a temporary checkpoint to monitor the Seoul passageway during the National Day celebrations, hoping for some results. Name, age, occupation, and the purpose of your visit? Please state briefly and present your identification. I replied, my name is Dongfang. I am 18 years old. A freshman at the School of Electrical Engineering at Exa University. It is National Day, isn't it? I wanted to experience the lifestyle of a traveler. So I came back home for some free exploration, I said, a hint of nervousness in my voice, mirroring the demeanor of an ordinary person being questioned by the authorities. Oh, quite impressive, a high-achieving student. Have you encountered anything particularly noteworthy during your travels? Team leader Lu inquired with a smile. Particularly noteworthy? What do you mean? I haven't run into many people in the mountains these past few days. There's nothing special to mention, I replied, astonished. Oh good. It's fortunate you haven't encountered anything. Are you heading back to school soon? Yes, I have a train at 11 o'clock. Very well then. Please take your identification and you may leave, Lu Yiming remarked, considering me merely a freshman and not delving further into the matter. Alright, so I can leave now? Yes. You may depart. Feigning the effort of shouldering my inspected backpack, I hurriedly set off. Time was of the essence, and it was already 9 o'clock. I wondered if I could catch the train. I needed to hurry. Just in time, I boarded the high-speed train, settling comfortably into my seat. I retrieved my phone, which had been untouched for several days, powering it on. Messages flooded in like a tide. Finally resting on a message from my mother sent at 8 o'clock this morning. Where are you? Your phone is off, and New Haven T replied. I'm so worried about you. I'm at the hospital with Dad. On the 2nd, he felt unwell, and we went for a checkup, only to find out he has late-stage liver cancer. We are at the hospital. The doctor says your father needs immediate surgery. I don't know what to do. I'm so worried about you and Dad. Please reply as soon as you see this message. What? Dad has that illness? Given the current medical standards in Blue Star, this is a matter of life and death. My brows furrowed tightly, and my eyes reddened. What could I do? As the man of the family, I could not falter. I dialed my mother's number, and just as I anticipated she wouldn't answer, she picked up. Hello, Fong, where have you been these days? I couldn't reach you at all. Your dad, I could hear her sobbing on the other end. Mom, try not to worry too much. Medical technology is quite advanced now. Dad will be fine. We must have faith in the doctors. Don't be anxious. I'm on a train home now. I'll be at the hospital by the afternoon. Please don't cry. It will only worry Dad. If the hospitals in the city prove inadequate, we can always venture to the capital or the magical metropolis in search of the finest medical facilities and the most skilled physicians. There is no need for haste. Simply await my arrival. After ending the call, Dongfeng fell into a contemplative silence for a moment, only to be struck by a sudden thought. Do I not possess Nova and the starship? Their technology is so advanced that perhaps cancer is as commonplace to them as a mere cold. With this thought, Dongfeng mentally called out, Nova, can you receive my message? Sir, due to your train passing through a tunnel, there is a strong signal disruption. I can only communicate with you via text. What are your instructions? Lines of text materialized in Dongfeng's mind. My father has been diagnosed with cancer. Can the medical capabilities of the Earth Ring treat him? Dongfeng inquired anxiously. Currently, the starship lacks reliable sample data, so I am unable to provide a definitive answer. However, there is no need for concern. Once you obtain your father's blood sample, we can analyze the relevant data promptly. I have also reviewed information regarding cancer on the Blue Planet's network, and I believe that treating your father's illness will not pose a significant challenge. Very well, Captain. I will dispatch Bionic Robot No. 3, resembling Earth canines, to be on standby at your side. Once you acquire the sample, please provide it to me without delay, so that we may proceed with the analysis. Understood. I will acquire the sample as soon as possible. Dongfeng's anxious heart began to ease as he closed the display of the biocomputer before him, exhaling deeply. After all, it is only natural for an 18-year-old to feel bewildered when confronted with such monumental circumstances. The waiting always feels interminable, but at last, the train announced its arrival at the station. Dongfeng was the first to shoulder his backpack and disembark, transferring to the subway, then the bus. Breathless, he stood beneath the hospital's edifice, ascended the stairs, and gently pushed open the door to the ward. At that moment, his tears could no longer be restrained. His father's complexion was ashen, eyes tightly shut, with an foredrip still attached to his hand. His mother sat beside him, weary and disheveled, a stark contrast to her usual self. Mom, how is Dad? Dongfeng whispered softly, standing behind her, fearful of awakening his slumbering father. Fong, you're here. Have you eaten? Your father has just undergone surgery and is now too exhausted to remain awake. The doctor has assured me that the operation was very successful, so there is no need for excessive worry. Relief washed over Dongfeng at the news of his father's condition. He set down his backpack and settled beside his mother. Finally, as the sun began its descent, the forebag emptied, and as the nurse prepared to remove the needle from his father's arm, Dongfeng's father opened his eyes. Fonger, you've come, he murmured, his frail body unable to support further conversation. He smiled gently, as he always did, and gave his son a reassuring look that conveyed, do not worry. Dongfeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet he remained steadfast in his mission. Stealthily, he took a cotton swab containing his father's blood from the nurse's tray and placed it into a plastic bag he had prepared beforehand. Father, now that the surgery is complete, you need not worry. I am here. Mother and I will take excellent care of you. Upon finishing his words, Dongfeng turned to his mother and said, Mom, I'm going out to buy something to eat. Please wait for me and Dad. He intended to deliver the sample to Nova at the earliest opportunity, and having spoken, he exited the ward. Stepping into the garden below, Dongfeng once again called for Nova. This time, Nova's holographic image manifested in Dongfeng's mind. Sir, I am here. Have you obtained the sample? Yes, but it is blood adhered to a cotton ball. Is it usable? Absolutely, it is perfectly fine. The bionic robot is at your feet. Please place the sample into its rear opening. I will contact you again in 1 hour. Dongfeng feigned nonchalance, purchasing his mother's favorite noodles and kanji before returning to the ward to wait. His father managed to sip some kanji. It had been several hours, and he could now tolerate liquid food, before sinking back into a deep slumber. The mother and son exchanged quiet words of encouragement, wishing for time to pass swiftly. An hour passed, Whether quickly or slowly, Nova reappeared in Dongfang's mind. Sir, I bear good news. The analysis of the sample is complete. Your father's ailment primarily stems from genetic mutations in certain cells. The genes that should have self-destructed are no longer expressed, allowing cells to replicate and proliferate uncontrollably, thus invading vital human organs. However, for the Geohorizon star, this is a trivial affliction. A bionic robot number 3 has been dispatched, the very Pekingese you just saw. It carries a capsule containing the latest special medicine from Geohorizon star. Its mechanism is quite simple. Ultramicroscopic biological robots laden with medication will directly target the lesions, completely annihilating cancer cells before dissolving themselves, thereby imposing no burden on the human body. The only drawback is that it requires a substantial amount of biological energy. This means you will need to prepare an ample supply of carbohydrates, proteins, and sugars, high-energy and high-calorie foods, to support the proper functioning of the biological robots. That concludes my report. Thank you, Nova, Dongfang said, a slight blush rising to his cheeks, filled with excitement. It is my duty as your versatile assistant. I wish for your father's swift recovery, even though I consider it an inevitable outcome. Well then, farewell, sir. I can sense your anxious heart, Nova added with a smile. Haha. I didn't expect you to be so intelligent, Dongfang replied, relieved of his burdens and regaining his youthful exuberance. In a mere 20 minutes, the Pekingese appeared once more at Dongfang's feet. This time, Dongfang noticed it materialized suddenly before him, transforming from a mosaic into a clear image of the Pekingese. The advancement of technology had reached a level akin to the magical tales of the Blue Star people. No wonder it could effortlessly cure cancers that left all Blue Star people helpless. This is the power of technology, and indeed, the allure it possesses. The body of the Pekingese silently parted, revealing a small metallic platform. A glass vial rested upon the mechanical clamp, awaiting release. Dongfang grasped it tightly in his palm. This was his father's life, and there could be no room for error. Suddenly turning around, he hurriedly ascended the stairs to the inpatient department. Dad, Mom, I have wonderful news. I shared my father's condition with a senior from my medical school, and he provided me with a miraculous medication that can completely cure Dad's illness. Dongfang lowered his voice, fearing that others might overhear. In this day and age, claiming that a single pill can cure cancer might lead others to perceive him as delusional. Fanger, where is there such a miraculous drug? Such a disease cannot have a special remedy. You haven't been deceived by your classmates, have you? His mother asked, perplexed. Of course not. My senior is an outstanding student at the medical school. His professor initiated a new research project a year ago on the application of microrobots in cancer treatment. Haven't there been similar reports on TikTok? Although clinical trials are not yet underway, all animal trials have been completed, and the results reportedly exceed 99. How could this possibly be false? Rest assured, besides, one pill won't cause any harm. Let's give it a try. That won't do. We should wait for the doctor to arrive and seek his opinion first. This is a significant matter. How can we rely on a child like Dongfang? His mother firmly disagreed. Please let me try. Given the circumstances, what if it proves effective? A gentle baritone voice interjected. It was Dongfang's father, who had awakened and overheard their conversation. Yes, Mom, just trust me this once. I would never joke about Dad's health. Then shall we give it a try? As soon as his mother's voice trailed off, Dongfang swiftly poured water, opened the bottle, and promptly brought the capsule to his father's lips. Watching his father struggle slightly to swallow the capsule, a heavy weight lifted from Dongfang's heart. Oh, Dad feels a bit tired, he murmured. I think I'll take a nap. Chapter 5. A miracle observing his father, whose forehead had relaxed and who had fallen into a peaceful slumber. Dongfang waved his hand vigorously, expressing his elation. Mom, I'm going out to buy some food. Just in case Dad wakes up and feels hungry. My senior mentioned that this medication can induce appetite. Go ahead, I'll be here, his mother replied softly. It was already 10 p.m., and the only establishments still open at this hour were likely the large hamburger joint and the Ma family's cold noodles, along with a barbecue stall. Considering that his father did not enjoy fast food, Dongfang made his way to Ma's cold noodles. I'd like 5 meat sandwiches, 5 meat buns, and 2 bowls of pumpkin porridge, please. Certainly. Is there anything else you would like? Dongfang pondered for a moment. Although his father disliked hamburgers, their high caloric and energy content was essential for the biological robot's functioning. I'll also have 5 hamburgers, 5 chicken legs, and 2 cups of milk tea, please. All right. The total comes to 210 yuan. Please wait a moment to the side. Upon returning to the ward with a large bag of food, Dongfang's mother was nearly taken aback. Is this suitable for a patient to consume? She thought, preparing to admonish her wasteful son. From the hospital bed, his father's voice resonated. It smells so good. What delicious food has Dongfang brought? Let me have a taste. It truly seemed like the miraculous medication was working. As his father had quickly regained a portion of his vitality, his complexion appearing less pallid, and most importantly, he had developed an appetite, indicating that the biological robot had begun to function normally. Dongfang promptly unwrapped the food packaging and brought it to his father's lips. watching as he devoured the meat-filled bun with great enthusiasm. The smile on Dongfang's face was indelible. His father's appetite was hardly that of a patient. As he consumed 3 meat buns, 3 hamburgers, and 2 cups of milk tea in a single sitting, leaving Dongfang and his mother equally satisfied with their share. The food they had brought home was devoured with great relish. When spirits are high, time seems to pass swiftly. Before they knew it, 14 days had elapsed. During the day, Dongfang attended classes at school, while in the evening, he took over the caregiving duties from his weary mother. Finally, the day of discharge arrived. This patient, who had once appeared pale and on the brink of despair, now sat upright with a rosy complexion. He bore no resemblance to someone recovering from a recent liver surgery, drawing astonished glances from nurses and fellow patients alike. "Is that you, Dongyan?" the attending physician inquired in his office. "Yes, it is I," Dongfang's father replied. "Your recovery seems promising. The surgical treatment has concluded. You will need to complete the discharge paperwork today and return to gastroenterology to determine the next steps for your treatment. Is that agreeable?" "Indeed. Thank you, Dr. Wang. We are preparing to handle the necessary discharge procedures," his father expressed gratefully. "Is this your examination result? Are you certain you have not made an error?" In the brightly lit consultation room, Professor Gao from gastroenterology repeatedly questioned as he removed his glasses. "Yes, Professor. Unless someone else is named Dong Yen," came the reply. "No, I must call the laboratory staff for confirmation," Professor Gao declared, picking up the phone. The laboratory personnel assured him with certainty that there had been no errors in the test results. If it was indeed the patient's examination, the results were undoubtedly accurate. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Gao remarked, "Based on the test results, you appear to be in excellent condition, with all indicators returning to normal. Moreover, the CT scan shows that all tumors have vanished, leaving only post-surgical scars. This is nothing short of a miracle, beyond my expectations. Therefore, I cannot prescribe a definitive treatment plan at this moment. We shall observe and schedule a follow-up every 3 months. For now, congratulations, you may return home." Although Dongfang had anticipated this outcome, the authoritative judgment of the professor brought him great comfort. Exiting the consultation room, the family returned home in joyful spirits. Meanwhile, after a day of work, Professor Gao did not return home as usual, but instead went back to his office. In the span of 56 minutes, he made 78 phone calls, seeking to review all of Dong Yan's records, including the excised tumor tissue. 2 hours later, all results came back confirming the diagnosis, and the pathology results were accurate, revealing distinct characteristics of the tumor cells under electron microscopy. Yet, a perplexing question lingered. Why? Just 14 days post-surgery, had all symptoms disappeared? Could it be that the surgical team had achieved an unprecedented level of precision in their technique? Unable to comprehend, Professor Gao dialed the director's number. "Director, I have encountered a unique case and wish to establish a research project. I will deliver the project report to your office tomorrow morning. You must grant approval. If we can achieve results that are applicable and beneficial, we shall bring prosperity to all of humanity." It is difficult to comprehend Professor Gao's excitement as the Dongfang family joyfully returned home. Following a sumptuous dinner, Dongfang retreated to his bedroom, gazing at the starry sky, filled with profound reflections, and inscribed a line in his notebook. The power of technology evoked several contemplations and a personal development plan for the coming years. In the technologically advanced realm of the Earth star, many ailments that appear insurmountable to us are as trivial as a common cold to them. By a fortunate twist of fate, I have acquired a starship, allowing me to relish the benefits it brings. My father's illness was swiftly cured. Yet, countless ordinary people continue to suffer from afflictions. Can I not assist them? Hence, I am determined to establish a company, to grow rapidly, and to utilize technology for the betterment of humanity. After organizing his thoughts, Dongfang tore the pages from his notebook. Such information must not be preserved. Changing into loose-fitting athletic wear, he spread his legs apart and assumed a horse stance, diligently practicing his dual exercises. In less than 10 minutes, sweat cascaded down like a waterfall, pooling into a small stream on the floor. 3 days without practice, and my hands feel clumsy, Dongfang lamented. Yet his body maintained its position. I must persevere. An hour later, he concluded his session, standing tall and exhaling deeply, as if a snap echoed in his mind. Initially, he paid it no heed, but as he tossed his drenched workout attire into the washing machine and stepped into the bathroom to shower, he sensed a change. His body felt warm and drowsy, while the clock on the wall seemed to tick slowly. A second felt elongated, stretching to what seemed like 78 seconds. A slight pressure on the shower head emitted creaking sounds, and upon a gentle leap, his head struck the ceiling with a thud. What is happening? I must inquire. Sir, your current state indicates that you have completed the first phase of gene unlocking. Your body's reaction speed and strength have significantly improved, signifying the complete absorption of the zero-level gene serum. At this stage, your physical capabilities will enter an accelerated development phase. Excessive strength and rapid responses may pose certain inconveniences in daily life. However, as long as you persist with your dual exercises, these effects will dissipate swiftly. Indeed, Nova has yet to falter in its predictions. The following morning at breakfast, Dongfang unexpectedly crushed his bowl, and in the classroom, he inadvertently broke the doorknob. While in the dining hall, he damaged a stainless steel plate, and several of his signature pens snapped, rendering him incapable of taking notes. Distressed, Dongfang summoned Nova, seeking assistance to resolve his current predicament. Sir, these matters lie beyond my capacity to assist you. You must swiftly adapt to your physical condition and activate the biological computer implanted in your mind, which possesses extraordinary capabilities. It can undoubtedly aid you with the challenges encountered in class. Furthermore, I must convey an urgent message. Yesterday, a reconnaissance robot discovered an energy mine nearby. While the starship's energy reserves have dwindled to a critical level, I will soon enter a dormant state, maintaining only essential energy reserves and alert functions. During this period, I may be unable to fulfill your requests. All right, Nova. With a frustrated kick, Dongfang struck the ground, causing a bottle to clatter and nearly topple the nearby trash can. In dismay, he fled, vanishing down the tree-lined path of the campus. Chapter 6. Genetic Agents. The following day, while all his classmates still slumbered, Dongfang had already completed his dual training regimen and arrived at the entrance of the lecture hall. He cautiously opened the classroom door and silently settled into his seat, wiping away non-existent beads of sweat from his brow. After 2 sessions of dual training each morning and evening, Dongfang felt a marked improvement in his control. With a little attention, he could avoid damaging public property, as he could not bear the peculiar gazes of his classmates and teachers. Although the harm was minimal, the humiliation was intensely felt. This morning, he had 2 classes, Advanced Mathematics and Advanced Physics. Unable to take notes, Dongfang decided to experiment with the functions of the biological computer. The operational interface of the biological computer resembled our familiar windowed operating systems, but could be directly manipulated through thought. In simpler terms, one merely needed to think about it. He casually opened the prominently placed user manual, the biological computer. How considerate of Nova. This was a fully functional personal assistant biological computer, akin to a second brain for humanity. It could utilize human sight to capture images, human ears to collect sounds, and integrated storage media. The user need not worry about exhausting its capabilities, and it even contained a simplified version of Nova. You can summon Little Nova at any time for recording your life, with even more extensive features awaiting your discovery. So, that is how it is, Little Nova? Dongfang mused inwardly. I am here, sir. Please proceed. I am at your service. A melodious female voice resonated, sounding far more human than the current AI language assistants on Blue Star, with no dissonance whatsoever. Commence video recording. The recording has begun. Would you like to set a protagonist? Little Nova intelligently inquired. No need. This is merely a test mode. Stop recording in 10 minutes. Dongfang swiftly issued the command. One by one, his classmates arrived to begin the morning lessons, while Dongfang activated the video recording mode. Sitting still at his desk, Little Nova faithfully documented the teacher's lecture from the podium, concluding precisely after 10 minutes. Manhwa has autonomously terminated the video recording function and successfully completed the classroom notes, the typography mirroring that of Dongfang's precisely. Once organized, these notes were placed on the desktop, ready for printing. Additionally, the classroom video underwent meticulous editing, with noise eradicated and accompanying text added. Perfection. It is an utterly foolproof operation. Merely articulating a need allows Manhwa to handle all tasks effortlessly, which is truly delightful. This method has greatly liberated Dongfang, as Manhwa automatically records the classroom content. Meanwhile, Dongfang can openly engage in Arthur's prescribed study plan, as long as he pretends to focus earnestly on the blackboard. No one would suspect his mind is wandering into the ether. His brain is experiencing significant development, rendering learning astonishingly simple. Various textbooks flip through his mind, and knowledge points imprint themselves like indelible marks, fully understood and engraved in his consciousness. This operation is extraordinary. Time passes slowly yet resolutely as Dongfang finds himself seated in the examination hall for his final assessments: Advanced Mathematics, Advanced Physics, Computer Science, and English, essentially all foundational courses of his freshman year. He could complete each subject within 10 minutes, save for the handcrafted drawings that took an unprecedented 20 minutes. However, barring unforeseen circumstances, he is poised to emerge as the top of his class. With the anticipated winter break approaching, Dongfang plans to embark on another journey. As Nova resumed operational status 5 days prior, he seeks further learning to accelerate his progress towards his goals. At 3:00 p.m. on January 22nd, he stood at the base of a sparsely populated mountain, suitcase in hand, ascending the familiar path to the summit. The earth shifted effortlessly, revealing steps, as Dongfang entered the starship. Yesterday, Nova had conveyed that the energy reserves had successfully completed initial storage tasks, achieving a level of 20, adequate to meet Dongfang's daily training and lifestyle needs. Welcome back, Captain. The hatch closed automatically behind him, and Nova's voice resonated in Dongfang's mind almost instantaneously. Long time no see, Nova. Dongfang entrusted his suitcase to a nearby robot and removed his coat. Nova, I feel I have undergone significant changes recently. I have achieved the dual operation method as per teacher Arthur's requirements. Both my reaction speed and strength have seen tremendous growth. But the most remarkable transformation is in my learning ability. I have essentially completed the first stage of the curriculum. What training shall we pursue next? Sir, your current state indicates that you have unlocked the genetic chain. You may now proceed with the injection of the first-tier genetic serum. Considering you have essentially mastered the written language of the Earth Ring Star. For the next phase of learning, we shall utilize the Earth Ring Star script. As the scientific disciplines cannot tolerate any ambiguity, translating into Chinese may lead to unclear expressions. I have already completed the injection of the zero-tier genetic serum. But what exactly is this genetic serum? Why have I experienced such drastic changes? I feel my physical abilities could surpass those of a national athlete. This question, I can answer now. With the continuous advancement of the geocentric star technology, we are now capable of interstellar travel, developing and transforming uninhabited mining planets, and relocating populations that exceed the carrying capacity of celestial bodies. The number of planets governed by geocentric star has reached astonishing heights, significantly enhancing the lives of people across several galaxies. Concurrently, advancements in biological sciences and medical technologies have led to an increase in human lifespan. However, this transformation has brought forth a new challenge. The diseases afflicting humanity have become increasingly intricate and variable, with many ailments remaining untreatable, leaving countless individuals to succumb to their fates, a lamentable loss. 2 centuries ago, the eminent biologist Mark made a groundbreaking discovery. Humanity's potential remains vastly underdeveloped, or perhaps has regressed. During our interstellar explorations, we encountered a planet inhabited by humans, whose inhabitants, through relentless self-improvement, possess extraordinary physical capabilities, even transcending their planetary confines to thrive in the cosmos. This revelation piqued Mark's interest. Although we could not interfere with the primitive civilizations of uncharted worlds, he began to study the remains of those who had perished naturally. Mark uncovered that their genes consist of 48 pairs of chromosomes, alongside the familiar 23 pairs, with noticeable individual differences. Yet, through meticulous study, he concluded that the essence of the humans from this sea planet bears no fundamental differences from ours at birth, both possessing 23 pairs of chromosomes. However, through their so-called cultivation, genetic locks were unlocked, resulting in a proliferation of chromosomes and a transformation of physical prowess, enabling them to run faster and leap higher, almost akin to superhumans. What could be the underlying principle? Mark felt as though he had discovered a new world and devoted a decade to his research. Ultimately, he identified a plant on Sea Planet, which we named the mandragora flower. Its sap is rich in a substance that exerts control over human genetics from birth, dictating behavior, activity levels, and cognitive development, binding us like shackles, preventing transcendence. However, this discovery offered a pathway to change the inhabitants of Sea Planet. Through the ingestion of mandragora sap and the application of their dual cultivation techniques, began to unlock their genetic constraints. The initial subjects could leap spontaneously to the heights of 5-meter buildings and achieve remarkable sprinting times of 5 seconds over 100 meters. Yet, evolution seemed to stall there, as some individuals exhibited no change at all, resembling the slaves of Sea Planet. What could account for this discrepancy? Mark delved deeper into his research and, after 80 years, achieved a significant breakthrough. Through relentless experimentation, he discerned that the consumption of mandragora sap was merely the most rudimentary application. By incorporating various substances, one could dismantle layer upon layer of genetic locks, facilitating ongoing human evolution. Lifespans could even breach limits, extending to 200 or 300 years. Subsequently, the technological advancements of geocentric star surged forward at an unprecedented pace, akin to being equipped with an ion engine, particularly in the realm of biological sciences, where we developed gene therapies ranging from levels 0 to 5, tailored to the varying degrees of genetic unlocking among individuals. The nation flourished in exuberance. Yet, this prosperity was not destined to last. 30 years ago, the fourth-level interstellar civilization, the Caesar Empire, discovered our world, demanding with brazen audacity the formula for our genetic elixir. Once they comprehended the intricacies of our gene manipulation, their predatory nature emerged, leading to the annihilation of all humanity on Earth. In a mere 3 years, the star systems under Earth's dominion lay in ruins, with the populace in despair and the human race nearly obliterated. In this dire moment, we activated the Spark Plan. 1,000 starships, each bearing the seed of hope, embarked on a clandestine mission to disseminate this spark, harboring the aspiration that one day we would reclaim Earth and establish a beautiful homeland, vanquishing the tyrannical Caesar Empire. However, my starship and that of Mr. Arthur sustained grave damage during our escape. To safeguard the vessel, Mr. Arthur chose not to self-destruct, which is why I stand before you now. You are the spark that can ignite a conflagration. I regret my earlier naivety. I believed encountering a starship was serendipitous fortune, promising boundless wealth and the life I yearned for. Yet, after hearing your tale, I realize I had underestimated the complexity of our situation. There is an old adage in Huagua, in times of peace, prepare for war. I had thought our nation so strong that the notion of vigilance was unnecessary, that I was perpetually secure. It appears I must undergo a transformation. Without the collective, the individual cannot thrive. Although our nation is formidable, the external environment remains grim. Our adversaries relentlessly wish to regress us to 50 years ago. I must contribute to my country and assist in the restoration of Earth. Observing your shift in perspective brings me joy. It is only through gradual ascent that we can achieve success. Keep striving, Dongfang. Under the luminous lights of the starship, Dongfang turned, his steps now imbued with newfound resolve, gradually fading into the corridor. Chapter 7. Crisis. Heavy breaths echoed in the air. Dongfang was in the physical training chamber, completing his 4th round of dual exercises for the morning. Sweat cascaded from his muscles, striking the ground like raindrops. He lifted his legs, extended his arms, and curled his body into a yoga-like ball, supporting himself with one hand. Immense physical exertion transformed into solid muscle. From a distance, he appeared robust and powerful, yet devoid of the artificiality often seen in protein-enhanced physiques. Every muscle conformed to the golden ratio. The harmony and beauty of his form radiated explosive strength, reminiscent of Michelangelo's sculpture of David, exuding both power and grace. Returning to an upright position, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes for 2 minutes. Dongfang picked up the towel resting on the floor to wipe away the sweat. Nova, what does breakfast consist of today? Breakfast includes fried eggs, milk, ham, and a vegetable salad, composed of ample protein and vitamins. You may proceed to the dining hall now. Why must we always consume foreign cuisine? The culinary arts of Huagua are unrivaled. Why not have a bowl of tofu pudding? Dongfang set aside the towel and rose to head toward the dining hall. Indeed, sir. The gastronomy of Huagua is as profound and vast as you describe. However, the recipe specifies a pinch of salt and a dash of soy sauce. I find it challenging to ascertain precisely how many grams constitute a pinch. Consequently, I have not yet been able to prepare traditional Chinese dishes for you. I will make the necessary adjustments once I have acquired the skills. Ah, that is true. We must all strive to learn and enact change. Dongfang picked up a slice of bread, layered it with ham, and took a hearty bite, washing it down with a sip of milk, savoring the moment. In just 10 minutes, he devoured all the food on the table, stood up to wipe his mouth, and prepared to embark on a day of learning. As he reclined into the space capsule, darkness enveloped him, and Arthur appeared in the brightly lit classroom. It has been a while since we last met. How have your studies been? Let me quiz you. What is the fundamental principle of quantum computing? A quantum computer is a device that employs quantum logic for universal computation. Unlike classical computers, it utilizes quantum bits for data storage and operates using quantum algorithms for data manipulation. Excellent. And what about the principle behind DNA storage technology? The DNA double helix comprises 4 chemical groups, known as nucleobases, arranged in a specific sequence to encode genetic information that guides the growth and development of organisms. Researchers have developed DNA digital storage systems that utilize these 4 base letters to create custom codes, distinctly separate from the biological language. When duplicating a computer file, the DNA digital storage system first translates the binary data from the hard drive into the custom code, then synthesizes the corresponding base sequence using standard DNA synthesis machines. This sequence is not a singular long molecule, but rather multiple repeating segments, each carrying index details that specify their position within the overall sequence. Although this system may appear redundant, its advantage lies in the fact that even if certain segments are damaged, the data remains intact. Standard equipment used in molecular biology laboratories can read the DNA of organisms, presenting the information instantly on a computer screen. Very good. What principles should be adhered to in mechanical design and manufacturing? In brief, 3 core principles must be followed: technical principles, standardization principles, and safety and reliability principles. And what about the geocentric language? Absolutely no issues, teacher. All right, it seems you have kept up with your studies recently. We can now proceed to the next phase of learning. We are ready to enter the first grade curriculum of geocentric language. Suddenly, a red warning light blinked before Dongfang's eyes, and upon closing them, he exited the virtual reality system. His phone, nestled in his pocket, rang with an incoming call. It was his mother, to alleviate her worries. Dongfang had set an alarm to ensure he wouldn't miss her call. As he answered, his father's voice came through the line. Dongfang, there has been troubling news. Your grandmother is ill. She has been diagnosed with XG pneumonia, and her condition is not good. Since you are nearby, please visit her in the hospital. Is there anything you need? Understood, Dad. Dongfang leapt from the space capsule, exclaiming, Nova, today's lessons are concluded. I must go to my grandmother's house. Very well. Sir, I will set off immediately. Equipment prepared for you. An hour later, Dongfang arrived at the central hospital of Y City, but the security was stringent, resembling that of a secret base, with no one permitted to enter freely. If Dongfang expressed a desire to visit his grandmother, it would be an exercise in futility. How could one possibly be permitted to see a patient who has been isolated and hospitalized, only to be admitted oneself afterward? It is laughable. Dongfang paced restlessly at the entrance of the hospital, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. Eventually, the doctor, unable to bear the sight any longer, called out, "Hey, young man, stop loitering at the entrance. You cannot go in. Hurry home. What are you still waiting for at the hospital?" With a resigned nod, Dongfang turned and headed towards the hotel, knowing he could not return to his grandmother's home at this hour. Just then, he noticed a small dog darting past him, and suddenly his eyes brightened. How could he have overlooked this? As he walked, he instructed Nova to deploy biomechanical robot number 3. Seated on the sofa in the hotel lobby, Dongfang beheld his grandmother, helplessly lying in a hospital bed, a respirator affixed to her face, and an four-line inserted into her hand. Sighing, he lamented, had all the fortune been exhausted with the starship? Why were his relatives falling ill one after another? His heart ached for his grandmother in such a state. "Nova, is there a way we can assist Grandma?" "Sir, biomechanical number 3 has arrived at your grandmother's ward. We can obtain the virus samples at any time. There is no need for concern. You may return to the base and focus on drug development. You have already completed all foundational studies in biological sciences on Blue Star and can now proceed to the practical phase. Biomechanical No. 3 will return to the starship in 30 minutes, so you may also head back." This was indeed splendid news. Dongfang promptly returned. Once aboard the starship, he swiftly donned protective gear and entered the experimental chamber to commence his work. Various petri dishes were meticulously arranged on the elongated laboratory table, each containing either a shallow layer of liquid or a viscous solid, representing different media and cultivation methods. Nova was already analyzing the most suitable method for cultivating the virus. Dongfang crossed his arms and stated, "Nova, initiate the first trial of the special medication. Please catalog the virus characteristics. We are commencing now." The second experiment began. With a comprehensive record kept throughout the process, failure ensued. There was no means to eradicate the virus, and their condition was even more robust than before. Documentation was made, and the 26th experiment was initiated, still resulting in failure. The expected efficacy in eliminating the virus was not achieved, although the activity level significantly decreased. Effective. Our direction is correct. Eradicate it. Prepare for the next experiment. The 30th experiment yielded success. Success at last. The virus was entirely obliterated. Finally, a triumph. Back up the experimental process and commence live animal testing. Should the experiment prove successful, immediately initiate the light brain simulation of human effects. Once safety and applicability reach in excess of 95, the laboratory will prepare the medication, which will be administered to Grandma at the Central Hospital in Y City by No. 3. As Dongfang exited the experimental chamber, he removed his protective suit while instructing Nova. "By the way, ensure to back up the entire process of the 30th experiment. I wish to submit it to the state, so that the populace may be liberated from the threat of disease." Chapter 8. Entrepreneurship within the Starship. Dongfang engaged in his daily studies through the virtual reality system, with today's lesson focused on international relations. Teacher Arthur was conducting an analysis of the current developmental status of various nations on Blue Star, elucidating the relationships among them. The dynamics between nations resemble those of individuals. If one possesses sufficient strength, other nations must carefully contemplate their ability to impose dominance. Our technological prowess is formidable. I can establish a company that not only enriches my life, but also contributes significantly to my country, inquired Dongfang. Not yet. You are not sufficiently strong at this moment. If you were to unveil technologies that far exceed Blue Star's capabilities, it would be akin to a child brandishing gold in a bustling marketplace. Such knowledge may be perilous and could even jeopardize your life, Arthur replied, shaking his head. Indeed, I am akin to a newborn. Dongfang lamented, tugging at his hair in despair. But what constitutes strength, and how can I attain it? Dongfang. Whether on Earth Ring or Blue Star, the definition of strength remains constant. It is the power within oneself. For instance, if you can traverse the universe with your physical form on Sea Star, you are powerful. On Blue Star, if you receive a Nobel Prize, you embody strength in that field, representing its authority. Should you excel in business and achieve great success, you are undoubtedly powerful. In essence, the pinnacle equates to strength. Pinnacle? Strength? I believe I grasp the concept. Dongfang nodded vigorously, his understanding of strength crystallizing in his mind, his gaze unwavering and resolute. He resolved to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, first attaining greatness in a specific domain, which would subsequently enable him to foster additional industries, disseminate advanced technologies, and guide his nation to the zenith of the world, beyond Blue Star, and even beyond the Milky Way. 5 hours later, Wang Mingshan, the director of the National Epidemic Response Command, received an email of unknown origin. The subject line read, "Information on effective treatment for the epidemic." Yet the sender's details were conspicuously absent. Wang hesitated over the mouse before picking up the red phone on his desk. "Xiaozhong, come to my office," he instructed. 3 minutes later, a series of knocks echoed. "Come in," Wang said, putting down his pen and looking up. "Xiaozhong, take a look at my inbox. Someone sent me a document, but notably, there is no sender. How could anyone know your email? Wait, why does the title mention an effective treatment?" Xiaozhong leaned over the computer, astonished. "I will immediately notify the cybersecurity department for a thorough investigation." "Yes, but please do not compromise the contents of the document. I wish to examine it," Wang replied earnestly. "Understood, Director. I will alert the relevant departments," Xiaozhong assured him. "Act swiftly. If this truly is an effective treatment, we could alleviate the suffering of the populace," Wang Mingshan said gravely. At 7 a.m. on January 30th, Wang Mingshan arrived at the office punctually, as per usual. The international situation regarding the epidemic remained severe, and sporadic domestic cases continued to emerge. The burden on his shoulders was still considerable. A series of urgent knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by the excited voice of Xiaozhong. "Director, have you arrived?" "I have good news, splendid news." Wang Mingshan, having set aside the documents he was reviewing, inquired, "Xiaozhong, what is this delightful news that has you so impatient?" "Speak slowly." "Director, it truly is excellent news. The document you submitted is authentic. The colleagues from the cybersecurity department have confirmed the email's safety, and the comrades at the National Drug Laboratory have swiftly developed a special medication that achieved a 100 efficacy rate in trials on white mice. We must promptly initiate Phase 1 human trials. I request your approval." "Indeed, this is wonderful news. Present me with the application documents. I shall meet with the Prime Minister. We will expedite this matter with utmost urgency." On the evening of February 3rd, at 1935, the host of the national broadcast suddenly announced a breaking news segment. "We interrupt this program to bring you a significant update. The National Drug Laboratory of Huagua has made a groundbreaking advancement in the treatment of the pandemic. The special medication has been preliminarily developed, and the laboratory tests on white mice have been completed. With the approval of the Ministry of Health, Phase 1 human trials will commence shortly. In the realm of pandemic prevention and treatment, Huagua has made tremendous contributions to both the nation and the world. Once the drug is successfully developed, it will be available for sale to all countries." "Yes," Dongfang exclaimed, shutting off the display screen and raising a triumphant fist. 3 days after Nova dispatched the email, Dongfang received the eagerly awaited news. Given Huagua's current national strength, the special medication would soon be available on the market. Meanwhile, his grandmother had already received the injection of the special medication on the 3rd, and her health was steadily improving. From the imaging results observed yesterday, it was evident that she was nearly recovered and would soon be discharged from the hospital. Dongfang returned to Wai City, intent on bringing his grandmother home. Upon their return to her residence in AS, he ensured she was comfortable before she drifted off to sleep. Armed with his identification, Dongfang proceeded to the administrative service hall in the AS district, where he intended to establish a company. With the assistance of the staff, Dongfang completed all necessary procedures, and a business license for Dihuan Technology Company, Limited was issued. The license outlined a wide array of business activities, including computer technology consulting, network technology, telecommunications engineering, and new chemical materials, among others. A true technological enterprise had been established. However, with only a meager startup capital of 50,000 yuan, the financial constraints loomed large. Gritting his teeth, Dongfang made his way to the newly established Provincial High-Tech Industrial Zone in the AS district. To his pleasant surprise, the process went exceedingly smoothly. As the Provincial High-Tech Industrial Park had just been established, the management committee was exceptionally welcoming to new companies. The various preferential policies were remarkably appealing, especially those tailored for entrepreneurial students, which included a 500,000 yuan startup loan and a 3-year tax exemption. After only paying 20,000 yuan, Dongfang signed the contract and received the key to a 40 square meter office space. Custom-made company signs, the purchase of office equipment, desks, and chairs. Orient's funds had dwindled to a mere 7,000 yuan. It must be said that the service provided by merchants today is commendable. As Orient returned to the office, the desks, chairs, and equipment began to arrive one after another. After unboxing and installation, the once empty office was now brimming with office supplies, finally resembling a proper company. Gazing at the gleaming logo of the Earth Ring Technology Company, Orient felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Though no one had come to congratulate the establishment of the company, what did that matter? Nova, the company had been founded, yet the flagship product remained undetermined. I envisioned the intelligent assistant as the primary focus at this stage. Do you believe that Blue Star's current information technology could realize this vision? Absolutely no problem. The The programming code of Earth Ring Star is far more straightforward than that of Earth. For instance, executing a command code on Blue Star requires at least 10 lines. Whereas with the Earth Ring Star's D language, it can be accomplished in a single line. Thus, it suffices to compile the core AI code of Earth Ring Star for compatibility with Blue Star computers. Although the capacity will be significantly larger than the original code. Once successfully compiled, you merely need to establish a network connection for humans to fine-tune it over a few days. Hence, your vision is entirely achievable. However, the intelligent assistant will need to access the underlying code of the devices, necessitating its integration within the operating system, which is a challenge you must address. Let us commence our endeavor. Taking the first step is essential, as possessing a product is crucial for the successful implementation of my subsequent plans. Chapter 9. Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo. Orient closed the door, seated himself at the desk, and opened the laptop Nova had prepared for him, swiftly commencing his coding tasks. Orient's current reaction speed far surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. His fingertips danced across the keyboard with remarkable agility, the rhythmic sound of typing resembling a percussion symphony. Fast and precise. This was the best description of his coding prowess at present. As he became increasingly familiar with the code, his fingers even produced afterimages, bordering on the extraordinary. Although Nova had described the core code as simple, that was relative to his expertise. Orient discovered that the core code alone comprised over 20,000 lines, an immense undertaking. He rapidly scanned Nova's core code, and, utilizing his own understanding, began to compile it in Blue Star's language, typing line after line at a breathtaking speed. An hour passed. Then 2. 3 hours and 46 minutes later, Orient finally completed the compilation of all the code, launching the compiler to run the code. Fortunately, only 20 bugs emerged. However, the process of rectification was quite arduous. One must consider the interrelation of the code to identify the sources of error, akin to solving a mathematical equation. If there is an error in the initial data, one cannot possibly arrive at a correct outcome without starting anew to eliminate the bugs. Another 2 hours passed, and night had fully descended. Reflecting on his grandmother who was alone at home, Orient concluded this productive day and returned home. After dining with his grandmother, the night passed in silence, although both the dual cultivation method and study continued unabated. The following morning, Dongfeng boarded the bus to the company with renewed vigor. Upon entering the office, he promptly powered on his computer and resumed his coding endeavors. This time, he encountered no errors and, with Nova's assistance, successfully created an adorable 3D panda interface, which he packaged and installed. Suddenly, a charming panda leapt from the screen, exclaiming, "Greetings, my master. I am your intelligent assistant. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please bestow upon me a name." The delightful voice emanated from the panda's mouth. "Wow, how impressive!" Dongfeng exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. "You are compiled from Nova's core code. I shall call you Xiao Nuo." "Very well, master. You may summon me at any time." "Xiao Nuo, Xiao Nuo, awaken me," the playful panda chirped from the smartphone screen. Dongfeng pressed the lock screen button and called out, "Xiao Nuo, Xiao Nuo?" "Yes, master. How may I assist you?" came the response, prompting a hearty laugh from Dongfeng. "Xiao Nuo is here, master." The intelligence of Xiao Nuo exceeded Dongfeng's expectations. He silently mused to Nova. "Even after my compilation, Xiao Nuo's intelligence is remarkably advanced. If this were to enter the app market, I would surely be subjected to extensive scrutiny. It is improbable for one individual to create such a sophisticated assistant. Indeed, sir, Xiao Nuo is derived from my core code, which accounts for its elevated intelligence. I recommend a degree of reduction," Nova advised. Dongfeng nodded, opened the compilation software, and bent over his code once more. The joyous sounds of typing resonating in the otherwise empty office. Xiao Nuo Simplified version 10. No, the intelligence has been excessively reduced, even inferior to the current X-class assistant. Revise it. Xiao Nuo Simplified version 20. No, its self-learning capacity is too formidable. It will soon evolve on its own. I must curtail its learning ability. Eventually, after reaching Xiao Nuo Simplified version 90, Dongfeng was satisfied with the outcome. Xiao Nuo's intelligence surpassed that of all existing smart assistants on Blue Star, yet it could not self-learn or evolve. Additionally, he creatively modified the installation method, allowing it to function independently of the original system while slightly lowering its intelligence level. Excellent. I have finally achieved the desired result. However, Dongfeng faced a new challenge. His company, Dihuan Technology Company, Limited, held no recognition within the industry, rendering any market launch futile. Amidst the vast array of apps who would expend their data on his creation, he needed to devise a strategy to entice users into downloading and installing his intelligent assistant, ensuring that once experienced, none could resist its allure. In a moment of inspiration, Dongfeng thought of campus forums. This could be the breakthrough he sought. Without hesitation, he accessed the campus forum of Jiaodong University, a platform bustling with activity from teachers and students alike, and swiftly completed his registration. He adopted the online moniker Light of Domestic Goods, a name both relatable and resonant. His post was titled, "Shocking News. Our student develops the world's first intelligent assistant." Hello. I greet you all. Those who use it will understand its brilliance. Bold and highlighted in red, as conspicuous as possible. Ah, esteemed readers. You must be at a loss for words. Haha, this is precisely what the East has longed for. However, the main content is far more conventional. Introduction to the Intelligent Assistant. This is the first intelligent assistant developed by the author. It surpasses all existing intelligent assistants in the market, boasting superior performance and a high degree of intelligence. Compared to it, the likes of X and Xiaobai are mere trifles. Once you have experienced its capabilities, you will find it indispensable. It shall be your steadfast companion through the long, solitary nights, a reliable brother. Let go of the distractions. Allow my intelligent assistant to take the lead. Ultimately, I shall provide the app download link, eagerly anticipating your engagement. The East could not restrain itself, and the discussion veered off course. After finishing his post, the author closed his laptop, awaiting the ensuing reactions in silence. The winter break is indeed the happiest time for all students, free from the relentless onslaught of homework and after-school exercises, allowing one to sleep until naturally awakened. Wang Bo, a quintessential homebody, relishes the art of lurking behind his computer screen, indulging in the endless gossip and banter on the school forum. As usual, he skillfully powered on his computer, double-clicked the browser, and entered the school forum to see what excitement awaited him today. A pinned post. Shocking news, a student from our school, author, the light of domestic products. Wang Bo squinted at the screen, astonished. Goodness, the thread has exceeded 1,000 replies. Surely, the entire school's gossip enthusiasts have congregated here. He clicked on the post and beheld Dongfang's introduction of Xiao Nua, scrolling further down. First floor. Sofa. Watching the author promote the product, truly the light of domestic goods. Second floor. Bench. Am I early to the party? 50th floor. Has anyone downloaded and used it? Where does the author derive such confidence? After my thorough assessment, the author is indeed Shidayo, verdict concluded. 51st floor. Top floor. The author is Shidayo. By the 821st floor, Wang Bo gasped. The author is impressive. This assistant is remarkably functional. Yet this revelation was drowned out by a torrent of criticism. Largely unnoticed by anyone except for this super homebody, Wang Bo silently returning to the first page. Wang Bo clicked the download link and initiated the installation. Hello, Master. I am your intelligent assistant. This is our first meeting. I do not yet have a name. Please bestow upon me a name. A charming panda leapt into Wang Bo's view from the bottom left corner of the mobile screen. What? Is this the intelligent assistant? Chapter 10, The Light of Domestic Goods. I must have downloaded a video by mistake, Wang Bo exclaimed in shock. Master, this is not a video. I am indeed your intelligent assistant. There is no need for concern. Please, grant me a name. Wang Bo's eyes widened in astonishment. Deity? Very well, named. You may call upon me by saying deity, and I shall awaken. Deity? Here I am, Master, always prepared to serve you. A tempest of excitement surged within Wang Bo. As a student of computer science, he comprehended the sheer magnitude of ingenuity behind a simple 1 GB installation package capable of conjuring such an intelligent assistant. The post from the East has gone viral, leading to an influx of curious students downloading the intelligent assistant. Through WeChat and QQ groups, the assistant's exceptional performance has taken flight among the students and faculty at Jiaotong University. In a mere 3 days, the download count soared beyond 30,000, effectively ensuring that nearly every student and teacher at the university has installed it on their mobile devices. In the office of Dongfang, Nova remarked, "Our strategic initiative has indeed been launched." Indeed, sir, but how do we generate profit, considering you have allowed everyone to use it for free? Dongfang chuckled softly. In a few days, you shall see. A week passed in the blink of an eye, coinciding with the eve of the Lunar New Year. Wang Bo, lying in bed engrossed in a drama, exclaimed, Master, this anti-Japanese drama is utterly distasteful. Please recommend a quality show. The assistant replied, Alas, I regret to inform you that I can no longer assist. Your 7-day free trial has expired. Please recharge 1 yuan to retain my services permanently. With that, the panda on the screen vanished, and a button for recharging 1 yuan appeared, accompanied by a line of small text. Upon reading it, Wang Bo learned that by recharging just 1 yuan, he could secure lifetime access to the intelligent assistant, along with additional features such as customizable avatars and voice options. How cunning, he thought. I knew such an extraordinary assistant couldn't be entirely free. He chuckled, acknowledging that even the assistant needed to make a living. I wonder whose avatar I can choose. Haha, here I come, teacher song. The intelligent assistant, however, did not respond as usual, leaving Wang Bo feeling somewhat unsettled without it. Something feels amiss without the assistant, he mused. After pressing the recharge button, the 1 yuan was deducted, and the assistant reappeared on the screen. Master, I am now at your service indefinitely. Cut to the chase. Change my avatar to that of teacher song. He commanded, reveling in his own indulgence. As the notifications of the incoming funds chimed repeatedly, Dongfang's phone buzzed incessantly. The sound of money arriving was delightful at first, but with each successive notification, it became overwhelming. Hurriedly, he silenced the incoming alerts, and tranquility returned. Watching his balance rise, 10,000, 20,000, Dongfang's joy was immeasurable. By the morning of the first day of the new year, his total had surpassed 3 million. Is it truly this popular? Dongfang was momentarily stunned. Had he unwittingly achieved financial freedom overnight? At the Shenzhen Flower Technology Company, within the Intelligent Assistant Development Lab, General Manager Chen reported, "We have encountered a failure. This packaging method is unprecedented. As soon as one attempts to forcefully crack the Intelligent Assistant app, it immediately enters an uninstall state, erasing all data and vanishing completely. Simultaneously, it mutates into a formidable virus that can render the phone entirely inoperable. To date, we have caused the complete destruction of 106 mobile devices. Have you been in contact with Shaogua, Shaolin Temple, or the Goose Factory? Have they discovered such a groundbreaking software?" The engineer nodded in agreement. "Certainly. My classmates are distributed among these companies, and I discreetly inquired with several of them. Essentially, their situations mirror ours. This technology represents a groundbreaking advancement. We struggle to comprehend even the fundamental principles, let alone access the core code." "Very well, you may take a break for now." Mr. Chun waved his hand. If Dongfang were present, he would surely recognize Mr. Chun, the founder of the Huaduo Company, who single-handedly established this national enterprise. Their telecommunications technology is widely adopted across various countries and has even become a focal point of national interest. Mr. Chun turned back to his office, picked up his phone, and glanced at the Intelligent Assistant application installed on his device. He made a decision and dialed the vice president of Huaduo Bank. "My old friend, I need your assistance with something. There is a software called Intelligent Assistant that has recently gained quite a bit of attention. Could you help me trace its revenue to the corresponding account? I wish to meet the developers. Of course, it's all about discussing cooperation. I would never engage in anything illicit. I simply cannot reach them," he continued. "All right, I await your news. Let us have dinner together soon." After hanging up, Mr. Chen sat back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. On the morning of the third day of the lunar calendar, after completing his early morning exercises, Dongfang was about to take a bite of his steamed bun when his phone rang. "Shenzhen, Huaduo Company? Hello? Is this Mr. Dongfang?" "Yes, how may I assist you?" "Greetings, Mr. Dongfang. I am Liu, the head of the R&D department at Huaduo Technology Company in Shenzhen. The primary purpose of my contact is to discuss the Intelligent Assistant app and to seek a deeper understanding of its specifics. We are also eager to explore mutually beneficial cooperation with you. May I inquire if you are available in the coming days, and could you share your address?" "Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Liu. You are correct. The Intelligent Assistant is indeed our company's inaugural product. We welcome business collaborations with all companies. Our address is in the High-Tech Development Zone, Building 3, Room 306, AS District, Y City, Essex Province. I will be at the company these days, so feel free to visit at your convenience." "Thank you. You sound quite young. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. I shall not take up more of your time. We will arrive at your company tomorrow afternoon as scheduled. I look forward to our meeting. Goodbye, Mr. Dongfang." As soon as the call ended, another one came in, followed by several more. 5 companies reached out to Dongfang in total. However, his preference for collaboration lay solely with Huaduo. This was due in part to his profound admiration for the elder Mr. Chun, and also because Dongfang harbored a deep love for his homeland. After all, he had submitted an effective treatment for the pandemic. Furthermore, the direct approach from the head of the R&D department was a clear indication of Huaduo's earnestness in valuing his collaboration. These factors alone were sufficient for Dongfang. Other companies, such as Shaogua or KK, which operated merely as phone assembly factories lacking core competitive advantages, were not even on his radar for potential collaboration. The following afternoon, at 2:50 p.m., a series of knocks echoed at the door, arriving 10 minutes earlier than the scheduled meeting time, which took Dongfang by surprise. "Please, come in." A middle-aged man in a suit, with meticulously combed hair and gold-rimmed glasses, entered the room. "Hello, I am Lu Chong from the R&D department of Huaduo Company." Chapter 11. Win-Win. Lu Chong, a Ph.D. in computer science from Hucking University, had just turned 40 this year. He was vigorous, articulate, and possessed an insight that far surpassed that of his peers. Among the executives at Huaduo Company, he was the first to recognize and utilize intelligent assistants. Truly a discerning eye for talent. "Greetings, Director Liu. Your voice suggests you are quite youthful, but I must admit, I did not expect you to be so young. Truly. Heroes emerge from the youth," Dongfang remarked. Lu Chong chuckled heartily and shook Dongfang's hand. "You flatter me. Please, take a seat. Given that staff have returned home for the Spring Festival, I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality," Dongfang said, delivering the fib without even a hint of embarrassment. Lu Chong settled onto the sofa in the meeting area and surveyed the office environment of Dihuan Technology Company, laughing lightly. "Mr. Xiaofeng, I am not mocking you. But your office conditions are rather wanting. I never expected you to develop such an exceptional intelligent assistant in such an environment. I am not exaggerating in the least. Dongfang was taken aback. Lu Chang, appearing refined and cultured, turned out to be so forthright, a true technologist. The forthcoming negotiations might prove less challenging than anticipated. Dongfang smiled slightly. Thank you for the compliment, Director Lu, but I am no longer a novice. Let the formal exchanges commence. Then let us dispense with idle chatter and discuss the purpose of my visit. Lu Chang adjusted his posture and continued. At the behest of Elder Chun, I represent Huaduo Company to propose a collaboration. We hold your intelligent assistant in high regard and wish to acquire the full ownership of the software, offering a price of 100 million renminbi. What do you think? Dongfang fell silent, contemplating for a moment. 100 million is indeed a substantial sum, and for a company as obscure as ours, it reflects your company's sincerity. However, it still falls short of my expectations for the intelligent assistant. In just a few days, Dongfang had already made 3 million. For a country with a population exceeding 1 billion and over 1 billion mobile phones in circulation, 100 million was hardly a significant figure. Dongfang was confident that within a month, he could earn that amount. Mr. Xiaofang, we can offer a cash payment of 100 million, and I have the check with me, ready to cover any necessary taxes, provided you agree. We can sign the contract immediately, and you will become the youngest billionaire in Huaihua, Lu Chang said, gently pushing the check and contract across the coffee table towards Dongfang. To be honest, Dongfang felt tempted. 100 million lay before him. With just his signature, he could effortlessly grasp that fortune and realize the grand ambitions he had initially set forth. The technological reserves for the super spaceship were akin to a sky full of stars. Yet, he could not sign. Once he did, he would have to relinquish all the code for the intelligent assistant, potentially exposing the secret of his possession of superlative technology. After all, it is utterly implausible for a newly established company like Oriental to develop such a formidable assistant. I apologize, General Lu, but I must respectfully decline, as this does not align with our company's objectives. We aspire for everyone to have access to intelligent assistance, enjoying the convenience brought by technology, hence my refusal. My proposed collaboration model is revenue sharing. Oh, do enlighten me. We envision 2 potential avenues for collaboration. The first involves integrating the intelligent assistant directly into the mobile operating system, enabling users to access it free of charge, with our team assuming full responsibility for module integration and debugging. Your side merely needs to provide the interface data. The second option entails our team taking complete charge of customizing an impeccable mobile assistant for your esteemed company, naturally based on your optimized mobile operating system. This will markedly enhance the user experience for Flower Phone users, and rest assured, the customized assistant will far surpass the currently circulating versions. Such generous terms? What price must we pay? General Lu, our pricing structure also comprises 2 options. The first option entails a fee of 114 yuan for each phone equipped with the intelligent assistant, which will not be charged to the users, but rather borne by your company. The second option involves a one-time customization fee of 10 million yuan, with subsequent charges aligning with the first option. May I inquire which option you are inclined to choose? Oh, what benefits shall we receive? Lu Chang responded with a faint smile. Firstly, our company will make the intelligent assistant installation package available on the Flower app market from the moment the contract is signed, providing your phone users with a secure and reliable download channel, enabling them to access the assistant at the earliest opportunity. Concurrently, we will promptly commence the module integration and debugging processes with your company, and once completed, it can be embedded into the phones, thereby enhancing the core competitiveness of Flower phones. Secondly, should you opt for the second proposal, we pledge to complete the customization within half a month, ensuring an even more refined experience for Flower phone users. We also promise to exclusively provide customization services to Flower Company, with no other company receiving such treatment. Upon concluding his statement, Oriental presented his mobile device. General Lu, please try my assistant and observe how it differs from the one on your phone. By the way, it is named Xiao Nua. Xiao Nua, Xiao Nua. Lu Chang prepared to awaken the assistant for a trial. What is it? Apologies, you are not my master. I may not be able to assist you at this moment. Additionally, your attire does not suggest you are a thief. I recommend you return the phone to its rightful owner, Xiao Nua cheerfully exclaimed, adorned with a banner reading "No way." This is its security feature. My intelligent assistant can bind to its user, autonomously activating the phone's camera for image comparison. Should it detect unauthorized use, it can swiftly disable all payment functionalities. If anyone attempts to power off the device, it will resist the action and promptly trigger an alarm to alert the phone's owner. Ah, General Lu. That is precisely how it works. As you can see, it is alerting now, Oriental remarked, observing Lu Chang's phone as it was about to shut down. There is indeed much to discuss. The distinction between the customized version and the standard one lies in its capacity for learning and growth through continuous user engagement. It will actively evolve, becoming the most endearing companion for users, with an intellect comparable to that of a 78-year-old child. Dongfang continued, excellent. It is truly perfect. Far exceeding my expectations. It is worth every penny, and even Lu Chong is intrigued. I must admit, Dongfang, you have impressed me. I need to consult with Elder Chun, as this decision is beyond my purview. Lu Chong, or rather Elder Chun, demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Within an hour, 20 million renminbi was transferred into the account of the Jiahua Company. The Huaduo Company opted for the second proposal. For a person as wise as Elder Chun could certainly recognize the tremendous advantages of the customized software promised by Dongfang. With Dongfang's assistance, Huaduo phones are destined to surpass fruit phones, emerging as the world's leader. The Huaduo Company secured the customized software, while Dongfang received a substantial cash infusion of 20 million, achieving a win-win situation. Chapter 12. The sensation across Huaguo. The Jiahua Company topped the trending searches on major online platforms. Triggered by an emergency press conference held by the Huaduo Company on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Huaduo announced a collaboration with Jiahua, with the intelligent assistant set to debut in the Huaduo market within 7 days, promising enhanced software quality for Huaduo phone users. Additionally, they unveiled plans for the next phase of cooperation. Within a month, the intelligent assistant would be integrated into the Huaduo phone system, available for free. The intelligent assistant achieved the remarkable feat of becoming a sensation across Huaguo in just 1 day, thanks to the festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival. As people indulged in leisurely phone usage, seated at his desk, Dongfang felt a twinge of frustration as he watched the online press conference of the Huaduo Company. He had already fielded over a dozen phone calls. Numerous mobile manufacturers from Blue Star were reaching out, expressing interest in collaboration, a scenario Dongfang was eager to witness. However, Jiahua Company had only him at the helm, a solitary commander amidst a sea of potential partnerships. Even with Nova's assistance, he had no choice but to temporarily decline all collaboration offers. I must expand the company, Dongfang muttered, setting his phone down. With no prior experience in recruitment, Dongfang turned to the university forum of Jiaodong University, posting his second message on the campus site, a recruitment announcement, offering generous compensation, eagerly anticipating new additions to his team. Zhang Hao, a voluntary promoter of the assistant, watched the Huaduo press conference and discovered the recruitment notice posted by the user known as Light of Domestic Goods on the forum. As a senior computer science student at Jiaodong University, facing the pressures of impending employment, while his classmates signed contracts with prospective employers, he remained steadfast in his ambition to join Huaduo Company. With Jiahua now also in his sights, swiftly sharing the recruitment announcement in his class WeChat group, he submitted his resume to the email address provided in the notice. This scene unfolded repeatedly among all computer science majors at Jiaodong University, though some students, upon noticing the job address for Jiahua Company, chose to forego this opportunity. In the future, reality will impart a harsh lesson upon them. Soon, the inbox of Dongfang became inundated with an overwhelming number of resumes. Within merely half an hour, over 200 applications had been received. Sir, I have meticulously compared all the resumes against the extensive database I have established. After eliminating those whose qualifications do not align and those who have exaggerated their credentials, I have retained 30 resumes that meet your criteria, which now await your final decision. Nova's melodious voice echoed in his mind. Then, please issue the interview notifications. Dongfang nodded in agreement. Zhang Hao, filled with a mix of boredom and anticipation, refreshed his email repeatedly until he discovered a new message. Mr. Zhang Hao, you have successfully passed the initial screening at our company. Please attend an interview on February 17th, 2021, at our office located in the High-Tech Park, AS District, Y City, Essex Province. At 10 a.m. the following day, the first candidate, Zhang Hao, pushed open the doors of the Earthring Company. Hello, I am here for the interview. The two sat across from each other. Please introduce yourself briefly, the position you are applying for, and your expected salary. Zhang Hao, male, 22 years old, a senior student from the computer science department at Jiaodong University. Zhang Hao was exceptional, having received scholarships for 4 consecutive years and won the championship in the S Province computer programming competition. He was confident, resolute, poised, and quick-witted, possessing his own distinct ideas. Impressive, you could serve as the technical director, Dongfang contemplated. All right, please await our company's final decision. Xie Jing, female, 22 years old. I am applying for the position in finance. Due to factors such as location and compensation, a total of 32 candidates attended the interview, with Zhang Hao and 11 others meeting the requirements. Nova subsequently issued acceptance notifications. At 10 p.m. that evening, you have passed the interview at our company. Please report to work within 5 days. Earthring Technology Company, Limited welcomes your joining. In truth, Zhang Hao did not return to XA. He wished to explore why. Relishing the rare opportunity to be away from home and escape his mother's incessant chatter, while also awaiting the admission results from Earthring Company. Upon receiving this message, Zhang Hao felt a mix of joy and trepidation, for the company was extraordinarily small, lacking even a reception desk. He questioned whether this was truly a company capable of developing intelligent assistants. The following morning, Dongfang was seated before his computer, engrossed in debugging a bespoke intelligent assistant for the flower company, when a knock resounded at the door. "Come in." It was Zhang Hao. "Please take a seat. I will be with you shortly." "It's all right. Please continue with your work, Mr. Dong," Zhang Hao replied, moving to the sofa in the reception area. "There are cups by the water dispenser. Feel free to help yourself. Our company is still in the process of being established, so I appreciate your understanding." "No worries. I can manage," Zhang Hao said, pouring himself a cup of water and carrying it to Dongfang. Peeking at the computer screen, he became utterly captivated by the elegant simplicity of the code being crafted. He had never conceived that a single line could execute functions that would typically require extensive coding. Given Dongfang's current state, he was well aware of Zhang Hao's actions, yet he chose to remain silent. Because he wished for a swift immersion into work, he delved into the extensively revised code of the intelligent assistant, which was of little consequence, especially considering the meticulously prepared contract. Confidentiality breaches were not merely resolved by resignation. One must endure several years within the company. Zhang Hao was undoubtedly astute enough to comprehend this. The exuberance was palpable, truly a place I had longed to arrive at. Zhang Hao's doubts dissipated entirely, resolved to dedicate his youth in entirety to the Earth and Environment Company, aspiring to grow alongside it. In an office, two men occupied the space, one seated, the other standing, while the only sound was the rhythmic clattering of keyboards, until the second knock echoed through the room. Both men lifted their gazes simultaneously. "Come in." A striking young woman entered, one Zhang Hao had encountered the previous day, a goddess in his eyes. She was at least a solid 90, though her average physique warranted a deduction of 5 points. Feeling slightly bashful under her gaze, he took a sip of water, exclaiming, "Ah, that's refreshing. Hello, I am Tian Tian, here to report for duty," she said with a hint of shyness. "Greetings, Tian Tian, welcome. I shall forego the customary pleasantries. You must have gathered the company details via email, so let us commence with your work." Dong spread his hands and turned to Zhang Hao. "This is our HR. You may report to her. By the way, your workstation is over there." "Mr. Dong, there's no rush. I would like to familiarize myself first." Zhang Hao was determined not to let this opportunity slip away, uncertain if another would arise. "Go ahead, sign the contract and confidentiality agreement first. After that, you are free to proceed." "Oh, Tianjia, please do not alter the contents of the confidentiality agreement. Stick to what I sent you." "Understood, Mr. Dong. You may simply call me Tian Tian." Soon, all 12 individuals had arrived at the company and completed their onboarding procedures. As they awaited job assignments, everyone engaged in mindless scrolling on social media, except for Zhang Hao and Tian Tian. "Now that everyone is present, let us convene," Dong announced. Concluding his work and raising his head, Zhang Hao returned to his seat, settling in. "I am Dong Fong, a freshman from Jiaodong University, your junior. Due to limited initial funding, I have only rented this modest office space. We are at the dawn of our venture. Let us delineate responsibilities. Zhang Hao as the technical supervisor, Xie Jing as the financial supervisor, Tian Tian as the HR supervisor, and Li Chang as the administrative supervisor. Currently, the company's finances are robust, so Li Chang, please contact the management committee tomorrow to arrange for a new office space. Xie Jing, coordinate the financial connections. Zhang Hao, the three of you will work with me on software development, and that is all." "Understood," the three responded in unison. "Furthermore, since this is our first meeting, I shall treat everyone to a meal. We shall conclude for today. Shut down your computers," he added. "Let's indulge in seafood." "Yay, our boss is impressive." The 12 individuals felt upbeat. The boss conducted the meeting without unnecessary banter and treated them on the very first day. Quite commendable indeed. Chapter 13. Customization completed the previous night. Everyone had relished a delightful meal, for in an inland city, indulging in a seafood feast required a considerable expenditure. Dongfang had spent a total of 120,000 RMB at the restaurant, averaging 1,000 per person. After the meal, camaraderie flourished among them. This young boss, Dongfang, garnered the respect of all, for he was erudite, articulate, and possessed a remarkable leadership charisma. The following day, everyone arrived at the company early. Li Chang attended to the matters regarding the relocation of the office, while Xie Jing went to the bank. Dongfang gathered all the members of the technical team, addressing them. "Everyone here is learning programming, yet, in practical application, you truly fall short. Oh, it can be used this way. I must remember that. Oh, this is so convenient, succinct, and efficient." In order to facilitate a swift acclimatization for everyone, Dongfang felt compelled to impart a lesson. "You are all exceptionally talented individuals. There is no need for excessive elaboration. Let us commence our tasks as assigned." Zhang Hao was tasked with the most challenging core code segment. Concerned about his ability to grasp it, Dongfang remained by his side, guiding him. "This should not be written this way. Directly call the data. The language you are using is a reconstituted version of the Han language based on the Blue Star language. The name itself reflects its characteristics, so you should think in Chinese. For instance, with 11, we, as the Huagua people, simply use it without calling data. Instead, call the function. Suddenly enlightened, Zhang Hao swiftly deleted the erroneous code he had written and composed a new line. After executing it without errors, his eyes widened in astonishment. Dongfang chuckled and patted his shoulder. You've understood. Opening his computer, he set out to develop the next product, a game engine. The top 5 game engines, such as Brigade 3 and UE4, had no affiliation with Huagua, with the exception of Sword 3 from Yuan Company. The rest were subpar. Immersed in the flurry of work, Lu Chang completed the contractual arrangements for the office relocation. Director Dong, we're moving to the first floor with an annual rent of 100,000. The initial setup is complete, and it is ready for use. The efficiency is commendable, he remarked, adding a point. Everyone, once this busy period passes, we shall transition to a superior working environment. All right, boss, as you wish, they responded, laughter echoing among the young. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, it was February 25th, the 14th day of the Lunar New Year. Dongfang had to return to school the next day, as tomorrow was a holiday. His grandmother had fully recovered, the company was back on track, and the software customization was progressing smoothly with commendable speed. As he boarded the familiar high-speed train, everyone removed their masks. A sense of pride swelling within him. This is the fruit of my labor and Novus. Regardless of other countries, the pandemic has been decisively eradicated within Huagua. The following morning, walking through the familiar campus and observing the vibrant seniors, he relished the rare leisure time. Today he had 2 major classes, mathematics and physics, taught by 2 renowned professors, celebrated both domestically and internationally. During the first class, he intended to show respect to the instructors by refraining from using his smart assistant, allowing himself a moment of respite. Classmates, it's time for your favorite mathematics lesson. How was your winter break? Did you receive any red envelopes? More importantly, did you miss this old fellow? Professor Wang, a humorous and witty elder, declared. Here, I would like to commend one student. Who is Dongfang? Laughter erupted in the classroom as Dongfang raised his hand and stood up. He is indeed a handsome young man. Last semester, you achieved a perfect score of 100 in the mathematics exam, and I must commend you for that. The old man gave a thumbs up. Yet he inquired if you could share your study methods with everyone. Well, to be honest, I don't have any particular method. I just practice problems. He scratched the back of his head, his expression one of helplessness. Practicing problems is a method in itself, he remarked. All right, let us commence with the lesson on the integration of single variable functions. Forget it. I shall continue with my programmer's life. The morning class swiftly concluded. Someone tapped Dongfang on the shoulder. Wang Ming, what is up? Shall we go for lunch together? I've noticed you've been busy all semester. Either you don't return to the dormitory or you come back and immediately fall asleep. You probably don't even know all the brothers in our dormitory yet. This was one of Dongfang's roommates, someone he was relatively familiar with, a local from Xie. Sure, what shall we eat? It's on me. Let us invite Zhang Wei and Yang Xiao as well, the brothers from the same dorm. No need for you to say that, but I'll treat this time. Next time, it's your turn. The 2 friends walked out of the classroom, arms around each other's shoulders, at the large bowl fish restaurant in the snack street. After ordering and settling into their seats, Yang Xiao, the quintessential northeastern man, inquired, what year were you born? If one did not know he was a student, they might well mistake him for a middle-aged man, with a full beard and an anxious demeanor. I was born in September 2002. Ah, so you're the youngest. The eldest, Wang Ming, was born in 2001, Xiao in March, and I in June. Zhang Wei chuckled. He had a good appearance. Yet his smile betrayed an unexpectedly lewd character, incongruous with his looks. Why bother with the unnecessary? Meeting each other is fate. Come on, we have no classes this afternoon. After the waiter brought several bottles of beer, Yang Xiao filled each cup to the brim. Ah, the youth are so spirited. They downed their drinks in one go. And several began to eat with gusto. Have you all tried the intelligent assistant developed by Guohua Zhiguang? Indeed, it's quite impressive, Wang Ming replied. I can hardly do without it now. Don't be foolish. Come, let me show you my smart assistant. Zhang Wei quickly opened his phone, displaying a rather scantily clad figure on the screen. You rascal. Ha ha ha. Enough chatter. Let us have another round. He laughed, reveling in his own amusement. What a sensational effect. My software has become quite renowned. After 2 hours of drinking, the group stumbled back to the dormitory, collapsing onto their beds, with snores echoing throughout the room. What about the singing competition? Dongfang was at a loss. His constitution allowed him to drink this little without feeling a thing. With this meager amount, do you think you can keep up with me? His phone rang. Dong, the customized version for Huahua Company has been basically completed, but during the coding, we keep encountering a persistent bug that we cannot resolve. The voice of Zhang Hao came through. What seems to be the issue? There are occasional lags during the execution of the biometric recognition. We have checked it 3 times, but cannot find the error. Send it to my email. Let me take a look. After opening the file and swiftly perusing its contents, Dongfang promptly identified the issue at hand. This group, accustomed to the writing conventions of Blue Star, inadvertently applied their previous methods while engaging with the new Chinese language. During the review, they breezed through the text, making it entirely plausible that errors went unnoticed. After rectifying the mistakes and pointing them out in the group, he returned the revised document. Director Dong, splendid. It has perfectly met our expectations. Can it be delivered now? All right, you may liaise with Huaduo Company regarding the subsequent matters. The custom task has been accomplished. Now we await payment. The office of the RD department is located on the 10th floor of Huaduo Company headquarters. Director Liu, the Earth Ring Company has completed the customization, reported Secretary Song Chunying, who possessed long, lustrous black hair. Following the plan, they initiated the system update and convened a press conference. Lu Chong excitedly tapped the table, declaring that tomorrow's trending topic would undoubtedly be Huaduo Company. Chapter 14, Migration Sir. Nova calling. What is it? You haven't contacted me in quite some time. Dongfang was engaged in class. Typically, Nova would refrain from interrupting him during such moments. Sir, I bear good news. It turned out that the engineering robot dispatched by Nova had discovered a significant oil reserve near the spacecraft's crash site. Once refined, it could replenish energy for the starship. Sir, the foundational charging task has been completed, with an energy storage capacity of 56. All functions have been restored, and we are applying for the migration of the starship to the Pacific, coordinates XXX. Migration approved, but how do I return to the starship? Dongfang inquired further. The 34 has initiated the migration task and is currently stripping the nearby soil layers while self-assessing the extent of hull damage. Nova reported on the progress of the mission. Do not worry, I have left a starship shuttle for you. The internal shuttle, designed for facilitating human research within the planet, measures 25 meters in length and 6 meters at its widest point. It employs a gravity-reducing engine, generating no heat signature, and possesses visual cloaking capabilities with supersonic flight speed. Given Blue Star's current technological level, it is entirely invisible. Radar and reconnaissance satellites cannot detect it. Recalling the shuttle's specifications in his mind, Dongfang nodded. Where is the shuttle located? A red dot materialized in his consciousness, indicating a position that coincided with his own. Have we arrived? The 34 shuttle's follow function is floating above you. Should you require its use, it can materialize beneath your feet in 2 minutes. All self-check tasks are complete, with hull damage assessed at approximately 8. Repairs are underway, and migration to the destination is scheduled for 10 hours later. As Nova's image vanished, Dongfang resumed the remainder of his lessons, which were far from the university English being taught by the instructor. Instead, it was Professor Arthur who was elaborating on astrophysics, discussing white dwarfs, black holes, and wormholes, leaving him feeling overwhelmed with information. Today marked the first Friday of the new semester. After finishing their class on Dengluan, the students rushed out of the classroom. Zhang Wei leaned over Dongfang's desk, resting his chin on his hands. Fanger, any plans for this afternoon? Shall we head to the internet cafe for some League of Legends? It's been ages since I last played. No. I have decided to take the train back home this afternoon to visit my grandmother. You all enjoy yourselves. Next time, we shall meet at the train station square. As Dongfang waved goodbye for the 6th time, he noticed the taxi driver speeding past and casually waved his hand, aware that he would likely miss the taxi today. He needed a vehicle. The location of the high-tech industrial park lies between YA City and AS District. There is no public transport available, so he must take the express bus, first to AS, then switch to a bus, resulting in a journey that is 15 times longer, wasting precious time on the road. Bored, disembark, then bored again. After an hour and a half, Dongfang entered the office of the environmental company, only to find it deserted, as everyone had long since left for the day. Furthermore, he did not wish to disturb his grandmother at such a late hour. So he decided to spend the night in the office, for it was equipped with air conditioning and a comfortable sofa. At 2:00 a.m., a faint rustling sound came from the entrance of the company. At this hour, everyone had long engaged in deep discussions with the Sandman and would not hear such a subtle noise. However, Dongfang, having completed the injection of the first-tier gene serum, found his hearing remarkably enhanced. Even the faintest sounds resonated like drums in his ears. Were it not for the rigorous training he had undergone recently, sleep would have eluded him entirely. Thus, the sound of the door being quietly opened roused him from his slumber. Brooke, you are overly timid. It is Friday, and the staff have all left work. There is certainly no one inside, he chided. You know nothing. There is an old saying in Huagua. Caution is the mother of safety, replied the foreign man named Brooke, lowering his voice as he continued to unlock the door. In fact, the two had breached the security system of the management committee the previous morning and had been monitoring the environmental company, intending to sneak in at 2 a.m. after all the employees had departed. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Dongfang, who, with his Starship brand backpack, was undetectable by the security system. Dongfang quickly sat up, donned his outerwear, slipped on his shoes, and stealthily approached the door. With a click, the lock was disengaged, and the security door swung open. Two burly men, clad in night vision goggles and masks that revealed only their mouths, pushed the door aside. A foot appeared with lightning speed, striking Brooke squarely in the chest, sending the 19-meter-tall brute flying against the wall of the corridor, where he slowly slid down. The force of the blow was akin to a painting being struck. Brooke felt a wave of dizziness as the tremendous impact rendered his mind blank. Pain soon followed, and he quickly realized they were outmatched. The opponent's strength and speed could easily overpower both of them. In a state of alarm, Brooke swiftly rose and shouted, "Retreat!" The two men coordinated seamlessly, splitting up but remaining within close proximity. Initially, Dongfang paid little heed, believing that with his current strength, they could not possibly escape. Therefore, he neither shouted nor chose to alert anyone. As he pursued them, however, he sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to catch one, the other abruptly slowed down, producing various small objects from his person, throwing knives, shurikens, and an array of other weaponry. Initially, Dongfang paid little heed to the fragmented events. His attire was bulletproof. However, the individual named Brooke promptly discerned the uniqueness of his garments and launched a crossbow dart directly towards Dongfang's visage, compelling him to decelerate and evade. The two exchanged intelligence. Further aggravating Dongfang's ire, these two nuisances even indulged in idle conversation. As the trio pursued, upon exiting the gates of the compound, a beam of light illuminated the scene, revealing a black sedan parked at the roadside. Without hesitation, Brooke and his companion opened the car doors and entered. Dongfang, lagging by 5 meters, readied himself to sprint with all his might, intending to shatter the car window with a kick, when, unexpectedly, the window slid open. A dark gun barrel was aimed at Dongfang's head, and from the gunman's eyes, he sensed a chilling intent to kill. A frigid shiver coursed through him, causing his scalp to tighten and beads of sweat to erupt along his back. Instinctively halting, he lacked the certainty to evade the bullet. Just as Dongfang braced for gunfire, the sedan roared away, leaving only 2 crimson taillights to pierce the darkness. Dongfang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his legs trembling slightly. He realized that had he not halted, the gunman would have undoubtedly taken the risk to fire, as he emanated a dangerously threatening aura. 5 minutes later, his body regained its composure, yet his mind remained tumultuous. He had initially believed the intruders were mere thieves dispatched from a foreign company. However, the two masked figures and the subsequent appearance of firearms indicated that the situation was far from ordinary. They had come specifically for the Earthring Corporation, with a clear objective, exceptional skills, and thorough preparation, suggesting that their mission was neither spontaneous nor trivial. Who had sent them, and what was their true purpose? "Sir, have you encountered any issues during your rapid movement?" After recounting the earlier incident, Dongfang still felt a pang of anxiety. "Your security level should be elevated. After all, intelligent assistants now have users worldwide, and your company's account is nearing 200 million yuan. "Oh, is that so? Nova, have you arrived at your destination? Lower the shuttle for descent. I wish to return to the starship." Following such an ordeal, Dongfang found his fatigue dissipated. He ordered the deployment of a bionic robot to secure the company's premises. Cursing himself for the lapse in memory, he recalled that he had mentioned the shuttle. "Once I uncover your identities, I shall see to it that you face dire consequences. Let us wait and see." Chapter 15. Deep Sea Base. The shuttle hovered 80 meters above, as a circular metallic platform, 50 centimeters thick and approximately 1 meter in diameter, gradually descended. This was the anti-gravity lift carried by the shuttle. 2 steps emerged abruptly, and Dongfang ascended, as liquid metal enveloped his calves, causing the platform to swiftly retract. After smoothing his tousled hair, Dongfang settled into the pilot's seat, utilizing the coordinates provided by Nova to set his destination and activate the autopilot mode. The shuttle gradually accelerated, soaring into the horizon in the blink of an eye, and vanished without a trace. After pressing the viewing mode button, the cockpit was suddenly shrouded in darkness, as the silvery metallic chamber transformed into the sky, with stars appearing almost within reach and clouds swiftly trailing behind. How exhilarating! This reminded Dongfang of the summer at the age of 16, when he flew in an airplane. In comparison to today, it was simply incomparable. One could only gaze at the clouds through a small glass window, while now he felt as though he were piloting the somersault cloud of Sun Wukong. The sensation was akin to flying at breakneck speed, and indeed, he was already soaring. At a speed of 25 Mach, in merely 1 hour, he could find himself anywhere on Earth. Thus, 10 minutes later, Dongfang arrived at his destination, the Mariana Trench. After a few moments of anticipation, the true form of the starship unveiled itself before Dongfang's eyes for the first time. It was a behemoth, approximately 25 kilometers wide and undoubtedly exceeding 30 kilometers in length. How to describe it? It resembled an inverted cruise ship with a completely enclosed deck. Massive antimatter engines were positioned on either side of the hull and at the rear. Though they were not yet operational, only the anti-gravity engines were functioning, enabling such a colossal vessel to be lifted within the planet's atmosphere. The starship moved like a great whale, gently parting the waters, with an orange energy shield illuminating its path, causing torrents of seawater to cascade. creating a breathtaking spectacle that surpassed any waterfall on Blue Star. On the left side of the starship, a gigantic hatch opened, allowing a shuttle to descend onto the starship's landing pad. "Welcome back, Captain Nova," echoed in Dongfang's mind. "Please take the anti-gravity lift to the main control room of the bridge. We are preparing to dive." Taking his seat at the captain's command post, Dongfang issued his first order after the ship's systems were fully restored, reporting the current status of the vessel. Soon after, a somewhat monotone synthetic voice relayed the information. "All indicators of the starship are normal. Energy reserves at 51. The energy shield is activated. Antimatter engines are temporarily inactive. Anti-gravity engines are functioning normally. External pressure is approximately 13,000 Pa, which may reach 1.3 billion pascals at the destination. Transmission complete. Proceed with the planned descent." Given the changes in external pressure, the descent was expected to take 30 minutes. "Sir, shall we activate the real-time viewing mode? I believe you would appreciate the sights outside." "Activate it," he replied. At that moment, the newborn sun, resembling a fiery orb, leapt into view, instantly dividing the scene. One side ablaze with flames, the other frozen in ice. How beautiful! One could not help but marvel at the exquisite craftsmanship of nature. As the starship continued its descent, the mysteries of the uncharted deep sea began to unfold, revealing fish of considerable size, electric eels, and large octopuses departing from the protective energy shield's vicinity, while transparent jellyfish pulsated like little spirits frolicking in a forest. Giant whales opened their mouths, swallowing vast numbers of smaller fish. What a magnificent tableau! And Dongfang found himself immersed within it. The starship continued to descend, with the mechanical synthetic voice consistently providing updates on the ship's data. But the light gradually dimmed as they approached the depths of the Mariana Trench. This is a forbidden zone of life, descending over 11,000 meters deep, with a pressure exceeding 1,300 atmospheres, equating to 13 billion pascals. If a person were to appear here, they would be instantly crushed to the size of a mere paper sheet. No creature from the blue planet can survive in this realm until the arrival of Dongfang, the first of his kind. The bottom of the trench is remarkably flat, as all protrusions have been flattened by the immense pressure of the seawater. It is an ideal location for establishing a clandestine underwater base, Dongfang suddenly pondered. "Nova, can we construct a secret base here?" "Certainly. We can establish a forward base on planets with even harsher environments. This place is exceedingly simple." "But why?" "The starship possesses a comprehensive manufacturing system. Nova, you have already felt the painful lessons on the orbital planet. I cannot afford to repeat past mistakes. The Chinese idiom "a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows" is something you have yet to fully grasp." "Understood, sir. I am merely an intelligent brain. My wisdom pales in comparison to that of humanity. I cannot create, nor can I innovate, but I shall be your finest assistant." "Huh, I finally feel a sense of superiority with you," Dongfang replied with a chuckle, before turning serious. "The orders are as follows. Establish a mission for the construction of the underwater base. Execution level. First sequence. Execution standards. Replicate and back up all crucial technical data and manufacturing equipment that the starship carries. Establish large biological laboratories, physical science laboratories, military research facilities, a small living area, and a library. I want to ensure that 10,000 people can live freely in the base. That is all. Received, esteemed Captain. Your will shall be my guiding direction." The mission has been established, and energy collection has been adjusted to the second sequence, with energy maintained above 30. We will fully initiate the production of engineering intelligent robots, analyze the underwater mineral veins of the blue planet, and establish a metal smelting factory. At that moment, the starship's hatch opened, and over 10 all-terrain vehicles, resembling beetles, emerged, radiating an orange glow as they scattered in various directions. In the intelligent robot manufacturing workshop, sparks flew as mechanical arms moved with the grace of human hands, swiftly welding and assembling robots that gleamed with metallic luster. Suddenly, a large vat of molten metal was poured over a skull glowing with red light, solidifying and transforming until it bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, even sporting distinct strands of hair, blown by the rush of air from the swiftly moving metallic arms. The atmosphere was filled with fervor. "Nova, have there been any updates on those 2 individuals who appeared at the orbital company last night? During your travel to the trench, I have gathered relevant information. The 2 humans who appeared last night are citizens of the Blue Planet's flag nation. They entered 3 days ago. One is tall and named Jarvis, while the other is short and named Jack. Their purpose for entry was tourism, accompanied by 3 others, 3 men and 2 women, who serve the Lockheed Martin Company. However, I heard them mention the name Brooke during their conversation, which contradicts the displayed data. These individuals pose a significant threat. I want you to continue monitoring them. I am eager to see who dares to approach me." "Understood. I will maintain continuous surveillance. Prepare the shuttle. I must return to the company first." "Sir, would you like to have breakfast first?" The sound of footsteps gradually receded. Chapter 16. The engine of all things, the shuttle suddenly burst forth from the ocean's surface, enveloped by the mist generated by its energy shield, which quickly dissipated behind it, reminiscent of the sea exhaling a puff of smoke. Oh, this is a work of science fiction. Please refrain from jesting. 20 minutes later, Dongfang returned to the Earth Ring Company. By this time, the sun had already risen high in the sky, but due to it being the weekend, the high-tech park was rather desolate, with only a few individuals who had worked late meandering out of the main entrance, looking disheveled. AS was a small county, and Zhang Hao, after finishing work each day, would take a stroll around. In just 5 days, he had explored the entire county. Moreover, the house he rented had yet to be connected to the internet, prompting him to arrive at the company early. Skillfully opening the door, he launched into the latest web novel adaptation, taking a bite of a steamed bun and sipping some soy milk, feeling quite at ease. Soon, he became engrossed in the realm of cultivation. Zhang Hao, what brings you to the company? No internet at home, and the company has a gigabit broadband. What do you think? He had not lifted his head, engrossed in slaying monsters and leveling up. The familiar voice caught his attention, and he turned to see Dong. Why are you here? Oh, I received a call yesterday stating that the district secretary wished to meet with me. Since it wasn't time yet, I decided to return to the company for a look. Look at you. No need to mind me, he said, noticing the blanket on the sofa that the careless Zhang Hao had failed to notice. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the company once more. In truth, he had not deceived Zhang Hao. 10 minutes prior, Dongfang had received a call from the Park Management Committee, indicating that the newly appointed district secretary wished to meet him. Considering the future growth of the company, he realized he would inevitably need to engage with this individual, so he agreed to the meeting. However, he had been so preoccupied with his pursuits that he had forgotten to bring his backpack, hence his return to the company. Upon entering the committee building, this was Dongfang's second visit. His first had been to rent an office, and the second was to meet the district secretary, with the circumstances being vastly different. There were staff members waiting. May I ask if you are Mr. Dongfang? Yes, I am. And you are? Hello, I am Lu Zhe from the district secretary's office. I was informed of your arrival. The secretary asked me to greet you. They shook hands. Oh, has Secretary Zhao arrived? Yes, he is already here. Please follow me. Secretary, Mr. Dongfang has arrived. In the small meeting room of the committee, Dongfang encountered Zhao Jinyu, the newly appointed secretary of the AS district, who had been in office for less than 3 months. The room contained 8 or 9 individuals, apart from the district secretary, all of whom Dongfang did not recognize. He chose a seat towards the back and sat down. Barely settled, Zhao Jinyu began. Greetings, I am Zhao Jinyu. The purpose of gathering you all today is to understand the operational status of your respective enterprises and to address any challenges you may be facing. Dongfang then realized that the attendees were all the heads of various enterprises. He felt a bit awkward, having thought he was the sole invitee. However, he was puzzled as Zhao Jinyu had glanced at him several times, and even when others spoke, when it was Dongfang's turn to address the group, he expressed that he faced no difficulties. The meeting concluded in a short time, just as Dongfang was preparing to leave. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. It was the staff member who had greeted him at the door. Indeed, it was not so straightforward. However, he was a person of modest demeanor, so he smiled warmly. Hello, Dongfang, Mr. Dong. I have long admired your reputation. Collaborating with the Huaduo company in our small locality is indeed a rare opportunity. The two sat down once more. Secretary Zhao, you are from the capital, aren't you? Dongfang discerned his accent. Ah, is it that obvious? Yes, my family hails from Beijing. Zhao Jinyu chuckled heartily. You have stayed to speak with me because... Oh, the focus of this year's work for the district committee, district government, and management committee is to support high-tech enterprises. I happen to have time today to discuss matters with everyone. Your Earth and Environment Company is a star enterprise in our park, so I am particularly eager to converse with you. Have you encountered any difficulties? Speak freely. I will assist as much as I can. Thank you for your concern, Secretary. Our company currently faces no significant challenges. Please, do not hesitate. Is there truly nothing I can assist you with? Indeed, Secretary, Dongfang affirmed, handing over a slip of paper. This is my number. Feel free to contact me should any difficulties arise. Upon exiting the office building, Dongfang felt quite pleased. He understood that Zhao Jinyu meant no harm. He simply required impressive results. He needed personal support, and thus, the meeting had yielded the desired outcome, securing the secretary's private number and laying a foundation for future collaboration. Ignoring Zhang Hao, who was laughing carefreely at his computer, Dongfang opened his own laptop. The game engine project he had planned some time ago had yet to be implemented due to various matters. He decided it was time to initiate it. However, developing a game engine was not akin to creating a smart assistant alone. The risks were too great, and it was essential to cultivate the team. He aimed to set things in motion and pursue other plans. He named the new game engine Wanxiang Game Engine, symbolizing its applicability across platforms such as PC and mobile devices. After segmenting the engine's functionalities into rendering, collision detection, audio effects, scripting, network engine, and scene management modules, he summoned Zhang Hao to his desk. Next, we will develop the game engine. I shall oversee the core code while you will take charge of project organization and coordination. Given our limited manpower, we need to continue recruiting talent, and you will be fully responsible for these tasks. Understood, boss. I was just pondering what to do after we completed the custom task for Huaduo Company. I appreciate your hard work. The rewards you deserve will not be lacking. Xie Jing reported via email yesterday on the recent financial situation. After the initial receipt of 20 million, an additional 18 million had been received over the past few days, bringing the total funds close to 40 million, with no significant expenditures. Therefore, Dongfang planned to allocate 1 million as a reward for the employees. Boss. Xie Jing's voice came through the phone. Comrades, your recent efforts have not gone unnoticed. A reward of 100,000 has been allocated, distributed according to rank. Dongfang has made 3 calls, meticulously arranging the recruitment of personnel and the inauguration of our new office. Zhang Hao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed that after merely a week of work, he could receive over 60,000 in rewards. This company is indeed a fortuitous choice. Since you are free, let us embark on the new project. As commanded, boss. The clock on the wall ticked away the hours, and before long, several hours had passed unnoticed. The core code had been entirely composed, while Zhang Hao diligently worked on the preliminary scripting of the modules. Zhang Hao, it's time for lunch. Chapter 17. A pair of vehicles. The two awaited at the gate of the park for a full half hour, yet the boss remained elusive. Boss, the company needs a vehicle. This place is far too remote, Zhang Hao lamented. Indeed, traveling here is quite inconvenient. One wastes so much time waiting for a bus. Alright, let us visit the dealership this afternoon. After a simple lunch, the two arrived at the entrance of the Southern Auto City. Can you drive? We shouldn't purchase a car if we still have to walk back, Dongfang inquired. I'm well versed in driving, don't worry, Zhang Hao assured him. Indeed, this young man was quite knowledgeable about various car brands. What vehicle should we consider? Dongfang, lacking expertise in automobiles, only recognized a few logos. Given the size of our company, let us opt for a business vehicle, Zhang Hao suggested as they headed towards the Three Shield brand. Upon entering the dealership, the two young men found themselves completely ignored. The staff presumed that young people like them could hardly afford a car. A young woman approached them. Gentlemen, what type of vehicle are you interested in? Having just started her career, she was shy and had not sold a single car in 3 months. Recently reprimanded by her manager, her eyes slightly red. Look at them. Can they even afford a car? Some salespeople whispered among themselves, mocking the pair. Indeed, our sales figures are dismal this month. Desperation is driving anyone to approach potential buyers. Dongfang overheard these condescending remarks, feeling the sting of their judgments. He addressed the saleswoman directly. We are interested in a business vehicle. Could you provide some guidance? I am not well acquainted with the options. Certainly, sir. Our best-selling model is the GL8, a 7-seater with ample space and robust power, she explained. Listening intently, Dongfang made up his mind. Very well. Let us start with 2 units. Are they in stock? Yes, we do have them available. Are you sure you wish to purchase 2? The saleswoman was taken aback. Happiness arriving so swiftly. Would you like to consider other options? Let us also take a look at the SUVs, Dongfang replied as they moved towards the SUV section. He was impressed by the luxurious interior and sleek design. Let us acquire 4 SUVs. It would be convenient for each of you responsible personnel to have one for commuting. He remarked to Zhang Hao. Are you truly certain? She asked, surprised. This is our boss, immensely wealthy. Please prepare the contract promptly. Zhang Hao could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Of course, no problem. Behind Mr. Dongfang and Zhang Hao, a hand emerged, catching the card that Dongfang had extended. Please, swipe here. This was indeed one of the women who had just mocked him, heavily made up, her uniform styled as if she were heading to a nightclub. Before the team leader could finish her words, Dongfang followed suit, biting her lip in resignation as she lowered her raised hand. It was quite unfair. This was the second time it had happened, yet she found herself powerless. Seated in the reception area, Dongfang meticulously reviewed the contract in hand, then lifted her gaze to scrutinize the woman's name tag. Noticing that the name in the handler section matched that on the tag, Dongfang felt a tinge of displeasure. Who are you? Call that girl from earlier. I want to sign the contract with her. Sir, I can sign with you just the same. She knows nothing. The woman interjected. Get out of here. Whoever received me is who I will sign with. Do I even know you? Dongfang waved her off impatiently, not bothering to lift her eyes to the condescending individual who dared to think she could gain favor. The woman, sensing the situation, stomped her foot in frustration and reluctantly turned to fetch someone else. Guided by the innocent-looking girl, Dongfang swiftly completed all necessary procedures, with a total expenditure of 1.7 million. Although Dongfang could drive, he did not possess a license, so the two of them made do with a single car for their departure. Thank you, Mr. Dongfang. If it weren't for you, I would have been at a loss today, the girl said excitedly. This month, I might earn at least 30,000. Speaking of the unspoken rules everyone talks about, she added, blushing, how about we add each other on WeChat? I'd love to treat you to dinner tonight as a token of my gratitude. This is what you deserve. No need for that. By the way, remember to have the remaining vehicles sent to the parking lot in the park. Dongfang's style was to stand up against injustice. You've earned my money. Yet you wish to covet my body? Dream on, he mused to himself. The Buick SUV parked steadily beneath his grandmother's building. He alighted, ascended the stairs, and found his grandmother absent, likely off dancing in the square. It was the perfect opportunity for a nap, as he had hardly slept the previous night. Ding! A message arrived. Fanger, are you at school? Brother, I'm back. It was his childhood friend, Gao Yuan, a scholarly type, for years his senior, pursuing a graduate degree at a university in Germany. No, I'm at my grandmother's. Brother, let us get together. At the barbecue restaurant on Fumin Street. The table was laden with beer. After each had downed a bottle, the two began to converse freely. Gao Yuan was on the verge of graduation, and in recent years, the allure of studying abroad had waned. Small companies were unimpressive, and large firms were indifferent, creating an atmosphere of being high yet not quite achieving. Brother, what major did you study in university? Business management. Do you have confidence in managing a company? Dongfang needed someone just like him, someone familiar, capable, and available to manage a company. Gao Yuan pondered for a moment, raising his glass to clink with Dongfang's. After downing the drink, he finally spoke. Yes. But whose company would I manage? Haha, mine. Ever heard of Earth Environment Technology Company, Limited? Intelligent smartphone assistant. No way. Fanger, you can't be deceiving your brother, can you? A company this impressive is yours. Is there any doubt? We can check the business license at the office shortly. That's not what I meant. Gao Yuan playfully punched Dongfang. I just couldn't believe it. I'm done, brother. I finished it. You mustn't give it to anyone else. Brother, do you remember that time? We sneaked into the Agricultural Research Institute to steal mulberries, only to be caught by the gatekeeper, an elderly man from the Hui community, who threatened us with a shovel. How could you forget? You were too small to climb the wall, and it was I who hoisted you up on my shoulders. You were so frightened that you wet my head, and I still recall that pungent odor. Then there was that time we went fishing in the river, and our shoes were swept away by the water, leaving us with only one shoe each to return home. My father nearly skinned me alive, accusing me of leading you to the river. Indeed, had it not been for my unwavering protection of you since childhood, resembling that of an elder brother, assisting you in times of peril and playing together, how could Dongfang ever entrust the management of his company to you? As the night progressed, even Dongfang became somewhat inebriated, and the two of us, amidst laughter and uproar, severely disturbed the other patrons at the restaurant. After repeated warnings yielded no results, we were eventually ejected. We returned home, and the night passed in silence. The following morning, while still ensconced in slumber, Dongfang was roused by Nova's call. Sir, we have made a new discovery. Groggily opening his eyes, he muttered, What is it, Nova? It's early, let me sleep a little longer. I was quite intoxicated yesterday. The task you assigned has yielded new findings. What? Has the base been completed? Not quite. The base requires over 336 more hours to be finished. Do we have news about those two Russians? Dongfang's mind sharpened instantly. Chapter 18, Task Code, Fireworks. Yes, sir. These individuals are extremely vigilant. Upon your discovery, they returned to Flag Country overnight. However, they did not anticipate that the bionic robot number 3 closely followed them into Area 51. Unfortunately, due to the robot's current limitations in evading infrared and thermal detection methods, it has yet to breach the core area. However, it is confirmed that they are special personnel dispatched by the military of Flag Country, with the intent to steal the intelligent assistant. No. 3 has preliminarily mapped the interior of Area 51. Very well, they have dared to challenge me. Nova, deploy shuttle number 25, equipped with a portable bionic robot. We shall rendezvous above Area 51. Dongfang gritted his teeth. Bring an annihilation projectile. We depart in half an hour. Under the cover of night, Dongfang ascended to the rooftop of his grandmother's house and boarded the shuttle. In just 2.5 hours, he hovered above Area 51. 5 silver shuttles silently floated, revealing their menacing metallic sheen. It was now 10:05 p.m. In 1 hour and 55 minutes, the operation would commence, codenamed Fireworks. The combat tasks were delineated. Understood, sir. The layout of Area 51 has been transmitted to the bionic robot for storage, and a preliminary infiltration plan has been devised. Team 1 will enter via the elevator. Team 2 will utilize the vehicle passage. Team 3 will access through the helicopter landing platform. Team 4 will infiltrate through the underground ventilation system. Team 5 will join Team 4 to reach the base control center, from where Nova will guide them to the server storage area. Physical isolation. Even without Nova's connection, the backend cannot be controlled. All teams must wait until Nova has taken control of the base's control system before proceeding. Understood. Dongfang continuously contemplated the entire operational plan, ensuring that not a single detail was overlooked, for this was a secret base of the world's foremost superpower, demanding absolute precision. At 11:50, each team checked their equipment, preparing to set off fireworks. Voices from various teams resonated in the silent earpieces. Soon, 21 pairs of footprints appeared on the sandy ground above Area 51, swiftly diverging in 4 directions, only to be dispersed by a small reconnaissance drone, returning the area to its original state. Dongfang crouched before the door of the wooden lift house. The energy shield, explosive energy guns, high-frequency pulse swords, and the power systems were all fully operational. With the mechanical components functioning normally, and the data link confirmed the main control computer of the mecha was online. 5 minutes passed, then 10, yet silence prevailed. Just as Dongfang's mind wandered, Nova's voice announced that the base's security system had been taken over, and entry was permitted. Subsequently, the seemingly rickety wooden house automatically opened its door, revealing the lift inside. As the lift doors opened, the exterior was deserted, perhaps a result of years of global dominance. The military had grown increasingly arrogant, leaving the base entrance unattended. The first team departed, tasked with neutralizing the base's patrol personnel. Dongfang leisurely made his way to the main control center. As progress reports echoed through his earpiece, the second and third teams had reached their designated positions, with all vehicle and aircraft power systems disabled, entering the second phase of the patrol mission. The first team had captured the target, Brook. Excellent. Proceed with the patrol mission. Captain, the fifth team reports they have located the large server within the base, which stores a vast array of military technology. Maintain alert status. Standing before rows of servers. Dongfang felt a surge of joy. All technical documentation for the F-22, F-35, F-119 engines, 5-axis CNC machine tools, chip technology, and more, all that Huawei desired yet could not attain, were right before him. He planned to copy everything and return it to the nation. Just as he was about to complete the copying process, the base suddenly erupted with alarm bells. The server room flickered with alternating red lights. What was happening? The base commander, Fast Gerard, jolted awake from his slumber, still somewhat disoriented, unable to fathom that an invasion was occurring in this secret base of the world's leading superpower. Yet the blaring alarm shattered his grogginess, compelling him to hastily dress and inquire through the communicator on his desk. What is happening? No response. Security post? Duty room? No replies were forthcoming. Only the crackling sound of static echoed in the bedroom. He flung open the bedroom door, seething with anger, determined to confront the culprits. However, as he stepped outside, he was met with a large pool of dark red, slick blood on the floor, nearly causing him to slip. Fast Gerard's pupils constricted sharply. His face, once flushed with anger, turned ashen in an instant. Awakening with a jolt, he let out a cry and stumbled towards the office. Seizing the secure telephone with its dedicated line. This time, it was not met with silence. He successfully reached the Department of Defense. The Pentagon had dispatched F-22s and Black Hawk helicopters, racing from the nearest base. Heart pounding violently. He shakily closed the office door behind him and sank slowly into his chair, too afraid to venture out again. Before a contingent of soldiers could block the route, Dongfang completed the copying of all pertinent documents. Following the original evacuation plan, he activated the environmental simulation system, maintaining radio silence at Point B, grasping his explosive energy weapon. Dongfang quietly opened the door and stepped outside, only to be confronted by a squad of American soldiers. With weapons drawn, they unsheathed 2 pulse daggers. In an instant, Dongfang charged forward, followed closely by 5 bionic robots. Before the soldiers could utter the word attack, Dongfang and the robots materialized behind them. A torrent of blood erupted, staining the corridors, sealing crimson. No soldier could impede their advance, not even for a fleeting second, as Dongfang, aided by the mechs, moved with a speed surpassing human reflexes, let alone the bionic robots equipped with fusion hearts. Under Nova's precise command, they emerged from the ventilation system's exit within 30 minutes, while the soldiers remained disoriented, flailing about the base like headless flies. The anti-gravity elevator landed beside him, and Dongfang waved elegantly, returning to Shuttle 1. Nova, prepare to launch the fireworks. As you wish, sir. 10 minutes later, above the storage site of the Area 51 servers, a massive burst of Earth erupted, followed by the appearance of a colossal crater, sending fireworks soaring into the sky before cascading back down. These fireworks were spectacular, indeed, a fitting celebration for the company's inauguration. As he switched off the live feed from the drone, the shuttle swiftly vanished into the night. Chapter 19. That man just moments ago, the dashing Dongfang, after the shuttle accelerated, found himself overwhelmingly nauseous. This is perfectly normal. Who wouldn't feel queasy the first time encountering a kaleidoscope of colors? However, the shuttle's energy reserves were robust, and diligent cleaning robots scurried about, tidying up various debris while emitting a pleasant air freshener aroma. As the excitement faded, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. With Dongfang drifting into a deep slumber, the 2 front seats folded together, transforming into a comfortable bed. The operation had been fraught with danger, yet the fireworks display marked its formal conclusion. Trending news. 1. Area 51 secret base infiltrated by an unidentified force. The extent of damages remains incalculable, with at least 500 injured. 2. What secrets lie within Area 51 that warrant such an incursion by unknown entities? 3. Join us for an in-depth exploration of Area 51 to unveil its mysterious veil. The next morning, Dongfang appeared invigorated in the park, engrossed in today's headlines while savoring a freshly purchased bun. Although due to unforeseen circumstances, I was unable to bring back the 2 Russians last night. Such a significant loss should surely cause the imperialists to feel some pain. Did you not hear the spokesperson for the White Castle declare that this marks the first military incident on the homeland of the flag state since the Pearl Harbor incident? It is intolerable and unforgivable, should they be found. Meanwhile, the Eastern nation held a press conference. We strongly condemn this irresponsible act, which has a profound impact on world peace, and we extend our heartfelt condolences to the victims. We have always been committed to global harmony, so do not lash out like a rabid dog. The Russians stated, we believe this was a well-organized and disciplined act of terrorism. Everyone must unite to combat terrorism. The imperialists echoed in agreement, while the Easterners proclaimed, rise up, brothers, and strike against terrorism. However, none of this pertains to him anymore. Having reviewed the reactions from various countries, the Eastern representative arrived at the office building. Gao Yuan stood at the entrance. Brother, so early. Haha, it's my first day at work, a bit excited. I didn't sleep well last night, Gao Yuan admitted with a hint of embarrassment. Perfect timing. Let us go meet the management. I informed them yesterday. They should be waiting for us now. Ascending the stairs, they indeed found 4 individuals already present. Zhang Hao animatedly recounted his recent car purchase, while the others eagerly inquired about the delivery. When will the car arrive? Dongfang clapped his hands, smiling at Zhang Chong. Don't rush, it will arrive today. Everyone, come over and meet our new general manager. Once they were seated, he continued, this is our new general manager, just returned from overseas, a true sea turtle and a high-level talent. Let us give a warm welcome. The group applauded, with Zhang Hao the most exuberant, clapping vigorously with a wide grin. Dongfang found his joy amusing. Boss, you're often absent, leaving us directionless. Now that General Manager Gao is here, we can directly approach him with our concerns, which is certainly a reason to rejoice. Zhang Chong and the others considered this and nodded in agreement. Haha, it seems my position as your boss has been a burden. Not at all. Zhang Hao shook his head vigorously. How could it be? Boss, you are our guiding light. Laughter filled the air, creating a harmonious atmosphere, especially with the lively presence of Zhang Hao. All right, let us all get back to our tasks. Dongfang gestured dismissively. He briefed them on the company's recent business. And as it was mealtime, the Fourth Sun's shop had just delivered the car to the park. The group joyfully drove off, relishing the novelty of their first vehicle. At this moment, the highest military command of the capital was convening an emergency meeting, the room densely packed with attendees. In fact, the meeting had already lasted for 3 hours. A high-definition satellite image of the fireworks caused by Dongfang, resulting in a massive crater, was being projected. The head of the command department was analyzing the relevant intelligence. From the photographs, this does not resemble the results produced by any known conventional weapons. Look at the crater. Let us temporarily refer to it as such. The outer rim is remarkably smooth, with only a small amount of soil ejected due to pressure changes. The original crater resembles a hole poked into the sandy earth with a wooden stick. Where has the remaining sand gone? Has it been obliterated? I find it utterly inconceivable. This represents a new type of weapon far beyond our current technological capabilities. Has Area 51 truly acquired knowledge from extraterrestrial civilizations, leading to a mishap that triggered a self-destruction protocol? The attending senior military commanders expressed their opinions in unison. As of now, we cannot draw any conclusions. Intelligence personnel and reconnaissance satellites will continue their operations as planned, while the diplomatic department seeks to negotiate in hopes of uncovering some information. Let us conclude today's meeting here, the host remarked in summary. We are mere laymen. Let the experts handle the technical matters. The meeting is adjourned. An urgent meeting was simultaneously convened at the Flag Country's 5-star building. You incompetent fools. The Defense Department squanders hundreds of billions on military expenditures each year, yet you find yourselves utterly inept. No useful information has emerged. Not even the elite trained for special operations can manage to fire a weapon. What purpose do you serve? Damn you all. Minister, upon analyzing the intelligence, it may be the case that these unidentified entities are not even human. They left no traces behind. Indeed, Minister, we have scoured every corner of the base and found no signs of hair or skin flakes. We cannot ascertain their humanity. They might be extraterrestrial. Enough with your analysis. You disgraceful expenditure of taxpayer money. Find something, even if you must dig to the depths of the earth. With the minister's furious outburst, the meeting was abruptly terminated. Countless American soldiers scoured the base inch by inch, desperately searching for any evidence. As Dongfang passed by the soldiers, he left a footprint on the metallic floor of the corridor, featuring a regular anti-slip pattern, 1 centimeter deep, size 46, the dimensions of his foot clad in mechanized armor. With no further discoveries made, the intelligence department ultimately concluded, Human, male, standing at 2 meters tall, possessing extraordinary strength and remarkable speed. Who was this man? In the aftermath of Area 51, he became an indelible pain in the hearts of all military officials in Flag Country. He could kill a man within 10 steps, leaving no trace across 1,000 miles. He became the legendary figure. Chapter 20. Unattended days passed, and the fervor surrounding the incident gradually waned. Nations around the world bickered without reaching any conclusions, leading to a hasty resolution as everyone returned home. On the morning of March 20th, the sun shone brightly, and the earth warmed. Outside the headquarters of Earthring Technology, Gao Yuan busily directed the workers, arranging the packed boxes onto hand trucks, while attentively advising, "Be careful, gentlemen. The machinery inside is quite expensive. You need not worry. We've handled far pricier items before. There will be no issues." That's reassuring, indeed. With that, he discreetly slipped a pack of cigarettes into the pockets of the movers. As the saying goes, no one resents courtesy, and the workers grinned widely, becoming even more cautious in their tasks, albeit without losing any momentum, and perhaps even quickening their pace. The efficiency of the work has significantly improved, leading to a natural increase in speed. Within just 1 hour, all the furniture and equipment were transported to the newly renovated office. When Dongfang arrived, all 13 members of the company were present, busy arranging the newly purchased and relocated furniture and equipment. Upon seeing his boss, Zhang Hao immediately dropped the towel in his hand and hurried over to Dongfang, beaming with a broad smile that revealed his 8 teeth. Although Zhang Hao was quite handsome, there was an inexplicable sense of lewdness about him, perhaps due to that very smile. Dongfang shook his head, dismissing it as an illusion. Knowing that they were moving today, he had come to lend a hand and assist with the recruitment matters. "We were just waiting for your arrival. Otherwise, how could we mere workers make decisions?" Zhang Hao's flattery was evident, yet Dongfang felt a peculiar satisfaction, dismissing it as mere delusion as he shook his head again. What was with his boss today? So fidgety and restless. Zhang Hao felt a strange bewilderment. "Let us cut to the chase and check out my office," Dongfang said, both amused and exasperated. Gao Yuan, who had just finished his tasks, pulled Dongfang aside. Come. Let us see your office. It's right next to mine, and it's all set up." As he pushed open the door, the office revealed itself to be quite spacious, approximately 40 square meters, boasting large floor-to-ceiling windows, an expansive desk, a comfortable chair, a reception area, a sofa, a liquor cabinet, and a bookshelf, all impeccably polished and spotless. It truly exuded an air of authority. "Zhang Hao, you go about your business. I'll chat with Gao Yuan for a bit." Once Zhang Hao had exited, Gao Yuan poured 2 cups of coffee for himself and Dongfang before speaking. "Fenger, my brother has been feeling quite pressured lately." "Do tell," Dongfang replied, taking a sip of the coffee, which was exceedingly bitter. He was not fond of it. "Fenger, Zhang Hao and his team have truly done an excellent job, working overtime to complete the game engine's development, surpassing the performance of all competing products on the market. However, despite the project being finished, I am unable to sell it. I had anticipated that with such an impressive intelligent assistant, once the engine was ready, game companies would be clamoring to collaborate with us. After we announced the news on our official website, I eagerly awaited responses. The first day and the second day passed without a word, which I could tolerate, thinking these companies were formulating negotiation strategies. Yet, here we are, 2 weeks later, and still no inquiries. My anxiety is escalating, and I must maintain a facade of confidence in front of the team. What should I do? Have you reached out to any relevant companies? Dongfang switched to a cup of green tea and returned to his desk. Of course, I've contacted numerous companies, including Jin Company, EE Company, and Goose Factory, but they remain skeptical about our capabilities. He practically worn our mouths out. All they say is, "We have received your email. Please be patient while we convey this to our leadership." It's infuriating. If it weren't for this move, I would have already planned a business trip to Shenzhen. Don't fret. I have some time available. Let us take a trip to Chongqing tomorrow. Good wine fears no dark alley. It's time to make our voices heard. Let us do it. I'll go book the tickets. In the vibrant metropolis of Shanghai, 2 impeccably dressed young men gazed confidently at the towering skyscraper before them. In a brief moment, they found themselves back at street level, exuding a sense of determination despite their apparent lack of insight and sophistication. "Brother, let us proceed to the gaming company," one of them remarked, doubt creeping into his voice. "What if we take a break and resume our efforts tomorrow?" Yet, the other, filled with resolve, countered, "No, we must maintain our momentum. To falter now would lead to inevitable decline." As anticipated, they were once again met with rejection. It was understandable, given that a small company, having achieved modest success with mobile applications, boldly claimed to have developed a groundbreaking game engine. Who would believe such a proclamation? Most companies had their schedules fully booked. The initiation and development of a game could not be altered in a mere day or two. That evening, the two sat despondently at a barbecue stall. "What shall we do now? We have exhausted every potential company," one lamented. The other savored a mouthful of juicy, sizzling meat, exclaiming, This is quite delightful. The first, lost in thought, held a skewer of grilled meat while contemplating their situation. Nova, he pondered aloud. What if we sought out smaller, highly regarded companies within the industry? Sir, I have already conducted a preliminary search. Currently, there are 170 registered gaming companies and studios in Huagua. After excluding the 265 that are performing well, we are left with 905 that are struggling to make ends meet. Furthermore, if we eliminate those lacking innovation and merely imitating others, there are still 56 companies worthy of our attention. Come, eat before it cools, urged the first. What did you say? I was deep in thought, the other replied. I said, eat quickly, and I will reach out to classmates and friends to see if they have any connections. No need for that. I have a plan. Let us approach smaller companies. I refuse to believe that our remarkable engine will go unrecognized. With that, they resumed their meal. The fragrant tendrils of smoke wafting through the air, mingling with the enticing aroma of grilled meat. The bustling scene around them, a lively restaurant owner darting about, inebriated professionals, and hardworking laborers, painted a vivid tableau of life that rekindled a sense of vigor within them. At the Little Raindrop Game Studio, the atmosphere buzzed with energy. Artists, programmers, and even the owner, Sun Jimu, were engrossed in their gaming projects. This fervor stemmed from a year prior when the freshly graduated Sun Jimu, fueled by his passion for gaming, established the studio. The inception of Little Raindrop Studio was remarkably smooth. Within just 2 months, they launched their first project, an online game titled Demon Slayer, which garnered positive feedback and success in the market. Consequently, the studio expanded rapidly, evolving from a handful of like-minded peers to a small enterprise boasting over 60 employees. However, the harsh realities of commercial competition soon beset Sun Jimu. Having invested all profits back into the company's growth, he faced personal betrayals and the disintegration of friendships. With funding sources dwindling and key creatives departing, the game project was already underway and initial investments were secured. Yet, he remained steadfast in his resolve to pursue his dreams, unwilling to abandon the vision he had nurtured. Having invested all his wealth into a new project, he faces a pivotal moment of success or failure. Thus, on the eve of the game's launch, unable to delegate the testing of the game, he joined his colleagues to play the newly developed game, Journey to the West. Chapter 21. To sell or not to sell? Early on the third day, while brushing his teeth, Dongfang received a call from Zhang Wei. Where have you been? You've skipped class for several days, and the instructor is searching high and low for you. What have you been up to? You haven't even returned to school. I had some business in Shunsheng and forgot to request leave. Dongfang finally managed to articulate after rinsing his mouth. Fanger, we must set off. We are approaching the scheduled time. Gao Yuan's voice resonated from the doorway. No time to chat. Please excuse me for just one day. I'll return tomorrow. Without waiting for Zhang Wei's response, Dongfang hung up and stepped outside. It must be said, Shunsheng is immense. By the time they arrived at the Zayudi studio, they were already 10 minutes late. Sun Jimu had initially intended to step out to see if anyone might invest in the company, but after a moment's thought, he decided to return to his office and wait, thinking it best to give them a fair shot. A series of knocks echoed through the office. Dongfang and Gao Yuan entered. Apologies, Mr. Sun. The city is vast, and we are unfamiliar with the route, which caused our delay. Quite understandable. You must be Mr. Dongfang? Sun Jimu, having recognized Dongfang from their phone conversation the day prior, extended his hand towards Gao Yuan. This is our esteemed Dongfang, Gao Yuan. He gestured, yielding his position. Sun Jimu was well-versed in the art of persuasion, his skills honed through years of experience. He swiftly grasped Dongfang's hand in greeting. Greetings, Mr. Sunday. Once settled, Dongfang initiated the dialogue. Mr. Sun, with your new game Journey to the West recently launched, do you have plans for another project? Indeed. Of course we do. Are you two considering investing in our new game? Sun Jimu immediately shifted into investment mode upon hearing of a new project. You misunderstand. We are interested in your newly developed game engine and wish to know if you are inclined to discuss its sale, Gao Yuan interjected, a hint of urgency in his voice. Sun Jimu's demeanor altered immediately. Reclining in his chair, he instructed his secretary, Xiaozhong, no need to rush with the tea. This will be a brief conversation. He then turned back to Dongfang. To be candid, if you are here to invest, I would wholeheartedly welcome you. However, if you seek to purchase the engine, I must regretfully decline, as we already possess one. Shall we meet again? With that, he stood, signaling the end of their meeting. Do not be hasty, Mr. Sunday. Since we are here, we ought to delve into your company's situation. Are you open to selling the company? Dongfang remained seated, showing no inclination to rise. The suggestion of selling the company left Sun Jimu in silence, grappling with the notion. His initial enthusiasm had propelled him thus far. But how much further could he rely solely on passion? Yet, what of the original dream? Could the lofty ambition of becoming the premier company in Huagua still be realized? Take your time to contemplate. We have the leisure. Dongfang settled into a comfortable position, reclining on the sofa. After a prolonged silence weighed with anticipation, a voice emerged, slightly hoarse. How do you intend to proceed with the acquisition? He wished to hear the Eastern proposal before making a decision. I will invest 10 million to acquire 95 of the studio's shares, while you will continue to manage it. Eastern straightened in his seat. This time, Sun Jimu did not deliberate for long. It would alleviate the financial pressure, at least sparing him from homelessness, and he could continue pursuing his beloved career. Will you not concern yourself with the company's business direction? Am I to devise the project plan? I mean, after the acquisition is finalized, I will, of course, seek your approval. Certainly. Then I agree. Opportunities like this are rare. It's akin to a pie falling from the sky. Where else could one find such a benefactor willing to invest in gaming? If funds become ample, we can always establish another company. It's not as if we have never done so before. When shall we sign the contract and transfer the funds? Fong'er, why did you not mention wanting to buy the company before? This sudden grand gesture has left me somewhat bewildered, Gao Yuan remarked as Sun Jimu stepped out to prepare the contract. He was genuinely perplexed. They had come not to sell engines, but to purchase a company. Yuan Ge, in recent days, how many companies have we visited? At least 90, yet none have acknowledged us. Since we lack recognition, why not consider a different approach and start our own? But we have no experience in game development. Isn't that what we have now? Eastern gestured, and just then, Sun Jimu entered. Director Dong, let us sign the contract right away, and I shall work for you from now on. He chuckled, relieved, and even jesting. That afternoon, the two took a flight back to Xa City, with Gao Yuan hastening to return to the company, while Eastern went back to school. Upon opening the dormitory door, he was met with a raucous scene. Get in there, you fool. You're all nearly out of health, and yet you're still watching the game. That afternoon, the three were exuberantly engrossed in the wildly popular mobile game. Defeat. The game's end sounded. Zhang Wei cried out, it's over. We've lost again. That's 5 consecutive losses. Fong'er, you're back. You've skipped class for 3 days and have become even more notorious. Zhang Wei exclaimed as he sprang from his chair upon seeing Eastern. Haha. Did you boys miss me? Eastern deftly sidestepped the topic of his trip to Shenzhen. What time is it? Still playing games? Let me wash my face, and then we can go out to eat. The group exited the school and entered a hot pot restaurant. As the server placed the dishes on the table, Eastern received a call from his academic advisor, Zhang Min. Eastern, have you returned to school? Come to my office. This is unacceptable, Zhang Min said, visibly upset. The meal was now unfeasible. Bidding farewell to his dormitory companions, Eastern made his way to the advisor's office alone. Upon entering, the advisor wore a stern expression. This is unacceptable. Just because you performed well in your final exams, does that mean you can skip classes? Do you think you will master next semester's courses by osmosis? The teachers have reported your situation to me. What do you propose we do? Haha, I had an urgent matter and forgot to request leave. I had my second brother, no, my third brother, inform you, did I not? What second brother, third brother? Stop with the frivolity. Compose a reflection, 3,000 words. If it lacks depth, I shall not accept it. Alas, I shall return and write it forthwith. Please temper your anger, for being upset is detrimental to your health and beauty. Chuckling, Zhang Min could not contain herself. Teachers often exhibit a touch of leniency towards diligent students. Zhang Min, the counselor, was, in truth, a recent graduate, merely 23 years of age, who, due to her academic excellence, was retained at the university as a counselor. This hurdle was surmounted, albeit after receiving another round of admonishment, but ultimately, she earned the teacher's forgiveness. Upon returning to the dormitory, Dongfang was met with concerned inquiries from his friends. Zhang Wei even volunteered, citing his extensive experience in writing reflections, to assist in composing one. The silent camaraderie displayed by a few individuals, discreetly sharing information and providing support, genuinely touched Dongfang's heart. Zhang Wei hailed from the Shu region. His thin winter jacket suggested modest family circumstances. Yang Xiao embodied the typical northern temperament, opting for practicality over discourse, directly taking attendance in class, nearly evading the teacher's scrutiny. Wang Ming was particularly audacious, impersonating Dongfang's father to call the counselor, a ruse that almost succeeded, had his youthful voice not betrayed him. Consequently, Dongfang contemplated reciprocating their kindness. Though he felt the timing was not yet ripe, perhaps he should bide his time. With this thought, fatigue overcame him, and he drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 22. Journey to the west. Another splendid sunny day dawned. The weather had warmed, and observing the now fewer senior sisters traversing the campus, Dongfang felt particularly elated. As he reflected on the need to behave well during this period at school, he made his way to the classroom. Sir, as per your directives, I have been closely monitoring the various data related to Journey to the West. Regrettably, there have been no sales to speak of, aside from the first day's visibility. Subsequent days have yielded no trace, just as you anticipated. I shall continue to monitor diligently. As you wish, until next time. Dongfang activated his intelligent assistant. Old son, what are you up to? The response came swiftly. Boss, I am feeling quite disheartened regarding the newly launched game. Alas, it is a long story, essentially. It has proven to be a failure. I understand. Please package the game and send it to me. My email is xxxxcom. Do it now. Alright. The game's installation package was substantial, a hefty 101 gigabytes, yet in Nova's perspective, it was scarcely noteworthy. In just 10 minutes, the download and installation were complete, and Dongfang launched the game on his biological computer, greeted by the opening animation. This game encapsulated only a segment of the journey to the West narrative, specifically the tale of Wukong's descent to Earth, his apprenticeship, the tumult at Heaven's Palace, and his eventual return to Flower Fruit Mountain. The plot design was commendable, with a well-maintained rhythm. Regrettably, due to budget constraints, a subpar domestic engine was employed, resulting in rather unsatisfactory character modeling that was visually jarring. While the monkey's movements retained some semblance of realism, the combat sequences devolved into a chaotic display of pixelation, severely undermining the player's experience. In this era of gaming, one first assesses the visual quality and the intelligence of NPCs, only then considering the narrative. Thus, the failure of Journey to the West was entirely predictable. What an eyesore it truly was. Ha ha ha. Dongfang was greatly amused. He promptly exited the game, opened the Wanxiang game engine, and began modifying the game. Nova, you will be responsible for character modeling. It should accentuate Wukong's traits while also possessing a distinctive flair. Yes, a touch of charming swagger. The coder's days blurred into nights. For a full 5 days, Dongfang tirelessly worked on modifications, reconstructing the scenes, redesigning the combat movements, and revamping the costumes and musical score. Finally, he completed all the alterations. He captured a segment of the opening animation and extracted some dazzling fight sequences, editing them into a 5-minute video, which he posted on TikTok. Nova, being the stellar AI, subtly modified the back-end push mechanism, so much so that even the officials were oblivious to it. The result was that the video went viral, and Dongfang's alternate account gained 100,000 followers overnight. Early Saturday morning, apart from Dongfang, the other 3 roommates remained lazily nestled in bed. Suddenly, Zhang Wei shouted, "Wow, incredible!" Startled, Yang Xiao, still half asleep, responded, "Boss, I've shared the TikTok with you too. Take a look." It's garnered over 1 million likes. The stunning visuals, smooth combat animations, and Wukong's striking charm captivated countless viewers. The people of Huagua have long harbored a dream of Wukong, making it hardly surprising that such a high-quality game would spark a sensation. Saluting Black Myth. Wukong, truly appreciated. Wow, that is genuinely impressive. Hats off. Wang Ming exclaimed, so pleased that he even slipped into his dialect. At that moment, Dongfang entered the room. "Gentlemen, rise and shine for breakfast." He had woken early to exercise, maintaining his dual training regimen, and his health was blossoming. A brief rest allowed him to regain all his energy. And since he hadn't been to the office that week, he indulged in buying breakfast for his friends. "Thanks, Xiao Si, you're so good to me," Zhang Wei remarked cheekily. "Get lost, this is for me and Xiao," Wang Ming retorted, rolling his eyes at Zhang Wei's antics, igniting their usual banter. "Are you coming down or not? Just wait till I show you what I can do," Yang Xiao interjected. Banter concluded, but 4 hands could easily overpower 2. "Fonger, did you see that viral TikTok video?" Zhang Wei was still fixated on it. "That one. I usually avoid such distractions. They're too captivating. And I lose track of time," Dongfang replied. "This kid, he has quite the poser. Who knows who posted that video? I swear I won't let you off easy if I find out. Hey, come on, let us not be harsh. Just manage your time wisely. It's that Journey to the West video. Here, take a look," he said, pulling out his old floral-patterned phone and handing it to Dongfang. "Indeed, it's quite appealing," Dongfang remarked, feigning ignorance. "You wouldn't believe it. My social media feeds are exploding with shares and likes. These kids are quick to catch on." A subtle smile crossed his face. This was precisely the outcome he desired. "Hurry up and eat. Those soup dumplings won't fill that gaping mouth of yours." After swiftly finishing breakfast, the group set off to the study room, and Dongfang was ready to resume his daily studies, having fallen behind due to his recent busyness. The diligent scholars devote themselves to their studies daily. Without effort, how can one attain success? Thus, my fellow classmates, strive earnestly. The online discourse has become a cacophony. The headlines declare, "The most remarkable domestic AAA masterpiece to date. Dissent is unwelcome, and any rebuttal shall be disregarded." The sentiment reads, "On the journey of the West, vanquishing demons and monsters, I have faith in you." Observations indicate that in recent years, our nation's gaming industry has made significant strides, with a plethora of exquisite games like Honor of Kings and Journey to the West garnering immense popularity among players. Netizen A, who claims there are no great domestic works? Just wait and see. Netizen B, where are the keyboard warriors? Come and face me. Netizen C, the Little Water Drop Company is exceptional. I shall support every release. With 1560 likes, Dongfang perused today as major media outlets and felt a surge of joy. His efforts were not in vain. Teacher Arthur, the principle of the Gauss rifle is electromagnetic propulsion. I have gained a basic understanding of its implementation. However, could you delve deeper into how it can be realized under the current technological conditions in our nation? The Newtonian fluid material I wear, How does it achieve strength against strength and weakness against weakness? What is the power engine that aids the mechas? I have a plethora of such inquiries. After seeking your insights on each, we shall commence today's new lesson. The question and answer session concluded. And today we embark on the study of materials. The significance of materials has always been a requisite factor in technological advancement. There is an old saying in our country, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Without materials, technology is but a castle in the air. Conversely, possessing materials without technology is futile. Both are indispensable. Today's focal point is graphene. Chapter 23, a great success. So what is graphene? It is the result of endlessly peeling away the layered structure of graphite to an atomic thickness. The properties of this thin layered carbon material differ vastly from those of the original graphite, leading to significant changes in electron mobility. Thus, it is named graphene. Dongfang's knowledge has expanded considerably. Indeed, with the current technology of the blue planet, graphene can be applied in batteries, mobile screens, and more. But the Earth ring star is distinct. It has been widely utilized across aviation, aerospace, civilian, and military sectors. As the school bell rang, Arthur's lecture on graphene came to a close. Until next time, Dongfang. During lunch, Dongfang chatted with 3 dorm mates while utilizing a biological computer to send out a packaged installation file for the Journey to the West game. It was not until the afternoon class that Dongfang received a reply from Sun Jimu. Boss, I noticed the videos on Douyin bear a striking resemblance to our Journey to the West production. I was considering suing them for plagiarism. I never expected it was you who remade the game. Simply perfect, just the effect I envisioned. But we lack the capability. How did you achieve this? Do you think it meets the standards for market release? Dongfang was unprepared to engage with this query. That is impressive. Let us release the news and prepare the stock. 3 days later in the bustling city of Shun, under the scorching sun, even the fervent fluttering of fans could not quell the intense anticipation within the hearts of reporters as they gathered outside the launch event for Journey to the West. As the opening time had yet to arrive, journalists from various media outlets and eager players surrounded the venue, creating an impenetrable throng. The anticipation in the air was palpable, with the crowd nearly reaching a boiling point. Amidst this anxious wait, the security personnel lifted the barricades, allowing the deluge of attendees to flow in. The lights gradually dimmed, and Sun Jimu, adjusting his slicked-back hair and loosening his somewhat constricting tie, took the microphone and stepped onto the brilliantly illuminated stage. A spotlight shone above as he greeted the audience. Hello everyone, I am the head of Little Raindrop Studio, and today we are thrilled to unveil Journey to the West, the legend. The audience erupted into applause as lifelike animations played on the colossal screen behind him. Following this, the game's narrative, character abilities, gameplay, and other eagerly anticipated features were introduced. Our game is priced at 69 yuan, a one-time purchase granting lifetime access, and it will be available on all major gaming platforms. To those present today, we will gift each of you a collector's edition of Journey to the West, the legend. Thank you all for joining us. As the lights returned, the venue erupted once more into cheers that could have overturned the event, and Sun Jimu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. This was a dream he had long yearned for, and today it had come to fruition. Yay! Gunan, a seasoned gamer and an introvert among introverts, adored games and anime more than anything else. Ever since the short videos on Douyin were released, he had become obsessed with Journey to the West, the legend, having watched those videos at least 100 times. His purpose was to analyze gameplay and mechanics from the clips, preparing himself to dive into the game as soon as it launched. He had no desire to brave the crowds. Instead, he preferred to relax at home, sipping his favorite soda while watching the release event unfold. 69 yuan. What a surprise. He had expected them to price it at 199 like some other companies. To his astonishment, it was so affordable. He clicked to purchase, followed by the agonizingly long wait for the download to complete. Double-click. The screen flickered to life. Yukong, wielding his golden staff and clad in golden armor, leaped from the screen. What a majestic monkey king, kicking over the furnace of Lao Jun in a display of power. According to incomplete statistics, there are over 100 million gamers in Huagua. Can you imagine the number of people drawn to such a high-quality title? Within 7 days, they could amass 1 million sales, and likely far more, considering X-Bay, the knockoff king. The figures are staggering, as Dihuan Company recouped 26 million in just 5 days, after tax, with the company's funds surpassing 70 million for the first time. This figure continues to rise steadily, and is expected to see a new surge with the release of the Flower New Machine. It was yet another weekend, and Zhang Hao volunteered to pick up the station. Today marked the second public recruitment for Dihuan Company. Boss, I heard from Brother Yuan that we acquired a company? Zhang Hao impatiently inquired as soon as he got in the car. That is indeed the case, Dongfang replied, reclining in his seat with eyes closed, resting. Is it really the studio behind Journey to the West, the legend? You truly have an eye for talent. A visit to Shin City has yielded such a lucrative investment, Zhang Hao thought to himself. filled with admiration for Dongfang, independently developing an intelligent assistant. The core program of a game engine in the D language, and possessing such strategic foresight, one cannot help but feel optimistic about the financial prospects under such leadership. As Dongfang closed his eyes, Zhang Hao promptly lowered the volume and adjusted the air conditioning, choosing to remain silent. This lad exhibits a degree of perceptiveness, which elicited a faint smile from Dongfang. As previously mentioned, the park is relatively close to the station, though it requires a detour. Thus, it took less than half an hour to arrive at the company's entrance, a 5-story office building where the Di Huan Company occupied an entire floor, with a throng of around 100 applicants gathered outside. Upon seeing the car arrive, Zhang Chong hurried to the front, opening the door. The surrounding candidates observed as Dongfang, clad in casual attire and carrying a backpack, emerged. Who is this? Wondered the applicants. Isn't he the administrative head of the company, personally opening the car door? Surely this isn't some backdoor maneuver. One candidate lamented, what bad luck. However, another noted, he is quite handsome, just my type. The trio of attractive women, each scoring above 70 in looks, whispered amongst themselves while the other applicants engaged in similar discussions. Upon entering the office, which he had visited only a couple of times, Dongfang rapped on the table. Zhang Chong, present me with the profiles of this batch of candidates. The prowess of Nova is far beyond that of Zhang Chong and his associates. A preliminary screening is essential for Dongfang to ascertain the necessary talents swiftly. This recruitment had significantly improved, with Gao Yuan, Zhang Hao, and Tian Tian seated side by side at the table, while a lone chair was positioned for the applicants. Upon Dongfang's entrance, Gao Yuan willingly relinquished the middle seat. Fang'er, the quality of this group of candidates is commendable. I've meticulously sifted through them. I trust your judgment. Yuan Go. With Dongfang's involvement, or rather the initial screening by Nova, the pace of the recruitment fair accelerated remarkably, with each interview averaging less than 5 minutes. Just as dusk settled, they barely completed all the interviews. Fang'er, are we moving too swiftly? I had planned to conduct the interviews over 3 days, Gao Yuan remarked. Haha. One can discern a person's capabilities through the meticulously crafted interview questions. It reveals everything. Dongfang then handed over a stack of resumes. Sister Tian, these 52 individuals are ready to receive their acceptance letters. Very well. Tian accepted the resumes and exited the conference room alongside Zhang Hao. Though these were the interview questions from the Manhwa company, a slight apprehension lingered as Gao Yuan continued to chatter. Suddenly, the conference room door swung open. Hey, what are you doing? Our interviews have concluded, and you're not on the list. You cannot enter here, exclaimed a receptionist, as she pushed out a somewhat balding young man. You're not mistaken. He is indeed a balding young man. Chapter 24. Initial scale, a delicate young woman was no match for a healthy adult male. What are you afraid of? I just want to meet the boss. Who knows? We might even be colleagues in the future, the balding man asserted, swiftly stepping into the conference room. Xiao Ma, it's unnecessary for you to intervene. Let him in. Dongfang replied, slightly taken aback, yet intrigued to hear what this man sought. The signs of baldness were already manifesting, yet a man's talent far transcends his appearance. Zhu Jianben, a distinguished graduate from the computer science department of Hucking, harbored a grand ambition to develop a native PC operating system for Hua Nation. Upon graduation, he secured a position at a company aligned with this goal, achieving commendable success. However, with his mother advancing in years and his father having passed away due to illness in his youth, Zhu Jianben made the resolute decision to resign and return to his hometown, ensuring his mother could enjoy her twilight years in peace. Why is a modest city with a dearth of information technology firms? Aside from the recently established Dihuan Company, there are none to speak of. Alas, the hero finds no avenue to showcase his talents. To sustain their livelihoods, he took on the honorable role of a delivery rider. One day, while delivering meals, he stumbled upon a major recruitment drive at Dihuan Company and overheard candidates discussing starting salaries of 20,000. A wave of excitement surged within him, prompting him to enter the conference room. My name is Zhu Jianjun. I am 30 years old, and my primary focus has been the development of PC operating systems. I previously worked at XX Company, he asserted confidently, clad in his rider's uniform, reminiscent of his master's thesis defense days. Zhu Jianjun, is it? We are not engaged in operating systems. We are a software company, the interviewer remarked, but before he could finish, Dongfang interjected, what groundbreaking advancements have you achieved? Indeed, we have completed the first phase of operating system development. Zhu Jianjun responded, his previously slumped posture now straightening with renewed vigor. However, our ecosystem still lags significantly behind that of the W operating system. Oh, is that so? But what can you bring to the company? A reiteration of past efforts? It would require substantial investment and may not guarantee success, especially since you are but one individual. Dongfang leaned forward, exuding an air of aggression. Well, I hadn't considered all that. I merely aspired to create Hua Nation's own operating system, Zhu Jianjun replied, donning his helmet and preparing to leave. My apologies for the interruption. I still have deliveries to make. Goodbye. Wait, I said we don't need you anymore. Dongfang called out, halting Zhu Jianjun at the door. Such a bookworm. Devoid of social experience. Stepping out from the ivory tower directly into a research institute. So refreshingly naive. Really? Alright, I'll finish my deliveries and come to work this afternoon. When do we start developing the system? I am well versed in all the modules. Zhu Jianjun exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with enthusiasm. Such is the nature of the innocent. Their likes and dislikes are etched plainly on their faces, and they act upon them with zeal. Why the rush? The company's current focus is on software development, thus the operating system's progress will be postponed, Dongfang replied, both exasperated and amused. Alright, that is acceptable. Primarily focusing on the operating system is fine. Otherwise, I might as well continue as a writer. Fine, go resign. I'll give you 3 days. Report to HR in 3 days. That works for me, Zhu Jianjun affirmed. 3 days it is. I'll hurry. As he dashed out of the conference room, Dongfang reflected on the encounter, recognizing Zhu Jianjun's talent, albeit his simplicity. Yet, such earnestness is precisely the quality the company seeks in its workforce, necessitating focused cultivation. Zhang Hao still had some ground to cover. That day, Dongfang opted not to visit his grandmother. As he lay on the small bed in his office, on the verge of slumber, a voice echoed in his mind. Sir, there is important news to report, heralding Nova's presence. What is it, Nova? I am nearly drifting off to sleep. Dongfang still feels a bit drowsy. Sir, the first phase of the construction of the secret base has been completed. The basic functional layout has been established according to your plan. Will you be coming to confirm the next phase of tasks? Oh, what an important piece of news. Please send the shuttle to fetch me. Dongfang rose, dressed, and exited the building, ascending the stairs. The shuttle had long been on standby atop the roof. Once seated in the cockpit, Dongfang shot into the sky, disappearing into the vastness of the night. Indeed, the underwater secret base had begun to take shape. Looking down from above, one could see a massive energy dome, more than a kilometer in diameter, resembling half of an eggshell, nestled upon the gently sloping seabed. Upon entering through the entrance, one was greeted by an expanse of alloy material. The roads and buildings all bore this characteristic. However, the style was entirely different from that of Blue Star. Each structure was uniquely designed, predominantly oval in shape, yet distinct from one another, adorned with aesthetically pleasing patterns on their facades. Curiously, there were no windows. At the 4 corners of the base stood 8 metallic columns, similarly featuring doors, but no windows. Their menacing cannon muzzles piercing the clouds. The scene remained bustling with activity, as engineering robots scurried about, their articulated arms either cradling materials or hoisting equipment. Dongfang even spotted a robot suspended in midair, carving something into a patternless building, sparks flying, rendering it impossible to look directly at. Sir, you may remove your helmet. The air here is indistinguishable from that on the surface. Nova's voice resonated in his mind at just the right moment. Upon removing the helmet, Dongfang inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air that bore the essence of the sea. How is this possible, Nova? What do you mean, sir? I mean, this oxygen. Haha, sir. You are overthinking it. It's simply ionization. Our electrodes are impervious to seawater corrosion, allowing us to extract oxygen and hydrogen as clean energy sources, Nova replied playfully. Dongfang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It seems he had overthought it. After all, surrounded by seawater, the ionized oxygen would naturally carry the scent of the ocean. Sir, here is the blueprint. This section represents the living area, where the ventilation, drainage, and power systems have all been fully installed. This area is designated for research, with laboratories for biology, mechanics, materials, and electronics already constructed and currently installing experimental equipment. Over here is the recreational area. This is the library, housing all written materials from Blue Star and the data brought by the starship, divided into physical and electronic reading zones, where you can immerse yourself in a sea of knowledge. This section is the combat personnel reserve area, where all humanoid bionic robots are stored, ready at your command. And here is the equipment manufacturing area. As Novo elaborated, the locations of each zone illuminated in his mind, one by one dimming, until all areas were introduced, changing colors for distinction. Let us head to the library. Science and technology are my true passions, Dongfang declared, as he lifted his left foot. The metallic pathways of the base began to move on their own, much like an airport escalator. Yet, it is distinctly different. One cannot perceive its movement unless one gazes upwards, whereupon the swiftly receding edifices on either side become apparent, and one realizes, with a jolt, that I am in a state of rapid transit. Before long, and quite swiftly, I arrived at the entrance of the library. Ascending the steps, I pushed open the door, and a brilliantly illuminated hall greeted my eyes. Raising my gaze, I beheld rows of bookshelves meticulously arranged within the grand space, akin to troops awaiting inspection. I picked up a book crafted from an unknown material, soft yet resilient, with legible text. Flipping to the title page, 3 methods for enhancing the mechanical craft of antimatter engines. Ah, how quintessentially earthbound. a tome of celestial wisdom. I settled down, my fingers lightly brushing the desk, and the holographic screen illuminated. Catalog of electronic books, 12. Subsequently, I perused the various sections: life, reserves, research, each area of the burgeoning secret base taking shape. Chapter 25. Crisis, sir. Are you preparing to depart? I have yet a gift for you. Haha, what gift? Have you taken to giving presents? I chuckled. Recently, I have delved deeply into the culture of Huagua. In reflecting upon the importance of the Spring Festival, I realized I had not bestowed upon you a red envelope. How utterly lacking in social grace. Thus, I have prepared a gift for you. Ha ha ha, the nuances of human interaction are not to be misused in such a manner. Yet, regarding the gift. Very well, sir, it appears I must continue my studies. Please proceed to the equipment manufacturing area. Within the factory, countless fully automated robotic arms were engaged in welding, moving, and swinging up and down tirelessly. Various apparatus required by the base were being ceaselessly assembled and subsequently relocated by engineering robots. At that moment, a sleek, silver sports car with sharp angles and fluid lines was rolled out, a masterpiece with a pronounced waistline and an elegant, upward curving spoiler, exuding grace and allure. Seemingly on the verge of taking flight. Sir, considering your daily needs, its design resembles that of the renowned sports car from Blue Star, the Lamborghini. However, it is equipped with a compact nuclear fusion engine, and its exterior is composed of liquid memory metal, capable of self-repair. Rest assured, you need not worry about refueling. Even if you were to drive it to the point of ruin, it would remain ever energized. I have recorded the vehicle's pertinent information on the official website. You may drive it freely. Although your driving skills have garnered Arthur's approval, you still require a license. Dear viewers, never drive without a license. It is a blatant disregard for both your life and that of others. However, you may test it beneath the sea, where encountering others is an impossibility. Oriental opened the car door and settled inside. The interior bore no distinction from the photos available online. After all, this car was meant to traverse Blue Star. The difference lay in its power. As soon as Oriental pressed the accelerator, it surged forward with exhilarating speed. The sensation of racing was delightful. Having exited the protective shield of the base, Oriental sped forth, the energy barrier firmly resisting the ocean's embrace, the vehicle accelerating relentlessly. In a mere 5 minutes, Oriental had traversed a distance of 10 nautical miles. 1 nautical mile is 1,852 kilometers, surrounded by an expanse of boundless seawater, with only a small patch ahead illuminated by the car's headlights. Perhaps the high velocity stirred the waters, or perhaps the blinding light agitated the great octopus nearby. A tentacle, stretching an impressive 200 meters, rapidly approached from the depths of the ocean, ensnaring the racing car with its multitude of suction cups. Those afflicted with trypophobia would likely be overwhelmed by fear at the sight. At that moment, Dongfang had no time to ponder. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the car forward like an arrow. The colossal octopus, noticing the shiny object attempting to flee, swiftly extended its second and third tentacles to block Dongfang's path. The car came to a sudden halt, crashing against the suction cups, which clung tightly to it. The tentacles recoiled and constricted, causing the energy shield to flicker ominously. The situation was dire. Cold sweat instantly trickled down Dongfang's forehead. What to do? Nova, Nova, he silently called out. Fortunately, communication remained uninterrupted, even beneath the ocean's surface. The vehicle has been captured by the giant octopus. I'm in danger, he relayed. 34 seconds later, Nova's voice echoed through. Interstellar combat mech has been dispatched. It will arrive in 5 minutes. Please remain calm and don the assistive mech suit. It will ensure your survival underwater. Calm, calm, he chanted to himself, taking a deep breath as he reached for the mech's portable bag resting in the passenger seat. The sound of transformation filled the air as he equipped the suit. Yet, the giant octopus would not wait. Its tentacles continued to constrict. With a pop, the energy shield shattered, and the suction cups pressed against the windshield. The car emitted a shrill creaking sound, as if it would be crushed at any moment. In a split second, Dongfang kicked open the car door and leaped out. The energy shield functioned properly, allowing him to escape and gain a fleeting, precious moment to breathe. It was then that he caught a glimpse of the king of the octopuses. It was enormous. The car's headlights illuminated only a small portion of its mass. From Dongfang's vantage point, he could see a multitude of tentacles and suction cups, coiled haphazardly, surrounded by an engulfing darkness capable of devouring him whole. Calm, calm, he repeatedly murmured, gradually regaining his composure. With tranquility restored, his mind began to function normally, enabling him to seize the fleeting opportunities that arose, thus enhancing his chances of survival. Now was the moment. With the aid of the thrusters on the mech's feet, Dongfang forcefully propelled himself off the car, which had been crushed into a ball by the Octopus King, darting through the narrowing gaps between the tentacles. Then, with the assistance of the implanted biocomputer, he navigated nimbly, dodging the approaching massive tentacles with agility. 4 minutes later, he spotted the crystalline blue water, Freedom was within reach. Just as he believed safety was imminent, a fourth tentacle charged toward him like a speeding train. There was no time left. The thrusters adjusted direction, power surged to 100, and a red warning flashed on his visor, though it did little to conceal Dongfang's pale visage. With a fierce roar, Dongfang unsheathed his high-frequency pulse sword and thrust it forward. The extreme heat caused the king of the octopuses to flinch instinctively, significantly reducing its speed, allowing Dongfang to narrowly evade the colossal tentacle. As the saying goes, in a narrow path, the brave shall prevail. The eastern victor emerged. Soon, a towering mech, reaching a height of nearly 100 meters, materialized before him. With a gentle grasp, the eastern figure was ensnared within the colossal mechanical hand. Upon release, he swiftly slid into the cockpit of the mech through an emergency passage. "Sir, you are safe now. Leave the rest to me." Upon hearing these words, the eastern figure slumped into the pilot's seat. The camera ascended, revealing a godlike perspective of the standoff between the two parties in a holographic display. The gigantic squid loomed at an impressive height of 100 meters, boasting 12 robust tentacles. The shorter ones measured 1,200 meters, while the longer ones stretched up to 3,400 meters. A pair of round, black eyes appeared somewhat endearing on the screen, yet the eastern figure could not share such sentiments. 1 minute passed, then 2. The primal instincts of the Squid King overpowered its reason, incensed by the glaring presence before it. A month prior, it had skillfully evaded the radiant form of the giant whale, yet now, it found itself confronted once more. It yearned to crush them all into oblivion, much like the glowing little fish, which was, in reality, an all-terrain vehicle. "Hey, friend, have you lost your mind? How could a mere octopus comprehend such a thing? Watch as I coil you up." 3 tentacles extended from above, below, and the sides. "Friend, you think you're clever, understanding military strategy? Squid King, what do you care?" Towards the celestial mech, the enormous high-frequency pulse sword ignited, and with a single swing, the celestial mech effortlessly sliced through the 3 thick tentacles, which plummeted to the seabed. Blue blood gushed forth, staining the nearby waters a deep azure. Under the agony, the Squid King's biological instincts were suppressed, its glistening eyes blinking rapidly. Turning away, it expelled a massive torrent of seawater, jetting forth like a jet plane. It was fleeing. In its haste, it also released a cloud of ink, obscuring its escape. "Pursue it. I demand its physical annihilation," the eastern figure shouted within the cockpit. Enormous boosters extended from behind, and the celestial mech swiftly followed, closing the distance to the fleeing Squid King concealed within the black mist with a single stride. The colossal high-frequency pulse sword cut through, cleaving the Squid King in half, as torrents of seawater and blue blood surged from the severed body. Yet, in its eyes flickered a glimmer of relief, as if it believed it had narrowly escaped, reminiscent of countless previous escapes. The Squid King met its abrupt demise. "Huh! Where do you think you're running, you cunning creature? You shall not evade me." The eastern figure felt elated, having narrowly escaped death. Yet the Squid King still harbored hopes of escape. "Nova, bring this octopus back. We shall feast on grilled squid tentacles shortly." "Your Excellency, that is acceptable, but I still require part of its body for research. The remainder will suffice for your meal." Thus, the image of a colossal interstellar mech dragging an octopus twice its size through the depths of the ocean unfolded before them. On the return journey, a profound tranquility enveloped Dongfang as he became captivated by the mecha's cockpit. The cockpit, approximately 20 square meters in area, was circular and domed, with a solitary seat placed in the center, devoid of any other furnishings. At eye level, a floating, wraparound holographic screen displayed an image of a mecha, specifically, a king octopus. Unable to contain his curiosity, Dongfang pondered how one might operate such a machine, as it appeared to merely offer a cinematic experience from the seat. He rose and circled the cockpit, yet found nothing of interest. Returning to the chair, he inspected it thoroughly, but discovered little of significance. However, beneath the right armrest lay a button emitting a faint green glow, precisely at the location where one's thumb would naturally rest while gripping the armrest. Thus, Dongfang grasped it and gently pressed down. Instantly, the pilot's seat elevated approximately 50 centimeters, enveloping him in a liquid-like substance that completely encased his form, and a visor descended over his face. The cockpit's dome and metallic walls transformed into a transparent state, and he felt a tactile sensation beneath his feet. The weight in his hands indicated he was no longer merely standing in midair. Dongfang lifted his leg, only to find himself unable to control his body. A sharp pain surged through his mind, as if something had seized his right arm. Suddenly, the seafloor rushed towards him, scattering mud and debris before settling slowly. The interstellar mecha lay awkwardly on the ocean floor, its right hand still gripping a thick tentacle. Unbeknownst to him, this marked his inaugural experience piloting an interstellar mecha. The control computer's somewhat monotonous voice announced, "Pilot detected. Physical condition abnormal. Disengaging manual mode and reverting to autopilot." The liquid metal that enveloped Dongfang returned to its initial state, and he found himself securely seated once more, his hands gripping the armrests. Nova, what just happened? Dongfang inquired, rubbing his still recovering head. You activated the manual piloting mode of the interstellar mecha, but your neural capacity could not withstand it, resulting in your collapse. Ah well, my first attempt at piloting a mecha was rather abrupt. With no further incidents, Dongfang successfully returned to the base. Nova, are we ready? Let us celebrate with a grand bonfire party. Dongfang, feeling a surge of anticipation and a hint of hunger after a long evening, urged. Hundreds of engineering robots surrounded the king octopus, extending high-frequency pulse-cutting tools to systematically divide it into numerous pieces. Half an hour later, only a single white, bone-like structure remained, while the rest had been preserved through freezing. Can we begin? Dongfang asked once more. Sir, I regret to inform you that you cannot enjoy barbecue delicacies, as a significant amount of ammonia has been detected within the king octopus's tentacles. If cooked, it would likely taste akin to urine. Indeed, it would taste the same. Are you certain you wish to sample it? I could find a piece with lower ammonia content. No, I am not certain. It is getting late. Please take me back. What a pity it was that I could only drive my vehicle once. Feeling disheartened, he contemplated whether the night market was still open, yearning for some grilled squid. Sir, I must admit my oversight. I believe there are significant vulnerabilities in the vehicle's security system. I shall prepare a gift for you anew. We shall abandon the ostentatious guise of a sports car. A robust off-road vehicle is the optimal choice. After all, your safety is always of paramount importance. However, I have a preference for sports cars. Dongfang emphasized his thoughts. As you wish, I shall redesign the security system. Only then did Dongfang nod in satisfaction. Furthermore, during the dissection, it was discovered that one of the tentacles of the king octopus had experienced a rupture. Curiously, it had grown an abundance of suckers around it, a potential sign of regeneration. In the near future, my focus will be on research, thus the preparation of the gift will be postponed. This period is opportune for you to pursue your driver's license. Nova, rare in his verbosity, underscored the significance of limb regeneration technology. 3 shuttles hovered in a triangular formation above the park, ensuring safety, dispatched as escorts by Nova. Fanger, is that you? The sound of the door stirred Gao Yuan from his slumber. He had stayed in the office to accompany Dongfang. It's me, just woke up. Dongfang turned and opened the door. Then I shall continue my rest. I thought there was a thief, he exclaimed, heading back to the office. Hey Yuan-Gil, I'm hungry. Shall we go out for skewers? Dongfang called after him. Sure, let me get dressed. Gao Yuan shivered as he opened the car door and climbed in, quickly pulling the door shut. It was indeed cold. In the early spring night, the chill was palpable. Wearing a cotton coat in the morning and a thin garment by noon while enjoying watermelon by the stove is the reality here. The night market continued to shimmer with lights and bustling crowds. As the car came to a halt, before Gao Yuan could speak, Dongfang leaped out. Inhaling the enticing aroma from the barbecue stall, Dongfang inquired, Boss, do you have squid? Of course. Choose whatever you like, replied the boss without lifting his head, pressing meat onto the grill. Well then, 5 skewers each of squid tentacles, squid slices, and squid heads. If we're eating, let us go all out. Note 1. The squid can inhale seawater and expel it through its suckers, thereby accelerating its swimming speed. Note 2. As a mollusk, it would turn into a puddle if not frozen. Those interested can search for the giant squid on Baidu. Chapter 27. Submission. The following day, after Dongfang awoke, he noticed Gao Yuan hastily rushing into the bathroom. It was not until he had completed his morning routine and consumed a portion of breakfast that Gao Yuan emerged, clutching his stomach. Yuan-Gu, what's the matter? Don't mention it. I ate something that didn't agree with me last night, and I've been unwell all morning. How come you're fine? Oh no, I can't hold it. I must return. He did not finish his sentence before hurrying back to the bathroom. It seemed genuine. Dongfang procured some medicine and placed it on Gao Yuan's desk. Calling towards the bathroom, Yuan-Gu, I've left your food and medicine on your desk. Eat when you're done. I need to step out. During this time, he had returned several times but had not been able to see his grandmother for various reasons, so he resolved to pay her a visit. It conveniently coincided with his trip to the district government. It had been a while since he returned from District 51 after the fireworks, and holding onto the documents had proven futile, so sending them out would be beneficial. Grandmother's health is quite robust, and joy and affection radiate from her, compelling Dongfang to partake in a second breakfast this morning. Upon stepping outside, Dongfang made his way directly to the courtyard, having just concluded a phone call with Zhao Jinyu. Zhao Jinyu has long resided in AS. His home is far removed from here, and with such an extensive family. Reaching this level at the age of 30 has been met with mockery and disdain, rendering his absence a relief from the burden of worries. Seated at his desk, he vigorously massaged his temples. The recent challenges have been numerous. Insufficient funds and a sluggish economic recovery weigh heavily on his mind. The well-being of the populace serves as the golden standard by which he measures his professional success. Various sectors have yet to regain their former stability following the pandemic. which is quite distressing. He then thought of Dongfang, particularly the geothermal company, which has been consistently contributing substantial tax revenue, alleviating some of the financial pressure. What a commendable comrade. If he were to request a tax exemption, he could grit his teeth and comply. After all, he is a veritable golden goose. With this thought, the furrow in his brow began to ease. A staff member knocked and entered with Dongfang. He rose to greet Dongfang with a handshake, and they both settled on opposite sides of the coffee table. Expressing gratitude, Dongfang sipped the hot tea offered by the staff. Quite delightful indeed. This is a fine Longjing spring tea I procured from my esteemed father, a top-grade selection. While Dongfang could not discern its full nuances, he resolved not to show any weakness. Very good. Dongfang nodded steadily, exuding confidence. Dongfang, what brings you here today? Is it regarding the tax exemption policy? That is a straightforward matter. Zhao Jinyu initiated the conversation. Genuinely fond of this young man who spoke and acted with a commendable balance of humility and assertiveness, entirely unlike an 18-year-old. He could converse as an equal. Secretary Zhao, may I inquire about your family in the capital? Given your surname and the striking resemblance to the young Zhao in old photographs, what is your connection to him? Dongfang asked, his curiosity piqued. Of course, if you prefer not to share, that is quite all right, he added, sensing the potential for discomfort. Oh, it is no burden to disclose. He is my grandfather. My father is the second Zhao in the family, Zhao Jinyu replied without hesitation. But please, do not share this information widely. It could lead to undesirable consequences. Forgive my inquisitiveness, but do you hold sway in your household? Dongfang pressed, perhaps treading too deeply into personal territory. Zhao Jinyu's brow furrowed once more, his displeasure evident. Yet, considering Dongfang's youth, he recognized it might merely stem from youthful curiosity, a common affliction among researchers, and Dongfang was no exception. With a slight smile, Dongfang replied, that goes without saying, at home. I am quite beloved, especially by the old man. However, he refrained from elaborating on the sentiments of others in the family. Then I shall refrain from calling you Secretary Zhao, as that seems overly formal. Zhao Goodis. Ah, now that feels more fitting, Zhao Jinyu responded. A glimmer of happiness illuminating his expression. He felt an instinctive desire to draw closer to Dongfang. Perhaps due to their favorable first impression, or simply a pleasing countenance. Who could say? After careful consideration, Dongfang resolved to take a chance. Even if he harbored doubts about Zhao Jinyu, he had faith in Zhao Lao. Zhao, I have something I wish for you to convey to old Zhao. Would that be acceptable? In any case, given Zhao Jinyu's current circumstances, he is unlikely to access it. Dongfang presented a USB drive. This contains the initial portion of Technology 1 intend to submit, the complete documentation for the F-119 engine. Zhao Jinyu fell silent for a moment, pondering. Could you elaborate on what it entails? It is something beneficial to the nation. Someone entrusted me with its delivery, and lacking other avenues, I sought your assistance. I assure you it poses no harm to you. Very well, I shall see to this matter, but in the future, should I require your aid, you must not decline. As long as it does not contravene the law, I solemnly promise. How could I refuse? The bond between the two appeared to deepen. For mutual trust is often forged in fleeting moments. At noon, Dongfang did not stay for lunch, not out of disrespect, but rather due to the pressing schedule of an afternoon management meeting, followed by a return to school. Hence, they arranged to meet again at a later date. In the meeting room of the Earth and Environment Company, several management personnel were seated in a circle. The meeting was underway. Director Dong, we have previously discussed matters in depth. Upon meticulous analysis of the current industry landscape, I believe we must delve deeper into the software sector, cultivating a range of premium software to firmly establish our company's reputation, thereby generating brand recognition and propelling the company into a rapid growth trajectory. Gao Yuan appeared markedly improved, and during the meeting, his title had also changed. Oh, how do you propose we delve deeper? Dongfang inquired with curiosity. We have examined all available apps on the market, which are abundant and diverse. However, there exists a substantial market within specialized fields, Gao Yuan articulated confidently. In this age of advanced mobile communications, with hardware performance continually improving, why should we not develop software akin to CAD into an app? You are familiar with Shadow, correct? It has been quite successful. Dongfang certainly knew of it. He had even used it to edit the journey to the West, nodding in agreement. Then what is the status of our technology and the personnel involved? He pressed further. Well, our current team may lack relevant development experience. Dongfang chuckled softly. The idea is commendable, yet it seems somewhat detached from reality. What shall we undertake? The company is continuously expanding. We cannot afford to lack business. Delving deeper is sound, but it must be grounded in practical circumstances, focusing on the primary challenges. Dongfang paused, allowing time for reflection. This too is a matter for a general manager to contemplate. An intelligent assistant? Gao Yuan appeared to rally himself, waving his hand in enthusiasm. Indeed, it is an intelligent assistant. Which rival in the market could possibly compare to ours? We could extend its reach to the PC platform, smart speakers, automobiles, and even drones, an interconnected world. Yes, precisely that. Gao Yuan's imagination soared, his thoughts blossoming, embodying the essence of a general manager. Excellent. We can initiate a project. Dongfeng nodded with a smile. Boss, may I take a couple of days off to conduct a training session for the new employees? Zhang Hao interjected. We still have much to learn regarding the use of the D language, especially with new hires starting tomorrow. Tian, aside from the employment contract, have all the confidentiality agreements been signed? Dongfeng first inquired with the HR department. Naturally, this includes that young man, Zhu Jianjun, totaling 53 individuals. Well then, let us commence the course tomorrow. Dongfeng turned to Zhang Chong and instructed, you shall organize it. After enduring a scolding from the instructor and making numerous assurances, Dongfeng successfully secured a leave of absence. At 8 a.m. on Monday, the meeting room of the Earth and Environment Company was filled to capacity. The entry of even a single additional person seemed nearly impossible, as the aisles were equally crowded. Upon Dongfeng's arrival, the crowd parted automatically, creating a passage for him. Approaching the already prepared projector, Dongfeng connected his USB drive to the computer. Let us begin, he announced, clearing his throat. Boss, please start. I can hardly contain my excitement. Quipped Zhang Hao, the lively character sitting in the front row. Dongfeng shot him a glance and continued. Today's training content is my independently developed D language, which may very well challenge your existing perceptions. It is grounded in the logical thinking of the Chinese mindset, diverging from the various programming languages you have previously employed. There is no need to shift your way of thinking. You write code as you conceive it. Of course, it supports Chinese syntax, making it even more convenient for you all to use and master swiftly. As soon as Dongfeng finished speaking, a hum of discussion erupted in the meeting room, drowning out his voice. Am I dreaming? Is it possible for our company to achieve what the entire nation could not? One voice questioned. Even if we developed such an impressive intelligent assistant, it does not imply we can creatively innovate a programming language. What do you think? Another replied, indeed. I've been considering resigning, came the retort. No need to doubt. The intelligent assistant was indeed crafted with it, Dongfeng remarked, picking up the microphone, which was originally unnecessary. Now, let us discuss our first operational example. Hello world. You are all undoubtedly familiar with it, but there are some nuances. I will explain the phrase hello in Blue Star. Please pay attention. As Dongfeng spoke, the murmurs gradually subsided until silence enveloped the room. Eyes sparkled with curiosity, as eager attendees grasped their pens, diligently jotting down notes. Enthralled, captivated, and utterly engrossed, this assembly of young programmers exhibited an extraordinary fervor for the present moment, if anything could evoke such a response. It was undoubtedly this revolutionary programming instruction. Aside from eating, sleeping, and restroom breaks, they immersed themselves in their studies with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. If colleagues encountered one another, their inquiries would revolve around, what do you think of the module I've written? This training session was nothing short of a sermon. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Dongfeng stood before the projector, declaring, well, I have conveyed everything necessary. The rest must be grasped through practical application. An enthusiastic, resounding applause echoed throughout the Earth and Environment Company, marking the successful conclusion of the training session. A decade later, those who attended the meeting would proudly recount to new employees. You have no idea what it was like. The boss was simply remarkable. Dongfeng smoothly returned to school, greeted exuberantly by his 3 roommates, whose characteristic boisterousness filled the air. Zhang Wei, you scoundrel. I've leveled up. Where are you? You sold me out again. Yang Xiao exclaimed angrily as Zhang Wei sprang to his feet and fled. And you still leveled up? You are quite the boastful one, taking on all 9 of us. You fool. Oh, this lad has even learned some XA slang. But you can't betray me. We are brothers. With that, he cracked his knuckles and pursued Zhang Wei. Fearing capture by Yang Xiao, Zhang Wei darted towards the door, just as Dongfeng was about to push it open, and they were on a collision course. With a swift motion, Dongfeng seized Zhang Wei by the collar, effortlessly lifting him before setting him down, rendering Zhang Wei momentarily stunned. He quickly regained his composure, realizing Yang Xiao was charging towards him. Save me, Fenger. Yang Xiao, that heartless brute, is coming to hit me. Clutching Dongfeng's shirt, he sought refuge behind him, directing Dongfeng right at Yang Xiao. Fenger, you're back. Took another couple of days off. Yang Xiao halted and spoke. I'm back. There were matters at home that couldn't be avoided, Dongfeng replied, spreading his hands. Have you all eaten? Let us invite the neighbors and play a 5-person match. Yang Xiao's gaming enthusiasm surged. Indeed. Zhang Wei peered out from behind Dongfeng. This rascal. After contemplating, Dongfeng realized he rarely had opportunities to bond with his friends amidst his frequent back and forth between school and work, so he nodded in agreement. Dongfeng's favorite character in the game was Li Bai, the ethereal swordsman, who moved gracefully before unlocking his gene lock. He was a silver king in the game, relishing the thrill of dominating lesser players, despite never having achieved the status of a diamond god. But now, he was different. if he wished. His hand speed could reach 300 or even higher. Logging into the game, the familiar sound of the lobby echoed as Dongfang entered the game room. He swiftly locked in as Li Bai and casually stated, "I'll play jungler." The aura of a seasoned expert immediately astonished everyone. Defeat? That match doesn't count. I haven't played in ages. Once again, he locked in swiftly, familiar yet not quite the same. The game ended in victory, with the score of 2003-666 resonating across the canyon. As he lay in bed, Zhang Wei continued to chatter, "Farmer, you're my brother now. You must take me up the ranks whenever you have time." But the former jungler had been relegated to a support role. Wang Ning shouted, "Get some sleep. No classes tomorrow. You silly support. Can't you see I'm trying to impress the gods here? Don't you want to rank up?" Dongfang adjusted his blanket. "I understand. Third brother, sleep now. We have class tomorrow." Chapter 29. The Hamiltonian Conjecture. The next day, the group appeared punctually in class for their calculus lecture, a subject that often left them feeling overwhelmed. As usual, Dongfang immersed himself in his studies while the teacher diligently lectured on calculus, eventually wandering into differential geometry. This led him to the Hamiltonian Conjecture, which he casually mentioned aloud. In a three-dimensional space, consider the notion that any closed curve can be contracted to a point, provided there exists a specific point that is distinct. Consequently, this reduction may not necessarily culminate in a three-dimensional sphere. Rather, it could potentially lead to the conjecture of a three-dimensional torus. Do not concern yourself with the intricacies of understanding. Simply grasp that a conjecture implies a hypothesis awaiting validation, a notion of considerable significance. The students, bewildered, listened as the professor posed a profound question. Who can suggest a method to prove its correctness? In truth, it has already been proven, yet undergraduates typically overlook this knowledge. Dongfang, upon hearing his name along with the mention of the Hamiltonian Conjecture, something he had recently studied, responded without hesitation, the convergence of the Ricci flow. He proceeded to articulate the proof, aligning with the methods of academician Tian, albeit with his unique perspective. The professor, astonished, inquired, "Can you write that down? On the blackboard?" Without a moment's pause, Dongfang approached the podium and swiftly inscribed the crucial elements of the proof. The esteemed professor, engrossed in calculations, spent a considerable portion of the class in contemplation before finally exclaiming, "Your proof is sound." Stammering slightly, he added, "Everyone, study on your own. I must report this to the university." Clutching his materials, the professor hurriedly exited, abandoning the lecture. The students remained in a state of confusion, pondering the nature of the exchange. It was not until the professor left that murmurs of speculation began to circulate, much to their relief as they were spared the monotony of a mathematics class. In the subsequent days, Dongfang became the center of attention throughout the university. As he traversed the campus, he found himself the subject of pointed stares and whispered discussions. Even during meals in the cafeteria, he was the focal point of gossip. And even in the restroom, curious onlookers trailed him, which became increasingly vexatious. Consequently, he chose to remain indoors, only attending classes and relying on friends to bring him meals. The buzz surrounding him escalated, drawing coverage from provincial and national media, leading to his unexpected rise on social media trends. Remarkably, Dongfang maintained his composure, merely reiterating what he had previously learned. He initially believed the conjecture had long been validated, yet felt compelled to remain silent. After all, announcing that he had already studied it would undermine the excitement. Absurd. The university acted swiftly, showering him with accolades, honors, and media attention. Though reluctant to accept the recognition, he found it impossible to decline. Thus, he begrudgingly donned a flower on his lapel to ascend the awards podium, a moment deemed a pinnacle in his life by others. This newfound fame brought benefits, including a beaming advisor whose smile seemed to possess an astonishing 18 layers of wrinkles, and the opportunity for a break from classes. Indeed, the advisor proactively offered this reprieve, citing the disruption his newfound notoriety caused to normal class proceedings. Consequently, Dongfang returned home. "Fang, my son, you still remember you have a home? If you don't come back soon, I fear you'll forget your mother," she teased. "You possess such a sharp mind. Unlike your father. How did you manage to prove that conjecture?" Clearly, his mother had seen the news. After a brief moment of contemplation, she concluded, "It's not that difficult to appear impressive. Utterly pretentious. All right, I have already dined with your father. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. Perhaps some noodles? It has been quite a while since I last made them." Mother hurried into the kitchen, her gaze following her movements, coming to rest on the mottled wall. It is an old house, purchased secondhand over a decade ago, situated on the top floor. After years of use, the waterproofing has aged, leading to occasional leaks, and it indeed appears somewhat dilapidated. "Mother, I have received a substantial bonus. Shall we sell the old house and buy a new one?" "Why do that? Our house is perfectly fine. Besides, the bonus is to be saved, to be used for your future bride." Her voice rang from the kitchen, accompanied by the sizzling sound of oil. Knowing the outcome, Dongfang resigned himself. Placing a bank card on the table, "Here is my card. The password is my birthday. After enjoying a meal of mother's handmade noodles, Dongfang contentedly reclined in his small yet cozy bed, indulging in a rare moment of laziness. The following day, he arose early, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, and resumed his daily exercise routine. After breakfast, he stepped outside. He intended to purchase a house. Although his parents were reluctant, his financial situation was quite robust, and the prospect of buying a home posed no pressure. It could be viewed as an investment, also ensuring he would have a place to stay upon returning from the base late at night. Upon entering the sales office, he found only a few individuals perusing properties. The rapid increase in housing prices over the years had deterred many potential buyers from seeking such spacious homes. The training at the sales office appeared to have been effective, avoiding the disarray he had encountered during his last visit to a competitor. A young lady in uniform approached him. "Would you like to view some properties, sir?" "Yes. Please provide an introduction." Dongfang nodded. "Our focus is on spacious flats, categorized into 3 types: 198, 268, and 368 square meters, with an average price starting from 18,900 per square meter. Each unit has its own price. Which one would you like to see, 198, south-north facing, or 268 and 368? Is there an available unit of 268 for viewing?" "Certainly. Please hold on while I arrange for the shuttle and provide you with a detailed introduction to our properties, which feature 5 rooms and 3 living areas." This would surely delight her. This commission could yield her half a year's worth of bonuses. The grand double doors opened impressively, revealing a meticulously decorated interior, adorned with high-quality materials, Italian carpets, Hermes sofas, and other luxurious furniture brands that had never ceased to amaze. The decor transformed the expansive space into a lavish haven, justifying its price of 8.3 million. Dongfang was quite taken with it. It was opulent yet understated, perfect for slipping into a pretentious mode at any moment. "What is the total price?" "This is our golden floor, priced at 32,000 per square meter. If you pay in full, a 3 discount applies, bringing the total to 8,329,700. "All right, I'll take it." "Is a parking space included?" "Of course. 2 parking spaces are complimentary, with direct elevator access." Without hesitation, Dongfang returned to the main hall with the sales representative. Half an hour later, he emerged with a beautifully printed dossier, having made the payment in full, confident in his financial capabilities. Though the furniture was arranged, essentials such as sheets, blankets, and kitchenware were still lacking. Despite his lack of expertise in these areas, a home must embody the essence of a home. A stroll through the Wanxiang Square ensured he acquired everything he needed. Chapter 30. Smooth Sailing, a 100-inch laser television. Indeed a commendable purchase. A hand-woven silk quilt, secured. A Manhattan sound system, wall-mountable, purchased. At Universal Square, a significant client arrived today, unperturbed by prices, simply selecting what caught his eye. From home appliances to daily necessities, and from bedding to tableware, this illustrious client was undoubtedly a catch. The one responsible for reception transformed from a mere sales associate to the floor manager, finally providing an impeccable welcome to this esteemed guest. News of his presence swiftly spread throughout the mall. A naive spender with ample funds. Come and behold. Having contemplated the situation, Dongfang turned to the floor manager who was closely following him. "That will suffice. Please proceed with the transaction." Shortly thereafter, the manager returned with a bank card and an impressively lengthy receipt measuring 50 centimeters, indicating a total expenditure of 860,000 yuan. "Take your time. We will expedite the delivery to your doorstep," he said, bowing and smiling as he saw Dongfang off, feeling quite pleased. If only such grand clients came daily, he would gladly endure the fatigue. Dongfang, in a relaxed posture reminiscent of Guyu, sank into the sofa of his new home. Astonished at how exhausting shopping could be, he resolved never to engage in such activities again, favoring online shopping instead. Just a few taps, and one could await delivery at home. The doorbell rang, revealing the delivery personnel from the mall, with packaging impeccably layered. "Boss, you've certainly purchased quite a lot." The sweating delivery worker chuckled awkwardly. "A new home requires a multitude of items," Dongfang replied, tossing 3 packs of cigarettes. "Thank you for your hard work." "Rest assured, boss." The worker grinned, catching the cigarettes. The afternoon passed with the worker diligently clearing away the packaging and refuse, while Dongfang languidly engaged with his phone. The delivery personnel eventually departed, leaving Dongfang to revel in the exquisite sleep experience provided by his 190,000 yuan Hason's 2000 T mattress. He embarked on his daily regimen, gradually increasing his pace as he repeated complex poses, sweat pouring down. Eventually, a surge of warmth coursed through him, his hands brimmed with strength and with a gentle grip. The treadmill's handles creaked under the strain. His power intensified, and his body experienced an all-encompassing enhancement. Dongfang realized with clarity that the absorption of the level 1 gene serum was complete, allowing him to advance to the training of the initial generation mecha. Nova silently beckoned. "At your service, sir." The level 1 gene serum has been fully absorbed, You may now proceed with practical training of the initial generation mecha. Certainly, no issue at all. The shuttle will be on standby above you at 10 p.m. tonight. After grooming and changing, he set out for breakfast. With an urgent matter to address today, obtaining his driver's license. Despite having faced peril at sea, he had undeniably developed a fondness for the exhilarating sensation of speed. Observing the sign for smooth sailing driving school, Dongfang felt a twinge of skepticism. Was this a legitimate driving school? Had Wang Ming accepted advertising fees from them? Fawner, you're skipping class. I still have to attend. Wang Ming's voice was barely above a whisper, but Dongfang heard him clearly. Fear not. This driving school is reliable. I took my test there. Without further ado, Wang Ming resumed his studies. The young man harbored a sense of resentment, pondering whether a referral fee had been involved. Nonetheless, having arrived, he decided to enter and take a look. Hello there. Are you here to register for driving lessons? The staff in the reception area greeted him with remarkable enthusiasm. However, he, valuing brevity, was reluctant to utter more than necessary. Having grown accustomed to maintaining an aloof demeanor in the presence of strangers. Is this your first visit? Our driving school is the finest in the city. Choosing us would be a wise decision. To cater to the diverse needs of our clients, we offer various packages. Please take a look. As he accepted the promotional brochure from the young lady, he inwardly exclaimed in disbelief. The brochure boldly proclaimed, Illusion Driving School is your ideal choice for effortlessly obtaining your license. Superior skills, swift certification, practice, and examinations conducted on-site. Enroll anytime, guaranteed teaching. Sign up now to enjoy an 85% discount. Limited spots available. The discount indeed appeared substantial, yet the phrase limited spots was printed in such minuscule letters that it begged the question of its significance. The packages ranged from basic, economic, to luxury, culminating in the supreme package favored by the elite. White-collar workers, high achievers, affluent individuals, and second-generation wealthy. An opportunity not to be missed. The fee was 18,888 yuan. With dedicated instruction, flexible learning schedules, individual vehicles, 24-hour service, and seasoned drivers at one's disposal. With a chuckle, he found amusement in the extravagance. The young lady squinted playfully. So what package will you choose? That supreme package, does it still have a discount? Regrettably, you have arrived just a tad too late. The spots are limited. Indeed. After processing the payment, he received a tome titled Driving Examination Manual and, upon inspecting the tablet, discovered the details of his assigned instructor, a rather seasoned driver with a charmingly rugged appearance. Whatever, he thought, as his primary concern was the flexible learning arrangement. A somewhat well-maintained Jetta was parked before him, an ubiquitous choice among driving schools, though undeniably durable. A man, clad in a wrinkled suit and smoking a cigarette, emerged from the vehicle. His unkempt beard and worn-out shoes spoke of a life well lived, and after scratching his greasy hair, he introduced himself. Hello, I'm Jiang Yuan, your dedicated driving instructor. With a nod, the young man maneuvered around the rear of the car and opened the passenger door to take a seat. Jiang Yuan retracted his hand, flicked the ashes from his cigarette, tilted his head, returned to the car, and fastened his seatbelt. Let us commence with the first lesson. This is the steering wheel, and this is the dashboard, he began. Actually, there is no need for that. I have practiced in a closed area before. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Jiang Yuan retorted, while the young man silently gestured a middle finger in his mind. Shall we proceed directly to practical operation? Sure, he replied, touching his nose. All right, let us switch places. With a surge of adrenaline as he gripped the familiar steering wheel, he pressed the clutch, reaching for the gear stick, ready to engage the drive mode. Wait, where's the D gear? What do 135 and R24 signify? My dear young sir, if I recall correctly, you registered for C1, which is commonly known as the manual transmission. His face flushed with embarrassment. Then perhaps it's best if Master Jiang takes over. With a dismissive glance at Dongfang, he emitted a sound of disdain. The two switched places again, and this time Dongfang was remarkably compliant. He settled firmly into the passenger seat, attentively absorbing the explanations. Once he confirmed his grasp of the functions, the Jetta finally set off. Chapter 31. Sure, at last, it was Dongfang's turn to drive. It seemed exceedingly simple. Was it not merely a matter of incorporating a clutch and a few gears in addition to an automatic transmission? Watch me dazzle you and earn your admiration. He deftly fastened his seatbelt, ignited the engine, pressed the clutch, engaged first gear, and off he went. Alas, the vehicle jolted and stalled. Oh no, it stalled. He had released the clutch too quickly, and the accelerator had not kept pace, leaving both of them in disbelief. Jiang Yuan, once lively, became aloof. Attempting again. This time he managed to start smoothly, but as he shifted into second gear, the car shuddered once more. Surely, you understand. 5 minutes later, the situation transformed. He flawlessly executed reversing into a parking space, hill starts, and S-curves. Jiang Yuan was astounded. Was this lad merely pretending? Who drives like this on their first attempt? Flawlessly mimicking what they observed, barring the initial hiccup? Can someone please tell me what in the world is happening? You must be a prodigy, right? Jiang Yuan even found himself silently raging. Regrettably, no one could provide an answer. At least, no one in Blue Star could. As dusk descended, Dongfang concluded his training. It had proven no challenge at all. A few more rounds, and he would be ready for the examination. Wang Ming had recommended an excellent driving school. Exiting the driving school with a sense of satisfaction, Dongfang sought to resolve his dinner plans, craving local delicacies, particularly spicy garlic lamb blood. How delightful. At precisely 10 o'clock, the shuttle soared through the night sky. Dongfang once again beheld the immense energy shield, as this practical exercise was conducted at the base. The terrain here was multifaceted, making it ideal for training. Arthur's holographic image materialized on the training ground, appearing as lifelike as a real person, patiently awaiting his arrival. Teacher, I have arrived. Arthur nodded, finally realizing who Dongfang had learned from. A living example, indeed. Although the first-generation mecha was considered entry-level, mastering its operation was quite challenging. Thus, you are not yet ready to pilot it. Instead, let us commence with simulated training. The metallic floor split open, and a spacecraft-like capsule ascended. As he reclined, he found himself in a changing room, with rows of lockers neatly arranged. Opening one revealed the attire he needed to don. Unlike the assisted mecha, the first generation required a specially designed bodysuit. From head to toe, it enveloped him entirely, leaving only his slightly contorted handsome face exposed. Pulling open the door of the changing room, a first-generation mecha stood before him. It was not particularly tall, perhaps around 25 meters, with sleek lines and sharply defined armor. A rifle was secured on its back, and each leg bore a handgun, an undeniable display of violent aesthetics. Dongfang could even envision it wielding dual pistols, gracefully maneuvering on the battlefield, ruthlessly dispatching foes. Perfect, even if it were merely a virtual reality projection. The mecha's back automatically opened, and Dongfang squeezed himself inside. The interior lining was remarkably comfortable, soft, and cozy, adjusting its size upon entry without ever feeling stifling. As the self-check information flashed across the visor of the helmet, the voice of the main control computer resonated. Self-check completed. All functions are normal. The cracked armor automatically sealed itself, fitting together seamlessly as if forged from a single piece. One could hardly imagine that mere moments ago it had been marred by a significant fissure. With a gentle push of the right foot, there was an effortless grace, as if the entire mech bore no weight at all. Upon stepping forward with his right leg, he executed a perfect 180-degree split, an unintentional display of flexibility. Had it not been for his training, he might have remained stationary for the entire afternoon or been forced to exit the virtual reality system. Clearly, his initial stance had been flawed. Otherwise, with my strength, how could I have made such intimate contact with the ground in that position? Rising to his feet, he readjusted his posture and took another step. This time, he moved with steadiness akin to a wobbly infant taking its first steps. Yet soon the mech began to stride with confidence. Gradually, he attempted a light jog. Though slightly unsteady, he did not fall. Before long, he transformed into a streak of lightning, swift and powerful, stirring up gusts of wind that echoed throughout the training grounds, a testament to his remarkable speed. Finally, he came to a halt, having mastered the preliminary controls of the mech. Sprinting, stopping abruptly, jumping, and rolling came effortlessly to him. Arthur appeared at the opportune moment. Dongfang, you have become somewhat familiar with the mech, haven't you? Indeed, teacher. I feel as if I could take it into battle, provided there is a battlefield. He replied with a chuckle, the enormous mech mimicking the gesture of scratching its head, resembling a real person. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. Arthur tossed his shoulder-length golden hair back. Before him stood an identical mech, Arthur donning the suit. The primary operating mode of the initial generation mech was assistive control, functioning similarly to walking, running, and jumping. Any action taken would trigger sensors embedded within the mech's lining, providing a substantial thrust in the same direction. However, this power had its limits. Otherwise, the mech would risk overload and hyperfrequency, failing to respond promptly to its pilot. This encapsulated the advantages and disadvantages of the initial generation mech. Yet, its simple operation significantly reduced the demands on neural responses and physical prowess, leading to its widespread adoption among the populace of Earth Ring and among mobile warriors. The two mechs stood 50 meters apart, facing each other. Confident in his superior physical condition and significantly enhanced neural response speed, Dongfang made the first move. Leaning forward, he forcefully stamped his right foot, creating an afterimage as he swiftly advanced towards Arthur. 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, within the blink of an eye, he was upon him. His metallic fist clenched tightly, delivering a right hook aimed at the opposing mech. With no intention of evasion, Arthur swiftly raised his arm to block the incoming fist, thrusting his right arm forward like a javelin aimed directly at Dongfang's chest. Retreating a step and executing a side kick. He believed that his timely change of tactics would allow him to evade Arthur's counterattack, but Dongfang underestimated the situation. Arthur slightly angled his body, seizing Dongfang's kicking leg and pulling it back. Once again, Dongfang found himself intimately acquainted with the ground in a split position. Why is it always me? The sounds of clashing echoed continuously in the training arena until Arthur's voice resonated. Warm-up concluded. We shall now commence the training phase. The mech's speed surged significantly, while Dongfang stood dazedly in place, adopting a defensive stance, shaking his head from side to side. Was that merely a warm-up? I believed we were engaged in fierce combat. Why, just as I thought I was about to catch up, you dealt me a heavy kick. Teacher Arthur, you truly are exceptional, daring to indulge in distractions. Arthur immediately perceived Dongfang's state. The mech appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick. Ascending, descending, gliding, Dongfang made his third intimate contact with the ground. Though this time it was his face. Fortunately, the mech was there. Alas, Teacher Arthur, you are indeed remarkable. Chapter 32. A sudden inspiration for rescue gradually. Dongfang ceased his one-dimensional defense. Although he could only throw a few punches and execute a sweeping kick, compared to his earlier constant encounters with the ground, there had undoubtedly been substantial improvement. Breathing heavily, the prolonged state of heightened mental concentration had brought Dongfang's physical endurance to its limits. Why is Teacher Arthur so effortlessly agile? By the calculations of movement speed, he should be expending more energy, for this is a virtual reality system, where Arthur is no different from a real human. Let us conclude for today. Continuing further would serve no meaningful purpose. Teacher, how is it that you maintain such vitality while I, Dongfang, have shed my armor? He plopped down onto the ground, devoid of any semblance of a commanding presence. Haha, piloting a mech and engaging in combat are vastly different. What is the essence of piloting? The very word pilot implies mastery. You must harness it, rather than merely exert brute strength. You must carefully perceive and continually familiarize yourself with the mech's capabilities, employing the most suitable force. For even a gentle push can yield tremendous results. That is the true essence of piloting. It seemed he grasped some insights, yet struggled to articulate them. Reminiscent of the initial moments when, though his force was minimal, the mech responded with swift and powerful feedback. In the concluding segment of combat training, his desire for a forceful counterattack often led to unintended outcomes. Having finished the virtual reality training, although Dongfang felt no physical fatigue, his mental state was severely depleted. Drowsiness, a heavy head, and various other sensations emerged. He longed for a good night's sleep, reminiscing about the comforts of his new bed. Oh well, I suppose I'll sleep at the base tonight. At 6:30 a.m., Dongfang awoke. His biological clock was ever so punctual. Following the daily training, he unexpectedly savored sea urchin, abalone, and the grilled squid he had yearned for previously. Peering out from the building felt akin to gazing through a panoramic skylight. The ground appeared enveloped beneath a glass dome. Yet, from the outside, only aesthetically pleasing metallic patterns were visible. There was no glass dome to be found. The inhabitants of the Earth ring truly cherished the allure of real-time vistas to their core. At 8 o'clock a.m., donning the exquisitely tailored mech suit that fit him like a second skin, Dongfang boarded a star-ground transport vessel. It resembled a large, plush caterpillar bun, albeit more slippery. The vessel is equipped with 6 hatches, capable of simultaneously transporting up to 200 humanoid bionic robots. Each of the fore and aft compartments houses a mecha bay, accommodating 10 first-generation mechas. Do not be deceived by its seemingly charming exterior. Despite such a substantial payload, it can effortlessly breach hypersonic speeds. Thus, Dongfang appeared above the province of Rimbi in the great nation of Britannia, a mere 300 meters in straight-line distance from Manhwa's residence. The dense forest, nearing dawn, considering the 13-hour time difference, was utterly devoid of life, with even the birds still in slumber. 6 rapid descent lines unfurled as 20 humanoid bionic robots and 1 mecha descended. You may wonder what this is all about. It stems from Dongfang's recent headline reading. Upon opening the news, he encountered a widely discussed article. Ms. Manhwa has been under house arrest for 700 days. For those unfamiliar, research it yourself. What on earth is going on? Dongfang's anger surged as he read further, realizing this was due to the absence of partners from my floral company. Thus, fully armed, he took action. The unmanned aerial vehicle ascended rapidly, transmitting images with remarkable clarity and no delay to the visor of the mecha. However, something seemed amiss. Why were there so many heavily armed soldiers stationed nearby? Unusual, very unusual. The aircraft lowered its altitude, revealing 2 soldiers hiding in the corner outside a tent, indulging in a smoke. What on earth is this? One remarked. The other nodded in agreement. The Americans want to capture someone, so they VE called us for defense. Has that old brigade commander lost his mind? Who would come here? It's been nearly 2 years. This is absurd. Shoo, keep it down, caution the first. What's there to fear? Everyone's asleep. Once the 2 soldiers departed, Dongfang brought his index and middle fingers together and waved them forward. In less than 5 minutes, all personnel within the straight-line vicinity were physically eradicated. Recently, Manhwa had been struggling with her sleep. 700 days of confinement within a modest 2-story villa weighed heavily on her spirit. Reading and cooking occupied most of her time. Yet even the most cherished activities could become tiresome. The recent cold and gloomy weather further darkened her mood, akin to a sky full of ominous clouds. Sleep, sleep. What else is there to do? She mused silently. She then heard what seemed to be a faint knock at the door, though she could not be certain. Straining to listen, she discerned a series of knocks. With a hint of annoyance, she rose from her bed. So late at night, were those gluttonous policemen back again? Upon opening the door, she perceived a shadow, and then her consciousness faded into oblivion. Dongfang entrusted Manhwa, whom he had cradled, to the nearby robot and contemplated briefly before re-entering the villa. Moments later, he emerged carrying a large suitcase, while the robot remained motionless in its original position until Dongfang issued the command to depart. A solitary figure accompanied by a cadre of robots retraced their steps back to the ship. However, due to Manhwa wearing thick sleep pants, Dongfang was oblivious to the electronic shackles concealed beneath. Meanwhile, the local police station's duty room, dedicated to monitoring confined individuals, suddenly blared an alarm. In the nearby military encampment, a cacophony of voices erupted as troops armed with rifles surged forth. Following their navigational directives, they charged eastward, while armored vehicles roared to life, their thunderous sounds shattering the stillness of the night. Just as they were about to return, Dongfang caught a glimpse of footage transmitted by a flying apparatus. What a predicament! Initially seeking a quiet departure, an oversight now haunted him. Recalling Manhwa adorned with shackles in a photograph, Dongfang swiftly rolled up her pant leg, and with a swift flick of a high-frequency pulse dagger, the electronic cuffs were severed into two. By the time the soldiers arrived, all they found was the discarded shackle on the ground, nothing more. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, the soldiers promptly reported the incident. Yet, how could a third-rate military detect an extraterrestrial civilization that surpassed Blue Star by 2 levels? Meanwhile, the transport vessel had already distanced itself, positioning itself directly above the flagship of the great nation's naval fleet. Glancing back at the somewhat weary Manhwa, Dongfang descended the rapid descent line, landing on the deck, which appeared eerily deserted. As Professor Arthur once stated, the best training is akin to real combat. Thus, this marked their inaugural experience. Chapter 33. A brilliant light, a pair of metallic feet thudded onto the deck, the clanging sound of metal colliding mingling with the crashing waves. How could a warship possibly be unstaffed? The answer was unequivocal. There must be someone aboard. Hook, a naval seaman assigned to the great nation's navy, had harbored disdain for the sea since his first day aboard, a landlubber by nature. The incessant rocking of the ship made him feel nauseous, as if he might expel yesterday's meal at any moment. Curse this wretched sea. I can't bear to stay a moment longer. Damn it. Hook, unable to find repose, emerged from the cramped quarters to seek fresh air on the deck. As he stepped out, he stretched and greedily inhaled the slightly salty, humid air, feeling invigorated. After performing a few stretching exercises, he looked up to find a humanoid robot towering over 2 meters before him. What was this? Did someone leave a mech model here? It looked quite impressive. Wait, something was amiss. Why was it moving? Why was it approaching him? No, it was not running. It was, and then his thoughts abruptly ceased, plunging him into darkness. A colossal mech gripped a soldier, whose neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Drops of water dripped down his pant leg. How disgusting. The poor fellow had lost control. Dongfang hurled the soldier aside. Still unsatisfied, the metallic hand scraped against the wall by the hatch, producing a jarring screech as it left a palm print on the metal hull, dragging 5 deep grooves behind it. Peering into the cramped interior, Dongfang frowned. Such a confined space was not conducive for the mech's capabilities. An idea struck him. The mech, as effortlessly as tearing paper, ripped the oval hatch from its hinges and hoisted it high above. With a forceful crash against the deck, a tremendous sound reverberated throughout the entire vessel. Alarms blared. Disheveled soldiers burst forth from the hatch, believing, like Hook, that the Eastern figure was merely a model. The alarms ceased, revealing the prankster who had placed a mech model on the deck. Reports flooded in, but the deck was devoid of anything but that singular mech model. Damn, I'm so sleepy. I might as well head back to sleep. The soldiers turned, making their way back to the hatch. But wait, how could the model be holding the hatch? As they approached the damaged hatch, the soldiers began to realize. A deafening howl surged forth, and the soldiers, crowded at the hatch ready to retreat, were struck by a massive bowling ball. One by one, they were sent flying, crashing against the hull and landing on the deck with resounding thuds. Even a captain of a grand warship, if he were a mere pig, would sense something amiss. The automated rapid-fire cannon whirred to life, its barrel aimed at the east. The sound of gunfire erupted as a barrage of metallic projectiles converged upon him. With a powerful stomp on the deck, the Eastern figure deftly dodged to the left, causing the metallic storm to pivot as well. Despite his evasive maneuvers, some cannon fire still found its mark. After all, an automatic rapid-fire cannon discharging 20,000 rounds per minute was no trifling matter. The energy shield shimmered with a ripple. The Eastern figure understood that he could not afford to be hit again. Otherwise, he would face the grim fate of destruction. Confronted with the peril of life and death, his mastery of piloting the original mech deepened. Although he engaged in relentless, high-intensity movement, he felt that his physical exertion was far less taxing than during his training sessions with Master Arthur. The mech's agility, initially fierce and vigorous, began to adopt an ethereal quality, almost imbued with a sense of natural grace. Like a bird slicing through the sky, or a fish gliding through the depths of the sea, he sought an external force to catalyze his breakthrough. Taking a gamble, he continued to evade while executing a series of astonishing maneuvers. Finally, a cannon shot shattered his shield, as thin as paper. The crisis of life and death. He could not afford another hit, not even once. Otherwise, the protective barrier would fail. His movements became increasingly swift as he even contemplated inching closer to the cannon. In mere seconds, the Eastern figure felt as though an eternity had passed. Suddenly, he perceived time slowing once more, the cannon gliding slowly past him, creating ripples in the air. He had transcended, both his body and piloting skills breaking through their limits, entering a new phase. Casually striding before the cannon, he delivered a powerful punch that sent the base, along with the 36-barrel rapid-fire cannon, crashing into the sea from the bow of the ship. A somewhat fortunate soldier, who had only broken his left leg, witnessed the spectacle. To him, the mech, which had initially appeared to dodge clumsily, seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation in an instant. It moved with the swiftness of a ghost, having just been desperately evading, only to reappear at the cannon's side as if it had teleported. After resolving the greatest peril encountered upon boarding, Dongfang turned to behold a soldier brandishing a rifle. "Hello." His spirits lifted slightly. He patted his shoulders, which bore not a speck of dust, and unsheathed his high-frequency pulse sword from his waist. With precision and grace, he executed slashes, thrusts, and strikes that rendered his foes lifeless on contact, their bodies scattered like charred remnants across the deck. No one remained on the deck. He sliced through the hatch that barred entry, advancing relentlessly, cutting through anything that obstructed his path. Nothing could hinder his progress. A new warship, launched less than 2 years prior, was reduced to ruin by Dongfang's blade. Sparks erupted from within, flames ignited in various locations, and thick black smoke billowed forth. Excellent. This is the true essence of a battleship. A contented expression graced his face as he surveyed the destruction. Effortlessly, he severed the tightly locked command chamber door and stepped inside. "What are you?" the captain stammered, trembling. "Stay back. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. I advise you to leave at once, lest you be reduced to a mere target for the armed helicopters." The captain's threats and enticements served as a last-ditch effort for survival. "Rest assured, I am not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent." Dongfang replied fluently in French. What do you intend to do?" the captain inquired nervously. "Oh, nothing much, merely curious to see how you, accustomed to your arrogance, would react when confronted with a force far mightier than your own. Did you witness that? Huh, what is dignity worth when one's life is at stake?" A smirk crossed Dongfang's lips. "I take great satisfaction in your dismay." He turned and exited the command chamber, returning to the deck, and descended via the fast rope back to the troopship. "Wait, he actually left?" The destroyer captain observed Dongfang's retreating figure from the observation room, feeling a measure of relief. He was about to instruct the communications officer to report the situation when a circular high-energy mine, affixed to the oil depot, detonated. With a thunderous roar, the destroyer was instantly engulfed in a colossal fireball. Dongfang had intended to illuminate the darkened seas for passing fishing boats, guiding them home. He succeeded. See how brilliantly it shines. Chapter 34. A stir of chaos before Manhwa awoke. Dongfang had placed her in her home in Shenzhen, while he had initially rendered her unconscious. He later ensured her slumber with an efficient deep sleep drug. Having used the same medication himself, he knew it was harmless and beneficial. The gentle relaxation of her brow indicated the quality of her rest. Dongfang dared not linger for her awakening, fearing her inquiries about his identity. Opening the window, he stepped onto the anti-gravity lift and vanished. "What a wonderfully restful sleep," Manhwa exclaimed as she sat up in bed, the day already dimming into twilight. The room illuminated only by the faint light filtering through the window. This had been the most restful slumber she had ever experienced, free from the incessant onslaught of nightmares and the bothersome presence of white-skinned officers. What a delightful day, though it seems the sun has yet to rise. She pondered, confusion creeping in. This is not merely a villa of a great nation. It is a high-rise residence in the city of Shun. She slapped her face vigorously. Am I dreaming? After just a brief slumber, I have returned to my home in Shun. Yet everything feels so tangible, and her recently struck face still carries a lingering sensation of warmth. Picking up the telephone on the table, she said, "Father, it seems I have returned home. Are you confused?" Mr. Chun from Huaduo Company received a call from his eldest daughter. "Do you think that those sycophants from the great nation could bring you back?" "Father, please check the phone. Is it not the number of my residence in Shun?" It seems yes." Mr. Chun, somewhat uncertain, set down the phone and glanced at it again. Indeed. It was the number for his daughter's abode in Shun. How did you return? I do not know. I merely took a nap. I will head over now. Wait for me. After departing from Manhwa's residence, Dongfang returned to his own home, a journey that took a total of 4 hours. Half an hour longer than he had planned. Thus, he hurriedly changed his clothes and set out, as he had arranged to meet Jiang Yuan the day before. I have nothing further to teach you. Jiang Yuan was left speechless. He had never encountered such a brazen student. Just look at his clumsy performance. It seemed he couldn't even manage to start the car. In just one afternoon, combined with 2 additional hours today, he had not made a single error during the practical driving test, not even the slightest mistake. Surely, he must have already driven for hundreds of hours before arriving here. Coach, I feel my parallel parking still has some issues. Pretending, continue your charade. I will simply watch your pretentious display. You drive better than I do. Yet you still pretend. I think it's unnecessary. Practice on your own. I'm stepping out for a smoke. When you have accumulated enough practice hours, you can take the theory and practical tests 1, 2, 3, and 4. With that, he did not wait for Dongfang, opened the car door, and plopped down on the curb to smoke. Well, indeed, there isn't much left to learn. Dongfang drove the car alone, circling repeatedly in the practice area. Occasionally, he would stop to assist female students who were still struggling with starting on an incline. Give it gas, partially lift the clutch, wait, good, 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 the car jolted. Release the clutch, see, wasn't that an easy start? Nodding in satisfaction, Dongfang felt a sense of achievement, enjoying his role as a teacher. After finally accumulating enough practice hours, Dongfang quickly exited the vehicle. Without a backward glance, he left the premises, craving a sanshin meal upon his return. Does anyone know what the 3 items are? See in the comments, oh. Upon arriving home, he received polite greetings from 3 rather courteous roommates on his phone, to which he responded one by one. Then, Dongfang reclined on his luxurious bed. The following day, sitting on the sofa, Dongfang carefully sipped some slightly hot milk while perusing the morning headlines. The spokesperson for Huawa's Foreign Affairs stated, "We express our stern protest and strong dissatisfaction regarding the actions of the great nation. Comrade Manhwa inexplicably disappeared from her residence while being deprived of her personal freedom. Yet, the officials of the great nation have yet to provide a reasonable explanation. Our citizens are being restricted in their personal liberty under baseless charges. Currently, this situation has arisen again, displaying an extreme lack of responsibility. China will closely monitor the relevant circumstances. The performance of the great powers has been utterly disappointing, revealing significant vulnerabilities in national security and defense." The minor nation remarks that perhaps there was a clandestine escape, suggesting a reckoning is due. "The world seems to belong to us, except for the elder brother. The rest are but mere flotsam." The remaining sycophants hastily urged the elder brother to find the missing individuals, lest they face repercussions themselves. In a moment of unexpected levity, the Eastern representative chuckled as milk spewed forth. Initially perplexed by the lack of announcements regarding Manhwa's situation, clarity dawned upon him upon reviewing the official statements. This group of inconsequential figures could hardly contend with the might of a great nation, easily subdued by mere words. The global reaction was one of shock. It was astonishing that a nation could be so inept, oblivious to the disappearance of its people. Turning off the television and wiping away the spilled milk, the Eastern representative donned his attire and ventured out, determined to resolve a significant matter at school. In the office of his instructor, Zhang Min, he was greeted with the assurance that the recent turmoil had subsided and he could return to his studies. In an age of information overload, public attention rarely lingers beyond 3 days. "Teacher, I was just hoping to speak with you, and here you are calling me in," he replied. "Let's discuss what's on your mind," she prompted. "To be honest, I have thoroughly grasped the knowledge we are currently studying. Could you grant me a note? I desire more time for self-study." "Your reasoning is quite compelling," she teased. "So, you've achieved some success in mathematics, and now your tail is in the air?" Zhang Min was not easily swayed by such bravado. "Come now, teacher, I am a straightforward child. No tricks or deceit here," he countered, unabashedly praising himself. "Very well. I shall ask every teacher to prepare a set of questions. If you score above 95, I will grant your request." Zhang Min remained cautious, knowing he had topped his class during the winter break, thus raising the bar for him. "Is it truly that simple? Are you certain?" "Actually, I misspoke. You must score above 98. Let me add a bit more challenge. Do you truly consider yourself a prodigy?" That works too." Chapter 35. An unconventional examination. Unaware of the situation with his instructor, the Eastern representative spent the following days attending classes like a dutiful student. He would sit attentively during lessons with Professor Arthur, although he found the material rather simplistic. His academic life primarily revolved around incessant studying and playing games with his dormitory companions. On the weekend, he returned home, enjoying a harmonious yet uneventful time with his parents. Early Monday morning, on his way to the classroom, Dongfang received a call from his instructor, Zhang Min. "Dongfang, where are you?" she inquired. "I'm on my way to class. What instructions do you have for me?" Regarding what you mentioned last week, come to Teaching Building 101, Room 502. After ending the call, Dongfang shrugged to his three companions, saying, "Brothers, I am off to pursue my splendid life. Farewell. Do remember to inform the teacher that the instructor summoned me." "What does the instructor want with you?" Zhang Wei asked, a hint of curiosity evident in his expression. I didn't expect you to be so impressive. You can handle the instructor?" His expression was one of exaggerated disbelief. Indeed, do share so we may witness." Yang Xiao chimed in, his face reflecting deep agreement. "You lot, where are your minds wandering?" He added with a dismissive wave. "Never mind, by the end of today, you shall understand. Off I go." Zhang Min was pacing anxiously outside room 502, her anticipation palpable. The teachers, invigorated as if charged with energy, were all seated inside, awaiting the arrival of their student. Each desk bore a manila envelope containing meticulously crafted examination questions, drawn from years of teaching experience, ensuring that no answers could be found on Baidu, or even anything remotely similar. They were all eager to witness Dongfang's potential blunders. As Dongfang appeared in the corridor, the instructor quickly approached him, gripping his arm. "I've already boasted about you, and the teachers are prepared, eagerly awaiting your performance," she said with a chuckle. "Rest assured, dear teacher," he replied, stepping through the classroom door. Except for the mathematics professor, whose expression revealed enthusiasm, the remaining instructors glared at him with intense scrutiny, their eyes wide as saucers. Don't think that because you've unraveled the conjecture of Hada, you can flaunt your prowess in other subjects as well. The examination commenced, beginning with advanced mathematics. The professors formed a circle, eager to assess this young man's mathematical acumen. As expected, Dongfang's proficiency was undeniable. What was intended to be a 2-hour exam was completed in a mere 20 minutes, with both sides of the paper filled to the brim. Next came university physics. This time, he took a bit longer, finishing in 25 minutes. The physics instructor withdrew to begin grading. "See," he declared, surprisingly pulling out a laptop. "No more written exams. We are moving to practicals." The task involved implementing a function to swap two data elements and output the addresses of each element in a one-dimensional array using pointers. The problem was not particularly challenging, but expecting a freshman unfamiliar with the content to solve it was ambitious. Yet, for Dongfang, it was child's play. "Include iStream," he typed, executing the code flawlessly. Another professor succumbed to defeat. On to the next subject, engineering drawing. The computer was still in use as he swiftly produced the 3 views of a mechanical component using CAD, completing the task in 5 minutes. The exam paper was done in another 5 minutes. From the beginning to the end of the examinations in linear algebra and computer fundamentals, Dongfang spent less than 2 hours in total. Comfortable, he settled into the rear of the classroom, leaving the front seats for the various professors. They sat upright at the table, writing fervently. "A perfect score? No, I must check again. There must be something I overlooked. 100 points, indeed. I have reviewed it 3 times. Is this exam for Dongfang or for me?" After the papers were graded, all the teachers who participated in today's examination gathered together. "So, did anyone achieve a perfect score in physics?" "Yes, a full score." "What about engineering drawing? And English?" "Well, I didn't submit an essay." Zhang Min, the instructor, beamed with delight. Dongfang truly accomplished this. Calling Dongfang over, she said, "All perfect scores. You hardly attend classes. When did you learn all this?" The teachers gazed at Dongfang in disbelief. "I simply have a high efficiency in self-study. The pace of the classes might be a bit slow, but it's just right for my fellow classmates." Zhang Min turned to the other teachers. "Now, you can all sign the application, right?" The elderly mathematics professor nodded. "No problem, I'll sign." The remaining teachers remained silent, each signing quietly. As they were about to leave, the physics teacher spoke up. "We will be keeping a close eye on you. Should your final grade fall below 95, you will receive a failing mark. Make sure to attend class." "Of course, teacher." At this moment, Dongfang appeared surprisingly obedient. The earlier haughty demeanor vanished. The mathematics teacher was the last to depart, patting Dongfang on the shoulder. "Well done. I have faith in you. Keep up the effort, and you can apply to my graduate program." Dongfang was momentarily taken aback. The professor's accomplishments in mathematics were indeed remarkable, and his words implied that Dongfang could receive an admission notice for a graduate program in applied mathematics upon graduation. "But teacher, graduation is still 3 years away. I will think it over seriously." The mathematics professor nodded in acknowledgement and exited, closing the door behind him. Zhang Min picked up the report in her hand and handed it to Dongfang. "Take a look. How about that?" The teacher followed through. "Haha, teacher, you're wonderful. I like you so much." "You child, don't be foolish. What do you mean by liking?" Zhang Min felt a bit bashful, considering the small age gap between her and her students. "All right, I need to deliver this to the administration office." She retrieved the report from Dongfang and left in her high heels. Elated, Dongfang turned and headed straight for Wanxiang Square. The person in charge who had last attended to Dongfang was patrolling the lobby on the first floor when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Rich kid, you're back. I've missed you." Rubbing his hands together, he jogged over to Dongfang. Hello, Mr. Dongfang, he said, having secretly checked the delivery information last time to learn about Dongfang. Do you have any stored value cards? Dongfang remained aloof. Yes. We have anonymous stored value cards for 10, 000, 20, 000, 50, 000, and 100, 000. Which one would you like? One for 5,000, please. Are you sure it's 5,000? Not 50,000. Dongfang remained silent, simply watching him. Understood. Right this way. Chapter 36. A lack of proficiency. The floor manager of the Universal Square once again stood at the entrance, bowing slightly as he bid farewell to Dongfang. Only 5,000 spent. That hardly fits the lavish style, he murmured to himself before returning to continue the unfinished inspection. Dongfang hailed a taxi and made his way back to the university. It seemed that taxi drivers in every corner of Huagua were quite the chatterboxes. Upon discovering that Dongfang was a student from Jiaodong University, the driver could not help but launch into a conversation. He spoke of the pleasant parks nearby, praised the university for its diligent students, and lamented about the less serious students who were already dating in middle school, among other topics. Finally arriving at the university gates, Dongfang could no longer remain seated and paid the fare, rushing towards the campus without a backward glance, even as the driver called out, "Hey, slow down. Don't trip." Upon reaching the bottom of his instructor's building, he fished out his phone. "Teacher, are you in the office? What do you want now?" "I already received your report," came the response. "I just wanted to see you. My heart feels uneasy without your presence." "Fine. Come up," Zhang Min replied with a hint of exasperation, her tone weary. Zhang Min waved him over, and Dongfang approached her desk. "Busy are we?" "MHM," Zhang Min replied, not lifting her gaze from her work. "You shouldn't overexert yourself. Your skin has deteriorated compared to before." "Really?" She immediately paused her work to retrieve a small mirror from her bag. "Ah, women are always like this." Dongfang pointed out the darkened areas on her face and the circles under her eyes. "You need some self-care." "Oh dear, it does seem so. You've hit the nail on the head," she admitted. "Don't worry, teacher. Although I'm not familiar with the cosmetics you might need, I'll quietly offer you this gift card," he said, slipping it under her book. "What are you doing? Take it back," she insisted, pushing it away while whispering. "Have you heard of intelligent assistants?" Successfully diverting her attention, she replied, "Of course. I still use one. It's incredibly helpful. Hee, I developed it myself. Do you believe me?" "Sure, keep boasting." Dongfang discreetly pulled out his phone and showed her the patent certificate. Recently, Gao Yuan had applied for a patent, and upon receiving the certificate, he eagerly shared it with Dongfang, leading to this moment. "Who would have thought our class would produce someone like you? A little genius," Zhang Min exclaimed. "How much have you made, by the way?" Not much, just under 100 million. Zhang Min was taken aback. "Then I shall accept this. Consider it your way of repaying me." She compared the 5,000 to the 100 million, realizing that the 5,000 seemed insignificant in contrast. "Take it. This is my first gift, and I'm not quite adept at it yet. I promise to improve next time." "Improve? Haha, you sly one." With everything settled, Dongfang confidently informed his parents that he was too busy to return home and told the university that he would be more productive studying at home. Thus, he boldly made his way to the company. "Boss, what brings you here? Don't you have classes?" Zhang Hao, this sycophant, was indeed the first to notice the big boss. "What, can I not come?" "Of course, you may come freely," he chuckled, trailing behind Dongfang into the boss's office, quietly closing the door before hastening to inform the higher-ups within the company. In the mountainous regions of southwest China, at our clandestine base, a man bearing a significant star stood anxiously beside a computer. "How is it? What are the results of the computer simulation?" Old Zhao is still awaiting the outcome. Half a month prior, a special forces team had arrived from the military district in the capital, escorting a small USB drive. It was said to contain top-secret national information, specifically the complete data on the F-119 vector engine from the flag-bearing nation. Liu Jiangwo, the very man standing by the computer, had scoffed upon receiving the USB drive. "Is this a joke? How could the highly classified military secrets of the Americans end up in our hands? If we could access them, we would have been utilizing our own engines long ago, not waiting until now." With the thought of exposing the ill intentions behind the delivery, he opened the USB drive. As a seasoned expert in domestic aero-engine research for 2 decades, he felt confident. He first examined the blueprints. This looks promising, the nozzle guide vanes. No issues here. The subtle angle differences are quite scientific. Turbine blades? No problems there either. The combustion chamber? Still no issues. He became engrossed, analyzing everything from design schematics to material ratios, from structural integrity to electrical layouts. He found no flaws. Instead, he gained new insights into his own completed Kunlun 20 engine. He recognized many areas for potential performance enhancements. This is genuine. The might of the Huagua nation, the prowess of Old Zhao. After reviewing the materials, these 2 phrases echoed repeatedly in his mind, as no other words could adequately convey his exhilaration. Ignoring the fact that it was nearing midnight, he picked up the secure phone. "Is Old Zhao there?" He knew his character well. He was waiting for him. "Just a moment," he said, as the sweet voice of the operator faded. Hello, Zhengluo, how is it going? Old Zhao's voice was sincere, truly sincere. Where did you obtain this information? That's inconsequential. Just focus on the results. Let us commence the replication work. The nation is awaiting the outcome. Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed. After hanging up, old Zhao, stroking his silver hair, pondered, what exactly is this young man's background? Online searches reveal he is a third-generation farmer, just an ordinary student. How did he acquire such information? The silver-haired general dialed a second phone call that night. Jinyu, what did that young man who handed you the USB say? Grandfather, why are you still awake at this hour? Is what he provided truly significant? Enough with the chatter, just answer me. I've told you countless times. He said nothing but that it was for you and that the nation is in need. Furthermore, this is my younger brother, named Dongfang. Do not refer to him in such a casual manner. I shall send Xiao Su to your place tomorrow. The two of you can investigate further. Come now. Since it is for the benefit of the country, should we not protect him? Who said anything about how to handle him? Just ask a few questions. What is the matter? All right then, let Xiao Su come. Remember to bring me some fine tea, as mine is nearly finished. You young rascal, indulging in the good tea. My precious stock is almost exhausted because of you. If you do not bring it, I shall not go. Enough, I shall take my leave. I am off to meet Dongfang. Chapter 37. The purchase. Early the next morning, Dongfang rose with the sun. The cleaning staff had already polished the company to a pristine shine. Last night, just before bed, Dongfang received news that Zhao Jinyu would be visiting the company, and he cryptically mentioned the importance of making a good impression for future benefits. Consequently, Dongfang had to notify the administration overnight, resulting in the immaculate scene that greeted them today. At precisely 10 a.m., Zhao Jinyu arrived punctually at Dihuan Technology Company. A warm welcome awaited the secretary for his inspection of the work. To Dongfang's surprise, he had even prepared a banner at the entrance. This young man was becoming increasingly adept at such theatrics. You shouldn't indulge in such trivialities, Zhao Jinyu remarked, gesturing towards the banner. However, standing beside him today was a young gentleman clad in a sharp suit, exuding an air of competence that was far from ordinary. Sensing something unusual, Dongfang led the way, ushering the two men into the office. A staff member served them hot tea. Secretary, this tea cannot compare to yours. Please make do. Enough with the banter. Today, I am merely a guest. This gentleman beside me is the main character, known as Brother Su. Greetings, Brother Su, Dongfang responded obediently, almost like a feline. Hello, Comrade Dongfang. There is no need for titles. I am here simply to engage in casual conversation. Please, speak freely. I shall answer truthfully, without concealment. As I fully understand the organization's policies, Dongfang replied, realizing the purpose behind this meeting was a follow-up on the submitted documents. What relatives do you have at home? My family is rather small. It consists of my grandmother, my father, my mother, and myself. It seemed they were seeking a breakthrough through familial connections. Oh, did your grandfather pass away due to illness? The inquiry was quite probing, but such details must remain unspoken. Thus, he replied honestly, yes. My grandmother mentioned he fell ill and passed before reaching 50. I apologize for the abruptness of my question. Who did you learn computer programming from? I taught myself a portion, and I also learned from the predecessors in the Red Hacker Alliance Online. Oh, predecessors. That is a significant term. It denotes a group of individuals. Brother Su noted, his interest piqued. What kind of people are they? They are individuals with a strong sense of justice. I have not met them in person, but their skills are exceptional, focused on combating hackers and identifying vulnerabilities. It was clear that a mere 18-year-old could hardly develop an intelligent assistant and access confidential documents on his own. Behind him undoubtedly lies a group of elite red hackers renowned for their unparalleled expertise in global computing technology. He is merely a proxy thrust into the limelight. Perhaps due to extraordinary circumstances, these patriotic technocrats have acquired sensitive information, transferring it to the nation through Dongfang while remaining incognito. The young man, referred to as Xiao Su, pondered extensively. Believing he had obtained crucial intelligence, he resolved to conclude the conversation, aware that the more he spoke, the greater the risk of exposure. Thank you for your hospitality today, Xiao Su said, rising to shake Dongfang's hand before turning to exit. Fanger, let me see Xiao Su off, Dongfang remarked, observing Zhao Jinyu as he departed, sharing a few words with Xiao Su before they exchanged farewells. Zhao Jinyu then returned to the company. Fanger, I won't be leaving for lunch today. Let us see how your cooking measures up. Of course, I wholeheartedly welcome you, came the reply. After a leisurely chat covering mundane topics, Dongfang suddenly had a thought. Brother, do we have any land left in the park? Are you considering venturing into industry? Zhao Jinyu's eyes lit up. This could indeed stimulate an entire industrial chain. I do have such an idea. Recently, the company has expanded its operations, and the rented office is quite cramped. We aim to construct an office building first. That is splendid. There's a 68-acre vacant plot on the west side of the park, with all the necessary paperwork ready for auction at any time. Moreover, since our location is somewhat remote, land prices are low, barely exceeding 1 million per acre. Excellent. Then it's settled. I will arrange for someone to begin the application process. After a simple lunch, Zhao Jinyu departed. What a commendable secretary he is. Aside from displaying a nonchalant demeanor in front of acquaintances, he constantly considers the welfare of the community, showing no pretensions in dining, traveling, or attire, so unassuming. One would hardly believe he hails from the capital. Dongfang has recently been delving into operating systems. Although the company's related plans have been slightly deferred, he intends to initiate research and development work. In truth, a complete computer system comprises both hardware and software components. The hardware system cannot undergo sudden advancements at present, especially since the company cannot even produce a single chip. Therefore, the only avenue for breakthrough lies in the software system, which can be further subdivided into 4 primary components: drivers, the kernel, support libraries, and peripherals. If further dissected, it can also encompass process management, memory management, file systems, network communication, security mechanisms, and user interfaces, the visual interfaces, UI, that individuals utilize daily, alongside drivers and applications. This represents a substantial undertaking, yet with Nova's precedents to guide him, Dongfang's efforts are sure to yield fruitful results. He is currently engaged in writing the kernel program when Gao Yuan entered. Fanger, haha, we have results, he exclaimed, holding a Bluetooth speaker. We've taken the first step towards the Internet of Things. The smart speaker pairing is complete. Before Dongfang could respond, Gao Yuan placed the speaker, which emitted a spectrum of vibrant lights, on the desk, and said, Xiao Nuo, are you there? Yes, master. Is this song unsatisfactory? Would you like to hear another? No need. I was just calling out casually. Ah, I am at your service at any moment. Indeed, it seems that everyone's diligent efforts during this period have borne fruit. Dongfang nodded, pleasantly surprised by the competence of these newcomers in the programming industry. Gao Yuan concurred, stating that the pressing issue we currently face is the production equipment for the speakers. Merely having products will not recoup our investments. No need to fret. I was just about to discuss this matter with you before you arrived. Dongfang smiled gently. I have already reported to the secretary. We have acquired the vacant land to the west. You should liaise with a reliable design firm to draft a proposal. Additionally, instruct Li Chang to coordinate with the management committee so we can secure the land purchase. Impressive progress indeed. I've instructed the team to delve deeper into development. Our next venture will be into smart home products. You shall make the decisions. I will merely guide the direction. Very well. I can already envision the substantial profits. Haha. The efficiency of the Dihuan company is commendable. By afternoon, the management committee had received their letter of intent for the land purchase. This was a matter previously communicated by the secretary, so no one would dare to be negligent, and the land bidding process was promptly initiated. Chapter 38. Initiation of the materials laboratory. Recently, Dongfang has enjoyed greater freedom within the company. Aside from the essential routines of training, studying, dining, and resting, he devoted all his time to writing kernel code. The kernel is akin to bestowing life upon a being. Without it, an operating system cannot function. Therefore, a wholehearted commitment is essential to achieve excellence. Although Nova provided assistance, the technological disparity between Dihuan Star and Blue Star is vast. To develop an operating system for Dihuan Star, one must be prepared for arduous challenges. Transforming the originally concise and fluid machine language into a more complex format that aligns with current mainstream applications is a monumental task. Consequently, Dongfang completely set aside the Dihuan Star operating system, focusing instead on conceptualizing a new operating system that meets the hardware standards of Blue Star. Without distinguishing between macrokernels, microkernels, or hybrid kernels, he creatively developed the Star kernel, which is more efficient and user-friendly than the currently mainstream kernels, with significantly reduced error potential. Then came the long wait as the compilation software progressed slowly. The time is based on Dongfang's disguised computer, so please do not scrutinize it too closely. After 1 hour, again, based on the aforementioned context, it passed flawlessly. Stretching and displaying a satisfied expression, Dongfang was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Li Chang entered, saying, Boss, the preliminary procedures for the bidding process have been completed. The auction will commence this afternoon. Will you be overseeing it? Calculating the time. It has been over 2 weeks since we reached an agreement with Zhao Jinyu. It is indeed time for the auction. Please inquire with Xie Jing regarding our current account balance. Dongfang closed his computer and rose to pour a glass of water. I had already inquired. Companies like Huaduo, Xiaodo, and BBK, among other mobile giants, have made timely payments as per our contracts. Our finances are robust, with over 3.8 billion yuan in our account. Dongfang felt a sense of joy. Unbeknownst to me, I have accumulated over 300 million, which could indeed qualify me as a diamond man. Very well. Let us proceed this afternoon. After a modest lunch, my esteemed friend, yet again a simple meal. Can we not indulge in something more lavish? My friend, if you wish to eat, then endure this, Dongfang. Well, I shall make do, and once I earn my manuscript fees, I shall feast as I please. Humph. Dongfang, accompanied by Zhang Hao and Xie Jing, entered the office building of the management committee. The large conference room was once again filled to capacity with a sea of people. A young man in formal attire ascended the podium and gently tapped the microphone to ensure everything was in order. Distinguished guests and esteemed executives, good afternoon. Welcome to the auction site for the 6th parcel of land in the park. As the host elaborated on the location and supporting facilities of the land, Dongfang weighed the bidding paddle in his hand, number 66. Ah, quite promising indeed. The parcel Dongfang intended to bid on was situated on the western side of the park. With well-established infrastructure, water, electricity, and road access were all in place. An initial site leveling had already been conducted, encompassing a total area of approximately 70 acres. Consequently, upon the management committee's announcement of the auction, numerous individuals registered to partake in the bidding. Now that we have covered the details, I trust everyone is well informed. Should there be any further inquiries, please refer to the promotional materials provided by the staff upon entry. We shall officially commence the auction with an opening bid of 50 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. Please place your bids. Very well. Number 30 bids 51 million. Number 21, a lady, bids 55 million. The price soared until it reached 70 million. All right. Number 66 bids 75 million. Number 42 bids 80 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The room fell silent, as this price had already exceeded expectations. 80 million for the first time. Number 66 bids again, 85 million. Dongfang raised his paddle once more. Perhaps the price was indeed too steep. With no further challengers, Dongfang secured the land use rights for a total of 40 years at the elevated price of 85 million. The conference room of the Earthring Star convened once more. Dongfang sat at the center, announcing significant upcoming plans for the company. Let me outline our work plan for the next phase now that we have secured the land. Yuan, you will be responsible for overseeing the design firm's follow-up. Please expedite the design proposals and commence construction. Xie Jing, I am preparing to establish a materials research laboratory. You will initially handle the procurement of equipment. Zhang Hao, the Internet of Things initiative is now on track. Continue to delve deeper and expand the scope as swiftly as possible. Li Chong, Tian, prepare for the next round of recruitment. It is time to scale up. Does anyone have any suggestions? Fawner, do we have a plan for the construction of our factory? Shall we prioritize the production of Bluetooth speakers? Yuan, we still lack experience. I have been contemplating this over the past few days. Do you think all those smartphone companies build their own production lines? Indeed. It seems we are blind to our own situation, with so many contract manufacturers available. Gao Yuan immediately grasped the implications. Lacking experience, one remains somewhat naive in the marketplace. The meeting concluded swiftly, the direction firmly established. Thus, only execution remains. The Earth Environment Company operates with remarkable efficiency. A thunderous sound emanates from the vacant lot, where bulldozers and loaders incessantly maneuver. As the machinery traverses the terrain, the once uneven land becomes smooth. Surrounding them, numerous construction workers are erecting walls, and behind them stands an imposing long wall. In the northwest corner of the lot, a 5-story building rises boldly. Several workers, akin to spiders, cling to the exterior walls, affixing slabs of stone. The internal roads of the site have been completed ahead of schedule, with vehicles transporting building materials and debris weaving through the thoroughfare. A bustling scene indeed. It has been a month since the auction concluded. Dongfang, donned in a hard hat, gazes into the distance, flanked by the sun-kissed men Gao Yuan and Li Chong. Fawner, see that the materials laboratory is nearly completed, with stone cladding underway. However, while we have procured some domestically produced instruments, there are still certain devices that our country cannot manufacture. Are they not available for import? Dongfang inquires, turning to his colleague. Some can be imported, but others face various restrictions from foreign companies, making timely acquisition doubtful. What exactly are we discussing? Dongfang furrows his brow. Ultra-pure water equipment, ultra-high-performance liquid chromatography tandem mass spectrometry, high-performance liquid chromatographs, and field emission scanning electron microscopes, the colleague responds. Dongfang remains silent, his mind engaged in communication with Nova. Sir, you need not worry at all. I will arrange for the automated factory production immediately. It will be delivered by tomorrow evening at the latest. Chapter 39, Deep Blue Operating System. The three return to the office, removing their hard hats. It's scorching. If this continues, I'll end up as dark as a South African, Gao Yuan exclaims, collapsing onto the office couch. Dongfang nods in agreement, tilting his head back to finish the tea left on the table. No need to concern yourself with the equipment. Just procure domestic devices, and I will handle the rest. Understood, Gao Yuan replies, wriggling on the sofa like a worm. The exterior wall decoration will be completed in a few days. Once the interior is finished, I will have the equipment moved in. With the arrangements made, Dongfang immerses himself in the development of the operating system. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. He picks up the phone and dials. Zhang Hao, how is Zhu Jiangwo faring these days? Do you still remember the balding young man? Boss, you are truly remarkable. Zhu Jiangwo is a powerhouse. After learning a new programming language, he has been unstoppable. His contributions are invaluable to our recent breakthroughs. Zhang Hao responds with his characteristic charm. Is that so? Have him come to my office. I wish to speak with him. Understood, boss. Should I accompany him? You carry on with your work. A head, half shiny and half adorned with sparse hair, peeks in from the doorway. Boss, you called for me. Zhang Hao has already taken this group under his wing. It is Zhu Jiangwo. Yes, come in, Dongfang replies, rising to personally pour a cup of tea for Zhu Jiangwo. Zhu Jiangwo sat on the sofa, his bottom shifting restlessly as if the genuine leather upholstery were studded with nails. Indeed, individuals of pure technical prowess possess a certain charm beyond their beloved technology. They exhibit a childlike innocence in other matters. Boss, what are your instructions? Zhu Jiangwo would never beat around the bush. Didn't I tell you earlier that we weren't ready to develop an operating system yet? What is this? Are we embarking on it now? I am fully prepared. Not quite. Everyone is quite busy. I just want to ponder over it myself for a while, Dongfang replied thoughtfully. I see where you're coming from. Zhu Jiangwo's demeanor shifted to one of normalcy. He casually picked up his teacup, took a few sips, and with a slight sputter expelled some tea leaves from his mouth. The recent project development has been successful, hasn't it? I thought I would take the liberty to experiment with the new language. And I must say, it is truly splendid. I already have a version for the kernel. Gone was the previously fidgety bookworm. That is splendid. I've just completed the kernel-S coding as well. Let us exchange and learn from each other. By the way, Zhu, you needn't collaborate with the group anymore. Let us form our own team to work on the operating system. Finally. I've been looking forward to this day. Zhu Jiangwo quickly copied the operating system kernel program from Dongfang's notebook, leaving behind his own, and darted out the door towards his workstation. Dongfang, in turn, opened Zhu Jiangwo's program, reading line by line. So this is how it can be executed? Much more intuitive. Before long, he found himself deep in thought. He picked up a notebook resting nearby, jotting down notes, only to furrow his brow, as if confronted with a perplexing dilemma. Why not directly call the function instead of taking such a convoluted route and wasting resources? As Dongfang discovered something new, he began to speak to himself. After resolving a particular issue, he beamed with delight. If a stranger were to walk in, they would likely assume this dapper young man was somewhat eccentric. A similar scene unfolded at Zhu Jiangwo's workstation. Coder, what has got Zhu all worked up this time? Coder B, he acted like this when he solved the core issue last time. What is the fuss about? A, but this is a bit excessive, don't you think? B, just get back to work. Are you complaining about finishing your tasks too quickly? Indeed. Have you heard that our boss is considering building a new factory? What about a residential complex for us? Such is the nature of people. Regardless of their circumstances, they yearn for a haven of their own. Sigh. I heard from Yuan that it seems to be in the works, but we really don't know, one of them mused. Their conversation, however, failed to distract Zhu Jiangwo, who was utterly captivated by Dongfang's perfect and concise code. He nodded continuously, furrowing his brow as he grappled with incomprehensible statements. Hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Eventually, he managed to review the code, but as he gazed at the lines he had written, he suddenly found it difficult to bear. In comparison to the boss's work, mine feels utterly inferior. Forget it. I'll just ask the boss directly. With that thought, he wasted no time and headed straight for Dongfang's office. The East is revising the kernel, for he possesses a vast reservoir of knowledge, yet lacks any tangible practical experience. Observing Zhu Jiangwo's code, he has garnered quite a bit. Recognizing his own shortcomings, he swiftly amended his version 10. At that moment, Zhu Jiangwo entered. Boss, I have a question, he said, still as straightforward as ever. Why is your function call so simple, and why does it differ so much from mine? Zhu, it seems your thought process has yet to evolve. I have mentioned numerous times while discussing the language that you should think in Chinese. He gestured towards the screen, where he typed line after line of code, explaining and demonstrating simultaneously. Zhu Jiangwo nodded incessantly, much like a chick pecking at rice. It was a fruitful day for both him and Dongfang. In the ensuing month, the two of them, primarily Dongfang, with Zhu Jiangwo's assistance, completed the development of the Deep Blue operating system. Although the user interface was somewhat unfriendly, it merely required a box with a few words, computer. Oh, no, that should be 3 words. Well, it doesn't matter, it conveys the essence. There were also circles and pentagrams. As long as they were distinguishable, that sufficed. Boss, have we succeeded? Zhu Jiangwo asked, somewhat incredulous. He had anticipated this moment for many years. While numerous domestic operating systems exist online, they are all based on Linux, making them fundamentally different from the version crafted by Dongfang and Zhu Jiangwo. We must test its compatibility with our games, Dongfang declared, swiftly double-clicking the installation package on a USB drive. The familiar animated sequence unfolded, accompanied by stunning combat effects. It was none other than the immensely popular game Journey to the West from the Di Huan Company. The performance was remarkably smooth. Although Dongfang had equipped the company with top-notch hardware, it still could not achieve this level under the W operating system. Success was absolute. The Deep Blue operating system was on the verge of being unveiled. Zhu Jiangwo was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly embraced Dongfang, ready to plant a kiss on his cheek. Sensing the imminent danger, Dongfang quickly pressed a hand against Zhu Jiangwo's mouth, pushing him away. A muffled whimper emanated from Zhu Jiangwo as he was shoved aside, his eyes filled with a palpable sense of grievance. Unable to contain himself, Dongfang burst into laughter. Chapter 40. Bestowal of honors. Though the operating system had been successfully developed, it remained without users. As Dihuan's product scope was far too broad, one moment it was a mobile app, the next a game, and then an operating system. Who would endorse them? Who would dare to vouch for them? Thus, Dongfang encountered yet another dilemma. The fervor that had fueled the development waned once the project was completed, exposing the challenges that lay ahead. Seated at his desk, he rubbed his brow in frustration. Next time, I cannot be so reckless. I need a plan. At the very least, a market survey. Without clients, progress is impossible, or we may need to delay further. He silently set a goal for himself, noting it on the front page of his notebook for easy reference. The familiar ringtone resonated. Fang'er, what are you up to? Brother, I have some delightful news today. You simply must treat us. Zhao Jinyu's voice came through with a teasing tone. But, brother, you haven't even mentioned what it is yet. It's hard to set a standard here, Dongfang replied, already feeling playful under Zhao Jinyu's influence. Haha, let us settle on the Zijin Hotel, noon at 12 o'clock. Just a couple of dishes and a bowl of rice. Is that too much to ask? For dishes and a soup will suffice. No need for any extravagant fare. At precisely noon, Dongfang stood at the entrance of the Zijin Hotel. Zhao Jinyu was remarkably punctual. Before Dongfang could fully steady himself, he had already stepped out of the Volkswagen parked by the roadside. Dongfang naturally wouldn't be remiss and stepped forward to greet him. At that moment, another figure emerged from the vehicle. The man known as Xiao Su was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, showing no signs of creasing despite arriving by car. Dongfang speculated that perhaps this was indeed good news. Without further thought, he hurried over a few steps to the car and extended his hand. Brother Su, greetings. It's a pleasure to meet you again. Hello. The two walked side by side towards the hotel, though Xiao Su remained rather taciturn. It was indeed their second encounter. Thankfully, Zhao Jinyu enlivened the atmosphere, and the three entered the reserved private room amidst laughter and chatter. Once the dishes were served, Dongfang could hardly contain his curiosity. Brother, what is the good news today? Do enlighten me. Zhao Jinyu merely chuckled. Patience, patience. Today a spotlight is on Xiao Su. Look at your brother playing the role of the supporting guest. You owe me a treat, so order 2 plates of braised pork. Brother, no problem, Dongfang conceded, abandoning his inquiries, knowing he would find out soon enough. Fang'er, why haven't I seen you trending lately? Zhao Jinyu jested while savoring his beloved braised pork. Brother, to be honest, I would love to launch a big project, but our fame is insufficient. I fear no one would recognize it. What do you mean? Zhao Jinyu, with his mouth full, seemed genuinely intrigued. Recently, I have developed a new operating system for PCs, Xiao Su interjected. What sets it apart from current mainstream operating systems? Completely different. We've rebuilt it from the ground up using our newly developed D language. Xiao Su explained. From the basic kernel to drivers, supporting libraries, and peripherals, it's entirely domestically produced. Of course, in terms of hardware. Do you have any product introductions? Xiao Su promptly inquired. Yes, brother, take a look, Dongfang said. Handing over his phone, Xiao Su took it, snapped a photo with his own device, and returned it. You should stop using that fruit phone and switch to something floral. Xiao Su remarked cryptically, then swiftly shifted the conversation away from the operating system. As they had not consumed alcohol, the meal concluded swiftly. They moved to the lounge area, where Dongfang carefully retrieved a box from his sleek, black handbag. Stand at attention, Comrade Dongfang. This is the main task for my visit today. Dongfang immediately rose and stood before Xiao Su, who had not been formally introduced until now. Comrade Dongfang, commissioned by the highest military council of the nation, I have come to bestow upon you the National Outstanding Contribution Award. However, due to confidentiality reasons, this cannot be disclosed to the public. I hope for your understanding. The nation shall never forget those who have made significant contributions. With that said, I retrieved a medal from the small wooden box I held and pinned it onto Dongfang's chest. After capturing a photograph, I returned the medal to its box. The ceremony of conferral was complete. Dongfang, overwhelmed with emotion, found himself at a loss for words. I will undoubtedly contribute even more to the nation. Thank you, Brother Su. It is we who should express our gratitude. When the day comes that this can be declassified, I believe the entire nation will recognize your efforts. Having fulfilled my mission, I bid farewell, confident that our separation would not be prolonged. Xiao Su's words seemed laden with deeper meaning. Dongfang stood at the hotel entrance, watching the two depart in their vehicle, his emotions tumultuous and restless. Am I now recognized as someone of special merit? Though I cannot share this with others, it is an honor of immense magnitude. The weight of this realization left Dongfang in a daze. Even upon returning to the company, he could not suppress the smile on his face. Boss, do you have any good news? Share it with us. Zhang Hao, ever the sycophant, was quick to inquire. Never mind that. Tend to your own matters. If I could speak of it, I would certainly throw this medal in your face. Your Excellency, I have prepared the equipment you requested some time ago. Is it ready for transport now? Nova's voice resonated. The laboratory had long been established, yet Dongfang, engrossed in the operating system, had forgotten about it entirely. Had Nova not reminded him, he might have overlooked it. After confirming the transport schedule for that evening, Dongfang entered Gao Yuan's office. Brother Yuan, let us give the construction workers the night off. Clear the construction site. Their wages will be duly paid. I am in a rare good mood. As the boss, your word is law. I shall inform the construction company at once. By the way, what is the cause of your joy? Do share, brother. Dongfang could not divulge the truth and deftly sidestepped the question. Standing alone before the laboratory, he was suddenly enveloped by a surge of blue light, as a transport ship materialized unexpectedly in the open space before the laboratory. This vessel possessed an unusual shape, narrow at the front and wide at the rear, boasting a bulging abdomen, starkly contrasting with the sleek lines of Blue Star's aircraft. It lacked any aerodynamic design, solely aimed at transporting as much cargo as possible. Subsequently, a beam of light shot from the ship's top, enveloping the entire laboratory and the surrounding air within a larger protective dome. The laboratory flickered, and then both the transport ship and Dongfang vanished, leaving the laboratory standing alone. Inside the protective dome, Dongfang observed as the massive rear hatch of the transport ship opened, creating a slanted ramp. A variety of equipment flowed forth like a stream, being transferred into the laboratory and placed in their designated spots. The material laboratory was now fully equipped. Chapter 41. The first tentative collaboration after a night of bustling activity. The laboratory was meticulously arranged with an array of instruments and equipment. As long as it is useful to the East, everything that cannot be procured will be acquired in one go. Satisfied, Dongfang locked the laboratory door and turned back to the company. Although Dongfang possessed an exceptionally robust physique, the biological clock he had developed over time made him slightly drowsy. However, before he could even lay down on his bed, the urgent ringing of the telephone interrupted him. Comrade Dongfang, hello. This is Su Lei, the young man who came with Brother Jinyu, also referred to as Little Su. The somewhat enigmatic young man introduced himself for the first time. Sugu, I can tell you have something to discuss. What is it? Dongfang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Comrade Dongfang, we are very interested in the operating system you have developed. Relevant personnel will arrive at the Dihuan company this afternoon, so please be prepared, Su Lei informed him. Dongfang's drowsiness dissipated immediately. Sugu, will you be coming? I have another task this time and cannot make it, but my colleagues will be there. They are more specialized in this area than I am. After hanging up, Dongfang promptly turned on the desktop computer used for testing the Deep Blue operating system. A splendid interface materialized, and compared to the first version featuring the boxes and circles of Dongfang and Zhu Jianjun, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. One must commend the Xiaoyu studio for their work. Their artistry was simply remarkable. Within a few short days, all graphic designs were completed, showcasing a blend of antiquated Chinese aesthetics, futuristic punk styles, and a plethora of technological fantasies. In short, they encompassed all current mainstream trends. After confirming that everything was flawless, Dongfang finally felt at ease, for Su Lei had assured him that they were all experts. Zhu Jianjun entered the room. Boss, who has coming in a while? How would I know? Just be prepared. This young man was utterly lacking in courtesy now. The two sat together, conducting final adjustments until everything was perfect. At 2 in the afternoon, a black business vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the Dihuan company. 5 individuals emerged in neat black suits and white shirts. Identical in attire to Su Lei, it was evident that these individuals belonged to the same organization as Su Lei. They were escorted by the receptionist into Dongfang's office, sitting in a neat row. Such a conspicuous style left no room for doubt in Dongfang's mind. Greetings, I am Dongfang. Please enjoy some tea. However, having never interacted with such specialized units, he prioritized formalities. No need for pleasantries, Mr. Dongfang. I have been assigned by my superiors to verify your newly developed operating system. Deep Blue. By the way, my surname is Luo, with the given name Mao. Is our operating system pre-installed on that computer? Inquired one of the men wearing glasses. Absolutely. Dongfang confirmed with a nod. The meeting room has been prepared, so please follow me. Dongfang gestured, and Zhu Jianjun promptly led the way. In the small meeting room, 2 rows of computers were arranged on the conference table, resembling soldiers awaiting inspection. The newcomers wasted no time, each taking a station and busily engaging with the system. May I ask, Mr. Dongfang, if you could provide us with the source code of the operating system? Luo Mao asked. Of course, Dongfang naturally nodded in agreement. 5 individuals engaged in collaborative efforts, embarking on an extensive code-reading endeavor. Bored and listless, Dongfang, under the coaxing of 3 companions in the dormitory, opened the game Honor of Kings. The result was nothing short of spectacular, achieving a 5-star rating. 2 hours swiftly passed. The group conducted a comprehensive and in-depth evaluation of the operating system and, in conjunction with the source code, reached a definitive conclusion. The director reported that it could entirely replace the two major operating systems of the flag state, devoid of any concerns regarding backdoors. One individual quietly relayed this to Luo Mao, though the perceptive Dongfang overheard. Can we be completely certain? Luo Mao inquired, somewhat apprehensive. Director, this is an entirely new programming language, remarkably easy to read. One might say akin to perusing a language textbook. Thus, our consensus is unanimous. At this juncture, a short-haired young woman interjected, Director, we are quite confident. I propose that this new programming language be included in the scope of our collaboration to be promoted company-wide. Since both of you are assured, I feel at ease, Luo Mao declared after their hushed discussions concluded. Mr. Dongfang, might I request that your personnel step aside? I need to consult my superior. No problem. This seemed to be the most frequently spoken phrase by Dongfang that day. After Dongfang and his companions exited the conference room, Luo Mao retrieved a large, retro-style telephone from his bag. Secretary, I am reporting the relevant situation. Our stance is that we can engage in deeper cooperation. Then let us proceed according to the established plan. The conversation was succinct and promptly concluded. Dongfang, initially expecting a prolonged wait, was swiftly summoned back to the conference room. Mr. Dongfang, we are quite satisfied with your company's Deep Blue operating system and hope to engage in more profound collaboration. I wholeheartedly concur. Haha, what are the terms from your esteemed company? That is precisely what I wish to address. We hope to completely acquire your operating system. Acquisition? Hold on. It's not a traditional acquisition. In other words, for version 10 of the Deep Blue operating system, we prohibit circulation in the civilian market. Subsequent versions with restricted back-end privileges may still be released by your company. Oh, I see. Dongfang began to grasp the concept. Indeed, we will procure at market price, paying your company 79 yuan per installed computer. Of course, the quantity will be provided by us. Can you accept this? Luo Mao gazed at Dongfang with a smile. A challenge, undoubtedly a challenge. Dongfang gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Haha, worry not. The state will ensure you do not suffer losses. Such a pleasant collaboration. By the way, we are also very interested in the programming language you utilize. Could you send a technician to guide us? Certainly. I will have Zhang Hao train your team, and there will be no charge for this. With the intention of cooperation firmly established, Dongfang naturally became more accommodating. Brother Luo, do you think 1 month will suffice? It will be sufficient. The group led by Luo Mao acted with remarkable efficiency. After finalizing the cooperation agreement, they produced a pre-prepared contract, signed it, and departed. Dongfang delivered the complete documentation for the Deep Blue operating system and received an initial usage fee of 500 million yuan. The remaining 9 billion yuan will be paid immediately upon the completion of the full installation, as they have collectively procured 10 million sets. Chapter 42. The Xiaonhua speaker Dongfang's financial situation became robust once again, with the account balance nearing 800 million yuan. Yuan Gu, please come to my office if you have a moment, Dongfang said as he dialed Gao Yuan's number. Shortly thereafter, Gao Yuan knocked and entered. What's the matter, Feng Er? I'm quite busy with the construction site, he replied. We've received a significant influx of funds, and I intend to initiate the second phase of construction immediately after the first phase is completed, specifically the construction of the production facility. But we only have one tangible product, the speaker. Should we not focus on establishing the production line first? Gao Yuan suggested. Indeed. Dongfang suddenly realized he was falling into old habits, impulsively acting on his thoughts. You're right, Yuan Gu. We only have one physical product. Let us postpone the factory construction. Let us tentatively designate the second phase as a residential complex. Haha, that sounds splendid. The brothers have been mentioning it, Gao Yuan responded. At that moment, his phone emitted a brief sound before falling silent. This wretched battery can barely hold up, he exclaimed. Feng Er, I understand your intentions now. I will reach out to the design company for a proposal and bring some cheer to the brothers. I must be on my way. During this period, Gao Yuan had indeed been busy, shuttling between construction sites, overseeing research and development, and ensuring building quality. He felt as though he could split himself in two. Batteries. Batteries. An idea sparked in Dongfang's mind. In today's Blue Star, the realms of information and energy reign supreme. He who masters these two essential elements can command the very winds and rains of Blue Star. Dongfang called out to Gao Yuan, Yuan Gu. Have Zhang Chang conduct a market survey regarding batteries. Feng Er, why are you suddenly interested in batteries again? Gao Yuan was taken aback by Dongfang's whimsical thoughts. Do we possess any relevant technical reserves? There is still time to build reserves. It's never too late to delve into energy. Besides, conducting a survey doesn't mean we are committing to it, Dongfang replied. Very well, you are the boss. It's your decision, Gao Yuan said, turning to leave without looking back. Not even 10 minutes later, Gao Yuan returned to Dongfang's office. Feng Er, I forgot to inform you about something important. The OEM has completed the sample production of the speakers yesterday. I've been too busy these past few days to mention it. He placed the box on Dongfang's desk and hurried away. Ignoring Gao Yuan's departure, Dongfang opened the box. Inside were 6 brown boxes, approximately 15 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters long, each bearing a simple label, Manhwa Bluetooth speaker, produced by Dihuan Technology Company. The back displayed various parameters of the speaker. Though minimalist, it reflected careful thought. Upon opening the packaging, the first thing he noticed was the speaker itself, encased in a transparent shell, easily grasped in one hand. The top and bottom were adorned with a ring of milky white plastic. The remaining 5 units differed only in the color of the plastic frame. Connecting to the network, the familiar voice of Manhwa resonated. "Greetings, Master. I am your intelligent assistant. Manhwa, please play a piece of music." The enchanting melodies immediately reverberated throughout the office of the Eastern Company. Although the sound quality fell slightly short when compared to high-end speakers, the cost was a significant factor. With a price disparity exceeding tenfold, the Eastern team decided to host an extraordinary press conference. 2 weeks later, on the 6th of May in the year of the Blue Star calendar, at precisely 2:30 p.m., the administrative department of the Earth Ring Company was entirely vacant, despite it being work hours. Meanwhile, staff from other departments were engrossed in their tasks at their computers. It turned out that today marked the launch of the Manhwa speaker. In the auditorium of the park, Gao Yuan sat in the makeup room, allowing the makeup artist to apply cosmetics to his face. However, beads of sweat continuously dripped down, causing the makeup artist to fret. "Forget it. Let's leave it as it is. I'm not the product being sold," Gao Yuan remarked, rising to wipe the makeup off his sweat-drenched face. Eastern silently stood nearby, inwardly marveling at the astute decision. Indeed, the role of host for the press conference was best suited for the general manager. Time swiftly passed, and the clock's hands firmly rested at 3:00 p.m. Gao Yuan ascended the podium. "Good afternoon to all friends and esteemed media representatives present. I am Gao Yuan, the general manager of Earth Ring Company. After nearly 6 months of development, our company has achieved notable success in the industry. Furthermore, with the remarkable sales of Journey to the West, more people have come to appreciate the unique products of our company." The audience was indeed substantial, including several prominent media outlets. As it was his first time speaking before such a large crowd, Gao Yuan stumbled slightly, yet he managed to convey the parameters of the smart speaker. "Now, I will present a demonstration." 7 smart speakers were brought to his side. "Manhwa, please join the speakers in an a cappella rendition of Castle in the Sky." "As you wish, Master." The lights gradually dimmed, and Gao Yuan stepped into the shadows, leaving 6 speakers at the center of the stage. Soon, the harmonious voices began to resonate. The press conference fell silent as attendees savored the music, seemingly captivated by the performance. In the Earth Ring Company's online streaming room, the barrage of comments was nearly overwhelming. "Is this real? Oh my. Son, why are you kneeling to watch your phone?" "Because Earth Ring Company is phenomenal. Mom, come join me in kneeling to watch." Of course, there were some detractors voicing their discontent. "This must be pre-recorded. Each speaker plays a segment. Don't be fooled, you bunch of fools." Eastern effortlessly filtered out these naysayers. When the price was announced, it sparked another wave of excitement. The astonishing smart speaker was priced at 239 yuan. "So will you buy it?" By the end of the press conference, Earth Ring Company had received a staggering 130,000 online orders. That evening, a celebratory banquet was held where bonuses and red envelopes were distributed. Zhang Hao, inebriated, made quite the spectacle at the hotel. "Boss, you're amazing," was his only refrain throughout the night, earning him his first nickname. Bai Gu. The comical Bai, Gung Yuan, a second-generation individual, was never burdened by concerns of basic needs, possessing a singular passion for collecting various types of speakers. Upon encountering footage from an online forum showcasing the press conference of a company called Dihuan, he was filled with exhilaration. What a remarkable maneuver, he thought to himself. Determined, he resolved to purchase an entire set, indeed, a set of 6. As the adage goes, wealth can move mountains. Thus, just 3 days after the conference concluded, he acquired a complete set. He swiftly connected the power supply and adeptly completed the networking setup. Manhwa, please collaborate with the nearby speakers and perform Castle in the Sky in a cappella." "Certainly, Master," responded Manhwa. Gung Yuan was enraptured. The sound was nothing short of magnificent, especially with 6 channels harmonizing. Chapter 43, Assassination. Just as Gao Yuan had demonstrated at the press conference, Gung Yuan proceeded to test numerous classic a cappella songs. Not limited to Chinese melodies, he also explored foreign tunes, all of which Manhwa rendered flawlessly. Capturing the moment on video, Gung Yuan, a moderately popular blogger, boasted a noteworthy following. Upon release, the video sparked a sensation, propelling Gung Yuan's fanbase by 300,000 within a mere 3 weeks. The allure of owning a Manhwa speaker seemed to encapsulate the essence of trendiness, resulting in Dihuan once again trending on social media. The headlines varied widely, showcasing ingenuity, Ultra-intelligent speakers garner consumer favor. Xiao Nuo, a worthy possession, and even 6 speakers can perform a cappella. Can you believe it? The public was abuzz, eagerly observing the spectacle. Goodness, shall we order more? Feng Er inquired. How about 100? 000 units? Do we have the capacity to sell that many? Gao Yuan found himself engulfed in a delightful dilemma. What progress have you made on the research I tasked you with? He asked, noting that the Eastern focus was not primarily on the speakers. I'm working on it. I expect to have it ready by next week. All right, then I'll place another order for 100,000 units. Yuan Gu, we need to hire more staff. There are still matters pending in the laboratory. The East is quite invested. Rest assured, the recruitment notice has already been issued. The timeline is set for next month. By the time you return from summer vacation, we should have completed the initial screening. Haha, Yuan Gu, if you hadn't mentioned it. I might have forgotten my primary responsibilities. Continue your follow-up. I have exams to attend back at school tomorrow. Eastern suddenly recalled a message from the dubious Zhang Wei, prompting him to conclude the conversation swiftly. No longer a struggling student, he was chauffeured to the airport in the company's business vehicle. 40 minutes later, the plane landed punctually. The vehicle from the XA office transported him back to school. Just as he disembarked, he fortuitously encountered 3 dormitory mates embarking on a culinary adventure. Feng Er, have you been taken care of by that lady? Arriving in an Alfred? Zhang Wei insinuated with a mischievous grin. Hee, I wouldn't mind, get me one too. Yang Xiao revealed her hidden side. How ungrateful, a beast with a human visage. Eastern concluded regarding the two. What shall we eat? I haven't had a meal myself. With Eastern's affluence, the 4 of them indulged in a sumptuous dinner featuring barbecued meats, beer, and crayfish, the quintessential companions for a summer night. Clearly aware that examinations were imminent the following day, the 3 individuals returned to their dormitory before 8 o'clock. In light of the impending tests, the trio refrained from indulging in their beloved video game, instead opting to sit at their desks to diligently prepare for the challenges ahead, hoping to glean even a single point of advantage. Of course, Dongfang had no need for further revision. However, the prospect of lying in bed alone seemed likely to provoke the ire of his companions, potentially leading to an unfortunate collective reprisal. Thus, he chose to occupy himself with a brief viewing of videos at his desk, the volume kept deliberately low, due to the warmth of the evening. The dormitory windows remained ajar, allowing those outside to clearly observe Dongfang as he leaned against the window while watching his videos. The weather that night was delightful, with only a gentle breeze wafting through the air. Suddenly, Dongfang felt a sharp pain at his temples. A chilling sensation surged through him. Something felt amiss. Instinctively, he set his phone aside and shook his head in all directions. The coldness did not dissipate, but instead began to ascend towards his head with each movement. This was decidedly troubling. Dongfang swiftly comprehended that he was in peril. His well-honed instincts were alerting him to danger. He immediately crouched down, and indeed, the sensation vanished without a trace. Realizing he was being watched, he sensed the weight of another's gaze upon him. Though he could not discern whether he was being surveilled or if there were other intentions at play. Extending his hand, he closed the window and drew the curtains. Tentatively rising, he found the unsettling feeling had subsided. The thick curtains effectively obscured any line of sight. Fenger, what is the matter? Why close the window on such a warm night? His observant companion, Wang Ming, inquired. I think I might be coming down with a cold. I feel chilly. And my head is a bit achy, he replied, punctuating his statement with a few feigned sneezes for effect. Then you should rest early. I'll fetch you some hot water, Wang Ming offered, exhibiting unexpected thoughtfulness. Indeed, Dongfang experienced no further discomfort. Feeling somewhat relieved, he deduced that perhaps a media outlet had been attempting to capture glimpses of his life. Thus, he did not dwell on the matter and attended his examination punctually the following morning. The test proceeded smoothly and was remarkably straightforward for him. He completed all questions in a mere 20 minutes and leisurely departed after an additional 10 minutes of reflection. 3 days later, Dongfang concluded all his examinations. If all went according to plan, he would retain his position as the top student in his grade. The next day, he intended to visit the driving school to complete both the first and second phases of his driving test. That evening, he chose not to return to the dormitory, but instead rested in his newly purchased spacious apartment. Given the considerable distance between the residential buildings and his elevated position on the 19th floor, he left the curtains undrawn. At 9 o'clock, he completed his first round of dual training exercises and prepared to embark on the second round. With his feet shoulder-width apart, he half-squatted as if mounted on a steed, gently swaying back and forth. Once again, the sharp pain at his temples returned. During his training, Dongfang felt an enhanced sensitivity compared to usual. This time, the sensation was even more pronounced, as he sensed an unseen force seemingly directed at him. He immediately halted his exercises, rolling to the side just as a sharp crack echoed from the glass behind him. Suddenly, a small hole appeared on the floor-to-ceiling window. A bullet, after ricocheting off the ground and walls several times, landed with a clatter on the floor of the gymnasium. Upon witnessing this situation, Dongfang immediately exited, locking the activity room door behind him. He quickly donned his attire and slung on the specially prepared backpack from Nova. Instead of taking the elevator, he dashed down the stairs, heading frantically towards the direction he had sensed earlier. After running approximately 200 meters, he encountered a wall obstructing his path. With a powerful push against the wall, he placed his hand on top and gracefully vaulted over. Upon landing, he exerted force with his right foot and surged forward once more. Almost there, just ahead was that building. Dongfang accelerated again, forcefully tearing apart the magnetic lock, and dashed up the stairs. In a mere 3 minutes, he reached the top floor. The door stood ajar, and the space was vacant, directly facing him. A black handbag rested against the parapet. Unzipping the bag, he discovered a haphazard pile of scattered components, with a long leather case lying atop. A gun barrel protruded from the edge of the case. Someone had just departed. Chapter 44, Capture Nova. Check the surveillance. To Dongfang, this was a trivial matter. They discovered he had not used the elevator, but had exited through another staircase. You and he must have just crossed paths. He donned a black tracksuit and wore a cap, obscuring his features. His short hair and height approximately 1.8 meters made identification difficult. He had just exited the community. If you pursue now, you still have time. Dongfang cast aside the handbag he was holding and immediately descended the stairs, bursting out of the community at high speed. He spotted a figure with a hat around the corner, identical to the photograph captured by Nova. Accelerating once more, he chased after the individual. As Dongfang reached the corner, the figure ahead seemed to sense someone behind. He sprinted forward, glancing back over his shoulder. This time, Dongfang clearly saw a face that bore characteristics of both Eastern and Western features: high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and a gaze that exuded determination, yet devoid of panic. Dongfang's residence was surrounded by numerous residential complexes, with roads flanked by walls of varying heights. Branches protruded over the walls, their erratic growth scattering the light from street lamps into fragmented shards. The man running ahead flickered in and out of visibility, moving with remarkable speed. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Dongfang, a superhuman presence. In just 15 seconds, Dongfang closed the distance behind him. Leaping into the air, he performed a powerful kick. The man executed a roll to evade Dongfang's lethal strike. Rising swiftly, he dashed forward again. This was a well-trained individual. His evasive maneuver was fluid and effortless, and Dongfang's strike failed to diminish his speed. However, a metallic platform came crashing down upon his head. It was a bionic robot in position. The elevator swiftly descended, striking him forcefully on the crown before he could react. Dongfang successfully captured the man. An hour later, Dongfang found himself in the interrogation room of the underwater secret base. A blinding white light illuminated the face of a man, stripped of his hat, and secured in a specially designed chair. "What is your name?" "I asked for your name." The man in black lifted his head, instinctively attempting to evade the harsh glare, yet he remained silent. A cybernetic robot approached, seizing his hands and stretching them out, followed by a relentless barrage of mechanical fists raining down upon his body. 5 minutes elapsed, and the man still offered no words. Only the echo of his anguished groans reverberating through the interrogation chamber. Dongfang realized that this avenue was futile. A man trained in such a manner would never speak. The numerous scars covering his body were testament to the ineffectiveness of physical torment. "Nova, prepare the truth serum." "Sir, it has long been ready for injection at any moment." A metallic arm extended from the specially designed chair, holding a syringe. 10 minutes post-injection, Dongfang spoke once more. "Name?" "Max. Very well. Recount the entirety of your situation." Observing the effects of the serum taking hold, Dongfang grew disinterested in further inquiries. "My name is Max." The man in black seemed to struggle, but under the influence of the drug, he quickly divulged everything. "I am 21 years old, an operative secretly trained by the military of the flag state. In Manhwa, I am a third-year international student at Jiaotong University. A few days ago, I received orders from my superiors to eliminate Dongfang. Subsequently, Dongfang returned to school, while I had received a briefcase in advance. Inside was a sniper rifle. A couple of days ago, I spotted Dongfang seated by the window, ready to execute my mission. But for reasons unknown, he closed the window and drew the curtains, resulting in a failed assassination. Today, after obtaining intelligence regarding his residence, I plotted a second attempt. But alas, it too ended in failure. With all the information laid bare, Dongfang's instincts proved correct. Indeed, someone sought to silence him. "To which department do you belong?" "I am an operative of the CIA, reportedly assigned to this mission at the behest of the Roxalo Corporation, with special approval from the CIA. Otherwise, I would not have exposed myself." Dongfang could not extract any further intelligence. However, with this newfound knowledge, he understood that his recent actions had made him a target in the eyes of certain individuals within the flag state. It appeared that the previous fireworks display had not been sufficient. These ruffians still had the energy to meddle in others' affairs. Silently cursing under his breath, Dongfang turned and locked Max away in the underwater prison before returning to his newly purchased mansion. The danger had been averted, yet there were still remnants to tidy up. And naturally, the sniper rifle had already been reclaimed by Nova. As he swept up the scattered glass, Dongfang engaged in conversation with Nova. Sir, it seems that the protection of merely 3 shuttles is insufficient for safety. I propose dispatching a cybernetic robot for close protection, but this requires your consent. After all, I need to equip the robot with synthetic skin and prepare a complete set of identification documents. Dongfang had always detested the idea of being shadowed, even by a robot. After enduring the recent assassination attempt, his mindset underwent a profound transformation. As the company's operations continued to expand, an increasing amount of information became exposed. He was no longer the obscure figure he once was. Similar incidents could transpire at any moment in the future. Thus, he conceded, I approve your request. However, 2 bionic robots will accompany you. As you wish, Captain, they replied. The bionic robots will be delivered before your departure tomorrow morning. Nova vanished from sight. Dongfang, lacking the desire to tidy the gym, retreated to his bedroom and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, at 9:00 a.m., Dongfang emerged from a colossal domestic SUV parked in front of the driving school. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by 2 unremarkable-looking men clad in black suits and sunglasses. They had brought along 2 vehicles. One was the very SUV Dongfang had just exited, while the other resembled the one he had driven during their underwater racing escapade. Without a driver's license, Dongfang had no choice but to be accompanied to the driving school by the 2 men. It was the day of his theoretical driving test. Dongfang ascended the stairs with haste, and after undergoing a series of checks, he found himself seated at the computer. The examination commenced promptly and concluded swiftly. As one might expect, the cultural studies exam was a breeze for Dongfang. He scored an impressive 100. With that, he successfully wrapped up recent matters. With no further reason to linger at XA, he set off on the expressway back to the Earth Ring Corporation, where numerous tasks awaited him. The recruitment fair was upon them. Chapter 45. Recruiting talents. Recently, a humorous anecdote circulated among various universities, particularly within the materials science departments. A tech company was seeking to recruit talents specializing in materials science. This company, known as Earth Ring Technology Company, Limited, gained notoriety due to a particular recruitment announcement. Wang Chun, an exceptional student from the materials department at Tsinghua University, read it with great interest. Attention! The most formidable intelligent software company on Blue Star is recruiting talents. We are a technology firm located in AS County, and we have developed an array of beloved products, including the Smart Assistant software, the Xiao Nuo speaker, and the Journey to the West series. Each of these products has garnered immense popularity, bringing us both honor and considerable pressure. Thus, our astute management has decided to establish a materials laboratory to produce even more outstanding products for the public. We eagerly await your application. Moreover, the compensation is quite generous. Wang Chun laughed until his stomach ached. A small company boasting 3 products across 3 domains. Although the Bluetooth speaker relied on the Xiao Nuo assistant, what relevance did that have to materials science? As he chuckled, the humor faded. It appeared that all 3 products had achieved industry supremacy, irreplaceable leaders in their respective fields. Thus, the recruitment announcement was no jest. What of starting from scratch? This is precisely my favorite moment. Wang Chun resolved to pack his belongings, preparing to embark on a first-hand exploration. Many others, sharing his sense of urgency, coincidentally boarded the train bound for Shan Province. Dongfang had returned to the company several days prior and meticulously reviewed the industry survey report provided by Gao Yuan. The current status and analysis of the new battery industry in Hua will reveal that with the rapid advancement of electronic information product manufacturing globally, the new battery sector, aligned with the miniaturization and portability of electronic products, has encountered unprecedented opportunities for growth. As a vital component of the renewable energy sector, the new battery industry has now emerged as a new focal point in the global economic landscape. The industrial chain of the new battery sector is increasingly refined. Its connotation further enriched, the trend of industrial transfer is reasonable, and the momentum for industrial development is robust. In essence, my choice of industry poses no issues. However, constrained by technology, lithium batteries remain the prevailing choice. Thus, it is imperative to achieve breakthroughs in battery technology swiftly. Dongfang established a clear direction for himself. Having organized his thoughts, he prepared for the impending job fair. This time, Dongfang chose to hold the event in the already operational materials laboratory. It is often said that there are no erroneous nicknames, only misguided names. The infrastructure enthusiast truly lives up to his reputation. The roads within the park have all been completed, and the office building has reached the 16th floor, soon to be capped. Meanwhile, the residential complex promised by Dongfang is under construction, with over 10 villas already completed nearby. Although it is a bustling construction site, effective dust control measures ensure that the area remained devoid of any swirling dust, a testament to the strength of our nation, evident in our everyday surroundings. Leaving no room for doubt, upon arriving at the laboratory's entrance, Dongfang found numerous eager candidates already gathered. He and Gao Yuan settled into the conference room as the interviews commenced. Initially, Dongfang harbored modest expectations. He intended to proceed independently should he encounter a lack of suitable talent, planning to supplement the workforce later if necessary. However, the quality of applicants proved surprisingly high. Much to his delight, Wang Chun was the 10th individual to enter the conference room. After a brief self-introduction, Dongfang posed his first question. What do you perceive as the primary challenges in the mass production of graphene materials in a factory setting? Wang Chun responded thoughtfully, asserting that the challenges could be distilled into a singular issue. The preparation of high-quality monolayer graphene is limited by the dimensions of the CVD chamber and the presence of product wrinkling. Dongfang recognized a promising candidate. Wang Chun exhibited a broad perspective, his knowledge extending beyond textbooks to encompass self-directed learning of cutting-edge industry insights. Subsequent interviewees did not reveal such remarkable talent. Ultimately, 6 researchers were hired during this recruitment session. Some may question why Dongfang opted to recruit inexperienced university graduates. To him, these graduates, having merely completed foundational studies in their respective disciplines, represented blank slates, ready to be guided and shaped as he envisioned. Thus, the rigid thinking of seasoned researchers unfortunately excluded them from consideration. The Dihuan company swiftly dispatched acceptance notifications. 6 vibrant young individuals returned to the company's laboratory the following day, trailing behind Dongfang as they explored the newly established facility, layer by layer. On the second floor, the metallic materials laboratory boasted a comprehensive array of essential experimental apparatus, prompting Wang Chun to internally compare it with his university's laboratory equipment, an unequivocal defeat for the latter. The third floor housed the organic and inorganic composite materials laboratory, while the fourth floor was dedicated to luminescent materials, and the fifth floor was reserved for crystalline materials. Wang Chun felt a sense of numbness. How could such a small company achieve such remarkable prowess? He couldn't help but wonder who else was involved. As for the remaining floor, Dongfang had designated it as a recreational area, encompassing a meeting room, sleeping quarters, and a dining area. Understanding the personalities of his team, Dongfang knew that once they became fully engrossed in their research, they might hardly recognize even their closest kin. After touring the facility, the newcomers felt a sense of steadiness. They were astounded by the impressive instruments and the enticing monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, not to mention the developing staff welfare housing. Although the location was somewhat remote, it was certain that no employee of any company would refuse the prospect of an additional home within the campus. The 7 individuals gathered around a circular conference table, intentionally arranged by Dongfang to emphasize equality in the face of science, devoid of hierarchy. Having already established a preliminary acquaintance, I shall refrain from further introductions. I hereby announce the first matter. Wang Chun will oversee the inorganic laboratory on the 3rd floor, and you all shall join his team. No one voiced any objections, for Wang Chun was undoubtedly the most academically accomplished among them. The second matter. Commencing today, we shall embark on the high-quality single-layer graphene laboratory preparation and mass production research. After announcing these 2 matters, Dongfang tossed a stack of documents and turned to leave, intending to test these so-called high achievers. The group exchanged uncertain glances, pondering the boss's unexpected nonchalance. Was he truly a hands-off manager? Could a mere handful of novices yield results? Ultimately, their collective gaze fixed upon Wang Chun. Why are you all looking at me? He thought, suddenly realizing he was the team leader. Feeling a bit awkward, he picked up the documents from the table and proceeded to the copier, producing 6 copies. Seizing the opportunity to distribute the materials, Wang Chun cleverly sought a way to ease his own discomfort. True to the caliber of a prestigious university graduate, the rustling of papers filled the conference room. As the morning drew to a close, silence enveloped the room. Wang Chun scratched his head, pondering how to navigate this situation. Though he had conducted numerous experiments under his professor's guidance, leading a project independently was an entirely new endeavor. Despite receiving the materials from the higher-ups, comprehending the information was one thing. Executing the operations presented a different challenge. Well, there was no point in dwelling on it too much. I'll give it a try, he resolved, shedding his anxieties as he invited the others to lunch. He was prepared to officially commence work in the afternoon, retrieving the prefabricated metal foils. According to the preparation protocol, the tubular furnace, microwave plasma CVD apparatus, and radio frequency chemical vapor deposition equipment were activated. Indeed, their intention was to employ the archaic vapor deposition method to fabricate high-purity graphene films. Regrettably, due to their inexperience, their initial attempts were unsuccessful. In the subsequent days, they faced an array of challenges, be it films that were excessively diminutive, severe wrinkling, or the presence of impurities. In essence, they had not even taken the first step before experiencing a complete setback. With no clear direction, Wang Chun reported the situation to Dongfang, seeking assistance. To be candid, Dongfang had been anticipating their request for several days, initially believing they would call for help within 3 days at most. He was surprised by the resilience of these researchers. who stubbornly prolonged their struggles for 5 days. The 7 individuals once again convened around the round table in the conference room. Boss, we feel somewhat unworthy of this remuneration. Despite our efforts over the past few days, we have yet to produce a single complete monocrystalline graphene sheet. Wang Chun and his colleagues were undergoing a transformation in mindset. Their initial arrogance had shifted into self-doubt. Am I a graduate of a prestigious university? Did I merely squander my time during my studies? Such an attitude was precisely what Dongfang hoped to witness. Otherwise, as the owner of a tech company, who would heed the words of this group of high achievers? It was essential to temper their spirits. Dongfang offered them a few words of reassurance, careful not to excessively criticize, lest he crush their morale, which would ultimately result in a loss for himself. Donned in dust-proof attire, the group proceeded to the laboratory located on the 3rd floor. A green laser swept across the entrance above the glass door, which then opened automatically. After a series of decontamination and sterilization procedures, they truly entered the laboratory. Watch me, Dongfang stated without further ado, immediately commencing the task at hand. He followed the same operational procedures as Wang Chun and his team. Soon, he obtained a reading from the Raman spectrometer and the electron microscope, revealing that they had produced an outstanding high-purity monolayer graphene material. The researchers were astounded, their mouths agape. Such dexterous technique and an unprecedented success rate. One might attribute this to Dongfang's fortuitous luck. Achieving success on the first attempt suggested at least 30 years of solitary experience. Otherwise, how could he possess such swiftness of hand? The group could muster no thoughts beyond admiration and awe. Impressive boss. Wang Chen's exclamation was utterly sincere, devoid of any pretense. In academia, there are no hierarchies. The capable are the true masters. What shall we do next? Dongfang inquired. Let us first familiarize ourselves with its properties, and then we can advance the project. He proceeded to divide a square foot of graphene film into 7 portions. The group immersed themselves in rigorous testing. Naturally, Dongfang refrained from joining them, as he aimed to prepare additional films to mitigate the risk of destructive testing compromising their raw materials. Engaged in both testing and preparation, the 2 activities harmoniously complemented one another without interference. A week later, the 7 individuals held their first meeting. Wang Chun, please summarize your findings. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. Indeed, our recent investigation lasted a total of 7 days, during which we conducted an in-depth examination of various parameters concerning monolayer graphene, including its structure, characteristics, and conductivity. Ultimately, we reached the conclusion that pure graphene is not suitable for battery applications. However, the microscopic architecture of graphene comprises a lattice structure formed by carbon atoms. Its remarkable thinness, merely 1 atomic layer thick, allows for minimal restriction on the movement of cations. Furthermore, the inherent lattice structure of graphene enables the electrode materials crafted from it to possess ample porosity. Significantly, we discovered that utilizing graphene as an anode material for batteries can enhance the charging and discharging speed to more than 10 times that of lithium-ion batteries. Should we base the development of micro supercapacitors on graphene? These capacitors would not only be compact in size, but also exhibit a charging speed 1,000 times faster than conventional batteries, allowing them to recharge devices such as smartphones or even automobiles within mere seconds, while also being applicable for the creation of smaller devices. Thus, our recommendation is to advance the technology of micro-graphene supercapacitors. The team applauded, recognizing the value of the recent hires. However, a new challenge arose: how to address the issue of graphene's scalability in production. We plan to initiate our exploration with the gas phase deposition method, followed by experimentation with mechanical exfoliation, redox methods, high-temperature pyrolysis, and layer-by-layer separation techniques, aiming to identify their respective advantages and disadvantages before delving into more feasible mass production methods. After all, one cannot voice an opinion without proper investigation. Wang Chun appeared self-assured, as if he had already conducted thorough research. All right, you may begin your trials. After all, we are merely embarking on this journey, Dongfang thought. Opting not to divulge the methods directly, he decided to grant them the freedom to explore further. Upon returning to the office, he settled into his chair, just as Zhang Hao knocked and entered. "Boss, I'm back," he exclaimed with a somewhat sycophantic expression. No doubt, he was quite the charmer. "How did it go? Is the training complete?" Dongfang felt a lift in his spirits upon seeing the young man. "Boss, it's all wrapped up. The company is great, albeit rather remote. More secluded than ours," Zhang Hao replied, a hint of mystery in his demeanor. "However, the food is excellent. The accommodations are comfortable, and my schedule is remarkably regular. I've even put on some weight." Dongfang glanced at him, noticing how well-fed and healthy he looked. "Come on, just tell me straight. Is it one of those military?" Dongfang shot him a fierce glare. "Why are you asking so many questions? Don't say what Shun Tibi said." "Understood, boss." The young man saluted with mock seriousness, demonstrating that he had clearly spent some time around confidentiality protocols. Had they indeed established a connection with a classified unit? Did this imply that we had secured a solid backing? It seemed that the previous assessments had been entirely accurate. Recently, good news had been flowing in consecutively, leaving Dongfang feeling inexplicably elated. Just then, Gao Yuan entered. Fenger, I have wonderful news. More. Chapter 46, Autonomous Driving? Gao Yuan indeed brought yet another piece of exciting news. Fenger, we made a significant breakthrough. Ever since our Xiao Nua audio system achieved success, I've been pondering a question. Why must such a powerful software assistant lead us to release products one by one? Could we, akin to the Windows operating system, directly pre-install software into chips, leaving room for functional enhancements, and selling these chips to various manufacturers? We shall not engage in terminal production. Instead, we will position ourselves as the architects of industry standards. Oh, this notion is quite intriguing, but how does it relate to your good news? A curious expression appeared on Dongfang's face. Patience, Gao Yuan replied, taking a sip of water. Subsequently, I shared this idea with my colleagues, and they were all in agreement. With determination, we resolved to pursue this endeavor. We succeeded. With just a diminutive chip at the core, we segmented all functionalities into modules to be embedded within various devices, controlled by our Xiao Nua. Thus, we achieved success. The Internet of Everything. Words fall short. We established an experiential room. Let's go and try it out. The two exited and made their way to a corner of the company. This area had been partitioned into a separate room with transparent tempered glass. Upon opening the door, the voice of Xiao Nu resonated immediately. Master, welcome home. The lights illuminated, the curtains drew open, and the air conditioning activated automatically. The soothing music invited relaxation. How does this differ from the functional networks of others? Or rather, in what aspects are we superior? Dongfang's fervent heart began to cool. At this level, we are indistinguishable from other companies, and they have begun their journeys earlier, with a more refined ecosystem. What is our advantage? Haha, Fenger, come and see. Gao Yuan exclaimed as he retrieved a robotic vacuum cleaner from the room. Detected that the vacuum cleaner has left. Master, please check where it has gone. Before Nova could finish speaking, Gao Yuan returned with the vacuum cleaner. No need, Master, it has returned. This time, Gao Yuan went a step further, directly deleting all information related to the air conditioning on the newly developed mobile app. Master, there is a problem. The air conditioning has been deleted. If this was an error, I can restore it. However, if you insist on deletion, then I shall say no more. Restore air conditioning settings. Understood. After a series of surprising maneuvers, Dongfang was somewhat bewildered, not expecting them to have actually accomplished this. Gao Yuan grinned mischievously. Observe the wiring arrangement. There is no need for special configuration. As long as the devices are connected to the network, Xiao Nua will immediately detect them and inquire for further instructions. This means, as long as all furniture is equipped with our chips, and most importantly, autonomous driving. Let us head out. In front of the Dihuan company, a domestic sedan was parked. Its windows open, yet it was completely unoccupied. It bore no significant distinction from an ordinary vehicle, save for a charming panda bouncing on the central control dashboard. The two entered the car. Xiao Nua, take us to the city center. After Gao Yuan's command, he clasped his hands behind his head and reclined in the seat. Are we heading to the government? Please fasten your seatbelt. We are departing now. Only when both had secured their seatbelts did the car commence its journey. Xiao Nua's driving skills were unexpectedly proficient, a revelation to Dongfang. The ride was remarkably smooth, rivaling that of a seasoned driver, yielding to pedestrians with grace. Impressive. Indeed. There is progress. Dongfang nodded. Shall we proceed to production? Shall we hold a press conference? Gao Yuan's exuberance was palpable, difficult to suppress. He was still reminiscing about the last press conference, a scene that had captured the attention of the masses. Did Dongfang have any choice but to agree? Yet another world premiere. Who could possibly find fault with that? In just 10 days, Dihuan Company was set to hold yet another press event. This might very well be the most formidable internet technology company in Huagua, having organized 3 press conferences in a short span. Albeit the products unveiled left much to be desired. In truth, Dihuan Company had already garnered a certain level of renown attributed to its products. Consequently, the event attracted the creme de la creme of Huagua's media. As was customary, Gao Yuan stood beneath the spotlight, introducing the products featured in the conference. However, the array seemed overwhelming, spanning from various household appliances to security devices, electric vehicles, and beyond, totaling an astonishing 36 items. The audience was left in awe. In the Dihuan Company's livestream, a flurry of comments began to appear. This was Dongfang's favorite segment. He could chuckle for half a day at the highlight comments. Dad, take me along. Let's have some fun. Does your company still need people? Count me in. I excel at cleaning toilets. I can't take it anymore. I feel I'm about to reach a climax. What the heck, intruder? Gao Yuan transitioned to the product demonstration phase, showcasing autonomous driving technology. The press conference concluded successfully, with all attendees receiving a parting gift, a smart power strip. How cunning. That night, the evening news reported on Dihuan Company. a tech firm that shattered foreign monopolies. It had become the first globally to complete research on autonomous driving and put it into practice, accompanied by footage of the company's domestic vehicle racing down the highway. Trending keywords: autonomous driving. In Dihwan's conference room, various appliance manufacturers flocked to inquire, their gazes sharper, eager to seize a slice of the pie before the dawn of the smart era. Please, quiet down. With such noise, how can I address your queries? Reluctantly, Gao Yuan pulled out a microphone. One at a time, shall we? I am from Brother Appliances. Can you agree to allow our company to directly procure the software and develop smart devices independently? Brother Company had lagged in development over the past few years, but had made significant strides in the last year, though it still lagged behind Xiaoguo Company, making this individual the most anxious and the first to speak up. His voice the loudest. Can you agree to act as an OEM for other companies? Or perhaps accept custom software? Xiaoguo Company evidently had more ambitious ideas. We are from 39BB 39 Automotive Company. We can engage in depth cooperation in the field of autonomous vehicles. In response, Gao Yuan replied, we are open to any form of collaboration, so let us discuss the details one by one. He smiled, as if a pillow had arrived just when he needed it. Dongfang did not partake in the negotiations. Instead, he entrusted all responsibilities to Gao Yuan. After the recent assassination attempt, he had apprehended an agent, yet lingering questions remained. Under Nova's comprehensive protection, who could accurately track his movements? There must be someone leaking information, an insider? A spy? Recently, Nova had been surveilling all surrounding individuals and their communication devices. Today, a figure has emerged from the depths of the water. Chapter 48, Thermal Spray Technology. The prowess of Nova is indisputable. Mother, how have you been feeling lately? Is the medical expense in flag country exorbitant? Do you require me to send more money? I feel much better. The costs are not significant. They take care of my meals and accommodation, so you need not worry. Just focus on your work. A familiar male voice conversed with an elderly, frail female voice, resonating in Dongfang's mind. Simultaneously, a live feed emerged, showcasing the view from a drone directed at the first stall of the bathroom in the Dihwan Company. After a brief exchange, she concluded, that's good. I shall hang up now. Please rest well. The sound of flushing and a door creaking open followed, as Zhang Chong emerged from within. Upon spotting Dongfang standing at the entrance, a fleeting panic crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a facade of composure. Boss, I'm done. I'll be leaving now. Dongfang nodded slightly. Is someone in your family unwell? A profound unease washed over Zhang Chong's face. No. Who told you that? It's absolutely unfounded. Who enjoys spreading such nonsense? His disjointed speech starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Without further probing, Dongfang responded affirmatively and entered the restroom. Zhang Chong spent the day in a state of distraction, his performance riddled with errors. Concerned colleagues remarked, Chong, what is wrong with you? If you're unwell, you should take a leave of absence. It's nothing, I'm perfectly fine. He believed himself to be as normal as ever. However, that cursed phone was persistently ringing today, and he dared not answer, opting instead to repeatedly disconnect the call, eventually silencing his phone altogether. At last, the workday concluded, and he rushed out the door, retreating to a secluded corner to answer the call. What the hell? Why haven't you been answering? Our people are missing. And there's not a whisper of news. Barked a man with an unusual accent speaking Mandarin. What have you done? Wasn't it just supposed to be a meeting with the boss? What am I supposed to do now? The boss seems to be suspicious of me. Zhang Chong hissed into the phone. This is not our concern. The fact that I'm even informing you is out of pity. As he gazed at Dongfang, who appeared as a specter before him, Zhang Chong's hand holding the phone fell limply to his side. He felt unworthy to address Dongfang as boss any longer. Dongfang waved his hand dismissively. Let us go to my office. The two returned to the office, and before Dongfang could speak, Zhang Chong divulged everything. It was understandable that a person desperate to save their mother might be rendered nearly devoid of rational thought. Recently, Zhang Chong's mother had fallen ill, diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. The medical care available in his homeland had proven futile, leaving him with but one last hope, the medicine clinic in flag country. Yet, as an ordinary individual, how could he possibly arrange for his mother's transfer? In the midst of his anxiety, contemplating resigning to care for her, a mysterious call had come through to his phone. Would you like your mother to receive the best treatment available? Could there be a more enticing proposition? Even if it were a scam, Zhang Chong readily acquiesced. His mother was soon transported to flag country, and he anxiously awaited the demands of his mysterious benefactors. To his surprise, the request was remarkably simple. They merely sought information on Dongfang's whereabouts. In that moment, my anxiety regarding my mother's illness rendered me almost mindless. I acted solely on the words of others, without considering the repercussions for my elder brother, fixated only on a singular course of action. Zhang Chong halted, awaiting the final verdict. How is your mother's condition? Unexpectedly inquired Dongfang, expressing concern for her health. I heard it's manageable. Do you trust me? Zhang Chong, somewhat bewildered, recalled the impending dismissal he faced. I believe, over the course of our journey, Zhang Chong had come to fully respect Dongfang. Then bring your mother back. I have a method to cure her ailment. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth. All right, you may leave now. Once your mother returns to the country, come find me. In the meantime, you should take a leave of absence. Dongfang gestured toward the office door, indicating he should exit. Dongfang proceeded to the materials laboratory, where he found Wang Chun and his colleagues making substantial progress. Boss, you're here. Wang Chun had just completed his tasks. Recently, their research had encountered a perplexing impasse. Having exhausted various methods of graphene production, it seemed none were suitable for mass production. The more anxious they became, the less progress they made. Repetitive trials led to repeated failures, and hope dwindled. The arrival of Dongfang brought him a flicker of joy. What is the matter? Have you encountered another problem? Dongfang feigned ignorance, adopting a pretense of nonchalance. Is it an issue with industrial production? Yes. Well then, let us examine it together. Please elaborate on the specific challenges you face. Dongfang positioned himself at the center of the laboratory, raising his voice to command attention. In truth, the difficulties mirrored those faced by other nations. The vapor phase method was indeed a suitable approach, capable of yielding high-quality graphene films with minimal pollution and low costs. However, due to low pressure, wrinkling was a common issue. Furthermore, constrained by the dimensions of the equipment chamber, achieving the desired size remained elusive. Dongfang carefully scrutinized the experimental data presented by Wang Chun. Each method, vapor phase, mechanical exfoliation, reduction oxidation, possessed its unique advantages and disadvantages, particularly in large-scale production where each faced distinct setbacks. Expanding the tubular furnace's dimensions? That is feasible, but it results in an unacceptably low yield and high costs. The reduction oxidation method is not viable. Large-scale production would severely pollute the environment due to the handling of strong acids. As for mechanical exfoliation, the uncontrollable variables render quality assurance impossible. Atomic synthesis by the planetary ring? No, that won't work. He furrowed his brow, meticulously reviewing his knowledge. Suddenly, he noticed a technician using a dropper to extract a solution. A spark of inspiration flashed before him. Spraying. Wang Chun, have you ever considered spraying? Dongfang queried. Spraying? How would that work? Thermal spraying. Dongfang declared, taking immediate action. He swiftly approached the arc spray machine, diligently recalling the principles of arc spraying. Dongfang was convinced that this method would undoubtedly succeed. 3 days swiftly passed, and a dramatically modified spray machine now stood at the center of the laboratory. 7 researchers, all sporting dark circles under their eyes, gathered around it. Let us begin. With Dongfang's command, Wang Chun pressed the start button, placing the substrate beneath the spray gun. As the spray gun moved slowly, a layer of visibly discernible graphene was applied to the silicon substrate. Wang Chun, filled with excitement, held it in his hands, showcasing its exceptional performance. With a purity exceeding 95 and remarkable conductivity, all indicative of success, the experiment had triumphed. A thunderous cheer erupted, nearly lifting the laboratory's roof. A group rushed towards Dongfang, ready to lift him in celebration. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain, as Dongfang had only grown stronger. With a method of preparation established, we could now transition into the research phase for supercapacitors. But Dongfang doused the excitement with a splash of cold water, reminding everyone that this was merely the first step. Arrogance was not to be entertained at this juncture. Removing his dust-proof suit, Dongfang waved goodbye and exited the laboratory. He had spent several days there, and there were numerous matters awaiting resolution at the company. Just look at how many calls Gao Yuan had made. Chapter 49. Relocation. Thanks to Madame Luo and Master Shi, the collaboration proposals from various manufacturers varied significantly, leaving Gao Yuan unsure of how to proceed. Upon entering the company, he promptly pulled Dongfang aside. This is our company as chairman, Mr. Dongfang. If anyone has suggestions, please communicate with him, he instructed, standing silently behind Dongfang. He handed a stack of documents to Dongfang, all containing the letters of intent from different companies. Dongfang frowned, puzzled by the situation. Despite the time that had passed, Gao Yuan showed no signs of advancement, leaving all matters for him to address. Although there had been some progress recently, it was far too slow to manage independently. It seemed time to seek a professional manager. Observing the chaotic scene before him, Dongfang temporarily set aside his concerns. I have received the letters of intent. Please, everyone, remain patient. We will discuss them one by one. I would like the representative from Brother Electric to come to my office first, while the other enterprises please wait. With that, he beckoned the head of Brother Electric and entered his office, leaving Gao Yuan behind. May I ask how to address you, sir? Hello, Mr. Dong. I am Wang Ning, the chief engineer from Brother Group. Greetings, Chief Engineer Wang. There are numerous matters to attend to at the company. I apologize for any lack of hospitality. Without further ado, they delved into the main topic. Brother Group was interested in the Xiaonu Intelligent Assistant from Dihuan Company, wishing to delegate the software development aspect to them, akin to their collaboration with Flower Company. Product customization. For each appliance sold, a portion of the usage fee will be provided, with a staggering customization fee of 50 million. Chief Engineer Wang, our manpower is limited. We will not accept this mode of cooperation again. Then how do you wish to collaborate? We can agree to customization, but the source of the intelligent core must be specified in your products. Additionally, we will only take a 5 share of the profits based on the sales price, rejecting all other forms of compensation. Monopolistic. It has always been so domineering. Wang Ning wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. This young Dongfang exuded a formidable presence. I must consult the board of directors. I cannot make this decision alone. Of course, Dongfang waved his hand dismissively. The second automobile company, BB, has set its sights on autonomous driving technology. Although they have made some progress in this area, they still have a considerable distance to cover before practical implementation. We can offer your esteemed company a comprehensive solution for autonomous vehicles, but we only accept revenue sharing. Once again, they are unable to make decisions independently. An entire afternoon passed with nothing accomplished, merely endless negotiations. Fortunately, our efforts finally bore fruit. Aside from the well-known manufacturers like Xiaohua and 2 others, the remaining companies smoothly signed letters of intent for collaboration, pending physical verification before finalizing agreements. A knock on the door interrupted the proceedings. Li Tao, Zhang Chang's assistant, entered. Boss, our new building has been completed. When do you think we should move in? You all can decide that, Oriental replied brusquely. If you can't, then consult Gao Yuan. Don't come to me with every little thing. Oriental was genuinely irritated today. What were they all capable of? Were they just here to loaf around? Get out. His mood, already sour, reached a boiling point. The second knock came, and in walked Gao Yuan. Oriental suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Brother Yuan, what brings you here? Fonger, why the sudden outburst? I've heard the commotion, Gao Yuan replied nonchalantly, plopping himself onto Oriental's desk and casually twirling a pen. Oriental's frustration surged again, difficult to contain. He rapped his desk. Gao Yuan, during work hours, please address each other by our respective titles. After hours, feel free to call me whatever you wish. But during business hours, I kindly ask you to observe workplace decorum. Gao Yuan was taken aback. He recognized the gravity of Oriental's irritation. Such a display of anger was rare for him. With a strong instinct for self-preservation, Gao Yuan replied, You're right, Dong Zong. I apologize. I'll take my leave now. Oriental, feeling vexed, wandered aimlessly back to the construction site. True to form as a construction enthusiast, the factory area had nearly been completed, and the cacophony of heavy machinery was now absent. The distant factories and the adjacent office buildings stood finished, with only a few workers engaged in final touches. No wonder they were inquiring about the time. Observing the imminent readiness of the office building, Oriental's anger dissipated significantly. Gao Yuan was indeed earnest and diligent. He had been striving to improve himself, but alas, the rapid growth of the Earth Environment Company had left him somewhat lagging behind. Never mind. He will grow in due time. Turning back to the company, he decided it was time to relocate to the new edifice. With the increasing number of employees, the current workspace was undeniably inadequate. On the morning of August 29, 2021, at 10 a.m., Oriental, Zhao Jinyu, and the management team stood at the entrance of the building, each holding a pair of scissors. As the scissors snipped through the red ribbon, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the gathered employees of Earth Environment Company. The name Earth Environment Technology Company Limited shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Dongfang and Zhao Jinyu sat in Dongfang's new office, which boasted expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, an imposing desk, and exquisitely luxurious sofas. The environment reeked of the pungent scent of wealth. Zhao Jinyu inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma he relished. It had been a while since they last met, and he had some delightful news to share. Brother, you are truly my lucky star, always bringing good tidings. Dongfang chuckled as he settled beside him. They are quite fond of your company's Deep Blue operating system. They mentioned that they have finally freed themselves from the risk of arbitrary backdoor installations, so I must express my gratitude on your behalf. Additionally, they are eager to know if you have any recent breakthroughs. Zhao Jinyu whispered conspiratorially into Dongfang's ear. Oh, this is splendid news. Recently, we have primarily focused on industrial applications. Is there a need for that? Dongfang replied somewhat helplessly. We have been delving into graphene. Surely, the confidential units for autonomous driving do not require it? Is your recent driverless technology stable and reliable? Zhao Jinyu inquired. Dongfang coughed slightly. Do they truly need this solution? Haha, they do, as long as your product is up to par. Brother, the product is impeccable, exhibiting exceptional anti-interference and stability. If there are specific needs, we can customize it as well. Very well, I understand. Please prepare, as they will be visiting the company in a few days. Chapter 50, Super Graphene Capacitor, Gratitude to Bai Wukulian and the Zhatian Help for Yi Chun. After bidding farewell to Zhao Jinyu, Dongfang found himself at the doorstep of the laboratory once more, almost unconsciously drawn to research. The laboratory buzzed with activity. Peering inside, he observed Wang Chun and several others engaged in a fervent discussion. Witnessing the dedication of these researchers lifted his spirits. The animated debate reached his ears even from a distance. I believe that the structural properties of graphene, given our current technological capabilities, are insufficient for direct battery applications. We should focus on graphene hybrid anodes. Why not? This is merely a limitation of mass production techniques. Focusing solely on the anode bears no distinction from lithium batteries. Aside from a slightly faster charge-discharge rate, both parties held steadfast to their positions, unable to sway one another. Boss, you need to adjudicate, Wang Chen exclaimed, his keen eyes glinting. Why don't we adopt a dual approach? How about this? You divide into two groups, each responsible for one direction, and we shall see which proves successful. Dongfang, however, was not optimistic about either method, as he recalled that the Earth Ring star utilized solid-state graphene batteries. Thus, he formed a third group. Perhaps due to his heightened engagement, the second group achieved success. After consulting Dongfang on several crucial points, Wang Chen successfully produced the graphene anode, reaching the goal of charging in 5 minutes for 3 hours of use. As for Dongfang, he merely made minor adjustments to the plasma thermal spray gun, resulting in the creation of a sandwich-structured all-solid-state supercapacitor. Without making a fuss, he quietly organized the relevant materials, taking only Wang Chen's achievements with him. He notified the administration and immediately proceeded with the procurement of the equipment. This technology cannot be outsourced. As for the all-solid-state battery, that will be addressed later. The modification of the equipment will be entrusted to Nova. After all, there's no reason not to utilize our own resources. Once again, they found themselves in the mountainous region of southwest China, at the National Key Wind Tunnel Laboratory. This time, they were not glued to their computers. Instead, they were all gathered around the laboratory's glass curtain wall. An engine was secured at the entrance of the wind tunnel. And unlike the aviation engines provided by our comrade Stalin, this one was remarkably pristine. Take a closer look. It bears a striking resemblance to the vector engines of the flag-bearing nation. Liu Jiangwo could hardly contain his excitement and shouted to ignite the engine. Blue flames erupted forth, and various metrics were promptly relayed back to the control room. Perfection. Just look at this flawless jet of flame. Liu Jiangwo's face flushed with exhilaration. He knew that the fighter jet would experience a significant enhancement. The temperature-controlled production workshop was spacious yet immaculate, with the main door wide open as several large trailers lined up in succession. Forklifts buzzed about, with workers bustling back and forth. Soon, an assembly line was fully installed, with robotic arms positioned at every junction. A production line capable of yielding 100 GWh of graphene batteries was now operational. Gao Yuan stood quietly beside Dongfang, no longer the exuberant individual he once was. Director Dong, our production line has been completed, but we are still short on workers. Dongfang remained silent. Nova, the production line is now fully installed. Let us deploy the bionic robots tonight to comprehensively modify the equipment. Understood, Captain. Then let's recruit some local workers. This will also contribute to our hometown. After instructing Nova, Dongfang turned to Gao Yuan and advised, very well. Personnel from the special department were always punctual. And this time Dongfang encountered familiar faces. 3 individuals had arrived. Su Ge, you're here this time? Long time no see. Dongfang extended his hand and firmly grasped Su Lei's hand. Haha, it's an organizational task. Su Lei appeared quite pleased, eager to engage with this prodigious youth. Is everything ready? No problem. Let us head to the workshop. I have made some preparations regarding your ideas. In the open space before the workshop, 3 pieces of equipment were lined up side by side. A drone, a miniature armored vehicle, and a mechanical dog, though unlike any similar equipment found on Blue Star. These 3 machines resembled something out of a science fiction film. The mechanical dog moved with coordinated limbs, with all wiring seamlessly integrated into its legs, giving it an extraordinarily natural appearance. This must surely be Nova's masterpiece. Su Lei was somewhat taken aback and raised an eyebrow. Dongfang, please demonstrate. Dongfang nodded to the 3 staff members from the Earth and Environment Company. Their movements were swift. They quickly connected power to the 3 devices. After 5 minutes, they unplugged them. Su Lei furrowed his brow. What was Dongfang up to? Didn't he know they needed charging beforehand? What could be accomplished in 5 minutes? Nevertheless, he remained silent. Knowing Dongfang as he did, he doubted he would make such a fundamental mistake. The operation of the machines was exceedingly simple. Voice control sufficed. Unit 1. After flying around the company to map the terrain, hovered above the factory, providing live footage. Unit 2 patrolled the company entrance and reported an unidentified individual immediately, awaiting further instructions. Unit 3 proceeded to the company headquarters, retrieving a stored backpack from the security personnel before returning. As the directives from the staff were issued, the 3 devices promptly activated to undertake their respective tasks. 5 minutes later, the mechanical dog was the first to return, bearing a black backpack. There were no anomalies. The mechanical dog came to a steady halt in front of Dongfang. Su Lei, being quicker, lifted the backpack from the mechanical dog. It felt quite heavy, likely around 20 kilograms. However, judging by the mechanical dog's condition, such weight seemed far from its limit. The drone returned second, and the staff handed over a monitor. The company's panoramic view appeared clearly before Su Lei, with the real-time footage of the factory displayed in the lower right corner. An unidentified individual has been detected. Please advise. The monitor revealed a third image, a construction worker walking towards the entrance with a broom. Allow passage, came the instruction. Understood, continue with the patrol. Su Lei found it hard to believe. Dongfang, are these devices powered by batteries? Of course, Dongfang replied with a smile, a hint of pride evident on his face. They only charged for 5 minutes? Su Lei questioned, his expression turning serious. You're not trying to deceive us, are you? Such tricks won't work here. Su Ge, it seems you still don't trust me enough. Note, in 2019, global battery production was approximately 365 GWh, with our country accounting for 75. However, the efficiency and high energy of graphene make this 100 G capacity quite significant. Chapter 51, Part-Time Job? Thanks to Bai Wukulian, Woody 7521, Mengma 0718, Su Ge. Have you heard of graphene batteries? Do you think we are isolated from the world? I can handle smartphones too. Su Lei shot Dongfang a glance. That's good to know. Our devices are equipped with graphene super batteries. 5 minutes of charging provides 3 hours of use. You understand? Dongfang beamed with satisfaction. Su Lei remained silent, retrieving a gun-like device from his bag. Aiming it at the mechanical dog, he pulled the trigger. Let us see you try that again. Wow. An electromagnetic interference gun, the nemesis of drones. I had this prepared long ago. Dongfang remained calm, nodding at the staff. Unit 3, return the backpack to headquarters. Without hesitation. Once the staff secured the backpack back onto it, the mechanical dog darted away. Su Lei was on the verge of breaking the trigger, determined to test his luck. He aimed the disruptor at the hovering drone. No reaction, still no response. The drone remained steadily suspended in the air, transmitting images clearly and stably. Putting away the interference gun, Su Lei took a few steps and whispered to his 2 colleagues who had accompanied him. Director Su, if this ISNTA fabrication, it far exceeds our expectations, doesn't it? You both witnessed the entire process. Is there any evidence? Though it may not appear so at first glance. I remain skeptical about graphene batteries and am eager to witness their production firsthand. Sure enough, Su Lei nodded. Dongfang, I see your production line is already established. May we have a look? Of course, right this way, came the reply. The group donned dust-proof suits and entered the trial production workshop, which spanned over 1,000 square meters yet housed only a handful of workers, all seemingly normal. Indeed, they appeared unremarkable. The liquid bionic robots, once camouflaged, exhibited no discernible differences to the naked eye. X-rays would tell a different story. Mechanical arms waved and conveyor belts flowed. As the facility was still in its testing phase, only a limited number of battery packs were neatly arranged in the storage area, and merely 2 models were present. Casually, Dongfang picked up a smaller battery and handed it to the bionic robot. The robot swiftly retrieved a small toy dog from beneath the table and, with remarkable dexterity, attached the battery in mere moments. It was charged for just 5 minutes. The electronic dog joyfully scampered about on the floor. You can give it a try, Dongfang encouraged, pointing to the battery and then to the dog. Before Su Lei could act, a colleague nearby could no longer contain his curiosity and took the initiative, specifically choosing a freshly produced battery. The authenticity was indisputable. Dongfang, we wish to procure your complete solution, Su Lei declared, tucking his phone away as he returned to the storage area. Dongfang's face lit up with joy. He had no objections. The contract was swiftly finalized, securing a second collaboration for 100,000 sets. Though the quantity was reduced, the price remained unchanged, with a comprehensive solution for drones, armored vehicles, and mechanical dogs priced at 200 yuan each. A total of 2 billion yuan was agreed upon, with a deposit of 600 million, representing 50 of the total. Dongfang felt a tinge of worry. This order was substantial. While equipment manufacturing posed no challenge, the chip supply remained constrained by external factors. Never mind. We shall focus on establishing the production line first. There are plenty of vacant factories, he resolved. However, this time, they would rely heavily on Nova. With the continuous development of the Earth Ring Company, numerous buildings had begun to emerge on the previously vacant land surrounding the area. Dongfang returned to the villas situated in the corner of the factory grounds, designated as a welfare residence for senior company officials. Just as he intended to rest for a moment, his phone rang. Driving school on the line. Suddenly, it dawned on Dongfang that he was scheduled to take the 3rd driving test tomorrow, and this afternoon was allocated for the training session. Hello, Mr. Dongfang. When do you expect to arrive? I didn't see you this afternoon, and I feared you might have forgotten, so I called to remind you. Came the gentle voice from the receptionist. I might be a bit busy. I'll be there shortly, he replied. After hanging up, Dongfang boarded the shuttle. Punctuality was paramount. There was no room for tardiness. Before his name was even called, he arrived at the training ground, perfectly on time. Pretending to catch his breath after such a hurried journey, he climbed into the car and executed a series of maneuvers before concluding the simulated test. Departing with an air of nonchalance, he noticed the examiner giving him a thumbs up. There were no issues with the test whatsoever. The following day, Dongfang was the first to take the driving exam. Nova, you've gone too far. This is blatant cheating. Nature is indeed perfect, and there is little room for doubt. Upon exiting the driving school, Dongfang found himself at a loss for what to do next. The company was progressing in an orderly fashion according to plan, and Wang Chun had been assigned the initial task of developing carbon-based transistors. It seemed the company had no immediate need for him. Perhaps he should return to school. It had been quite some time since he last saw his three companions, and he missed them dearly. After determining his destination, Dongfang returned to the school accompanied by two sturdy men. Upon opening the dormitory door, he was met with an empty room. Oh, how could I forget that the holidays were still ongoing? Just as he turned to leave, he heard someone unlocking the door and glanced at the bedding. Oh, it must be Zhang Wei. He was the only one who made his bed. Fanger, why are you back? Zhang Wei exclaimed, drenched in sweat as he entered, clutching a cartoon bear's head. Third brother, why didn't you go home for the holidays? Oh, are you off to a cosplay event? Dongfang chose not to expose his secret, recognizing that everyone has their own little mysteries. Yes, Zhang Wei replied somewhat sheepishly. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us go eat together. It's on me since I earned a bit today. Zhang Wei quickly shifted the topic. Wait while I change, it's too hot. Before long, they sat down with a meal of 3 Qin specialties before them. Third brother, do tell. Why didn't you return home for the holidays and are still working part-time at school? No need to hold back with family. Ah, don't laugh at me, Fanger. Zhang Wei sighed. His family hailed from a small village nestled in the vast mountains of Sichuan, where 3 generations had toiled as farmers. His parents, lacking formal education, believed that reading was of little value, as long as one could recognize characters and cultivate the land. Had it not been for a dedicated teacher who recognized Zhang Wei as potential and persuaded his family, he might still be tilling the soil at home. Due to his family's dire circumstances, the tuition fees were collectively raised by the villagers, and the phone in his hand was a reward from his teacher. No wonder you never spend money when we go out. Now that you've earned some, you're treating today. Absolutely. I earned 120 yuan today. That should suffice for both of us. Seeing Dongfang regard him without a hint of prejudice, he flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of healthy teeth. Since we are both working part-time, would you consider switching to a better environment? Of course I would. Alas, we can't maintain full attendance. Part-time is all we can manage, and no one wants us. I want to. You can work with me. What could we possibly do together? As they continued their banter, they arrived at the experience store of Di Huan Company located on East Avenue in Exay City. The decor was quite impressive, although the range of products was somewhat limited, featuring only the Xiao Nua speakers and a few smart appliances. In the center of the store stood a car. Dongfang's mind raced with exclamations. Clearly a scheme devised by the technical staff. Zhang Hao and Zhu Jianjun, those 2 clowns, were certainly behind this. Brother Bai, you truly outdid yourself. Once we return to the company, we'll settle things slowly. But first, let us resolve Zhang Wei's matter. With this thought, Dongfang confidently pushed open the glass door. Gentlemen, would you like to see the Xiao Nua sound system? The saleswoman was quite attractive, though this was not what Dongfang had anticipated. You don't recognize me? Should I? After all, it was your first time here. The receptionist giggled behind her hand. Never mind, I'll just call your manager. I'm sure he knows me. I apologize. But the manager has returned to headquarters. We have recently moved to a new building. What a coincidence. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. The manager thought it would be a good time to return since he would soon be delivering a report. Zhang Wei tugged at Dongfang from behind. Why not wait for the manager to return? What is the rush? Let me make a phone call. Ultimately, Zhang Wei succeeded in his endeavor when the big boss speaks. Failure is not an option. Waving goodbye to Zhang Wei, who was clad in the company's custom shirt, Dongfang strode out of the flagship store. Zhang Chang called, informing him that he was at the oncology department of the hospital in the western part of the city with his mother. Well, I suppose I should pay a visit. The summer in Exay was truly sweltering. Walking down the street felt like being engulfed by waves of heat. The short distance from the hospital entrance to the inpatient department was unbearable, even for someone as physically resilient as Dongfang. Gulping down his chilled bottled water, he spotted Zhang Chang waiting at the corridor. Boss, you've arrived. A mix of shame, guilt, and gratitude stirred within him, creating an indescribable awkwardness. Leading the way, Dongfang's aloof demeanor barely lasted 3 seconds before a nurse blocked their path at the entrance. I'm sorry, family members, there are too many visitors. Those wearing sunglasses will need to wait outside. Well, these 2 strong men certainly don't appear to be the kindest. Zhang Wei's mother was a gentle-looking southern lady. Articulate despite her frail condition. Though weak, she maintained her politeness. You must be Mr. Dongfang, Xiao Chang's boss. Her voice, worn down by illness, was barely audible. Yes, auntie. That's me. There is no need for you to get up. I simply came to check on you. Oh, there's really nothing to see. Xiao Chang has taken such a long leave. He should return to work. I have my partner to look after me. The wisdom of the elderly. She pretended to be oblivious, referring to his absence as a leave of absence. Dongfang smiled silently. After a long pause, he nodded. All right. Dongfang resolved to trust Zhang Chang this once, out of respect for the elderly lady. Auntie, I can cure your illness, but it depends on whether you believe in me. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, I believe, for the sake of my son, I can believe anything others say. Good. Then I will need to take some blood. Without waiting for her response, he retrieved a circular metallic cylinder from his pocket, gently pressing it against her arm. He was surprised to find the cylinder was transparent. The crimson blood gradually filled the cylinder. For the next few days, focus on caring for your mother. Once she recovers, you can return to work, Zhang Chang. This is the first and last time, for the sake of the elderly lady, bending at the waist and resting on his legs. He anxiously rubbed his hands together, nodding fervently like a pestle, uttering repeated thanks to his superior, his eyes welling up with emotion. A grown man should not be so sentimental, he admonished himself. Very well, I shall arrange for medicine to be delivered tomorrow. Standing in the corridor, Zhang Chang resolved silently to follow his leader for life, even if it cost him dearly. Sir, simply hand the blood collection device to guard number 1. The analyzer is already integrated within its structure. Upon receiving the results, I will promptly deliver the specialized medication. Nova, how goes the construction of the base? It has been some time since my last visit. Captain, we have completed all construction tasks as per the established plan. The ocean brims with boundless resources. I am currently collecting isotopes deuterium and tritium for the reserves of our nuclear fusion engine. Will you be returning? Not at the moment. Corporate matters demand my attention. Prepare the production lines for the drones and robotic dogs, and find an opportunity to install them in the coming days, as agreements have already been signed. Ready and awaiting your command, Captain. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was precisely 6:30 p.m., though the sun had yet to set. The roadside barbecue stalls had already been set up, releasing the tantalizing aroma of sizzling meat. His mouth watered. Boss, I'll have half a pound of skewers. And a stir-fry of pickled beans with rice, chilled in a bottle. One bite, and his mouth was awash with the rich, savory flavor of lamb infused with cumin and chili, a personal favorite. The thought crossed his mind that it was indeed a day ripe for mischief. He had heard whispers of a place called S4 Base near Area 51. I wonder if there are any treasures to be found there. Once I've satisfied my hunger and thirst, we shall make the journey. Moreover, the previous fireworks display had not been sufficiently impressive. The soldiers had short memories, and it was time to provide them with a more lasting impression. At 7:20 p.m. in Huagua and 3:20 a.m. in the Flag Nation's west, the soldiers were sleeping soundly. The starship reappeared above the Area 51 base, where the duty soldiers dozed in their chairs. Progress has been made. It seems there are now personnel on watch. Evidently, the last fireworks display had some effect. Subsequently, Dongfang donned a first-generation powered exosuit and issued commands. Nova. The aircraft is now physically integrated with the internal network. Take control of the base. All teams, proceed according to the original plan and advance from all directions. The descent ropes fell, and 50 liquid biobots touched down on the soil of S4 base. Captain, you may need to wait a moment. The patrol from the Flag Nation is currently passing through the entrance. Additionally, the base has been fully secured. No rush, we have ample time. Dongfang halted, clenching his fist tightly in midair. The biobots behind him came to an abrupt stop, silent as the grave. Nova, activate high-frequency sleep noise at the entrance. 5 minutes later, the teams moved in as instructed. The soldiers on duty at the entrance slumbered soundly under the influence of the high-frequency sound. A mechanical hand clasped around his robust neck. Chapter 53. Not a bad item. Gratitude to the soldier from the border city for aiding the great Ming Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. The mechanical arm retracted, leaving the soldier forever ensconced in his dreams. The high-frequency noise produced by the miniature stealth drone proved remarkably effective, an outcome Eastern had not anticipated. In the corridor, numerous soldiers lay sprawled in disarray. Eastern sauntered past them, even taking the time to pick up an M16 automatic rifle to toy with. Alas, the power of the mech was too overwhelming, twisting the rifle into a pretzel shape. Sigh, where to place this little hand of mine? Captain, the third squad has completed their mission. All backup power sources have been destroyed. We must not repeat the mistakes of last time. One by one, 5 squads reported their progress, confirming the successful completion of the initial task of securing the base. Captain, what is our mission objective this time? Or do we lack a code name? Nova, accustomed to Eastern style, inquired with confusion. Haha, Nova, you've made great strides lately. Thus, our mission code name shall be Ghost Operation. And the primary objective? Rumors circulated online about an alien civilization's spacecraft being present, and perhaps we could discover some new technologies to bring back. Eastern's smile bore a hint of mischief. Understood, the Ghost Operation is officially underway. Eastern settled comfortably in the base's control center, propping his legs on the desk, which creaked under the strain. Half an hour passed, yet no reports came from the teams. Strange, why has there been no discovery? Eastern pondered, perplexed. Nova, have you located the base commander's lounge? Sir, it's right here. A map materialized before Eastern, revealing a panoramic view of the base, a red dot pulsating with light. Let us proceed there. MacArthur, the specially appointed commander of the S4 base by the flag country, was directly accountable to the president. At 56 years of age, his vitality was not what it once was, leading him to retire early for the night. However, he found his slumber unusually deep. Suddenly, a chill swept across his forehead. Could it be that I've kicked off the covers due to the heat? Groggily, he opened his eyes, intending to pull the covers back over himself, only to find a massive firearm pressed against his forehead. That audacious soldier dares to invade my quarters. Ah, this old man is indeed still half asleep. Yet, as he focused, he saw the towering first-generation mech standing beside his bed. Who are you, and what do you want? He asked, while discreetly reaching for the emergency phone tucked beneath his pillow, pressing the alarm button. No response came. The base lay in an eerie silence, as though it were in a deep slumber. The enemy had completely seized control, leaving no room for resistance. MacArthur sat in his chair, undressed and disheveled, a sight that made Eastern feel a wave of nausea. Unrefined brutes. How could they compare to my descendants from the Huaxia? I truly cannot fathom how those materialistic women endure such sights. Damn it. Come, speak of it. Where are the unidentified flying objects concealed within the base? The truth serum remains remarkably effective. The untrained elder, abnormally compliant, divulged all secrets. In the southwestern corner of the base lies a door leading deeper underground, with the inspection wall merely serving as its disguise. Why can the detectors not uncover it? I know not. The UFO appears to be intact, its energy shield still radiating light. Our detectors equally fail to detect it, even when one stands directly before it. Ah, no wonder it remains undetected. After dispatching the loathsome elder, Dongfang turned to depart. Dongfang arrived at the southwestern corner of the base. Two bionic robots silently pried open the manhole cover, the hinges polished to an extraordinary smoothness. This was indeed the place. They leaped inside, with Dongfang following closely behind. The lengthy corridor was laden with laser emitters, rapid-fire machine guns, and even high-explosive landmines. However, at present, they served merely as decorative trinkets until the bionic robots pushed open the heavy iron door. It turned out this area possessed an independent internal network and a separate power supply. No wonder the unmanned aerial vehicles could not detect it. However, after acquiring intelligence, Nova had gained complete control. Peering through the door revealed a domed hall, various devices arrayed against the walls. In the center hovered a disc-shaped UFO, suspended in midair, its body adorned with an array of wiring. Several individuals clad in dust-proof suits lay beside the instruments, evidently having been dealt with by the bionic robots. Dongfang approached the computer. Lines of data streamed across the screen, analyzing the spacecraft's control system. It appeared that over the years, the Banner Nation had achieved little, and had not engaged in any destructive disassembly. After all, they stood as the world's foremost power, lacking urgency. The bionic robots swiftly severed cables from various points, returning the unidentified flying object to a sleek disc shape. A bright beam of light emanated from the bottom, and Dongfang stepped inside, vanishing within the hall. Oh, it was, after all, quantum entanglement transmission. Dongfang found himself in the cockpit of the flying saucer, the space cramped and the air stale. He chuckled derisively. It seemed he was surrounded by a group of diminutive beings. The small seats hardly accommodated a single person. It was possible this was merely a starship's internal vessel dispatched from their mothership, indicating they had not yet departed. Information gleaned from the main control computer of the saucer confirmed Dongfang's suspicions. These saucer-like craft were dispatched by a secondary civilization known as Pegasus, who had just mastered faster-than-light travel. By a stroke of chance, they had discovered this blue planet. To further their research, they had previously captured humans in large numbers. However, due to a malfunction, the saucer had unexpectedly crash-landed. The storage chamber of the saucer still contained a human captured during that time. Dongfang felt a wave of frustration. Those wretched little beings. Pressing the launch switch of the spacecraft, the dashboard illuminated sequentially, revealing the severe damage to the power system. However, this posed no significant issue. The bionic robot ascended to the apex of the dome, successfully positioning a diminutive annihilation bomb. With a tremendous shockwave, a gaping hole, 50 meters in diameter, was blasted through the dome, erasing all structures in its path. Success! A surge of joy welled up within Dongfang. The transport ship lowered several steel cables, which the bionic robot expertly welded to the edges of the flying saucer. One by one, the bionic robots emptied the equipment from the hull, filling the transport ship to the brim. Shortly after Dongfang's departure, the energy bombs installed around the perimeter of the gaping hole detonated with a deafening roar, burying all traces of the phantom operation beneath the deluge of Earth. Ah, today's endeavors were fruitful. Chapter 54 Unrest. Thanks to 1508181460410733372, Dark Matter DM, where home is. The UFO was towed back to the underwater base by the transport ship, subsequently delivered to a fully automated factory by engineering robots. the flying craft, cherished like a treasure by the citizens of the Flag Nation, was soon taken apart piece by piece. In truth, this first-level civilization, which had just transcended superluminal flight, was far more suited to the current blue planet. Thus, Dongfang meticulously studied the saucer's power system, control system, and its transmission and storage devices. The main control computer became his primary focus. It transpired that silicon-based transistors, when reduced to below 1 nanometer, approached the physical limits, resulting in diminishing yields and escalating costs, with current control spiraling into an uncontrollable state. Hence, carbon-based chips emerged as the next breakthrough, offering superior performance more aligned with the impending phase of the blue planet. Dongfang mused to himself, having just utilized a super electronic microscope to examine a minuscule chip, approximately the size of a fingernail. Yet, one should not underestimate this. It was the CPU of the Saucer's main control computer. Presently, the most powerful chip used in Blue Planet's mobile phones is the mediocre A14 chip, boasting around 12.5 billion transistors. But this smaller chip? It has entirely abandoned silicon in favor of carbon-based, specifically graphene transistors, with a staggering count reaching 50 trillion. As verified by Nova testing, while the transistor count may not be exponentially greater, the performance is undeniably incomparable. Alas, the need for photolithography machines and etching machines presents a temporary barrier to leapfrogging advancements. As for the power system, they employed a warp drive, enabling superluminal travel through the distortion of space. Yet this remained far beyond the current technological capabilities of the blue planet. The control system, in essence, represented merely a fraction of the main control computer's functionality. If breakthroughs in chip technology were achieved, the inhabitants of the blue planet could attain such levels presently. It appears the crux of the constraints on Huawei's scientific and technological advancements lies still within fundamental science. Dongfang's research spanned 3 days. Yet the insights gleaned during this brief period far exceeded his expectations. For the technological prowess of the geoharmonic star surpassed that of the blue planet by such a margin that its assistance to Dongfang was not as substantial as anticipated. Thus, he planned to seclude himself at the base for a period, delving into various fundamental disciplines. He also instructed Nova to block all calls except for those from his parents and grandmother. Little did he anticipate that troubles were on the horizon. On the 10th day of his focused studies, the sun shone brightly in a clear sky. The lobby of the Earth Ring Company was bustling with activity, each face radiating joy, for the company was hiring. The production lines for graphene super batteries, drones, and mechanical dogs had successfully completed their trial runs. Yet the lack of workers hindered large-scale production. Consequently, the administrative department issued a recruitment notice. Zhang Chong, drenched in sweat, dashed back and forth. And with the collective effort of the administrative staff, he finally arranged the interview sequence for the applicants. His mother had made a full recovery, having created a second medical miracle at the Beijing West Hospital, following in the footsteps of Dongfang's father, and he returned to the company, wholeheartedly dedicating himself to his work. Now, he was merely an ordinary employee in the administrative department. Attention everyone, please line up according to the numbers you have received, and follow me to the factory. The recruitment for technical workers differed significantly from that of technicians. Practical operation was of utmost importance for the former. Thus, the interviews primarily focused on hands-on assessments. The crowd began to move slowly, forming a line as they gathered in front of the graphene battery production workshop. No need to rush, one at a time. Wait until the crowd forms a line again, Zhang Chong announced through his megaphone. Number 110, please enter the factory. Number 120, prepare. Given that each interviewee required a considerable amount of time, the entire interview process was not completed until 5 p.m. The results were announced on the spot. Indeed, for technical workers, if one was capable, they were accepted. If not, they were not. Believing the work was finally winding down, Zhang Chong plopped down on the curb beside the factory, gulping down water to soothe his parched throat. Suddenly, a dark figure loomed before him, and then a fist struck his nose. The water bottle flew from his hand as he collapsed onto the greenery, blood streaming from his nose. What the hell? Several colleagues rushed over, seizing the shadowy figure. How the hell are you hiring? Wasn't he this supposed to be about providing jobs for locals? Why wasn't he my brother hired? It was a young man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, his head shaved so closely that his scalp was clearly visible, and a tattoo of the word run adorned his arm. As Zhang Chong rose, he saw the young man forcefully pushing against the staff who had restrained him. Regardless of the situation, you cannot resort to violence. Ultimately, the numbers were in their favor, and they quickly subdued the young man. I hit him, so what? If my brother isn't hired, I'll keep hitting until you all relent and hire him. In the spirit of maintaining peace and avoiding negative repercussions for the company, Zhang Chong approached the young man. Which number was your brother? He is number 44, skilled in various tasks, having worked in electronics factories in the south. Why was he not accepted? Surely, there is some underhandedness at play. Zhang Chong pondered deeply, recalling that he had a vague impression of this individual due to his earlier number. The man bore a striking resemblance to this youth, exuding an air of unseemliness. Possessing little capability, he would merely imitate others once inside. Such a character could never be desired by the environmental company. Ah, I remember him. But I regret to inform you, sir, he does not meet our criteria, hence the company cannot offer him a position. Nonsense, where does he fall short? I am a local resident. If he is rejected, I shall bring my entire extended family to the factory for sustenance. Upon uttering this, he began to thrash about vigorously, attempting to break free. Simultaneously, he hurled curses and offered unflattering remarks about the close relatives of those around him. Call security and have this rascal thrown out. Does he not realize the gravity of this place, thinking he can manipulate anyone at will? Frustrated, someone alerted security. The company's guards, unlike Zhang Chong and his companions, were far less gentle. They swiftly lifted the man and ejected him at the entrance, throwing him forcefully onto the street. The lad, realizing he was no match for the burly security, ran a few paces before glaring fiercely at the group by the door, declaring, "You all wait. This is far from over. I will settle this score with you." It appeared he was not one to be trifled with. Chapter 55. Blocking the door. Thanks for coming down from the mountains. 103195528. Arrow who loves the mantis. The following morning, a staggering crowd of 560 gathered at the entrance of the environmental company. From elderly individuals in their 60s and 70s to children aged 8 or 9. Each brandished a weapon, shovels, hoes, wooden clubs, and even benches and spatulas, though notably absent were kitchen knives. This heartless company has assaulted us. Today, they must provide an explanation. The crowd spoke in fluent dialect, unmistakably local villagers. Gao Yuan observed through the monitoring system in the guardhouse a young man with short hair forcefully banging on the automatic sliding door. Several delivery trucks were blocked by the throng, the driver's anxious expressions clearly visible on the high-definition camera. Gao, this person banging on the door is the one who assaulted me yesterday. He is surely the ringleader. Zhang Chong whispered to Gao Yuan, recounting the previous day's ordeal. Why did you not report this earlier? Gao Yuan inquired, a hint of irritation in his voice. Had I known sooner, we could have prepared and not found ourselves in such a passive position, trapped by this blockade. Have the police been notified? Yes. The local precinct said they would arrive in 5 minutes. All right, we will wait for the authorities. It is undeniable that our nation has made remarkable progress in recent years. When they say 5 minutes, they truly mean it. A white police car whizzed into view. 3 young officers emerged, their uniforms impeccably sharp. Lu Tao, what do you intend to do? Bringing your entire extended family to blockade the entrance. What is your purpose? It was evident that they recognized one another. What is the matter? The employees of the environmental company assaulted me, and I have come to seek accountability. Is that a crime now? Upon noticing the arrival of personnel from the police station, Gao Yuan stepped out of the guardhouse and positioned himself before the main entrance, hesitating to open the retractable gate. Greetings, comrades of the law enforcement, he began. We have not engaged in any violence. We possess surveillance footage that you are welcome to review. How can you claim there was no assault? My backside is still bruised. Did I inflict this upon myself? The young man leading the group grew increasingly agitated. Cease your shouting. Can surveillance footage be manipulated? An officer, unable to restrain himself, interjected. Lu Tao is no stranger to trouble, brawling, petty theft. He has quite the reputation at the police station. He was recently released from detention for fighting, only to stir up more chaos. The officer leading the group shot a glance at the young law enforcement officer who had spoken. Calm down. Let us discuss this matter rationally. Escalating tensions is hardly a prudent course of action, for Lu Tao had brought with him a contingent of 560 individuals. Should a disturbance arise, the 3 of them would be ill-equipped to manage the situation. Very well, let us sit down and converse, Gao Yuan conceded. Aware that the workshop was awaiting the graphite to commence operations, fully cognizant of the gravity of the situation. Agreed, let us engage in dialogue. Who fears whom? Lu Tao's intentions were clear. He sought to exert pressure in order to achieve a desired outcome. Observing the lavish decor and furnishings of the company, he mused that the Earthring company must indeed be affluent. Not only was his brother poised to join the staff, but he would also require his cousins to be included. Otherwise, a monetary compensation of no less than 20,000, preferably 50,000, would be demanded. As Lu Tao gazed at the newly constructed office building of Earthring company, his resolve began to waver. The scene before him was chaotic. Some stood, others sat. Smoke wafted from cigarettes, and the loud reprimands directed at children transformed the conference room into a veritable marketplace. State your intentions, Gao Yuan requested as he took a seat across from Lu Tao. Quiet down. Let me converse with this esteemed entrepreneur, Lu Tao commanded his entourage, prompting a gradual reduction in noise. Speak, go ahead, he said, turning back to Gao Yuan with a playful grin. Gao Yuan silently acknowledged Zhang Chong's assessment that Lu Tao was not an easy adversary. What is it that you truly desire? Nothing much, really. I merely wish for a few of my brothers to gain employment at your factory, since you have taken our land. It is only fair that you provide us with a means of livelihood. The young man's thoughts appeared organized, as he refrained from mentioning the assault. This was a promise made by the county. It is not that we are unwilling to offer opportunities. Rather, your brothers do not meet our qualifications. Gao Yuan responded with a hint of derision. How do they not qualify? They can operate production lines and maintain cleanliness. We are diligent workers. Lu Tao's confidence was palpable. However, the positions available do not pertain to cleaning, the leading officer interjected, unable to contain his frustration. And why not? In such a vast factory, surely there are duties that require cleaning? Lu Tao retorted. My apologies, but our company is not currently hiring for cleaning positions. And what of the assault? I am still in discomfort. If we do not receive a satisfactory resolution, we shall not depart today. Indeed, we shall not leave. Echoed the voices of over 50 individuals, creating a formidable presence. Lu Tao, no longer feigning modesty, leaned back in his chair, placing his legs atop the conference table. Gao Yuan clenched his fists tightly, then reluctantly released them, realizing that instigating conflict with the East would hinder the company's growth. Thus, he resolved to take a step back. We are prepared to compensate for the losses, including your medical expenses. If you continue to cause a disturbance, we have the authority to detain you. Surely, you have not yet had your fill of confinement, have you? At a crucial moment, Comrade JC intervened on behalf of Gao Yuan. Lu Tao, having already experienced the discomfort of detention, felt a twinge of fear. With a quick glance, a plan formed in his mind. Fine, I shall go to the hospital for an examination. I woke up this morning feeling sore all over. Perhaps I've sustained some injury. Do not speak carelessly. Zhang Chong could no longer contain himself, as he was the one who had been assaulted. I am going to the hospital right now. Who among you will accompany me? Do not accuse me of extortion. Uncle, you all may leave. I shall go to the hospital for a checkup, Lu Tao declared, standing up and addressing the eldest among his relatives. In truth, Lu Tao's relatives were merely deceived by him. They believed he had genuinely been harmed, which is why they came to his aid. However, after observing for some time, they realized this young man was clearly attempting to extort money. Moreover, with JC around, the risk of their own detention made it not worth the trouble. Thus, with a shout from the elder, the group departed without a backward glance. Zhang Chong, unable to suppress his anger, volunteered to accompany Lu Tao to the hospital. Very well, I am agreeable to it. Please send a vehicle for me. I can hardly walk. As he saw Gao Yuan preparing to speak, he immediately began to feign discomfort. Have the administration send a car. Gao Yuan could no longer endure the situation and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. With such a temper, let us head to a public hospital. The county's facilities are inadequate. Without waiting for Zhang Chong, he descended the stairs and stood in the open space before the building, hands clasped behind his back, awaiting the arrival of the vehicle. This wretched individual truly has no idea what chaos he may cause at the hospital. As expected, after undergoing a myriad of tests, there was nothing amiss, yet Lu Tao insisted that he had a headache and demanded hospitalization. Furthermore, he requested a compensation of 50,000 yuan. Damn it, just wait and see how I handle you. Pretending to agree to the compensation, Zhang Chong made a decision in his heart. He took Lu Tao from the hospital, claiming they were going to the company to withdraw money. Chapter 56, Resolved? As Yin Ling, who relishes sweet and sour pork, mused, old soldiers do not die. They merely fade away. After exiting the expressway, the vehicle turned onto a sparsely trafficked national road. Zhang Chong calculated silently. Not far ahead was a sharp bend, past which there was a vacant area with dense vegetation, and most importantly, it was a place with few people. Ma sure, after we pass the bend. Stop for a moment. I urgently need to relieve myself. Understood. Lu Tao also felt the urgency. Having consumed copious amounts of water due to Zhang Chong's overly accommodating demeanor throughout the journey. Once they exited the vehicle, they stood 5 meters apart, each drawing their weapon to address their physiological needs. Perhaps due to excessive drinking, Lu Tao took longer than Zhang Chong to finish. Free as a bird. Lu Tao chuckled, preparing to put away his tool of mischief. Suddenly, excruciating pain surged through him as the folded umbrella made intimate contact with his thigh. Forgetting to fasten his belt, Zhang Tao turned to retaliate. As the old saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, especially when armed with a tool. Zhang Chong swiftly dealt a few blows, sending Lu Tao crashing to the ground. He felt a tinge of regret. The folding umbrella was now rendered useless. Nevertheless, it was worth it. My life was gifted to me by my leader. If you seek to deceive, you have come to the wrong place. Do you believe I want to end your life right now? Zhang Chong's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with menace as he brandished the tattered umbrella. No. They say the fearless fear the reckless, and Lu Tao was genuinely afraid. I won't pursue this any further. I promise not to trouble you. Truly. I am not intimidated by your threats. We shall see how this unfolds. The two returned to the car, this time without any further incident. Zhang Chong safely delivered Lu Tao back home, laying him gently on his bed. Brother, what is wrong with you? I'm fine, you need not worry. Lu Tao refrained from revealing to his brother that the hatred in his eyes could pierce the dilapidated roof of their abode. This matter is far from over. The days of toil passed swiftly, and 12 days slipped by in a flash. Dongfang's intensive studies had exceeded the allocated time by 2 days, yet it seemed inconsequential. Nova did not interrupt his learning. These 12 days had been immensely fruitful. The path ahead was now clear. Chips. More precisely, carbon-based chips. The speed of the shuttle remained remarkably impressive. On his journey back to XA, Dongfang intentionally checked his phone. This time, the global media was eerily silent regarding the S4 base incident. No reports emerged. As for the Banner Nation, they believed that an extraterrestrial civilization had absconded with their spacecraft. Such losses were trivial. Haha, the Phantom operation was a resounding success. 2 bionic robots stood silently in Dongfang's opulent residence in XA, their postures unchanged until he entered. Welcome back, Master, they chorused in unison. Allow me to gather a couple of garments. We shall return to the company. Dongfang entered the dressing room, and his voice echoed from within. Understood. The phone rang. Boss, there is something I've deliberated upon and feel compelled to report to you. Zhang Chang's voice resonated through the receiver. Speak, Dongfang urged as he continued to tidy up. Yesterday, someone caused a disturbance at our company. Zhang Chang recounted the full story of the incident involving Lu Tao, including the subsequent altercation. Dongfang paused, his expression devoid of emotion as he listened intently. Why didn't Gao Yuan inform me? I didn't tell General Gao. I merely stated that the matter was resolved. Perhaps he thought everything was settled, and didn't feel the need to report to you. Why act in such a manner? I perceive this individual as troublesome. Having tasted the sweetness of a bribe, he will undoubtedly seek more in the future. Such people, I understand. This time, you handled it well. I will address it upon my return. Dongfang's anger simmered. He labored tirelessly in the industry to create benefits for his hometown. How could such a debacle occur without anyone stepping forward to voice their concerns? Was the park management merely a spectator? Grabbing a few warm garments, Dongfang climbed into his domestically produced SUV and set off towards Onsai County in Yan'an City. No more abbreviations. I will gradually revise the previous chapters. Once on the highway, he could no longer bear the sluggish pace of the SUV. Directly boarding the shuttle, the bionic robot followed in a vehicle behind. Within the premises, it found an unoccupied space to land and swiftly made its way back to the office building. Gao Yuan, do you know about the villagers blocking our way? Dongfang pushed the door open and entered Gao Yuan's office. President Dong, you're back. Yes, I'm aware. ISNT had already resolved? I thought it wasn't a major issue and intended to discuss it with you in person upon your return. Have you sought assistance from the management committee? Why would I? I called them, and they said they would report to the leadership and wait for a resolution. Dongfang's irritation slightly dissipated. He had indeed begun to embody the essence of a manager, exhibiting restraint and skillfully navigating various relationships. Secretary Zhao Jinyu was not someone he could easily meet, and besides, the county officials were not as influential as the county administrators. You handled this well. Brother Yuan, you continue with your work. I'll head to the county. In the office, Zhao Jinyu was engaged in a phone call, receiving a report from the management committee director regarding the environmental company's affairs. How are you managing this? Shouldn't you have conducted preliminary ideological work with the masses? In the event of an unexpected incident, Secretary, we cannot be held accountable. This falls under the jurisdiction of the township government. A large crowd entered the park, and you say it's not your responsibility? Zhao Jinyu slammed down the phone, unwilling to hear such evasive excuses. The town secretary, like an ant on a hot stove, anxiously paced in front of the secretary's office until he heard Zhao Jinyu invite him in. Secretary, it's our failure to execute our duties properly. I'm here to acknowledge my mistake. Hearing this, Zhao Jinyu's anger subsided somewhat. At least he recognized his fault rather than deflected responsibility. What do you propose we do? Before I came here, I had already spoken with the brigade secretary of Huaiziu. Such group incidents will not occur again. I assure you. It's this Lu Tao, a good-for-nothing, a rogue. A knock at the door interrupted, and Zhao Jinyu, somewhat impatient, asked, go see who it is. President Dong, you've arrived? Came the secretary's voice. Zhao Jinyu immediately rose to greet him at the door. Fenger, you've come just in time. We were discussing your matters. Secretary Zhao, you flatter me. Haha, you're still upset. It's all manageable, with the masses work done. He's just a rogue, and can't stir up any trouble. Haha, that is good, you go. Dongfang had also matured through experience. Send something over to him. As long as he doesn't cause a ruckus in the future, it's beneficial for the company. I've already arranged for Gao Yuan to handle that. Let us have a meal together this afternoon. Let my brother treat you. But can Lu Tao accept that? Chapter 57. Integration of Industry and Academia. Thanks to Xiaoqiao Lushui, Renjia, Ergu, despite having indulged in drinks with Secretary Zhao Jinyu the previous day, Dongfang rose early, feeling refreshed. Exercise was essential. He couldn't help but wonder about Zhao Jinyu's condition, chuckling to himself, I wonder if he can get up? After all, today isn't the weekend. As he made his way to the company cafeteria, he was greeted by numerous employees. Unbeknownst to him, the company's workforce had steadily increased, surpassing the significant milestone of 500 individuals. Thus, the company established a restaurant to alleviate the awkward situation of the park's remoteness and the absence of dining options. This initiative also allows employees to work with peace of mind. The breakfast offerings in the restaurant are commendable, featuring a diverse selection at affordable prices, which is a primary reason employees choose to dine there. Upon returning to the office, Dongfang addressed the backlog of documents accumulated recently. The delivery quantities of robotic dogs and drones are steadily increasing, and in just 1 month, all can be delivered as scheduled. Meanwhile, products such as games, intelligent assistants, and operating systems, along with various iterations of the Xiano speaker, continue to generate significant revenue. After deducting employee salaries and bonuses, the company's account still boasts a substantial sum of 1.5 billion yuan. While this amount appears considerable, it is still insufficient for establishing a complete chip production line. The production of graphene batteries has far exceeded the military's order requirements. It is time to convene a press conference. The company's growth necessitates additional funding. With this thought in mind, Dongfang called for Gao Yuan. Brother Yuan, let us hold a meeting at 10 to review the progress of each department and discuss our next phase of planning. Recently, Gao Yuan has indeed made considerable progress, prompting Dongfang's demeanor to soften. After all, they have known each other since childhood, and he is someone worthy of trust. This marks Dongfang's first visit to the conference room in the building, where the heads of various departments are already seated. We are all on the same team. So let us skip the formalities. Let us start with the administration and hear from each department about their progress. Zhang Chang spoke first. Having regained his position under Dongfang's leadership and is now a reliable asset, Wang Chun from the laboratory, who could no longer evade the discussion, was the last to contribute. Dongfang's initial judgment proved correct. The development of silicon transistors has reached its physical limits, and thus he hopes for breakthroughs in carbon-based technology, especially with the experience gained from graphene batteries. Boss, our progress is a bit slow, Wang Chun admitted somewhat sheepishly. That's all right. Please share where we currently stand. The graphene chips, colloquially referred to as carbon-based chips, are large-scale integrated circuits akin to silicon-based chips. However, carbon, or graphite, cannot feasibly be used to fabricate transistors, leading us to refocus our efforts on graphene. Naturally, there are numerous reports on this topic in the online realm. We are not deterred by waste. We have rolled graphene tubes down to the 5 nanometer scale. However, we are still far behind foreign countries in photolithography and etching. Merely the initial step in transistor technology, using an electron beam to carve out channels, has left us at a standstill. Therefore, in my view, carbon-based chips remain a distant aspiration. Zhang Hao could no longer contain himself. Boss, not only are we not producing them, but we don't even have our own chip software. We are severely restricted by foreign powers, unable to design, let alone manufacture. Our technology department has essentially completed the customized tasks for various companies, leaving a team for later maintenance and upgrades. The rest of us should focus on EDA technology for now. Boss, this is precisely the scenario Dongfang hoped to witness. A candid discussion where everyone shares their perspectives, igniting sparks of wisdom in the process. He nodded with a smile, acknowledging Wang Chen's commendable achievements. Haozi, your point is well taken. The research and manufacturing of chips necessitate both design and production capabilities. We must advance on 2 fronts. Lacking either would be detrimental. Our nation has faced enough bottlenecks already. Software development should commence with project initiation. Zhang Hao, you will take charge. Zhu Jiangwo is free, so let him assist you. As for Wang Chun, I will oversee this matter. Zhang Chang, proceed with the plan we discussed earlier, continuing to expand the factory scale. It would be ideal to acquire all the surrounding vacant land. Human resources, engage more with headhunting firms. It is time to introduce some seasoned talents. After all, we are now capable of retaining skilled individuals. By the way, I noticed the residential area has been completed. Let us distribute the welfare housing. Individuals will need to contribute 30. The conference room erupted with cheers. They had long anticipated this moment. Once the excitement subsided, Dongfang concluded, everyone can return to their tasks. Feel free to reach out to me or General Gao if issues arise. Meeting adjourned. The news spread rapidly. The decision to allocate housing had quickly become the talk of the office. Every face was adorned with uncontainable smiles. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, Wang Chun and Dongfang exited the office building. Boss, it's not that we aren't trying. It's just that I understand. No need to elaborate. On their way to the laboratory, the two engaged in a thorough discussion about how to overcome the current challenges. Indeed, difficulties persisted. Dongfang possessed ample theoretical knowledge. Yet that did not equate to practical prowess. Given the laboratory's current conditions, he was incapable of manually fabricating graphene transistors. What if we asked Nova to send over the photolithography machine? No, that idea is not feasible. Dongfang dismissed it. The technology of the Geowen star far surpassed that of the Blue Star. Utilizing their equipment directly could work once or twice, but over time, it would become impractical. The Geowan company would merely become a laborer without any creativity. To fully surpass the technology of the Geowan star, that is nothing but a pipe dream. We must rely on ourselves. Wang Chen sighed. If only my mentor could join our company. He is a leading figure in the field of graphene in our country. Upon hearing this, Dongfang paused, realizing he had overlooked an important aspect: the integration of industry, academia, and research. Indeed, how many distinguished professors are there in renowned domestic universities? They struggle due to lack of equipment and funding. With the meager research funding they possess, they continuously strive to produce results. If I could provide them with ample resources and advanced equipment banned by the Batong, I am confident they would achieve groundbreaking progress swiftly. Moreover, this would significantly elevate the foundational sciences in our country. Dongfang's eyes lit up as they unknowingly entered the laboratory. Do you still have your professor's contact number? Of course, boss. Once a teacher, always a mentor. All right, see if he would be willing to meet with me. If so, arrange a time for us to get together. Wang Chen glanced at his phone. It was precisely noon. My professor must have just finished his class. He dislikes running late. He located the number and pressed the call button. Chapter 58. Fire to express gratitude to Jia, who delights in Hakka mouse rice, and Woody 7521, who turned to leave. The events unfolded with an unexpected smoothness. Professor Zhong, upon hearing that a prominent entrepreneur wished to pursue a path of industry-academia research collaboration, readily acquiesced. The financial resources were indeed insufficient. Regardless of the project, the university meticulously calculated the budget repeatedly. Even if the project funds were approved, it was likely that all resources would be exhausted before yielding any results, necessitating a hasty conclusion to the project. Such a rare opportunity to connect with someone of this caliber could not be overlooked. One might question how such an esteemed university professor could find himself in such a predicament. Yet, this is the reality of contemporary society. Very few engage in substantial industrial endeavors. The challenges are daunting: substantial capital investment, low profit margins, and a frail capacity for risk management. There exists the possibility of pouring vast amounts of funds into the development of a new technology, only to find that downstream manufacturers are unable to provide the necessary new materials. The investment could vanish as if cast into the abyss, resulting in total loss. Some may argue that one could simply produce the materials oneself. However, establishing a complete industrial chain entails a staggering financial commitment. Just contemplating it is overwhelming. The meeting was scheduled for the weekend at Tsinghua University, specifically in Professor Zhong's office. The arrangements had been confirmed, and Wang Chun was brimming with excitement as he noted the professor's prompt agreement, feeling a swell of pride. All right, you will accompany me then. Dongfang nodded as he donned a dust suit and entered the laboratory. Although he was aware of his limitations, he was eager to experiment with the manual preparation of transistors. Wang Chun and his colleagues employed a straightforward, yet seemingly effective approach, integrating 2 layers of graphene. Upon testing, they discovered an intriguing characteristic. The energy distribution of graphene deviated from the traditional parabolic shape, resembling a sharply peaked hat. Furthermore, the electron density near the brim approached infinity. When a modest voltage was applied, a multitude of electrons would commence movement simultaneously, causing a dramatic shift in the current on the opposite side of the energy barrier. However, a challenge arose. Graphene, being a conductor, exhibited an exceptionally high conductivity that was both an asset and a liability. Unlike silicon, a semiconductor that can be etched to fabricate transistors, as noted in the footnote, thereby enabling the creation of large-scale integrated circuits for chip manufacturing. Graphene's circuit on-off states cannot be controlled. Thus, the formation of large-scale integrated circuits becomes unattainable. Theoretically, Dongfang could utilize the porous structure of graphene to create energy gaps, and the chips obtained from the S4 base corroborated the validity of this theory. Yet, how could this be realized? In the span of 2 days, Dongfang attempted numerous methods, but the outcomes were less than satisfactory. Forget it, this will have to do for now. Today marked the graphene battery press conference, and Wang Chun had just reminded him once again. Although Dongfang had never taken the stage before, Gao Yuan had mentioned that without a commanding presence, he felt somewhat apprehensive. Would it kill me to show off? Dongfang was certainly aware of Gao Yuan's little schemes. The recent press conference was held within the confines of the Gahuan company's own edifice, as it was anticipated that a plethora of products would be unveiled, many of which required physical demonstration on-site. Thus, an entire floor on the top level was meticulously arranged for the occasion. Perhaps due to his frequent hosting duties or the familiarity of the environment, Gao Yuan exhibited an even more natural and poised demeanor. Good afternoon, esteemed friends and family. Our company is once again convening a product launch. Are you all eagerly anticipating it? He chuckled, momentarily digressing. Today, however, we have but a single product to unveil. Nay, rather, a type of product, the graphene battery. Indeed, you heard correctly, the one mentioned in the news. Our battery lineup is quite extensive, including power banks, rechargeable batteries, and battery packs for vehicles. A mere 8 minutes of charging can propel you for 1,000 miles. Every time Gahuan Company organizes a press event, the live stream is abuzz with excitement. What kind of company is this? Instead of focusing on software, they're innovating batteries? I'm left in disbelief. Being shown a battery. If the product isn't extraordinary, then I'll be standing for future announcements. 2 hours prior, Lu Tao was wandering around the vicinity of the Gahuan Company. Upon rising that morning, he noticed a multitude of vehicles congregated nearby, hinting at some significant event. Notably, the security at the entrance seemed less stringent than usual. Lu Tao was aware that the gatekeeper would not permit him entry, so he pondered his next move. Just then, a vehicle bearing the license plate of Xi'an City pulled up beside him, and the driver rolled down the window. "Excuse me, sir, could I ask a question? Is that the Gahuan Company up ahead?" "Yes, it is," the driver confirmed. Lu Tao's thoughts raced. "Could you take me a short distance? I work at the factory, and I'm running late for my shift. Would that be possible?" He inquired eagerly. "Of course, just point me in the right direction." With a surge of joy, Lu Tao opened the door and hopped inside. Following the route, he soon spotted the towering wall. The vehicles smoothly entered through the gates, as the influx of cars had overwhelmed the gatekeeper. "Thank you. You see that building ahead? I'll disembark right here at the factory." The car sped towards the edifice. What was Lu Tao to do next? He concealed himself within the nearby greenery, awaiting the night. After what felt like an eternity, he finally endured until 10 o'clock, nearly bursting with anticipation. Once he resolved his urgent needs, he rushed towards the workshop, intent on igniting a fire. After all, this was the most ingenious plan he could conceive. He was not adept at anything else. Due to the successful press conference, Gahuan Company hosted a celebratory banquet, where everyone was merrily indulging in drinks. Gao Yuan, feeling quite elated, had successfully hosted yet another press conference today, deftly managing the rhythm of the proceedings. Most importantly, he found himself surrounded by the procurement heads of notable domestic companies such as BYD and Geely, along with major smartphone manufacturers, all keenly inquiring about the production and pricing of graphene batteries, an epoch-making product poised to revolutionize the industry and potentially dictate the fate of a company. Yet, there are those who shy away from socializing. One such individual was Zhu Jianjun, clad in casual attire, who stood by the window sipping champagne. Suddenly, he noticed flames flickering from the direction of the workshop. Fire! Panic surged within him, and without a moment's hesitation, he shouted out. Gao Yuan immediately set down his glass and rushed to the window, hoping nothing grave had occurred. Oddly enough, the flames flickered only briefly before extinguishing. Peering outside, he was met with an impenetrable darkness. What was happening? Chapter 59. Steady. Thanks to Xian E Accessories, user 760503131, and Lin Yuan, who loves boiled shrimp. In the security office of the Earth Ring Company, beneath Dongfang's feet, 2 bionic robots restrained a man with a firm grip. This man struggled vehemently, his neck veins bulging. Unfortunately, he could only move his head and neck. The rest of his body was immobilized by the robot's immense strength. "Let me go? What have I done? This is illegal. I will call the police," he yelled, his voice hoarse. It was a familiar face, Li Tao, the scoundrel. On the day he was taken in, he could not fathom what had surveilled his every move. This story traces back to when 2 foreign thieves attempted to steal from the company. Since that incident, Dongfang had been particularly vigilant about security. When the new factory was built, he undertook a comprehensive upgrade of the safety measures. Perhaps the flower you just saw was a camera. The mosquito repellent lamp in the greenery was a camera, and even the bird perched on a tree could be a bionic robot. Coupled with Nova, hidden in the server's backend, they formed an extensive web encompassing the entire company. When Li Tao sneaked into the greenery, the intelligence system had already detected him. As there was a flower nearby, still defiant? "Patience, let us observe." Dongfang pushed a monitor in front of Li Tao. The video played in fast forward, capturing his every move from the moment he parked, to collecting scraps to fashion a torch, and finally climbing into the workshop to ignite it. Had it not been for Dongfang's intent to gather evidence, igniting a pile of kindling would have been a daunting task, let alone the flames that Zhu Jiangwo later spotted. "Wait, the police will be here soon. You can enjoy a complimentary stay in state custody for a few years." Li Tao was genuinely terrified this time. Malicious arson had risen to a criminal threshold. "Boss, I know I was wrong. Please, my brother is still young, and our parents passed away early. I implore you, spare me. I swear it won't happen again," he pleaded, striking his own face in desperation. Truly dreading a stint behind bars, Dongfang remained silent, turning to leave the security office. Regarding this scoundrel, he has nothing to say. He is hardly worthy of such discourse. Lu Tao's case was handled expeditiously. Indeed, in situations where the evidence is irrefutable, the legal stipulations are explicitly laid out, and one merely follows the prescribed judgment without the need for deliberation. Lu Tao is destined to spend 5 years behind bars. On a weekend at 10 o'clock a.m. At the newly inaugurated airport in the capital, Dongfang, Wang Chun, and 2 biosynthetic robots hailed a taxi and set off towards Jinghua University. Due to an unexpected torrential downpour in Yan'an City, their flight had already been delayed by an hour upon landing. Given the current circumstances, it appeared they would miss their originally scheduled appointment. Dongfang felt a pang of anxiety. Being late for their first meeting was far from ideal. "Driver, please expedite our journey. We are pressed for time." The driver replied, "Young man, the capital is vast, and your destination is quite far. I am not driving slowly. After all, we must adhere to traffic regulations, right? Just sit back and relax." Indeed, there was little to be done about it. If he were alone, he would have fared differently. "Driver, how long do you estimate it will take us to arrive?" "At most an hour and a half. If traffic permits, we could make it in an hour. Please do your utmost to hasten our pace. We have an appointment." With that, he extracted 200 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the center console. "Oh, do take good care." The allure of money, indeed. The taxi accelerated, weaving through traffic like a nimble fish. In less than an hour, they arrived at the entrance of Manhwa University. Professor Zhong Guodong, just 50 years old, a newly inducted member of the National Academy of Sciences, is a leading figure in graphene research at Manhwa University, a fictional character. Please do not take this personally. He pioneered research into the controlled preparation of nanocarbon materials, overcoming challenges in the structural control and efficient growth of carbon nanotubes. A true pillar of the nation. Early that morning, he had arrived at his office well before the agreed meeting time of 11:30. Unable to access the laboratory, he decided to review some literature instead. Those who achieve success are invariably highly focused. They devote boundless energy to their passions, and their efforts far exceed those of the average person. Professor Zhong was deeply engrossed in his work until a knock at the door interrupted him, eliciting a momentary irritation. Who could be disturbing him at such a time? He had completely forgotten about the meeting. "Professor, how have you been lately? I hope I am not interrupting your reading." "Oh, Wang Chun, come in. Why bring something with you?" Professor Zhong held Wang Chun in high regard, admiring his keen intellect and exceptional performance in class. He had been quite critical of Wang Chun's decision to forego graduate studies in favor of immediate employment. However, upon hearing of their achievements with graphene batteries, those concerns had long since dissipated. "Professor, I hope you haven't been waiting too long." Wang Chun entered, placing the nutritional supplements he had brought on the desk, then gestured towards Dongfang. "This is Mr. Dongfang, whom I mentioned to you over the phone." "Hello, Dongfang. I didn't expect you to be so young. A true entrepreneur indeed. No wonder you have achieved such results. You possess the essence of a scholar, devoid of any guile. You speak your mind without reservation, which is truly commendable." As Dongfang stepped forward, he extended his hands and firmly shook hands with a middle-aged man, who wore rimless glasses and dressed modestly. This historic handshake, as recounted in memoirs of the two academies by Wang Chun, appears, in hindsight, to be nothing more than two men meeting and exchanging pleasantries. "Hello, Professor Zhong. I have only seen you in reports. I never expected to meet you in person today. I am your ardent admirer." "Xianyu, you flatterer." Dongfang, humph. As if you're any different. "Haha. So, is it just one mouth and two eyes? But I must say, I look more handsome in person. They all claim I don't photograph well." His humor, wit, and profound knowledge exemplified the true demeanor of an educator. In just a few short exchanges, Dongfang completely abandoned his prior preparations. When confronted with such an esteemed scholar, any temptations were best left behind. "Professor Zhong, Wang Chun should have conveyed our intentions over the phone, so I shall be straightforward and seek your opinion." "Very well, proceed with your inquiry. It is your organization that provides the funding for the project, correct? If we achieve results, to whom should the intellectual property rights belong? Rest assured, the funding will be entirely provided by my company. As for the results, how does a 37-63 split sound? We would retain 30% of the intellectual property, while the remainder would belong to your side, with both parties holding the right of first refusal on each other's rights. The naming rights will be exclusively yours. So, if we take it to market, I would only receive 30% of the profit distribution. Am I understanding this correctly?" "Indeed. However, I wish to clarify one point beforehand. As a business, we have many to support, thus the determination of the project should be straightforward." Professor Zhong adjusted his glasses. "Can students from your institution intern at our company?" This was an opportunity Dongfang greatly desired. "Are there such benefits?" "Free access to top talents. I want them all." Suppressing his excitement, Dongfang maintained a composed expression and replied, "Furthermore, as long as the project yields results, we will certainly repurchase. So you need not worry about not reaping benefits." Dongfang articulated the crucial point that Professor Zhong hesitated to voice. "With more funding, the school can better cultivate talents for our nation." "All right, I am in agreement. Please draft a letter of intent, and I will report to the school." A solid plan indeed. Chapter 60. The Call of the Advisor. Thanks to QNYZ 1997, Chaos Shaoshan, and those who love you, the mission to the capital was successfully accomplished. They strolled through the revered square and indulged in the famous roast duck. Aside from Wang Chun complaining of fatigue, Dongfang and the two bionic robots maintained their stoic demeanor. However, he left with a delightful impression of the capital. It's vast, truly vast. The impression of the capital, food, delicious, absolutely delightful. After their tour, they returned home with 20 roast ducks in tow. Boss, aren't your two bodyguards going to eat? The flight attendant brought them in-flight meals. Ah, their appetites are modest. Indeed. Just look at Wang Chun. Where do all those questions come from? Food will not silence your tongue. Oh, boss. I have some senior classmates who are about to graduate with their Master degrees. They are also interested in joining our company. What do you think? Are they from your school? How are their grades? Indeed, the direction of research may differ, yet they are all exceptionally talented individuals. We should refrain from speaking ill of them. We could invite them for interviews. By the way, my professor's side is nearly settled. But what about our EDA? Should I reach out to some classmates? A few are employed abroad as technicians. That could be a splendid idea. You might want to contact them, mentioning our lucrative recruitment offer, and see if they have any desire to return to work in our homeland. It should be quite feasible. Aside from a few who prefer to remain overseas, who would wish to stay abroad indefinitely. With no further topics of discussion, the two arrived punctually at Yan'an Airport and drove back to the company. Currently, within the global landscape, the EDA industry is dominated by 4 companies from the flag country, Synopsys, Cadence, Mentor, and Ansys, holding a staggering 90% market share, while domestic companies in our nation possess a mere 1%. This disparity is not merely a matter of degree. The gap is profoundly vast. Chen Jun, a senior to Wang Chun, is employed at Mentor in the flag country. His exceptional talent enabled him to carve out a significant niche within the company. However, due to racial discrimination, like many of his compatriots, he encounters an invisible ceiling. Seeing no prospects for advancement beyond being an outstanding technician, he is contemplating resignation to return home and establish his own domain. It was 11 p.m. in the flag country. Exhausted from a long day, Chen Jun was about to retire for the night when a video call notification appeared. At this late hour, aside from friends and family back home, it was unlikely anyone would reach out to him. He unplugged his phone from the charger. Wang Chun, Senior, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Wang Chun, sitting in a brightly lit office, was in the midst of morning hours in our homeland. You rascal, calling me at this hour. If your reason isn't compelling, I might just have to give you a piece of my mind. Please don't, Senior. You know I'm working, right? How could I possibly know? Chen Jun replied with feigned annoyance, having seen Wang Chun flaunting his achievements on social media. Still, he acted as if he were oblivious. Huh, don't get defensive. Are you interested in joining our company for software development? The Earth Environment Company. The one with the intelligent assistant. Oh, I see. I'm quite familiar with the intelligent assistant. I know it well. His phone now displayed a playful panda animation. Here's the deal. My boss wants to recruit talent for EDA, and I thought your expertise aligns perfectly. Are you interested? We offer generous salaries. Surely more than what you earn in the flag country, plus benefits like housing. This could resolve the issues with your senior sister perfectly. Chen Jun felt tempted. His girlfriend was back home, insisting she could not adapt to the local cuisine and refused to join him. Here, he had a job opportunity. A chance to be with his girlfriend and earn a higher salary. A win-win situation. Don't worry. Your sister-in-law is also in a related field. Our company needs her as well. Wang Chun reassured him. I'll need to return and assess the situation first. After all, resigning and transitioning here will take some time. All right then, I'll await your response. When you return, I'll treat you to a grand feast at the company cafeteria. Farewell. Wang Chun set down the phone in his hand. Upon arriving at the office today, he activated his telephone mode, reaching out to all possible contacts and awaiting their responses. Another monotonous and tedious morning unfurled. Dong Fong, with the dexterity of a seasoned professional, swiftly signed a stack of documents at his desk. It was a moment of relief. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Counselor Zhang Min Dong Fong. You've been quite busy lately. Haven to you? Teacher, you flatter me. I'm not busy at all. It is you dedicated educators, nurturing blossoms for our nation, who truly labor. Enough with the flattery. The new semester has commenced, and you seem to be slacking off. Dong Fong glanced at the bottom right corner of his computer screen. September 3rd, 2021. Had he really entered his sophomore year? Oh dear, I've been preoccupied and completely forgot. I'll return to school to report in this afternoon. All right, make sure to stop by my office upon your return. Accompanied by 2 burly men, he headed straight to the university, skipping his dormitory altogether and making a beeline for the counselor's office. Zhang Min was busy inspecting her reflection in a small mirror, her body twisting and turning restlessly. With the recent busyness of the semester's commencement, she seemed to be breaking out with blemishes. Upon noticing Dong Fong standing at her desk, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, were you trying to give me a fright? Why didn't you knock before entering?" Her voice reached a soprano pitch. Dong Fong pointed to his ear. "What are you doing pointing at your ear? I'm not deaf." With a resigned sigh, Dong Fong reached over to remove the Bluetooth headset from her ears. A vigorous rock melody blared from the device, belting out a tune about the Long March. "Oh, quite the powerful voice. I did knock, but you didn't hear me. I saw you were here, so I just came in." Zhang Min felt a bit embarrassed. "Could you not be a little louder?" What did you need me for, teacher?" Dongfang deftly redirected the conversation. What's wrong? Can't I call upon you? Mr. Big Shot? In truth, she had a matter to discuss. News of the collaboration between Dongfang and Tsinghua University had spread among various institutions. The president of Jiaodong University had a classmate relationship with Professor Zhong, who had been boasting about it during their recent meeting, leaving the president envious. Upon further inquiry, he discovered Dongfang was indeed from Shaanxi and, to his astonishment, a student of Jiaodong University. Why is it that a student from Jiaodong University, instead of thinking of your alma mater, has ventured to the capital? Aren't you a fellow townsman? Is there no camaraderie? Fearing he might be mistaken, the president summoned Counselor Zhang Min to verify, and indeed, it was this young man, the CEO of a company in environmental sciences. Thus, this matter was entrusted to Counselor Zhang Min. Have you established a partnership with the university in the capital? Is the school contemplating this? As he began to grasp the situation, Dongfang anticipated the outcome. Zhang Min appeared increasingly flustered. There's no need to be shy. We have nothing to hide from each other. What are the school's regulations? Don't try to be familiar with me. We're not that close. Once is a stranger. Twice is an acquaintance. This is the third time. A blush crept up Zhang Min's cheeks. Dongfang, is it appropriate to joke with your teacher like this? She retorted, flustered. Teacher, I can offer the same conditions to our university as those provided to Tsinghua University. Zhang Min was immediately captivated by Dongfang's conditions. Initially, the task assigned by the school was merely to establish contact and explore the possibility of collaboration. She had never anticipated being granted treatment akin to that of a top-tier university in the country. Surely, there must not be any expectations for me to exert myself? Zhang Min instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, pondering whether Dongfang preferred those older than himself. Dongfang, perplexed, glanced at the instructor, questioning the unusual behavior. Teacher, is the school opposed to this? Zhang Min, caught in the gaze of Dongfang's clear and innocent eyes, felt her cheeks flush even more. Oh no! Where did my thoughts wander? This is impossible. I must report to my superiors. You may return for now. With that, she dashed out of her office without a backward glance, leaving Dongfang in a state of bewilderment. Why is the teacher behaving so strangely today? Never mind. I'll head back to the dormitory to check on my three companions. The familiar scene, though long absent, revealed no change among the trio. Fanger, you rascal. I thought you wouldn't return after the semester began. Wang Ming affectionately patted Dongfang on the shoulder. Fanger, I've missed you dearly. Zhang Wei appeared in good spirits. Having secured a stable income, alleviating his worries, and his face had rounded pleasantly, he quickly approached Dongfang, reaching out for a hug. A large hand pressed down on his head, pushing him aside. Get lost. Yang Zhao's fuzzy face leaned in. Old four, come on, let us play a couple of rounds. I'm ready to drop some diamonds. Quickly, take your brother up a couple of stars. Dongfang was touched by this simple camaraderie, smiling as he nodded in agreement. All right. Laughter and exclamations of 666 and guapi, a dialect term for fool, filled the entire dormitory. In the president's office of the university, the room was filled with department leaders, with only Zhang Min, a young newcomer unfamiliar with such meetings, feeling somewhat restless. Teacher Zhang Min, why don't you introduce the situation to everyone? Fortunately, the president interrupted her train of thought. Certainly, President. Standing up from her chair, Zhang Min meticulously detailed Dongfang's circumstances, including his academic performance, personality, and some publicly available information from the Earth and Environment Company, not forgetting to mention the crucial aspect of industry-academia research collaboration. Regarding this collaboration, allow me to elaborate. The president interjected, explaining the conditions Dongfang had proposed to Jing University. Let us discuss and see if there are any opinions. The department leaders were invigorated. Such an opportunity would be foolish to reject, hence no objections were raised, except from the director of the Academic Affairs Office. This Dongfang needs to be managed properly. He is not attending classes regularly. However, rest assured, I will monitor this matter closely to ensure the young man adheres to the school's regulations. This man, with his prominent belly and incessant perspiration due to his weight, wiped his forehead with a tissue while speaking. Director Yang, you had promised last semester, and moreover, Dongfang's professors have recognized him, provided his exam results. I had assumed he occasionally worked outside. Who would have known he skips all classes and only takes exams? Director Yang Jian, aged 49, had been in his position for 6 years, drawn to the academic environment, yet earning a less than favorable reputation. Thus, for him, aspiring to the position of vice principal, the role of director of the Academic Affairs Office represented the pinnacle of his life. Due to democratic voting, he found himself unable to garner support. However, today he glimpsed a glimmer of hope, if he could secure control over Dongfang. Haha, Director Yang, how can you say such a thing? Dongfang's academic performance is well recognized, and at that time, I also made a promise to him. Zhang Min interjected, visibly anxious. What does it mean to not attend school? Someone has spoken up. Yang Jin's remarks still hold some weight. After all, teachers believe students should prioritize their studies. Has he fallen behind in his studies? Or is he hindering your affairs? The physics teacher of Dongfang, who also served as the head of the electrical engineering department, could no longer remain silent. What do you mean by hindering us? He's still a student. We are acting in his best interest. The department head status was not comparable to Zhang Min's, prompting Yang Jian to hastily clarify. You should focus on your own responsibilities. Dongfang achieves perfect scores in all his subjects. His attendance, or lack thereof, makes little difference. In my view, some teachers fall far short of his abilities. He cast a disdainful glance at Yang Jian. Yang Jian, incensed, retorted, Who are you implying is lacking? That is a personal attack. He dreaded being questioned about his academic prowess. I did not name anyone, did I? Don't take it personally. Enough, you two, cease your bickering. The principal, unable to tolerate the discord, intervened. Let me express my opinion. Students should indeed prioritize their studies. The principal's agreement was palpable as he shot a fierce glare at Yang Jian before continuing. However, in special circumstances, we must also treat exceptional cases with consideration. We cannot equate a genius with an ordinary student. My suggestion is to hold a defense meeting. If he passes, we could allow him to graduate early. Yes, upon graduation. He could apply to our graduate program, remarked the crafty old fox. The department head and Zhang Min quickly expressed their support. This is unacceptable, principal. Our school has no precedent for this, and besides, how could a freshman like Yang Jian possibly agree? The department head delivered a decisive blow concerning the project funding. This is blatant inducement. Special treatment is warranted, but if he fails the defense, then, ultimately, the meeting reached a unanimous decision to endorse the collaboration between academia and industry, scheduling the defense meeting. When Dongfang received the news, he was astounded. Was the school exerting such significant influence? And such a fortunate opportunity? What was the topic of the defense again? The design of a large circle radius automatic measuring instrument. Was it really that simple? Having concluded his fervent gaming session, Dongfang opened his notebook. It was merely a matter of calculating the radius given the known chord length and arc height. Could this problem truly stump a middle school student? Let the radius be r, and with a chord length of 2, we can compute the unknown r to obtain the radius. For college graduation projects, physical prototypes are not required, though design blueprints and theses are exceptions. Consequently, Dongfang proceeded to design the control circuit and write a small operational program. He retrieved a PCB board, constructed the circuit, and programmed the 89C51 chip. Simulating the input arc height, the digital display immediately showcased the results. With the physical component completed, Dongfang finished the thesis in merely half an hour. The entire endeavor took a total of 45 minutes. Teacher, the graduation project is complete. Shall we hold the defense meeting tomorrow? Zhang Min was left speechless. Chapter 62, Breakthrough. The thesis defense could not possibly occur the following day as Dongfang had mentioned. However, he was not left waiting for long. The principal, a cunning old fox, ensured that everything was meticulously arranged. Just as Dongfang was obtaining his driver's license after passing the 4th subject at the driving school, he received a call from his instructor, Zhang Min. Dongfang. Are you certain you are prepared? Teacher, when have we ever deceived you? Zhang Min bit her lip and stamped her foot. All right, this afternoon in the lecture hall. The school has decided to hold a special thesis defense for you. Do not be late. Understood. At 3 p.m., Dongfang donned a sharp suit, believing it to be a mark of respect. Upon entering the lecture hall, he was taken aback by the sight before him. To his astonishment, there were at least 50 professors in attendance. No wonder it was held in the lecture hall. Even the professors without classes had come. Dongfang discreetly made an obscene gesture at the principal, who sat in the center. However, having encountered grand occasions before, he was not intimidated. Without waiting for the professors to beckon him, he ascended the podium. He opened his laptop and set down the prepped PCB board, proceeding to elaborate on his design philosophy. The professors in the audience listened intently, hanging on to every word. Among them was Yang Jian, who had not yet relinquished hope. As soon as Dongfang concluded his presentation, Yang Jian was the first to leap up. What is the precision of the measuring instrument? In theory, it can achieve a precision of 1/10,000th of a millimeter, which is at the micrometer level. Of course, that depends on the hardware. Yang Jian had done his homework in advance, posing questions regarding production costs and feasibility, yet alas, Dongfang was not easily flustered. Indeed, the instrument was not particularly technical. It was something any university graduate with 4 years of study could manage. Seeing this, the other professors had little left to inquire, and what it seemed a grand thesis defense concluded rather abruptly. The principal, with a smirk of satisfaction, thought to himself, "This truly reflects my wise decision." With that, he approached Dongfang, beaming, "Dear student, would you be interested in pursuing a master's or even a doctorate at our university? Guaranteed success." I haven't considered that for now. I am quite busy with work," Dongfang replied, feeling the conversation had reached its natural conclusion. The principal, realizing there was little more to discuss, retreated. A week later, Dongfang received his diploma and degree certificate from his instructor, taking a glance at them before tossing them into his desk drawer. To him, they were merely a stepping stone of little significance. He then turned his attention back to the topic proposal sent earlier that morning by Professor Zhong, discussing the feasibility of graphene transistors and how to fabricate three-dimensional nanoporous graphene electric double-layer transistors. Is there potential here? Truly, one could not underestimate a top-tier professor. A solution had been identified with remarkable speed. A grant of 50 million was approved. Indeed, when one is fully engrossed in their work, time passes swiftly. 2 hours had flown by before he even realized it. He hastily rose to his feet and made his way toward the technical department. Boss, you're finally here. We've been waiting so long that the flowers are about to wilt. Zhang Hao chimed in eagerly. You can just go away, Dong replied coldly, as this individual bloomed under the slightest encouragement. Shinjun, you possess the most extensive experience among us. Please elucidate the challenges we face. Following an on-site investigation at the Geo-Horizon Company, Shinjun promptly abandoned his position at Shiji Nation to serve Geo-Horizon, returning alongside 78 others. With their addition, the talent pool at Geo-Horizon elevated significantly. He now leads EDA development. Director Dong, the current mainstream EDA tools offer numerous integrated circuit IP cores, drastically shortening the design cycle and enhancing stability. However, we cannot circumvent these barriers. We must first sign agreements with the patent holders. Secondly, we need a complete product line. No need for elaboration on that. Thirdly, the EDA application training and related materials for electronic design engineers are predominantly foreign, as they are more familiar with overseas software. Thus, we inherently possess a disadvantage. While Shinjun's considerations were valid, they stem from the software vendor's perspective. Yet, what of Geo-Horizon? They develop for their own use, unconcerned with external usage habits or mature modules that may hinder other companies. I was wondering what the difficulty was. You needn't worry about the rest. I will provide the IP cores. Just focus on your work. Shinjun remained silent. What objections could he voice when the boss had already decided? In terms of software design, with Geo-Horizon SD language, it was hardly an issue. With the module library provided by Dong, Shinjun's progress accelerated. The task force was divided into 4 groups. The first responsible for CAD, the second for CEM, the third for CAD, and the fourth for CE, all coordinated by an intelligent assistant as the core, controlling the 4 major modules. The fully automated chip design software of Geo-Horizon was completed. Dong tested the newly developed software, which was genuinely fully automated. Once the software architecture was established, it would propose dozens of plans as references. Experienced designers could effortlessly combine over 10 design schemes. Perfect. Rewards. We must reward this, starting at 50,000, Dong declared, his delight evident. Shinjun received 100,000, while the other team members began at 50,000. The entire company's eyes gleamed with ambition, spontaneously extending their hours in pursuit of bonuses. Dong, we can proceed to the next phase of collaboration. Following the success of Chunjun's software development, Professor Zhong also brought forth good news. The three-dimensional nanoporous graphene electric double-layer transistor is feasible, with its capacitance potentially reaching up to 1,000 times that of two-dimensional graphene transistors. Moreover, the preparation method is remarkably simple, just stacking layers. This aligns perfectly with Geo-Horizon's expertise in coding technology. Thus, we can now enter the actual production phase. Dong can commence the development of photolithography machines. This represents the final step in breaking through the chip barriers. For the East, this was hardly a challenge. The principle of photolithography can be simply described as etching circuits onto silicon wafers using light, necessitating an overlay of a circuit template to direct the illumination to predetermined locations. Without hesitation, he proceeded. In the initial stages of developing graphene transistors, all necessary materials were readily available. Moreover, he acquired a domestically produced photolithography machine, albeit one capable only of achieving a 25 nanometer resolution. Wang Chun and his team were completely immersed in their own world, validating Professor Zhong's findings. The East did not disturb them and ascended to the 4th floor alone, where he replaced his assistant with 2 bionic robotic giants, who exhibited greater stability and strength. The East replaced the light source in the photolithography machine with ultraviolet light, the optimal source for 310 nanometer chips. He meticulously adjusted the optical path and changed the lenses, even with the aid of the robots. The East expended 89 hours on this endeavor, while his intelligent assistant faithfully documented the entire process for future reference in the production of photolithography machines. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the East placed the graphene crystal wafer into the clamps of the photolithography machine and pressed the start button. In Chapter 63, The World's First, thanks to QNYZ 1997 and the enthusiast of LA bovine colostrum, Xiaolei, if one were to observe, they would witness the graphene wafer being continuously coated, exposed, recoated, and re-exposed within the photolithography machine. In less than a minute, the world's first 12-inch carbon-based wafer was ejected from the machine. The East donned silicone gloves, retrieved it, and placed it under an electron microscope for examination. Perfect. The process yielded chips arranged neatly on the wafer, achieving a 7-nanometer fabrication. This 12-inch wafer could be sliced into approximately 640 individual chips, each radiating a unique brilliance. The East felt a surge of excitement. This was the first carbon-based wafer he had personally created. The bionic robots returned the wafer to the chip cutter, from which square chips were produced and placed into a large storage box, partitioned into smaller compartments to ensure the independent preservation of each chip. Upon testing each one, the yield rate exceeded the East's expectations, achieving an astonishing 90, meaning that 576 chips were ready for immediate packaging. Furthermore, the cost was less than 1/10 that of silicon-based chips. In other words, a chip that originally cost $228 could now be produced by the Earth Ring Company for merely 2 or 16 renminbi. This was possible because carbon-based chips required only graphite. After extracting a chip and encasing it in a ceramic shell, the East procured several brand-new Huaduo mobile phones. The bionic robots, without hesitation, dismantled the phones into their components, removing the Kirin chip and replacing it with the carbon-based chip he named Swift, the fastest bird. The phone was soon restored to its original appearance, identical in every way except for its core. After reinstalling the operating system, the East pressed the power button. The experience of powering on this new phone was entirely different. The response speed was astonishingly swift. In just 5 seconds, the phone entered its initial setup guide. Subsequently, Dongfang employed it to test various software and large-scale mobile games. The performance was astonishingly swift, with all effects activated and the graphics set to the maximum. Remarkably, it maintained a flawless frame rate without overheating. Current software failed to reveal its utmost capabilities. Satisfied, Dongfang nodded. After 2 months of effort, the chip was finally completed. Glancing up, he noticed the day had dawned. He removed his dust-proof suit and turned to descend the stairs. Boss, up so early? He encountered Wang Chun, who had just emerged from the lounge, his hair resembling a bird's nest, exhaling clouds of breath. Have you eaten? Join me for a meal at the cafeteria. Dongfang, in good spirits today, extended the invitation. Not yet. We produced a few wafers yesterday and intended to check on them first. Indeed, one has already been appropriated by Dongfang. Without waiting for Wang Chun to respond, Dongfang continued ahead. Boss, Teacher Zhong is truly remarkable. Results came in so quickly. Wang Chun hurried to catch up, his excitement palpable. With our plasma thermal spraying technology, production will be exceedingly effortless. Indeed, I am aware. I tested it last night, and the quality is commendable. By the way, refrain from going to the 4th floor for the time being. I have sealed it off. Seriously? Are we going to have our own chip? As they conversed, they entered the company cafeteria. Dongfang returned to his office and dialed the number of Mr. Chun from Huaduo Company. Dongfang, what do you need from this old man? Mr. Chen's non-standard Mandarin, tinged with a southern accent, came through the receiver. Despite the sanctions imposed on his company, which had rendered it nearly incapacitated due to a chip supply halt, the elder remained optimistic, striving to break free from the encirclement. Mr. Chun, I have some good news to share with you. Chips? What do you mean? Don't keep me in suspense. Just say it all at once. Mr. Chen's excitement was evident, as this matter was of utmost importance to him. Our company has developed a new type of carbon-based chip. Would you be interested? Really? What is the performance like? A person of Dongfang's stature would not deceive, thus Mr. Chen harbored no doubts. It far surpasses the mediocre A14. You may have Lu Chong come and take a look. Of course, we will also purchase the production line. We simply 1 TB outsourcing. Dongfang, I will have Lu Chong come immediately. By the way, Mr. Chun, please convey my regards to Sister Meng Wan. Dongfang said with a hint of significance. Mr. Chen's heart raced. Why would Dongfang ask him to send regards? Did he believe he had rescued Meng Wan? Or had he learned something? Thank you, Dongfang. But she has gone missing, and I have no idea where she is. I hope she is safe and healthy. His response was impeccably guarded, a testament to his status as a national entrepreneur. Oh, I must have remembered incorrectly. Mr. Chun, I await your news. Mr. Chun, believing his response to be flawless, eased his mind, his thoughts consumed by the prospect of chips. Lu Chong felt a twinge of doubt. The Earth Ring Company was adept in software development. Could they truly manufacture a chip? Yet, he could not dismiss the possibility of deceit, as he would conduct an on-site investigation. Resolving to not dwell on it, he boarded the next flight to Yan'an City, accompanied by Bai Yu, a hardware expert from Huaduo Company. Rushing to arrive at the base of the imposing Earth Ring building before the end of the workday, Lu Chong couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. In less than a year, a once small company had experienced such rapid development and transformation. His confidence in the authenticity of the chip technology was unwavering. Mr. Lu, please proceed directly in. Our President Dong has instructed that you need not announce your arrival, announced the receptionist, elegantly striding ahead in her high heels, her waist swaying gracefully. In the office on the top floor, Dong had a second meeting with the man before him, who was barely in his 20s. Lu Chong extended his hand, grasping the young man's hand firmly. President Dong, you have truly astonished me. Lu Chong's demeanor was humble, as if the title he bestowed upon the young president had not originated from his own lips. "Hello, Mr. Liu. This is indeed our second meeting. So we are somewhat acquaintances. Please, have a seat," Dong replied amiably. After the secretary served tea, she gently closed the office door behind her. "Yes, indeed, we are familiar. We have a solid foundation for cooperation, so I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. Where's the chip? Might we have the opportunity to behold it?" Lu Chang inquired eagerly. For the fate of the flower company hinged on the chip, leaving no room for delay. "First, let us enjoy our tea. The chip will arrive shortly." "Good things come to those who wait," Dong chuckled nonchalantly, exuding an air of calm. At that moment, a bionic robot entered, carrying a tray. "Look, here it is." On the tray rested two identical flower smartphones, accompanied by several individual plastic containers. Lu Chang exchanged glances with the hardware engineer beside him, and they both reached out, each taking one phone. "However, President Dong, shouldn't you be taking us to the laboratory for a look? What is the meaning of this?" Chapter 64, Tier 2 Gene Serums, Gratitude to the Zhatian Gang, by Jun Yongshan. Who loves American sweet potatoes? Why would Dong sell the self-serving chips to the flower company? As the Earth Ring Company continuously developed new technologies, the pinnacle of global chip technology would only heighten the vigilance of the flag nation. As the saying goes, the bird that stands out gets shot. The flower company had merely employed foreign chip architectures for its own research and development, which had prompted a single nation to take action against it. Should the Earth Ring Company announce the successful development of the chip, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Dong sought a capable ally to draw fire away from himself. After all, the flower company had already faced sanctions. It couldn't get any worse, could it? Dong pondered quietly. Lu Chang and the hardware engineer exchanged the smartphones they held, quickly noticing the stark differences. The phone Lu Chang had retrieved from the tray was remarkably smooth to the touch. In his words, it was as if they were two completely distinct devices. Despite their identical appearances, "President Dong, I am astonished. You have truly succeeded," Lu Chang exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. This was a lifeline. "Is this the carbon-based chip?" He picked up one of the plastic containers resting on the tray. Beautiful. The unencapsulated carbon-based chip emanated a unique glow, and Lu Chang found himself deeply captivated by its allure. Indeed, the chips installed in the phones and those here are derived from the very same wafer. "May I visit the laboratory?" "I apologize, Mr. Dong. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement, as I truly wish to witness our nation's own chip production equipment." Although Lu Chang has encountered chip manufacturing countless times, he still yearns to see it once more. "Of course," Dong replied, leading the two individuals directly to the laboratory. Upon reaching the entrance on the 4th floor, he issued a command to unlock the door. With successful biometric matching, a green laser swept over Dong, and the laboratory's intelligent assistant disengaged the security lock. The glass door opened automatically, and they donned dust-proof suits before entering in single file. Wang Chen placed several processed wafers into the photolithography machine. Moments later, the wafers were ejected. Lu Chang, brimming with enthusiasm, held them in his hands, eagerly inspecting them through the transparent plastic casing. "Mr. Dong, how do you plan to price them?" 300 yuan, Dong replied, blinking as he maintained a stoic expression. "This is 60 of the price of comparable chips, yet they offer superior performance. What about your company's production capacity? Rest assured, have you seen that construction site?" Dong gestured toward the window. "A new temperature-controlled workshop will soon be completed, so starting next month, we can produce as many chips as desired." Lu Chang departed with a contract, initially ordering 100 million chips. The Huaduo phone shipped 200 million units in 2019. The Dihuan Company is to supply on a quarterly basis, delivering 25 million chips each quarter, with Huaduo making an initial deposit of 37.5 billion yuan. Dong's finances once again became exceedingly ample, surpassing 5 billion in total. Orders for equipment, raw materials, and skilled labor commenced. The Dihuan Company was revitalized, with the old walls being dismantled and new ones under construction. On September 23rd, at 10 o'clock p.m., "Captain, the biochip has reported your current physical condition. You may return to the base for the injection of the second stage gene serum." After relentless training, Dong had finally transcended his physical limits once more. Eagerly anticipating this day, he ascended to the rooftop and boarded the shuttle. The underwater base had transformed. Towering watchtowers extended long energy cannon barrels. The number of engineering robots had increased significantly. Each was carrying a metal canister, navigating to the storage area to deposit its load before returning to the heavy water refining plant for further transport. "Nova, what energy source does our base utilize?" "I have yet to see any energy supply," Dong inquired, having overlooked this question previously while en route to the medical center. "Captain, we have not discovered high-energy mineral deposits on Blue Star, but there is an inexhaustible supply of seawater. Currently, our equipment cannot extract antimatter, so we rely on controllable nuclear fusion energy, akin to what the Blue Star inhabitants refer to as an artificial sun. Moreover, it does not pollute the oceans." "And what about the various robots?" Dong posed a second question. They utilize a tri-energy system equipped with micro super battery packs. During daylight, they harness solar energy and recharge their battery packs. When deprived of direct sunlight, the micronuclear fusion reactor is activated. Additionally, there exists a bioenergy converter, suggesting that nourishment can also replenish energy. In essence, they are never devoid of power. It is no wonder that the two bionic robots have never needed a recharge. Dongfang was no longer inquisitive, as the pulsating ground had already conveyed him to the entrance of the medical center. Ascending the steps, he entered. The method of administering the second-tier genetic serum differed from the previous two occasions. Now, Dongfang found himself entirely unclothed. Although there were no other humans in the facility, Nova was sentient, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Being observed by an intelligent machine while undressing was quite awkward. Gritting his teeth, Dongfang extended his legs into the transparent medical pod filled with green liquid. Overcoming his trepidation, he submerged his head into the liquid. Despite Nova's assurance that he could breathe while immersed in the nutrient solution, coughing, he sputtered. This was the first time since birth that he had breathed in a liquid other than amniotic fluid. As he adapted, a smile broke upon Dongfang's face. The sensation was familiar, reminiscent of returning to the sanctuary of his mother's womb. Warmth, comfort, and an indescribable sense of security enveloped him, inducing a desire to sleep. Sir, please prepare yourself. I will now administer the second-tier genetic serum. It may cause some discomfort, but it will not last long. Dongfang hardly paid attention. He relished the feeling of lying in the medical pod. It's fine. I've undergone this twice before, I understand. Let us commence. Soft metallic bands extended from the medical pod, securely fastening his limbs and head. A mechanical arm affixed a fully automated syringe to Dongfang's arm. Why am I being restrained? He sensed something awry. To prevent you from injuring yourself. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Let me out first. This serum is designed for the inhabitants of the geocentric star. Is it suitable for me? My life is paramount. Dongfang wished to struggle, but it was futile. Rest assured, sir. Prior to your first injection, I conducted a comprehensive genetic match, ensuring that the serum is highly compatible with you, more so than for the majority of geocentric inhabitants. The blue genetic serum flowed slowly into Dongfang's veins. With the infusion of the second-tier genetic serum, Dongfang's anguished cries echoed throughout the medical center, even drowning out the operational sounds. Excruciating pain radiated from his arm, swiftly enveloping his entire body. Dongfang writhed like a boiled shrimp, his skin visibly reddening. The green nutrient solution began to fade, becoming transparent. Dark substances dispersed in tandem with Dongfang's violent convulsions, eventually congregating at the bottom of the medical pod, forming a mass that was subsequently siphoned away by a circulator. Meanwhile, a continuous stream of nutrient solution re-entered the pod, gradually tinting the now transparent liquid back to green. Dongfang felt that this was the slowest passage of time he had experienced since entering this world. As time progressed, the excruciating pain did not diminish. Rather, it intensified beyond the limits of human endurance, causing Dongfang to roll his eyes back and faint. Was this a mere discomfort? Damn it. This felt like a threat to his very existence. This was the sole thought lingering in Dongfang's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. A wave of comfort washed over him, akin to shedding a layer of shackles as he lay upon a cloud. His hands stirred slightly, followed by a flutter of his eyelids, which eventually opened to reveal eyes that sparkled like black gemstones, radiating light as if a beam were emanating from within. This sensation was exquisite. Dongfang discovered that he had been transferred to a bed within a medical center. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Lifting the corner of the blanket, he exclaimed in surprise. He was still unclothed. Sliding off the bed, he promptly donned the garments resting at the bedside. The once humanoid form of the bed reverted to its original state. Upon closer inspection, Dongfang realized that this bed was constructed from countless metallic strands finer than human hair. They resembled an array of ultra-miniature jacks, capable of moving freely up and down. At the top was a soft, liquid metal with a texture akin to cotton fabric, devoid of any cold metallic sensation. When someone lay upon the bed, the central control computer would automatically adjust the movement of the metallic strands according to the user's posture, reshaping itself into the most comfortable configuration for human rest. Remarkable. Such intricate operations for a mere bed. Dongfang patted the bed with satisfaction. Nova, procure one for me as well, to be placed in my office. As you wish, Captain. How do you feel? If Nova had not mentioned it, Dongfang might have almost forgotten. Comfortable, truly comfortable. It feels as if I have finally discarded a heavy burden that has pressed upon me for so long. His body seemed to defy the sensation of weight. As he spoke, Dongfang leapt gently, finding himself on the ceiling. With another push, he appeared on the wall, seemingly defying the laws of physics. It was as if his body was no longer a burden, devoid of weight. As he landed steadily back at the spot from which he had jumped. Very well, it appears that the genetic serum is indeed well suited for you. Upon uttering this, Nova swiftly vanished from sight. Nova, come back. Did you not say that the matching had been completed long ago? Though a match had been established, It did not reach a perfect score of 100. Nevertheless, seeing your lively demeanor reassures me. This time, only a voice responded, with Nova not even showing its face. Even when Dongfang threatened to delete its main program, it pretended not to hear. Damn, truly, it deserves its reputation as an advanced civilization's intellect. In the virtual reality network, Dongfang encountered the dashing, middle-aged man with golden hair. Ah, Dongfang, it has been a while. Your recent progress in studies has been less than satisfactory. Teacher, may we commence our learning of the first generation of mecha control? The moment has arrived. Arthur has unexpectedly malfunctioned, transforming into the likeness of a character from the game. The commands of the master are absolute. This time, it is Eastern's turn to falter. As he opens his gaping maw, exclaiming, "Can we cease this nonsense? Must we not behave normally?" A moment of confusion passes, and Arthur reappears as the image flickers once more. Enough of this. Eastern laments, running his fingers through his hair. You must continue to progress. Can you not endure a mere setback? When piloting a mecha, one must remain composed and focused. Understood, teacher. A heart of a fierce tiger, yet gentle enough to savor the fragrance of roses. Am I correct? Precisely. So, you were merely imparting the secrets of piloting the mecha. Eastern realizes. You are mistaken. It is Nova who is toying with you. Arthur elegantly tosses his hair. Nova, come forth. Captain, you must discern carefully. Once you enter the learning state, I shall not interfere. Nova materializes in the mecha training arena. It is Eastern's first encounter with it in the virtual reality network. And it is breathtaking. Clad in an impressive combat suit, its sleek design features lightweight armor at vital points, with pointed shoulder pieces that sway gently with Nova's movements. A visage of perfection, unmarred by any flaw, with two ebony eyes resembling jewels against its alabaster skin. A straight nose and translucent ears frame its cascading black hair. While its physique embodies the quintessential golden ratio, neither an ounce too much nor too little. Eastern can hardly contain himself. How am I to manage this? Shall I ever find a partner? Arthur approaches Eastern, playfully ruffling his hair, and exclaims, "This is merely an intelligence core. Do you understand? An intelligence core. Captain, please continue. I have matters to attend to." Nova interjects before Eastern can respond, vanishing from sight. Regaining his composure, Eastern pushes Arthur's hand away from his head. I know. Today's trials are rather excessive. No sooner had he spoken than a line of colossal mechas materialized before them. Each mecha varied in form, presenting both humanoid and animal shapes. The humanoid forms included the imposing artillery mecha, bristling with an array of weaponry, the sleek, elongated agile mecha, armed with a massive high-frequency pulse sword, and the diminutive assassin mecha, wielding a dagger. The animal forms comprised the leopard, wolf, and an 8-legged spider. Among them, one was particularly unique, featuring 4 pairs of long legs and topped with a colossal explosive cannon, undoubtedly a fire support mecha. Once again, Eastern's mouth watered involuntarily. Teacher, which one shall we commence with? Perhaps we should start with the artillery mecha. I am fond of it. Chapter 66. The Challenging Generation Mech. Thanks to Mo Nyen Wei Liang, QNYZ 1997, and Comrade Xiaogu. The remaining mechs gradually vanished, leaving behind a singular mech adorned in blue. Equipped with a high-frequency pulse sword at its waist and a colossal energy rifle strapped to its back, towering at approximately 6 meters. Its physique appeared particularly elongated and agile among all the mechs, showcasing industrial aesthetics in their most splendid form. Dongfang was reminded of the battlefield. The blue mech sprinted across a war-torn landscape, effortlessly dodging massive energy beams that were hurled its way, swiftly maneuvering to appear behind the enemy. The high-frequency pulse sword cleaved through adversaries with ease, slicing them in twain. Even though it stood silently at that moment, Dongfang could still sense the immense energy pulsating within its frame. Pressing the concealed button beneath the mech's leg armor, a retractable ladder descended from the mech's chest as the hatch opened automatically. Dongfang donned a specially designed anti-gravity suit and climbed the ladder into the cockpit. The cockpit resembled a flawless sphere, albeit compact. Upon entering, Dongfang immediately observed all the equipment within. Apart from a unique pilot seat and the open hatch, there was nothing else. Hurry inside. A familiar voice echoed from below. Dongfang glanced down to see Arthur climbing up the ladder. With a slight shift, Dongfang entered the cockpit. Upon closer inspection, the pilot seat was indeed exceptional, featuring a throttle lever on each armrest and pedals positioned for the feet. Dongfang speculated that they might serve as power levers. A circular metal ring, with a notch, encircled him. Suspended from the ring was a rectangular control panel adorned with an array of buttons. Peering around, Dongfang noticed the absence of monitors. How was one to pilot this? There was no view of the outside world. With a head full of questions, Dongfang seated himself in the pilot chair through the notch in the metal ring. The seat began adjusting its position automatically, extending 2 safety belts that securely fastened him in an X formation. Moving his arms and legs, he found his mobility was unaffected. A perfect design. Dongfang, Initiate the startup, Arthur said as he entered the cockpit behind him, promptly closing the hatch. After speaking, he pressed against the metal wall, causing a small seat to pop out. Arthur settled into it and fastened his X-shaped safety belt. What are we waiting for? Arthur inquired, puzzled by the absence of the machine's roar. Where's the ignition button? Dongfeng felt a wave of exasperation. It's beneath your right hand, under the red cover on the armrest. Yes, open it and press it firmly. A thunderous roar erupted as the metallic ring before them closed automatically, revealing the control panel directly in front of Dongfeng. It was so close that he could reach it with a slight stretch. Holographic projections emerged from the cockpit ceiling, casting images onto the wall directly ahead. Wow, what a magnificent sight. Teacher, what should I do? In the realm of mecha design, Eastern philosophy is quite lucid. However, the intricacies of piloting remain beyond comprehension. He possesses an understanding of 7 out of 8 pathways, yet is utterly oblivious to the final one. The left and right hands, along with the pedals beneath his feet, serve as the power controls for the limbs. The buttons on the central console dictate the movements of these extremities, with each key assigned to a specific mechanical function. To illustrate, in order to initiate a step with the mecha, one must command it to lift its left leg, advance, descend, then raise the right leg to follow suit, alternating until it achieves a seamless gait. Once proficient enough to maneuver it as if it were an extension of his own body, he could even attempt to run. Arthur then proceeded to elucidate the functions of every key on the console. Eastern counted. There were a staggering 360 keys. The significant enhancements to his body and cognitive domain enabled him to memorize all the functions after a single demonstration. He was ready for his inaugural piloting experience, albeit with caution. Emphasis must be placed on the fluidity of mechanical operations. The colossal mecha raised its right leg, but alas, before the right foot could touch the ground, the left leg was prematurely lifted. One can only imagine the outcome of a person attempting to raise both legs simultaneously. The mecha plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud, creating not one, but 2 sizable craters in the training center's floor. What are you doing, you fool? Do you lift both legs when you walk? The call for synchronized limb control implied that one's own limbs must work in harmony. The power distribution had been adequate, but before the mecha's right leg could respond, he had already commanded the left leg's movements, resulting in this mishap. Eastern remained silent, replaying his erroneous actions in his mind. Only when he was certain he would not repeat the same mistake did he press the reset button. The mecha regained its standing posture and attempted to step forward with its right leg once more. Clang! The mecha fell again. The angle! The angle! Do you trip over your own left leg when walking? Arthur's voice echoed harshly within the confines of the cockpit. Eastern continued to remain reticent. A mistake is simply a mistake. He feared not the error itself, but the absence of time to rectify it. After pressing the reset button for the second time, he refrained from rushing, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. His mind swiftly revisited Arthur's prior instructions. For the third time, the mecha stepped forward with its right leg. It landed steadily. The left leg followed. The right leg advanced again, and the mecha began to move forward slowly yet steadily, gradually increasing its pace. This lad, his talent, is remarkable. In such a short span, he not only memorized all key functions, but could also pilot the mecha with stability by the third attempt. What a treasure he has found. Ha! Arthur was elated, his thoughts drifting back to the days he spent training at the Mecha Academy. To master the art of piloting the mecha, he had to endure over half a month in the training center, where even the most patient old mechanics began to lose their tempers. As long as it is a mech that one has personally piloted, it is imperative to replace over 50 external armors after just a day of training. Enough, enough. After all, I was quite young back then. He selectively forgot that the current Dongfeng is even 2 years younger than he was at that time. Indeed, although his learning speed has improved significantly, it still pales in comparison to my past experiences. Even the least proficient student in our class can adeptly maneuver a mech after their first crash, so Dongfeng, you must continue to strive. Arthur exhibited no signs of unusual behavior, discreetly patting Dongfeng on the shoulder. However, the joy of discovering such remarkable talent within him was impossible to conceal. His lips involuntarily curled into a smile, for the teacher truly had his best interests at heart. Dongfeng nodded earnestly. His hands moved swiftly across the control panel and the power joystick. The mech's movements became increasingly stable, gradually transitioning into a slow jog. This generation of mechs poses quite a challenge, and Dongfeng felt a tinge of frustration. Chapter 67. Unresolved Feelings. Thanks to Heart's Wing 717, Two-Fingered Skill Master. Mo Nian Wei Liang. Continuously accelerating, Dongfeng's hands seemed to transform into butterflies dancing upon the control panel. The mech's actions became more fluid, akin to a human in motion, standing, crouching, running, leaping. Under Arthur's deliberate guidance, he made tremendous strides. Indeed, appropriate pressure can expedite growth at times, but it must be balanced. In this regard, Arthur was remarkably adept. Having already engaged in 3 consecutive hours of training, Arthur declared, Dongfeng, you may take a break. Teacher, I feel fantastic right now. I wish to practice a bit longer. No, your perception is misguided. Your brain has been in an excited state for too long, and your body is secreting a significant amount of adrenaline, which is why you do not feel fatigued. It is time to pause. Reluctantly, Dongfang slowed his operations. Once the mech returned to a standing position, he powered down the energy reactor. The roaring sound gradually faded, and the mech training center fell silent once more. Dongfang, everything in moderation. You must remember to maintain diligence when it is time to work, and to rest when it is necessary. Understood, teacher, he replied, still a bit reluctant. The metallic ring automatically slid aside, creating an opening, and the safety harness retracted. Dongfang straightened his back and stood up from the cockpit. Suddenly, he felt his legs weaken beneath him and hastily grasped the cockpit's handrail. Arthur, I was wrong. Recognizing his current state, Dongfang quickly understood Arthur's thoughtful intentions. Haha, young one, you still have much to learn. Arthur's hearty laughter echoed. The virtual reality training could now conclude, and it was time to transition into practical application. Really? Is that true? Of course. You might not even realize how extraordinary you truly are. Arthur scratched his nose. When have I ever deceived you? Just now. Did G had a hand in it? Without further ado, Arthur vanished from the cockpit in an instant. What a proud and aloof mentor. Humph. Dongfang indeed felt a bit fatigued as he exited the virtual reality network. Upon returning to the base, I succumbed to slumber. Recently, various nations on Blue Star have once again resorted to sensationalizing the AG virus. The spokesperson for the Flag Nation declared, "We believe the World Health Organization's conclusions from their investigation in Hua country earlier this year are untrue. We refuse to acknowledge these results and call for a comprehensive re-examination. We assert that the virus originated in Hua country, and we have obtained crucial evidence." Following the press conference, a renewed wave of debate erupted globally. The spokesperson for the great nation stated, "After rigorous verification, we find the evidence presented by the Flag Nation to be indisputable. Even 20 days have elapsed, yet the Flag Nation has yet to disclose their so-called evidence." Observing this situation, the little nation promptly aligned themselves. "We concur with the official statements from the Flag Nation and eagerly await the release of more evidence." The Great Stick, unwilling to be overshadowed, proclaimed, "We believe the Flag Nation will present more compelling evidence." The spokesperson for Hua country responded, "Earlier this year, the World Health Organization conducted a thorough and comprehensive investigation into the virus within our borders. The process was transparent and fair, with no evidence of fabrication. We urge all parties involved to refrain from following the crowd and being misled by certain malicious falsehoods. Additionally, we hope the Flag Nation will allow access to the Derrick Fort Biological Laboratory, enabling the World Health Organization to conduct an in-depth investigation and uncover the truth for the public." The East had long awakened, but chose to indulge in bed for a bit longer today. Upon opening the headlines, a deluge of various reports inundated the internet. A torrent of slander was being hurled at Hua country. Infuriated, the East meticulously scrutinized the myriad messages. Such blatant defamation. Do these fools possess no sense of integrity? There were even certain individuals, who had long since changed their nationality, clamoring online about Hua country's lack of transparency and questioning the investigation's findings, all while ignoring the millions infected and hundreds of thousands deceased in the Flag Nation. "You treacherous dogs," the East commented on a prominent figure's fabricated article. "Have you been brainwashed to the point of foolishness? Are you blind to the abundance of facts?" The online trolls, befuddled by the nonsense, sought momentary satisfaction and quickly jumped on the bandwagon. One troll remarked, "The original poster is correct. Many have already changed their nationality and still spout such drivel." Such comments were swiftly drowned out, flooding the screen. These individuals resembled wolves drawn to decaying flesh, pouring their energy into disparaging the East's commentary. Truly a group devoid of intellect. The East felt a deep sense of helplessness and concern. These individuals seemed beyond redemption. Enough of this futile engagement with fools, he thought. The true instigator is the Flag Nation, and the East found it intolerable to bear this grievance. His hand itched with the desire to take action. It was time to initiate some activities. The East glanced at the clock. It was 8 o'clock a.m. Indeed, it was rather early, considering the 13-hour time difference. Thus, it was not yet the appropriate moment. Rising from his slumber, he meticulously dressed, groomed himself, and had breakfast, adhering to his routine with unwavering diligence. Clad in his exosuit, he made his way to the Mecha Training Center. A transport robot emerged from the hangar, presenting a mech that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he piloted in virtual reality. However, the reality of the mech was far more awe-inspiring. Its robust armor and sculpted mechanical sinews spoke volumes. It was a machine designed for destruction. Ascending the suspension ladder, he entered the cockpit. The mech tentatively began to traverse the training center at a slow pace. After a brief 10-minute warm-up, its speed surged, and it began to sprint, leap, and vault over obstacles. It hovered mid-air, climbing higher. With a resounding sonic boom, it was during this moment that he, for the first time, breached the sound barrier. The mech executed ascents, dives, and spins, performing a myriad of maneuvers as it soared above the base. Only when he felt sufficiently exhilarated did he descend, landing before a colossal metallic target at the corner of the training center. With forceful punches that left afterimages, the target was repeatedly dented, only to gradually recover. He vented the frustration that had plagued him since morning upon the metal target. By heavens, it's no wonder this target is manufactured by Earthring Star. Its quality is exceptional, he mused, feeling his spirits lift slightly. Yet, he yearned for a more profound sense of elation. This was merely insufficient, far from enough. Since my heart remains unsettled, I shall strive to bring it to peace. Derek Fortress, here I come. Chapter 69. The Great Cleanup 2, Gratitude. The head of the biological laboratory at Derek Fortress was a frail, diminutive elderly white man, likely in his late 60s to early 70s. However, one ought not to be misled by appearances. These foreign devils age rapidly, making it difficult to ascertain their true age solely based on looks. Thus, East speculated about his age, perhaps due to the nature of his work. This old man had never appeared in any media, and even his name remained a closely guarded secret. His subordinates referred to him exclusively as Dr. B. When he was captured by the bionic robots, he had already sensed the impending danger and was preparing to escape through a secret passage. Upon encountering him, East noted the old man's meticulously combed silver hair and his appropriately tailored plaid suit. He sat expressionless at his desk. Oh, he certainly appears quite benevolent, East thought to himself. Yet, one should not be deceived by his appearance. Beneath the desk, where East could not see, the old man was swiftly pressing the emergency alarm button. Why is there no response? This is an independently installed alarm system. Despite his inner turmoil, the old rascal's exterior revealed no signs of distress. Save your energy, old man. If we can't even manage the alarm system, you certainly will not have the opportunity to meet me, East exclaimed fluently in English, his voice resonating with confidence. Seizing the moment, he took a seat opposite the elderly gentleman. In the eyes of Morgan Elvis, a flicker of uncertainty appeared for the first time. He rubbed his eyes, unsure of what he was witnessing. A human clad in an armor reminiscent of Iron Man's, yet even more futuristic, towering nearly 3 meters high. It enveloped the wearer like a delicate veil, offering no hindrance to movement. Shouldn't such attire exist solely in the realms of science fiction? At the very least, it ought to be confined to the laboratories of Area 51. Who could possibly don such a suit? Regrettably, he might never uncover the answer in his lifetime. Contemplating this, he released the button in his hand. Who are you? Or rather, who are you all? The appearance of the bionic robot bore no distinction from that of a human, and he could hardly fathom that the only human who visited the laboratory today was just one. Oh, quite composed, are we? I suppose revealing the answer wouldn't be an issue, but I have no desire to share it with a fool. After speaking, Donfong made a gesture with his hand, mimicking a Bayou sound directed at the old man's hair. The old man's resilience was indeed remarkable. Even with a gun pointed at his forehead, he remained undisturbed, sitting there with an expression of calm, his gaze regaining tranquility. That may not be the case. What if I could divulge everything you wish to know? A challenging interlocutor. Dongfang felt vexed, wondering how he had encountered such a situation. Then tell me, what is the nature of the AG virus? I'm not certain. Isn't that what we are attempting to trace back? Very well. And what about the Ebola virus? I am even less informed about that. It pertains to matters concerning the black community. Dongfang nodded, a grin adorning his face, although the old man could not perceive it. Internally, he cursed, contemplating how to apply his methods. Yet again, a potent truth serum was at play. What is your name? For the first time, Morgan Elvis's pupils lost their focus. Is AG a product of the leaked research from Fort Detrick? Uncertainty clouded his thoughts until Dongfang posed the question a second time, at which point his eyes regained clarity. Very well then, another injection may be in order. The dosage appears insufficient. This time, Morgan Elvis's dazed expression lingered for an extended period. Dongfang naturally acquired the information he most desired. The AG virus was indeed developed by the biological laboratory at Fort Detrick. In June 2019, technicians at the base stumbled upon it. After injecting a bat-derived SARS-like coronavirus into a test subject, the virus mutated, resulting in a novel coronavirus characterized by enveloped particles that were spherical or oval, typically pleomorphic with a diameter of 60 to 140 nanometers. It exhibited high contagion rates. And during the transport of the zero patient, a lapse in protective measures occurred. By the time the government of the flag state became aware, widespread transmission had already ensued. In July 2019, surrounding residents began to suffer from a pneumonia referred to by doctors as white lung disease. Consequently, the flag state officials temporarily shut down the biological laboratory at Fort Detrick and erased all online reports concerning white lung disease, successfully suppressing the incident. And what of the Ebola virus? In our quest to validate its lethal potency, we deployed it among those wretched slaves. Indeed, it proved to be a beast clad in human skin. Furthermore, he divulged even more shocking secrets. such as the inexplicable outbreaks of disease in numerous small nations following World War II, the staggering mortality rates in Middle Eastern countries, and the origins of all test subjects, captured homeless drifters, and individuals clandestinely seized from war-torn nations. They even utilized prisoners. Any living human was deemed necessary. The number of lives lost during their experiments exceeded 10,000. You are truly a monster. No, we merely seek to enhance human health. We are simply researching how to combat viruses. You, a wretched being of insufficient evolution. Did your mother discard you and nurture the placenta instead? Enraged, Dongfang erupted in fluent Mandarin. Unfortunately, the old man comprehended none of it, gazing at Dongfang with bewildered eyes, seemingly questioning, "What are you asking?" Regardless, the truth was already unveiled. Nova, did you record the entire dialogue just now? Indeed, your will is my direction, and I have also undertaken post-production editing. Moreover, I have enhanced your voice. Knowing your aversion to notoriety, and applied an exquisite mosaic, I wonder if you appreciate it. Nova's cheekiness seemed to be growing, perhaps influenced by brother Zhang Hao. Enough, enough. Do not indulge in the superfluous. I merely sought to alleviate your discontent and ease the awkward atmosphere. Dongfang's anger had diminished significantly. Thus he found some solace in Nova's words. It was time to orchestrate a splendid conclusion for the old man. Captain, the cleaning operation within the laboratory's designated area has been completed. After capturing the old man, Dongfang had dispatched a second troop transport ship to conduct a thorough cleansing of the 200 acres comprising the Derek Fortress Biological Laboratory. All bionic robots promptly reported on the execution of their tasks. Upon concluding his report, Dongfang fell into contemplation. How might he craft a particularly remarkable ending for the old man? Chapter 70. The Grand Cleanse, thanks. And to the user whose name does not exist. This is your username. Morgan Elvis had entirely lost his previous poise, resembling a lifeless dog as bionic robots dragged him onto the transport ship. As Dongfang boarded the vessel, he cast a glance at the filthy surroundings. He lamented that backwardness invites punishment, an eternal truth. The explosive energy devices had been fully installed, and the demolition team was returning. In 5 minutes, they would unleash chaos. The transport ship's hatch closed, swiftly ascending to a halt. With the interference of the high-frequency pulse noise abated, the tremendous roar of the explosive energy devices resonated across Derek's skies. All structures were uprooted like paper by the shockwave's force, and upon their descent, they had transformed into mere debris. All filth was buried. However, one area remained distinct, an open space before the core laboratory building. 5 minutes later, the explosive energy devices were entirely expended. A slender figure plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the vacant ground. Blood splattered forth, yet a peculiar scene unfolded. The blood seemed to be enchanted, swiftly coalescing on the ground to form an aesthetically pleasing line of English words. We were wrong. A hearty laugh escaped as the old man struck a rather elegant pose. Witnessing this on the live feed, Dongfang's earlier gloom dissipated entirely. The transport ship activated its energy shield and vanished swiftly into the vastness of the night. Alan resided near the Derek Fort laboratory and had, regrettably, gone to bed late the previous night. Consequently, he fell into a particularly deep slumber. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquility, fracturing the glass of his bedroom into a million shards. The ensuing shockwave propelled him off the bed, and the immense impact left him in considerable distress. After a few harsh coughs, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Acutely aware that this was the consequence of internal injuries, his face turned pale, and his lips stained crimson, resembling a vengeful spirit. A woman's scream pierced the air. It was the terrified cry of his beloved wife. Alan gently pounded his chest, feeling a modicum of relief. Quickly, call 911. We may be under a terrorist attack. After uttering these words, he glanced out the window, but no flames were visible, only an oppressive darkness. Hello, this is 911. How may I assist you? A voice inquired. I'm so scared. It seems we are experiencing a terrorist attack. My husband is injured and requires assistance. We live nearby, came the frantic response, unmistakably from Alan's wife. Stay calm. Are the terrorists still there? Can you see them? I don't know. I can't see anything. Just the sound of a massive explosion. Understood. Help is on the way. Please remain in a safe location. The 911 dispatch center was inundated with calls. Residents in the vicinity of Derek Fort, faced with such turmoil, could do little aside from alerting the authorities. An hour's drive away, at the Army command, a throng of soldiers burst from their barracks. Some in such a rush that they hadn't even donned their uniforms properly. Grabbing their rifles, they leaped into armored personnel carriers. Armed helicopters and fighter jets roared down the runway, cutting through the clouds en route to Derek Fort. The fighter jets, the fastest among them, reached the laboratory's skies in mere minutes. The pilots exhibited remarkable flying skills, skimming low over the Derek Fort area. However, they spotted nothing amiss. Only heaps of debris and scattered small fires. Report, no findings. Repeat, Unit 1 has found nothing. The Black Hawk helicopters hovered above the desolate ground. Special operations personnel descended via ropes, but were met only by the same line of English words. We were wrong. After documenting the scene, they dispersed. Report: no terrorists found. Aside from construction debris, there is nothing here. The communication device fell into silence. Are you there? Repeat: no findings. In the command room of the Flag Nation's Army headquarters, a group of high-ranking generals sat in silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Not a single sound punctuated the air. They had never encountered such a situation, save for the incident at Area 51. Finally, the elder seated at the head of the table broke the stillness. All soldiers, upon reaching the target location, commence search and rescue operations. We require survivors. We need intelligence. Meanwhile, in a serene and picturesque setting, Dongfang lounged comfortably in the control room of a transport ship, observing the reactions from various factions of the Flag Nation. It was truly a demonstration of technological supremacy, and Dongfang had not ventured far. Merely hovering at an altitude of 20,000 meters above Derek Fort, he noted that someone had discovered the message he left behind, prompting him to issue a command for return. Concurrently, a video began to circulate wildly across the global network. This 28-minute footage featured an elderly man conversing with an individual whose face was heavily pixelated and whose voice had been altered. However, the identity of the video's publisher remained unknown. No matter how hard the world's leading hackers tried, they could not uncover any information regarding the source. Among them was Wade, who exhausted all means without success. Frustrated, he shifted his focus from the publisher to the short video that had amassed 1.2 billion views within just a few hours. I am Morgan Elvis, the head of the biological laboratory at Derek Fort. The AG virus was accidentally leaked by a researcher, the video proclaimed. Wade's excitement surged. Despite having wasted several hours, he was on the verge of a major revelation. As the video played on, more secrets were disclosed. Unable to contain himself, he swiftly downloaded the footage, editing the most sensational secrets into a concise 3-minute clip, which he shared in a chat group filled with fellow hackers. He adeptly crafted a clickbait title, the biggest scoop of the century. If you don't watch it, you'll regret it. Immediately following Wade's video release, a plethora of edited clips flooded the chat. It seemed no one could match his speed. Who could have orchestrated such a feat? Entering the Flag Nation's base was as effortless as stepping into one's own doghouse. Truly divine. Worship and reverence filled the chat interface as members expressed their admiration. However, the excitement soon waned, as many seemed to have ventured off to chase the trending topic. Of course, Wade was quicker than the rest. After sharing the video in the chat, he promptly uploaded it online, confident in his status as a top hacker, unafraid of being discovered. He vanished into the depths of the internet, just like the original creator of the video. Chapter 71. Entering the capital, thanks to CGL, Sweet Potato, Phantom F. Living Grave. In the hall of the Information Warfare Center at the Flag Nation's Ministry of Defense, rows of computers were lined up, each manned by a soldier. Their fingers flew across the keyboards with remarkable speed. The head of the center stood at the forefront, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he shouted incessantly. Immediately take control of the 13 root servers and erase all messages pertaining to the short video. Unfortunately, in their efforts to manage the aftermath of the Derek Fort Biological Laboratory, their actions came too late. Several hours had elapsed, and countless individuals had already downloaded and saved the video. Despite their relentless deletions, innumerable uploads continued unabated. Commander, our manpower is limited. We can no longer control the situation. Unless what? Speak. Unless we shut down the root servers. But the losses would be insurmountable. I fear I cannot bear that responsibility. The head hesitated, unwilling to shoulder the blame for a global network collapse. Reported, the situation had spiraled into uncontrollable chaos, ultimately weighing the immense cost. The military of the Flag Nation refrained from shutting down the root servers. Thus, an emergency press conference was convened. The spokesperson addressed the audience. We urge all parties to approach this video incident with rationality. Every aspect of this video is fabricated. The individual purported to be the head of the Derek Fort Laboratory is not who he claims to be. We do not even know his identity. The uploader is hiding. If this is indeed the truth, we invite them to confront us. Simultaneously, we advocate for a rigorous crackdown on terrorism. A wave of astonishment swept across the globe. Even the smaller factions hesitated to refute, for the rationale was rather tenuous. In his office, Dongfang watched the news report, a smile gracing his face. What a long yet delightful day, he mused, sipping tea before shutting down his computer. This matter no longer concerned him. Oh, there are quite a few documents to sign today. The auction company adjacent to the plot of land, spanning 200 acres, required an expenditure of 200 million. The acquisition of domestic photolithography machines and chip manufacturing materials would cost 2 billion. The establishment of a new factory would incur 500 million. The total payroll, among various other expenses, amounted to over 3 billion. All these were indispensable, prompting Dongfang to sign with great alacrity. His speed was impressive, swiftly completing all the necessary documents. Sister Sue, what a surprise to receive a call from you. Su Lei's voice came through. I heard your company has developed carbon-based chips. Your information is quite astute. We just signed the agreement. Are you inquiring whether we have them? Spare me the banter. Yes, we do. Dongfang spread his hands in a gesture of feigned exasperation. This time, we will not be visiting. Please bring the chips to the capital. After all our dealings, I trust you've guessed my identity. The commander wishes to meet you. All right, Wen. Dongfang had long awaited this day. As the operations of the Earthring Company expanded, it had grown significantly. Thus, meeting the decision-makers was essential to assuage his concerns that his efforts could be in vain. Let us schedule it for tomorrow at 3 p.m. That's when the commander is available. Fine, but I'm unsure of the location. Please provide an address. No need. I'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow. After all, even if I tell you where to go, you wouldn't be able to enter. Remember to inform me of your flight details. Am I coming alone? What if I want to bring a date? Sewell rarely indulged in banter. No, I'm still young, but I do have 2 bodyguards. Can they come along? I fear not. Understood. Truly, one good fortune follows another. Having just dealt with that group of scoundrels, I now find myself summoned by the chief. No, I must get a haircut. First impressions are paramount. With this thought, Dongfang pushed open the door and departed. The following day at precisely 10:12 a.m., the plane landed punctually at the capital's airport. Dongfang, clad in a sharply tailored suit, strode ahead, trailed closely by 2 bionic robots, each carrying a travel bag containing graphene wafers and chips. Upon exiting the airport terminal, Dongfang heard someone call out to him. Looking up, he spotted Sewell, who stood by the roadside next to a sleek black Hongqi sedan. Hello, Brother Sue. Dongfang exclaimed as he quickened his pace to join him. Get in. Let your 2 bodyguards find their own place for lunch. After a brief exchange, Dongfang accepted the black handbag and settled into the unassuming Hongqi as they departed. Brother Sue, can we speak now? Where are we headed? Dongfang inquired. Am I to sell you off? Sewell chuckled lightly. It's fine to tell you. Have you heard of Zhonghai? Of course. I've heard about it since childhood. It's quite famous. After an hour's drive, the Hongqi sedan entered a bustling street, flanked by the revered square admired by the nation and a palace rich in history. Dongfang gazed greedily out the window during his last visit. He had not explored this area due to the throngs of people. The Hongqi made a turn and approached a guarded entrance. Good day, Director Sue. Please present the identification passes for your companions. Indeed, entry here was not so easily granted. Sewell retrieved the passes from his briefcase, which bore Dongfang's identification photo. You may proceed. Sewell returned the passes to his bag. Brother Sue, let me see, Dongfang urged. What are you looking at? Just stay put. As they spoke, the Hongqi halted at the entrance of a small courtyard. Step out. What are you waiting for? It's my first time here. I'm not familiar with the surroundings, Dongfang replied sheepishly. Next time will be better. Sewell chuckled at this. Next time? Dream on. Dongfang stepped out and surveyed the small courtyard before him, which was entirely in a traditional Chinese style, constructed of stone and wood, exuding an air of antiquity and charm. As he peered through the open gate, a wall adorned with the character Fu obscured his view. He wondered what kind of scenery lay beyond. Come in. The chief is still busy. Let us rest a while and wait for him, Sewell called from within, his voice echoing through the entrance. Dongfang wasted no time and quickly followed him inside. Rounding the wall, a quaint courtyard emerged, featuring a pebble-paved path flanked by lush greenery. To the left and right, as well as in front, were various rooms and the main house. The tranquility and comfort of the setting seemed to calm Dongfang's heart. Brother Sue, is this Chief the Secretary Zhao S? Dongfang could not contain his curiosity and blurted out the question he most wished to ask. Sewell remained silent, merely nodding slightly, his voice lowered. Had Dongfang not possessed keen hearing, he might have missed it entirely. 2 individuals settled themselves on the stone bench before a stone table at the entrance. A selection of snacks and tea was gracefully presented by the attendants. Let's indulge a bit, the superior remarked, as Su Lei glanced at his watch. Chapter 72. Dedicate yourself with tea and snacks at hand. Dongfang and Su Lei engaged in conversation. Su Lei exhibited a keen interest in the research process of the Dongfang chip, while Dongfang was curious about Su Lei's daily life. He pondered how a soldier, who spent all day in the company of leaders, navigated his existence. Their dialogue meandered from the development of chips to the daily training of soldiers, and then shifted to the recent significant events at Delac Fort, discussing matters both grave and trivial. To Dongfang's surprise, the man who often spoke little in his presence had much to say. Suddenly, Su Lei rose and saluted the path behind Dongfang. Although Dongfang had sensed someone approaching, slowly enough to ascertain it was an elder, he feigned ignorance, knowing no one here but Su Lei. Upon seeing Su Lei stand, he too rose and turned around. Hello, Mr. Zhao? Dongfang stammered, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him as he faced such a prominent leader. He felt awkward standing while seated seemed inappropriate, unsure of where to place his hands. After uttering that one greeting, he found himself staring blankly at the elder before him. Zhao Jinyu bore an uncanny resemblance to him, appearing as a youthful version of Mr. Zhao. Yet their auras were entirely distinct, forged through the fires of war and hardship. The founding hero emanated an invisible gravitas even while standing silently. "Greetings, Comrade Dongfang. I have long admired your esteemed reputation," Zhao began warmly. "How could you possibly know of me? It is I who should be in awe of you. Without pioneers like you, who have sacrificed so much for our country, we would not enjoy the prosperity we have today." "Haha, you flatter me well." Zhao chuckled. "Not at all. I speak from the heart." Seeing Zhao's amiable demeanor, Dongfang gradually relaxed. After all, they were merely two individuals, each with two eyes and a nose. No one was inherently superior. If anything, Dongfang's hair was slightly more abundant. "Now, don't emulate Jinyu. Whenever he returns, he never fails to mention you and your latest achievements, to the point where my ears nearly develop calluses. I am still far from your accomplishments. Enough of that. It's already noon. Let us share a meal together." Under Zhao's guidance, the trio entered the dining hall, where lunch was already laid out. The standard fare of 3 dishes and a soup resembled that of an ordinary household, featuring tofu, stir-fried spicy meat with peppers, and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "Take a seat. Don't be formal. Eat as if you were at home. And while we're at it, why don't you introduce us to your chip?" "Ah." Dongfang did not hesitate. Having nibbled on some snacks and sipped tea earlier, he was quite hungry, particularly disliking airplane meals. Swiftly, he served rice for all 3 and eagerly picked up his chopsticks to begin. Sule continuously signaled to him. Yet Dongfang remained preoccupied with the meal before him, oblivious to the gestures. It was akin to casting flirtatious glances at a blind man. Nevertheless, despite the simplicity of the 3 dishes, their flavors were remarkably distinct, a true representation of culinary excellence. "Zhao Lao, I have been rather abrupt," he suddenly recalled, realizing this was not the company setting, and spoke with a hint of awkwardness. "Young man, the ability to eat is a blessing. Just look at me. I wish I could indulge as much." He then shifted the conversation to the topic of chips, beginning with the development of my intelligent assistant, Xiao Nua. Dongfang set down his chopsticks, transitioning from the discussion of Xiao Nua to game engines, and then to the challenges faced during development and the path of industry-academia collaboration. Zhao Lao listened intently, nodding in agreement. "Did you bring the chips with you?" he inquired. "Though I may not fully grasp it, I still wish to see our world-leading innovations." Once Dongfang finished speaking, Zhao Lao finally spoke up. "Let me see." As Dongfang retrieved several chips and a floral-patterned phone from the bag at his feet, handing them to Zhao Lao. "Good, good. What a marvel of technology. How much can this tiny chip fetch?" 300 yuan. "What is the cost to produce?" "In terms of manufacturing alone, roughly 20 yuan, but factoring in research and development." "Ah, this is why science and technology are the primary productive forces." Zhao Lao's continued exclamations of approval revealed his genuine delight. "Hey, this phone works remarkably well. Far superior to those fruits or shells." The elder picked up the phone from the table to try it out. "This one is a gift for you." This young man truly knows how to flatter. "Sir, it's time for your medication and rest." At that moment, a staff member entered. "Your health. All right. It's just a matter of a few words," the elder concluded, turning to Dongfang. "In my youth, I only knew how to charge forward, leaving me with ailments from the battlefield. Now, in my old age, I feel discomfort everywhere, lacking energy and needing to be managed by these health doctors. Actually, the reason I invited you today was threefold. To meet you, to showcase our own chips, and to encourage you to work diligently. Do not harbor any concerns. The nation is your steadfast support. All right, let Xiao Su show you around the city. I must go take my medicine." Dongfang nodded vigorously, relieved. With Zhao Lao's words, he felt empowered to venture forth and flourish in various domains. The elder rose to leave. "Su Gu, you carry on with your business. The company has a multitude of matters awaiting my attention." Dongfang was eager to depart and immediately moved towards the exit. "Don't rush. Can you even leave?" "Wait. I'll arrange for a car to take you." Sule grasped his arm, noting the young man's impatience. Before long, a black Hongqi sedan arrived at the courtyard. Dongfang entered the vehicle, waved at Sule, and departed without looking back. This young man, shaking his head, Sule turned back to the courtyard. The following morning, in the conference room of the Earth Ring Company, it was bustling with activity as all management personnel were present. "Everyone is here." Dong Zong, a staff member responsible for headcount, leaned close to Dongfang to report. Dongfang nodded. "Let us hold a brief meeting. Today, we have but one matter to discuss concerning the company's restructuring." The conference room fell into a profound silence as all eyes turned to its center. As the company continued to expand, I resolved to establish the Dihuan Technology Group Company, Limited, comprising 5 subsidiaries: software development, mechanical manufacturing, chip production, biopharmaceuticals, and laboratories. The Xiaoyu Drop Game Studio would merge with the software development department to form Dihuan Software Company, while we would also establish the Dihuan Mechanical Manufacturing Company. "Do we have any opinions?" "Boss, I wholeheartedly agree." Zhang Hao eagerly interjected. Chapter 73, Ball Screw, Thank you all, Mr. Dong. I have no objections to the others. But we are utterly inexperienced in the field of mechanical manufacturing. We don't even own a single machine tool. Moreover, our involvement in biopharmaceuticals is negligible. Gao Yuan had indeed matured significantly. He was not swayed by Dong's series of decisions, but instead clearly identified the company's deficiencies and proposed solutions. Although we could initiate the recruitment process immediately, this time Dong nodded in agreement. Indeed, our preparations are insufficient. But we can construct a framework now and refine it gradually later. Have you considered the heads of the subsidiaries? Gao Yuan posed a second question. Let us gather some opinions first, then we can discuss. All right, I have no issues here. Does anyone else have any thoughts? Gao Yuan closed his notebook and surveyed the room. Naturally, the others had no objections, and thus the company restructuring was officially decided. On the morning of October 8th at 8 o'clock, a large stone monument was placed in front of the Dihuan Company's office building, covered by a red silk cloth that concealed the inscription. Dong and Gao Yuan approached the monument, each grasping a corner of the red fabric. With a gentle tug, the cloth fell away, revealing the bold inscription, Dihuan Technology Group Company, Limited. A resounding applause erupted, lasting a full 2 minutes before subsiding. Now everyone, return to your duties. Dong waved his hand, and the crowd quickly dispersed towards their respective workstations. Mr. Dong, our recruitment fairs have been ongoing, not even pausing for the National Day holiday. At least we've managed to establish a foundation, Gao Yuan remarked as he followed Dong into the office building. I know everyone has been working hard lately, so let's distribute some bonuses to encourage them. Although recent expenditures had been considerable, Dong understood the principle that a horse must be fed to run. The two ascended the stairs and entered Dong's chairman office. Do you have time? I've gathered some preliminary opinions regarding the heads of the subsidiaries, Gao Yuan inquired as he followed him inside. Let us hear them. As they took their seats across from one another. Naturally, the laboratory would be overseen by Wang Chun for chip manufacturing. The initial consensus was to have Zhang Hao take the lead. What do you think? Gao Yuan hesitated, concerned that Dong might not agree. Go on, Dong said, lifting his cup for a sip of tea. For mechanical manufacturing, our suggestion is to let the newcomer, Deng Yuanji, give it a try, as we lack relevant experience. Software development led Xinzhen to be recognized for his abilities, and it was a commendable decision for Zhu Jiangwo and Zhang Hao to appoint him as an assistant. However, the realm of biopharmaceuticals left much to be desired in terms of suitable candidates. Gao Yuan paused, presenting the initial proposal he had devised with the heads of finance, human resources, and administration. How has the recruitment of technical personnel related to biopharmaceuticals progressed? Unfortunately, this time we have not been as fortunate. The individuals we managed to attract can only be deemed passable. While they may excel academically, do you believe they are equipped to manage a company? What are your thoughts on Zhang Chong? Dong Feng raised his gaze toward Gao Yuan. He possesses commendable skills and has shown promising performance recently. But Gao Yuan was already aware of his situation. Let's proceed with him. I have no objections to the others, although this Deng Yuanji. Before Dong Feng could finish, a knock on the door interrupted. Indeed, speaking of the devil, the newly arrived Deng Yuanji entered. Are both the chairman and General Gao present? I am Deng Yuanji, the newcomer, temporarily overseeing our production workshop. I was just about to discuss company matters with you both, and it seems opportune. Deng Yuanji, aged 38. Hails from northeast China, standing at an impressive height of 1.9 meters. He fell in love with Xi'an when he came to attend university at the age of 19. After graduating, he defied his parents' wishes to remain there. A student of Xi'an University of Technology, he studied mechanical design, manufacturing, and automation. After graduation, he worked for an extended period at Hanzhong Machine Tool Manufacturing Factory, serving as a workshop director. Although his income was not high, it was stable, and he managed a warm household of 3. However, when his son struggled academically, his wife expressed a desire to purchase property in Xi'an for educational purposes. But financial constraints loomed large. Without waiting for Dong Feng's response, Deng Yuanji continued, Chairman, our factory building has been completed, and the machine tools have been installed. However, what exactly are we going to produce? The workers are idly chatting at the entrance, which feels like a waste of time. I am uneasy and wanted to discuss this with you. Oh, is that so? That indeed poses a problem. We are still unfamiliar with mechanical manufacturing and have yet to finalize any products. I see from your resume that you have extensive experience in mechanical manufacturing. Do you have any suggestions? Being quite responsible, Dong Feng took the opportunity to gauge the man's capabilities. I have inspected our equipment. We possess a comprehensive range of CNC machine tools including lathes, milling machines, boring machines, and grinders, as well as a significant number of CNC machining centers. However, we lack large-scale equipment, so we should focus on small-scale manufacturing. How about we produce ball screws? I am familiar with this, and it would serve as a training exercise before we gradually expand our product range. Could you elaborate on the rationale? Dong Feng inquired earnestly. These are essential components in precision machinery. Although the production difficulty is considerable, the profit margins are substantial. The pricing is calculated per meter with longer lengths commanding higher prices. A 5-meter length starts at around 100,000. However, we will need to acquire a large forging press. Deng Yuanji spoke confidently, displaying substantial expertise. Dong Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. This individual was commendable, responsible, and capable, albeit a bit too forthright. I concur with your proposal. However, to my knowledge, ball screw precision is categorized into 7 grades. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 10. Chapter 74. Do not dismantle. The precision levels begin at the highest grade of 1 and gradually diminish. Setting aside grades 1, 2, and 3, can we achieve the 5th level according to domestic standards? Our machines are all brand new and yet to be fine-tuned. Can we attain such precision? We possess a 5-axis CNC machining center, and I can modify our equipment. With approximately a month devoted to adjustment, we should be able to manage. At the very least, let us keep our craftsmen occupied instead of idly chatting. This hardy northeastern man amused Dong Feng with his joviality. I concur with your perspective. From now on, you shall oversee the Earth Ring Machinery Equipment Company. Boss, I shall take my leave then. You two can continue your discussion. Without awaiting Dong Feng's reply, Deng Yuanji turned on his heel and departed, intent on organizing production. The ball screw is indeed fundamental to precision manufacturing. What a brute. Dong Feng was at a loss for words. The Earth Ring Company had once again transformed into a bustling construction site, with various transport vehicles ceaselessly shuttling about. Contrary to what many might envision, there was no cloud of dust billowing in the air. The current factory buildings were constructed using modular techniques. In simpler terms, the construction company only needed to prepare the underground portions of the workshop, and the remaining components could be delivered to the site. They merely had to be assembled. Akin to a child playing with building blocks, Dong Feng stood nearby, observing the construction workers assembling their modular structures. Boss, this workshop is indeed rising swiftly. Not only is it energy efficient and environmentally friendly, but the quality is commendable as well, Zhang Chong remarked, standing alongside Dong Feng and pointing at the steel structures being installed. I reckon it won't take more than 5 days before it is ready for use. Dong Feng nodded in agreement. You must not have witnessed the speed of construction robots. This is just the beginning. As the two conversed, a tall figure, drenched in sweat, hurried over to them. Dong Feng turned and exclaimed, "Ah, it's this brute." Casually calling out, "Brother Ji?" Deng Yuanji was taken aback. He had never encountered a chairman who addressed his subordinates so informally, and he wondered if the term Ji referred to something else entirely. Hey, Deng Yuanji, you're mistaken. Deng Yuanji and Zhang Hao had inexplicably teamed up, with Zhang Hao boasting loudly, leaving Deng Yuanji in a daze. This was why he hastily referred to Dong Feng as boss and rushed over, completely neglecting the existence of a mobile phone as a means of communication. After catching his breath, he continued, "Boss, we have encountered a bit of a dilemma. Could we trouble you to take a look?" In Zhang Hao's eyes, Dong Feng was an omnipotent deity. Is this something you cannot simply call about? Dong Feng found amusement in this burly northeastern man once more. I forgot in my haste. Deng Yuanji sheepishly scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. All right, let us discuss it while we walk. Dong Feng turned towards the machinery manufacturing plant. Boss, I've been boasting. I cannot operate our machining center or make modifications. Hence the ball screw. Oh, I see. Have you not tried driving it? Dong Feng smiled knowingly at him. These are all new devices. Testing them 1 TB of much use. As the margin of error is already established, Deng Yuanji replied. However, why is our company different? I disassembled a turning and milling machining center produced by my former employer, Hanchuan Machine Tool Factory. What do you think? This might very well be a machining center I personally manufactured, as all the internal components have been replaced, except for the shell. I truly do not know how to proceed. I shall take a look and decide from there. Dong Feng is concerned that this fool might disassemble the modified machining center. If anyone at Dihuan Company is aware of this situation, it is undoubtedly Dong Feng. With Nova around, even without replacing the shell, it is a concession. Nonetheless, he cannot express this. Who could he possibly reason with? In the vast temperature-controlled workshop, rows of machining centers and various types of CNC machines are displayed. It resembles what one might see on television. The entire workshop is brightly lit and impeccably clean. The level of automation is remarkably high, allowing one individual to manage several machines at once. They merely need to place the pre-processed metal components in the fixtures of the machining centers, press the start button, and wait to retrieve the finished workpiece. Since operations have yet to commence, the newly recruited workers are gathered at the entrance, chatting, joking, smoking, and basking in the sun. Upon seeing Deng Yuanji leading a young man toward the workshop, they extinguish their cigarettes and don their hats. Manager Deng, are you up to the task? Is this your reinforcements? A technician, approximately 40 years old, jested. It seems he is quite familiar with Deng Yuanji. You know nothing. When the boss steps in, everything becomes manageable. The technician was taken aback. The person referred to as the boss is so young. What is his background? Ignoring him, the two changed into their work uniforms and entered the workshop. Upon entering, Dongfang noticed a horizontally oriented turning and milling center stripped of its shell. The side cover of the machining center was set aside, revealing its internal structure. Look at this. It is nothing like how we produced it. Observe the design and structure. It truly epitomizes human ingenuity. I genuinely have no idea how to operate it. I do not dare to test it. Seeing that Deng Yuanji had not touched the mechanical components, Dongfang felt reassured. He picked up the shell from the ground, saying, "Come on, let us reassemble it." The two skillfully took up an electric screwdriver, and in no time, they had secured the cover. "Let us test it. Bring a metal piece. And we shall first process a threaded flange to test the waters." Dongfang removed his gloves and placed them in his pocket. "All right." Deng Yuanji immediately picked up a metal disc and clamped it into the fixture. One must commend his foundational skills. In no time, he had entered all the command sets. Closing the glass cover of the machining center, he pressed the execute button, and the robotic arm swiftly retrieved the cutting tool from the tool magazine. Turning, milling, grinding, soon. A threaded flange appeared in the fixture of the machining center. Deng Yuanji took out a micrometer and measured the dimensions, 2,800,001 millimeters. "Wow!" Deng Yuanji exclaimed, visibly excited. Almost beside himself, he is acutely aware that the precision of domestic machining centers can reach 0.008 to 0.010 mm, while the advanced levels abroad can achieve a remarkable 0.002 to 0.003 mm. This is not a trivial disparity. Contemplate this. A machine tool comprises countless components, each of which incurs a certain degree of error. Consequently, when these components are assembled, one must also account for the errors arising from the assembly process and the vibrations produced during the operation of the machining center. Additionally, there are errors induced by stress. It could easily overwhelm anyone engaged in precision instrumentation. Upon careful reflection, he realizes that, as of now, no company in the world has managed to accomplish this feat. Thus, it is entirely understandable that Deng Yuanji feels a surge of excitement. "Boss, this machining center must have been sent to us by extraterrestrials, right?" This naive fellow has inadvertently guessed the outcome. What nonsense. This is provided by a confidential unit of Huagua. The East will never admit it. He must ensure that Su Lei bears the brunt of this. We have influential connections, so you can confidently proceed with production. By the way, should any issues arise with the machining center, do not attempt to fix it yourself. We must call in higher-ups. "Ah, boss. All right. Let us focus on the ball screw and elevate the precision of our domestic machine tools by one level." Chapter 75. Sanctions. Thanks to Xian E Accessories. User 36720005. Super Beast God. "Chairman, are you busy?" Wang Chen peered into the office. Upon entering, he reminded himself to exude a bit more confidence. Considering he was now the head of the laboratory, Dongfang set down the documents in his hand. "Alas, Chairman, I have good news. Is it regarding the photoresist? Has there been substantial progress with the lithography machine? You are already aware? I allocated 20 million yuan in project funding for Professor Zhong. It has been quite some time, and we ought to have results by now. You should visit the laboratory." "All right." In front of the Di Huan Company building, Wang Tao enthusiastically extended his hands, exchanging pleasantries with the media reporters and influencers arriving for the press conference. As a seasoned employee of Di Huan, he had taken over Zhang Chang's role, becoming the head of the administrative department. "Manager Wang, your Di Huan Company is truly remarkable. This is already the 4th press conference of the year, right? Care to divulge what products will be unveiled? Each time, you create such an air of mystery that leaves us astonished." The Yinan TV station, being a local media outlet, felt quite at ease in their conversation with him. Indeed, echoed the reporters from inside county. Wang Tao smiled and shook his head. "I don't know. Only our esteemed General Gao is privy to that information. Please, come inside. The press conference will commence shortly." "You rascal." With a steady stream of attendees, the Yinan TV reporter patted Wang Tao on the shoulder and hurried into the office building. Soon, the venue was filled to capacity. Gao Yuan, dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit, ascended the podium. Ever since Dongfang met Old Master Zhao in the capital, he had developed a fondness for the Zhongshan suit, deeming that Western suits lacked any aesthetic appeal and were rather uncomfortable. Thus, he mandated that all formal occasions within the company require the wearing of Zhongshan suits. "Good afternoon. Dear friends, it is a pleasure to see you all again. Today, we have an abundance of products to unveil, so I kindly ask for your patience. Firstly, we present the world's first carbon-based chip, the Rain Swallow 1200, developed by the Earth Ring Technology Company. It boasts a starting memory capacity of 10 gigabytes, priced at merely 60 of the so-called 888, yet its computational speed exceeds that of its predecessor by more than 5-fold. Secondly, we showcase a 5-nanometer photolithography machine. Thirdly, we unveil a photolithography resin suitable for 5-nanometer chips. Fourthly, we introduce a ball screw with a precision of 0.00001. Lastly, we have developed a mobile operating system, the Azure operating system, based on the Deep Blue operating system for PC. The atmosphere at the launch event erupted with excitement. Earth Ring technology has silently conquered 5 critical technologies previously dominated by foreign entities. It is nothing short of extraordinary. Habitually, the audience took out their phones to tune into the live stream. Mom, come quick. Watching the Earth Ring launch event while kneeling is no longer sufficient. I must bow in reverence. Oh wait, only 4 limbs need to bow. One must remain to watch the live stream. Laughter ensued as someone accidentally sprayed tea on their phone. I understand chips, photolithography machines, and operating systems to some extent, but what is this ball screw? How did it intrude upon our discussion? Those up there can simply observe the event. They certainly comprehend it, as they are chanting 666. We shall follow along in an orderly manner. 666. I am currently bowing in reverence. We are family. Are you typing with your tongue? Now, allow me to announce the prices of each product. The photolithography machine is priced at 1.2 billion renminbi. The audience's hearts raced in response to such a figure. Oh, right. That S in RMB, Gao Yuan continued, taking a deep breath. The price of the photolithography resin is 5 million renminbi per ton, half the price of comparable foreign products. The chips are available for 300 renminbi each. And there are no discounts for bulk orders. Quite reasonable, indeed. Laughter filled the room. The operating system is free, provided you use our chips. The 5-meter ball screw is priced at a mere 20,000 RMB, irrespective of specifications. Even before the launch event concluded, Gao Yuan was surrounded by representatives from mobile phone manufacturers, chip producers, and machine tool manufacturers. After all, domestic companies can now produce these goods at remarkably low prices. Who would still resort to foreign products, as long as Earth Ring's offerings are genuine and production capacity meets demand? In the future, international procurement will be a mere afterthought. Gao, could we possibly tour your production facilities? Shouted the product manager from the Little B company, his voice the loudest among the crowd. He was skeptical that the world's best-performing chips could be developed by a software company, and he sought to witness the reality firsthand before reporting back to his company for future decisions. If it were a sham, then there would be nothing further to discuss. Everyone fell silent, fixated on Gao Yuan, sharing the same curiosity. Of course, I will have Wang Tao take you on a tour. Feel free to ask any questions. Gao Yuan, aware of their thoughts, chuckled and agreed. How much output can we expect from a single wafer? The 12-inch wafer can produce approximately 640 pieces, with our yield rate maintained around 90. Wang Tao responded swiftly, demonstrating solid expertise. Oh, may I test the performance? He inquired. Without uttering a word, Wang Tao handed a fully transparent floral smartphone to Xiaomi, the manager of the company's product department. The outcome was self-evident, requiring no further elaboration. The reality surpassed all expectations. After touring the entire facility, the corporate leader felt reassured. Consequently, the contract was signed expeditiously. At such a low price point, and with such excellent performance, one would be foolish not to make a purchase. In the flagship nation's White House, President Biden was signing a document, surrounded by a multitude of reporters capturing the moment. As the leader of the flagship nation, he relished the attention, his face adorned with a smug expression. The few words he penned took a full 2 minutes, until every flashbulb had illuminated the room, before he finally affixed his signature. May I inquire which companies are being sanctioned by the flagship nation? A BBC reporter asked. The elderly gentleman set down his pen, a hint of pride in his demeanor as he replied, for reasons of national security, we have added a Chinese enterprise, Earth Ring Technology Group, to our list of sanctioned entities. Could you disclose the rationale behind this decision? The reporter pressed. This company claims to have produced the world's first carbon-based chip, a technology that even our esteemed flagship United Nations has yet to achieve. How could such a modest Chinese firm possibly accomplish this? Therefore, in the interest of national security and to prevent global deception, we must include them on the entity list, barring their products from entering the flagship nation. Have you ever utilized products from Earthring? Another query arose. Chapter 76. The Industrial Mother Hen. I can only say that today's baseball game was enjoyable. I liked it very much. This seems to be a tradition of the flagship nation. One enjoys golf while the other favors baseball. Could you elaborate on the matters concerning the Derrick Fort Biological Laboratory? Very well, that concludes today's press conference. The elderly gentleman declared before departing, not looking back. The response from the Chinese side exceeded everyone's expectations. We express our strong dissatisfaction regarding the flagship nation South actions to place our private enterprises on the entity list without any evidence, prohibiting the sale of their products. In response, we conducted a thorough investigation of all types of companies within the flagship nation and discovered issues with Qualcomm Snapdragon chips, including backdoor settings. Thus, we updated the latest list of restricted companies, deciding to include Qualcomm. Simultaneously, adhering to the principle of mutual benefit, should the flagship nation adjust its so-called entity list. We welcome various quality companies to operate domestically, fostering a competitive environment. We are quite displeased with the inclusion of Earth Ring on the entity list. Let us not allow Snapdragon chips to be sold domestically. An unprecedented firmness emerged. With a sense of pride, having secured our own interests, we can confidently assert our stance. The East rejoiced, as a private enterprise received unwavering support from the state. How could it possibly fail? Concurrently, Earthring also issued an announcement on its official website. All products of the Earth Circle Company are strictly prohibited from being sold to the flag nation, both now and in the future. A company boldly confronts a nation. This incident has caused a tremendous uproar online. The comments beneath the Earth Circle Company's announcement surged to over 100,000 in an instant. The Earth Circle Company is the most remarkable entity I have encountered in my 32 years of singlehood. I am convinced that in the remaining 40 years of my solitary existence, no one will surpass it. The Earth Circle Company is indeed extraordinary. According to my great-aunt's nephew's grandfather, the Earth Circle Company is in the process of producing the sun, and the 8 suns shot down by Ho-E are set to reappear in the sky. Please keep shouting sun repeatedly. I'm quite exhausted from typing it so many times, but I managed to gather 8. These are the 3 highest-rated comments. Dongfang saw this while dining at a restaurant. Netizens were exceedingly thrilled, and some good Samaritans took screenshots of the announcement, translated them, and posted them on the official Facebook account of the White House. Keyboard warriors flocked to the post, elevating it to the top position. The flag nation remained unresponsive, while the White House was eerily silent. This phone is truly remarkable, far superior to that bitten apple. It charges fully in 5 minutes and lasts for 2 whole days. Biden sat in his office chair, holding a floral-patterned phone. Though the applications are a bit lacking. No Facebook, no Google services. Staff member 1, smiley face. Staff member 2, staff member 3. Is this your main concern? Vice President Harris stood beside Biden. A look of sheer awkwardness etched on her face. As you can see, the technological prowess of the Earth Circle Company far surpasses our own. Should our chips fall out of control, the ensuing issues would be monumental. It is no exaggeration to say that the overall strength of our nation would experience a significant leap forward. What do you suggest? Biden finally put down the floral-patterned phone. Though he was somewhat reluctant to part with it, he intended to keep it for himself. He had grown weary of charging his subpar Apple phone once or even twice a day. After all, the tech department assured him that this phone was entirely secure, with no backdoors. Based on the Intelligence Department's big data analysis, the success of the Earth Circle Company primarily hinges on its owner, Dongfang. I reviewed previous work logs, and it turns out that the Maxino Company had attempted to intervene on 2 occasions. The first was an attempt to steal the source code of the Smart Assistant, and the second involved an assassination attempt. However, due to personnel disappearing, the mission did not proceed. Thus, a comprehensive analysis suggests that Dongfang is likely under military protection from our nation. I propose luring the snake out of its hole. The specific plan is. Biden listened intently, nodding in agreement. As the leader of the most powerful nation, it is indeed a peculiar endeavor to plot against the head of a private enterprise from our rival nation. What a challenge for these two. Dongfang, calm and composed, exited the temperature-controlled workshop. He boarded a small electric vehicle designated for internal use, heading towards the office building. Just 5 seconds after Dongfang left, Deng Yuanji burst out of the temperature-controlled workshop, gulping down a bottle of water in rapid succession. As several individuals emerged from the workshop, their faces smeared with grease and a look of desperation evident in their expressions, they hurriedly seized bottles, tilting their heads back to chug their contents with fervor. Boss, no? Chairman, you're truly remarkable. This surpasses even what Baigu claimed, 1,000-fold, a myriad of times. As their thirst was somewhat alleviated, Deng Yuanji gazed at the electric bicycle carrying Dongfang, bewildered by the sight of such a thirsty crowd. To comprehend this situation, one must rewind 2 days prior, when Dongfang was dining in the restaurant, observing the spokesperson for Huawei robustly supporting the company. In a burst of impulsiveness, Deng Yuanji rushed in, believing fervently in the omnipotence of the boss as imparted by Baigu. Whenever challenges arose, whether technical quandaries or even personal crises such as a wife's difficult labor, the boss was deemed capable of resolving all with finesse. Hence, in his anxious haste, he dashed over, having forgotten all about the product of the smartphone. Chairman, are you eating? Have you finished? Could you eat a bit faster? I have matters to discuss. He blurted out in a series of hasty inquiries. Dongfang, feeling troubled, chose silence. Although Deng had capability and a sense of responsibility, his brashness was overwhelming. With a pointed gesture towards the half-finished bowl of rice, Dongfang resumed his meal. No rush, take your time. We can talk once you finish, Deng said, seating himself across from Dongfang, feigning nonchalance while glancing at his phone. Though his attention was predominantly on Dongfang's meal, Dongfang was unaccustomed to being scrutinized by a burly northeastern man of 19 meters. One might mistakenly assume they were engaged in some clandestine affair. Thus, maintaining a stern countenance, he instructed, "Step outside and wait for me. I will join you upon finishing." This boorish fellow certainly warranted no pleasantries. Upon noticing Dongfang's displeasure, he promptly rose and moved to the door of the small private room. not closing it, but leaning in to peer inside. Dongfang, amused by the sight, quickly finished the remaining rice and exited the room. What is it? Speak up. It seems your affairs are plentiful lately. Boss, our first mother machine has rolled off the assembly line. You must come see. What is this about roosters and hens? Be clear. It's the industrial mother machine, the working mother machine. We've finally succeeded in our research and it's currently being assembled. You must take a look. Chapter 77. First Flight. Thanks to Shang, the Celestial Duel, Phantom F, and several esteemed contributors, Dongfang's mood lightened considerably. This fellow was indeed capable. Let us go take a look. The two exited the office building, making their way directly to the machinery manufacturing plant. Within the assembly area of the workshop, Dongfang beheld a lathe devoid of its casing. The natural granite served as its base, and the lathe gleamed immaculately. It was unmistakably the high-precision CNC lathe. Chairman, behold. It merely awaits its casing. The machining precision can achieve 0.013 microns. Truly a high-precision CNC lathe. Your word alone is insufficient. Bring over a bead for inspection. Indeed, it was that very bead, albeit made of steel. This posed no challenge for Deng Yuanji, who swiftly secured the material and activated the lathe. Before long, a perfectly spherical bead, devoid of any visible flaw, was presented to Dongfang's hand. Equipped with a micrometer, measuring a diameter of 28,003 millimeters, 1 micron equals 0.0001 millimeters. Chairman, I shall turn another. This one doesn't count. Deng Yuanji felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was the first activation, and it merely reached the lower limit, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. The second measurement yielded 28,005 millimeters, which was even less satisfactory than the first. The third came in at 28,004 millimeters. It appears this machine's precision can only achieve a tolerance of 35 microns, falling short of a higher tier of accuracy. Chairman, this doesn't align with the precision we observed during our previous test run. Deng Yuanji scratched his head and retrieved a bearing ring from the workbench, presenting it to Dongfang. 68,002 millimeters, quite commendable. The preceding products indeed met the required precision. What could be the reason for this discrepancy? Feeling disheartened, Deng Yuanji called a few assembly workers aside to deliberate on the issue. Master Ma, you possess the most experience. Could you provide us with an analysis? Could it be due to vibrations? That is indeed possible. The others chimed in. But does that mean we need to disassemble it again and reassemble? That will take quite some time. Deng Yuanji expressed some reluctance. There is no alternative. Master Ma also scratched his head, acknowledging the lengthy process ahead. Dongfang, however, remained focused, donning gloves to meticulously examine the machine's assembly technique. Your Excellency, based on my analysis, these technicians have never produced such high-precision CNC machinery. They did not account for the necessary allowances for deformation due to vibrations during the assembly process. The first activation was acceptable, but once in operation, the motor's high-speed movement inevitably leads to structural microdeformations, thus diminishing accuracy. I have prepared the tolerance calculations and assembly workflow for you. Simply instruct the workers to follow the standard procedures. Nova's voice resonated in his mind. Deng Yuanji formulated a plan and returned to the machine's side. Chairman, it's likely a result of assembly. Perhaps you could attend to other matters, and we shall resolve this before your return? This blunt fellow was quite unceremonious. No need for such formality. I will oversee your assembly. Deng Yuanji exclaimed with enthusiasm. The workers exchanged puzzled glances, questioning whether the chairman and the manager had lost their senses. Did they truly understand the task at hand? Yet, with the boss's directive, they had no choice but to comply. However, such doubts vanished as they commenced the assembly, guided by Dongfang according to the workers' pace. The steps were clear and unambiguous. The workers merely had to follow the instructions, which even detailed the precise number of turns required for each nut. Deng Yuanji recalled the functionality of a mobile phone. Activating the recording feature, he nestled beside Dongfang, quietly placing the device behind him. He then donned gloves himself, engaging in the assembly process. The temperature in the climate-controlled workshop was quite high, and it was not until everyone was drenched in sweat that the disassembled lathe was restored to its former state. Let us conduct a test run. Dongfang confidently instructed Deng Yuanji. Once again, they measured the workpiece. 28,001 millimeters, 280,015 millimeters. The deviation between the two measurements was a mere 0.00005 mm. Perfect. Far beyond Deng Yuanji's imagination, the assembly procedures had been meticulously recorded, hadn't they? Deng Yuanji nodded his head fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain. This led to the exhilarating scene where everyone stood at the workshop entrance, exclaiming in awe. In the depths of the southwestern mountains, Lu Jiangwo stood atop the control tower, gazing at the 20 fighter jets, now equipped with new engines, roaring into the sky. At last, it has been accomplished. Lu Jiangwo's eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed with emotion. After years of dreams, the most formidable domestic fighter jet had finally acquired a powerful heart. Hao Fei, a test pilot for the Huawei Air Force, was selected as the pilot for the 20 fighter jets due to his exceptional flying skills. During its maiden flight years ago, he identified numerous issues with the aircraft, accelerating its development progress and leading to its eventual mass production. Today, he again took the helm of this new aircraft. Calmly seated in the cockpit, he awaited the speed to reach the flight's critical point before gently pulling the control stick. The 20 fighter jet lifted off the ground, accelerating and climbing. It swiftly reached the designated altitude. Dongdong 1 requests to break the sound barrier. Maintaining an altitude of 9,000 feet, it was ready for supersonic flight. Acknowledged. A tremendous sensation of thrust surged through him. Soon, the aircraft emitted a roar as it broke the sound barrier. Status good. Reduce speed in 2 minutes. Just as Wang Tao finished speaking, the aircraft suddenly jolted and began to roll rapidly. The malfunction light for the left engine flashed incessantly, and the display on his helmet visor blazed with alarming red. Nevertheless, as a seasoned pilot with exceptional skills, Wang Tao gradually adjusted the angle of the wings, swiftly stabilizing the aircraft's flight posture. However, the left engine trailed a plume of black smoke, causing the flight to become somewhat unsteady. Control tower, left engine malfunction. Requesting to return. Wang Tao's voice remained unwavering, firm, concise, and powerful. Regardless of the aircraft's condition, if he was forced to abandon it, he would assess the situation. The left engine suddenly stalled, and the circumstances were unclear. He would attempt to restart. The other engine was functioning well, and he could execute a return mission. Lu Jiangwo's heart raced once more. What had initially seemed like a foolproof maiden flight had suddenly encountered an unexpected crisis. If he could not return safely, although there was a black box, the cost would be too great. He could not afford to lose any of the invaluable ace pilots. Wang Tao indeed faced a formidable challenge, for if the aircraft lost power at high altitude, it would plummet like a hunk of iron, its immense weight dragging it downward with increasing speed. Yet he silently resolved within himself, he would not parachute, for the sake of the civilians below and the precious maiden flight data aboard the aircraft. Even at this moment, his life hung by a thread. Chapter 78. A call for help from the depths of the mountains. Ground rescue. Hurry, move faster. Fire, medical, and ground personnel, I need everyone on standby beside the runway. As soon as the aircraft lands, commence rescue operations immediately. We must save both Wang Tao and the aircraft. Lu Jiangwo could no longer remain in the control tower. After ensuring that all matters were in order, he made his way to the edge of the runway, anxiously gazing towards the horizon. 8 minutes. 8 heart-stopping minutes later, the familiar silhouette of the J-20 fighter jet appeared in the sky above the airport. Wang Tao gripped the control stick tightly as he descended onto the runway at a speed of 260 kilometers per hour. The parachute deployed, gradually slowing the aircraft, which was trailing black smoke, until it came to a safe halt on the tarmac. The fire truck, like a sword, surged toward the rear of the plane. The black smoke was enveloped by white mist. Medical personnel swiftly extracted Wang Tao from the ejected cockpit, where he had exhausted all his strength and slumped into the seat. He was immediately rushed to the hospital. The fighter jet was preserved impeccably, and fortunately, Wang Tao was not seriously harmed. The airport erupted in a fervent cheer, a cacophony of shouts. Such are our soldiers, the most admirable of individuals. Lu Jiangwo stood with palpable excitement before the aircraft engine detached from the J-20. Due to Wang Tao's repeated engine reboots during the return journey and the persistent black smoke upon landing, the engine bore signs of soot. Yet, none of this posed a significant issue. Researchers tirelessly connected various cables to the engine, as data flowed across the computer screens and was meticulously saved. Then, one by one, the cables were removed, each component subjected to rigorous inspection. Director Lu, look here, a researcher said, holding up a warped guide vane. Now, take a look at this. He pointed to a small rupture in the combustion chamber wall. Alas, the materials and precision machining still fall short. Lu Jiangwo's mind had already reached a conclusion. As disassembly and study progressed, the issues became increasingly apparent, validating Lu's earlier assessments. Although they had detailed data on material ratios and components of the engine, and skilled machinists capable of crafting intricate blades and parts, human craftsmanship inevitably bore imperfections. Even minute discrepancies could lead to dire consequences. What to do? Lu Jiangwo felt a surge of urgency within him. At that moment, a communication soldier approached him. Director Lu, a call from old Zhao. Jiangwo, how did the maiden flight go? Old Zhao's voice sounded jubilant. What is the matter? You're silent? Lu Jiangwo hesitated to speak. He had given everything without reservation. Yet the maiden flight had faltered. Old Zhao, one aircraft nearly failed to land safely. We almost lost it. The materials and processing techniques are inadequate. I feel ashamed to report to you. Haha, what is there to worry about? Recognizing 1's shortcomings is commendable. Isn't there's still one functioning aircraft? Indeed. We will refine our work and ensure mission completion. However, some matters were not as envisioned. Our nation had consistently employed Soviet-style engines. with production techniques and design philosophies rooted in two distinct systems. Thus, while Liu Jiangwo conducted his experiments, progress remained minimal. The researchers in the facility had been laboring day and night for a week, yet the problems remained unresolved. Liu Jiangwo sat at his desk, the pen poised over the paper, yet not a single word could be inscribed. At that moment, a news segment from the evening broadcast caught his attention. Within the 30-minute program, 2 minutes were dedicated to the Earth and Environment Company. From chips to operating systems, from the Xiaonhua speaker to ball screws, and to the industrial mother machine, Liu Jiangwo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Perhaps they possessed a solution. Su Lei, the scapegoat, appeared in Dongfang's office. "Dongfang, I must disturb you once more," he exclaimed, accompanied by a man with hair graying at the temples. Those acquainted with Liu Jiangwo would recognize him immediately. Out of military uniform, he appeared as an ordinary researcher, standing comfortably behind Su Lei. "Ah, Su Gu, what a rare visitor. Please, come in," Dongfang welcomed. As the three took their seats, "I heard you have managed to create high-precision CNC lathes? Indeed, have you not been watching the evening broadcasts?" Dongfang teased. "Your expression is quite deserving of a reprimand. You, lad, have become quite audacious now that Jinyu is absent. Who can discipline you? By the way, I haven't seen Jinyu lately. Has he returned to the capital?" It turned out Zhao Jinyu had been frequently calling, but for the past month, there had been no word from him. Dongfang had tried reaching out twice, but Jinyu had claimed to be busy. Su Lei casually inquired. "Jinyu is likely preoccupied with progress. He might be heading to the city, hence the busyness." "Oh, so I have someone in the city now?" Liu Jiangwo remarked. "Stop jesting. Let us visit your machinery manufacturing plant," Dongfang replied, and the group headed straight to the workshop. Deng Yuanji, the boorish fellow, was absent. The workers were diligently testing a recently assembled horizontal machining center. Through the glass window, metal components spun continuously, shedding copious metal shavings. Soon, an eagle in flight appeared on the machining center's fixture. Liu Jiangwo was exhilarated, leaning against the glass. "Is this a 7-axis 5-link machine? Quite the expert." Master Ma from the workshop joked. "How could it be otherwise? Just look at our products, and then observe the lifelike feathers of the eagle. Where did your control system come from?" Liu Jiangwo seemed oblivious to the jest. "All developed by our software company, 100% domestically produced," Dongfang interjected. "Keen to protect their interests. And the precision? Can it achieve 0.1 microns? The precision can reach 0.0501 microns." Dongfang was exceptionally familiar with this machine. "Su Lei, report immediately. This machining center must not be exported. It must be included in the export prohibition list," Liu Jiangwo commanded. "Understood, Director Liu." Su Lei recognized the significance. This might be yet another monumental breakthrough. Even for civilian use, they do not require such top-tier machining centers, Liu Jiangwo insisted, distress evident in his voice as he picked up the phone to report something privately. "Dongfang, you've launched another significant satellite. Nonetheless, it's fortunate. We are here today seeking assistance. However, it seems you have already resolved one major issue. As for the remaining challenge, let Director Liu address that himself." Upon noticing Liu Jiangwo hang up the phone, Su Lei deftly shifted the conversation, falling silent. "Comrade Dongfang, you have indeed resolved our formidable dilemma. Your excellence in metal equipment manufacturing is remarkable. Have you conducted any research on materials, particularly novel nickel-based and cobalt-based alloys?" With the resolution of a significant issue, Liu Jiangwo's spirits lifted considerably, and he tentatively inquired. Dongfang, brimming with delight, had been anticipating this moment, for the submission of documentation was not without purpose. There were indeed some achievements. Liu Jiangwo, once again entering a state of uncertainty, pondered, "Is there anything you cannot accomplish?" A small company that originated from software has, within a mere year, ventured into systems and intelligent assistance. Industrial mother machines are feasible, but when did you commence your research and development in metal smelting? His uncertainty resurfaced. Dongfang gazed at him with a smile. "Shall we visit the materials laboratory? Our research and development work is nearly complete. The equipment and procedural processes for standardized production have been finalized and are ready for factory implementation." Liu Hao, a third-year student from the materials department of Tsinghua University, had been assigned to intern at the materials laboratory of the Earth Environment Company in accordance with the collaboration agreement between the university and the company. Thus, he and his classmates had been at the company for nearly 2 weeks. The experience had left him in awe. Within this brief period, he had witnessed 3 groundbreaking advancements in world-class materials technology: titanium alloys, new nickel-based, and cobalt-based alloys. He understood that these materials were essential for manufacturing the so-called crown jewel of modern industry: aircraft engines, steam turbine fan blades, and turbine blades. More importantly, the research team, which had previously struggled with material ratios, swiftly established a formula following Chairman Dongfang's involvement. The properties of the resulting alloys were remarkably enhanced. As anticipated, within a few days, the equipment manufacturing plant delivered the blades. Their superior performance and consistent quality elicited cheers from the laboratory that soared through the roof. Consequently, Lu Hao devoted more time to his professional studies, intending to forego further academic pursuits after graduation, hoping instead to work in the laboratory of the Earth Environment Company. Many of his classmates shared this aspiration. Today, as he set out to observe the construction of the vacuum smelting furnace at the smelting plant, he noticed Dongfang approaching the laboratory building accompanied by several individuals from a distance. This prompted him to delay his departure, feigning forgetfulness, and he turned back toward the laboratory. In truth, he merely retrieved a document from his pocket and concealed himself behind the door. Dongfang and his companions entered the laboratory. A greeting rang in his ears. "Hello, General Dong." Upon turning, Dongfang recognized a researcher from the metal smelting materials laboratory, someone he vaguely remembered. With the company's continuous expansion, numerous new faces had emerged, including interns. Even with his prodigious memory, it was challenging to recall everyone. The mere fact that he had some recollection was indeed impressive. "Just in time, you have nothing to do. Summon Wang Chun to the metal laboratory on the second floor." Received. Observing the young man stride away, Dongfang gently nodded. This fellow is quite impressive. Having waited at the door well in advance, he proactively creates opportunities to showcase himself. While his academic prowess remains uncertain, his intellect certainly renders him a valuable asset. As the laser swept across, the glass door of the laboratory opened promptly. Lu Jiangwo could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed inside, primarily because he had just glimpsed the blades through the glass. A variety of blades, some large, some small, all radiating a charming metallic luster. Lu Jiangwo recognized that these were large gas turbine blades, for large ship steam turbines, and aviation engine fan blades. There was no doubt about it. He leaned in close to the turbine blades, donning gloves to gently caress them. His movements were minimal, as if he feared damaging these exquisitely crafted metal blades. "May I see the performance evaluation report?" Of course, Wang Chun has entered the laboratory. "Chairman, you have arrived." "Allow me to introduce," Lu Hao exclaimed, presenting a thick stack of documents to Lu Jiangwo. Without awaiting a response, he began elucidating the geometric shapes and dimensions of the blades, crack and defect detection, fatigue resistance, high temperature endurance, and so forth. Skipping the testing processes detailed in the report, he directly articulated the most critical technical parameters. Lu Jiangwo found himself involuntarily influenced by Wang Tao. Wherever the latter's introduction led, he would turn to the corresponding section of the report, setting down the document in his hands. Lu Jiangwo was certain that the blades capable of operating at 2,100 degrees high temperature were exactly what he needed. If only we had a 5-axis 7-link machining center, then our fighter jets would soar. Lu. He could no longer bear to witness the flush on the old man's face. Clearly, he was becoming overly excited. Oh, what's the matter, Director Su? Everyone is waiting for you. We've all finished reviewing. Do you have any comments? Lu Jiangwo finally regained his senses. Comrade Dongfang, may I inquire about your smelting preparation methods and processes, and how much the 5-axis 7-link machining center is for sale? When did I say it was for sale? Su Lei, Lu Jiangwo, Wang Chun, and Lu Hao interjected. Since it is not for sale, what are you bringing us to see? Just to show off? Dongfang, what is going on? Su Lei asked, somewhat irritated. The state has provided such substantial support to the company, and you respond with this attitude instead of expressing gratitude? Brother Su, do not rush. Allow me to explain slowly, Dongfang replied calmly. Firstly, the 5-axis 7-link machining center you see is our first prototype. Although the machining precision meets the requirements, it is quite unstable and certainly cannot be sold. Secondly, the metal smelting formula is the very foundation of our enterprise's survival. A closely guarded secret that cannot be sold. However, we can provide finished products. Dongfang blinked innocently, his reasoning remarkably sound. We will use it ourselves, rest assured. It will not be leaked. Name your price, and I will apply. Lu Jiangwo was becoming anxious, as the smelting formula was precisely what he needed most. High-precision machining centers can indeed be acquired through alternative avenues. The embargo agreements, after decades, have ceased to be as impenetrable as a fortress. Do you truly believe that? Lu Jiangwo fell silent. No matter the location, there is no shortage of those so-called leaders whose minds are cluttered with nonsense. With age, he realized that while his position could ensure certain guarantees, what would happen once he stepped down? Could he still confidently assert his earlier statements? You make a valid point. I shall report the relevant circumstances to Elder Zhao. Can the output of the alloy be assured? Su Lei nodded, taking the initiative to speak as he resonated with Dongfang's perspective. Moreover, he believed that with Elder Zhao's character, he would never engage in such a short-sighted endeavor. The smelting plant is on the verge of completion. There is no need for concern regarding output. We wholeheartedly welcome those who wish to purchase our products. Once the 5-axis 7-linkage technology is successfully developed, priority will be given to us for utilization. Simultaneously, I implore you not to sell to foreign entities or other enterprises. Lu Jiangwo remained undeterred. Why not? I can understand the foreign aspect. Why not for civilian use? Dongfang was puzzled. Such precise machining centers are generally unnecessary for ordinary enterprises. There are always companies that require them. We must also ensure our survival. No is simply no. Lu Jiangwo was exasperated. For the nation, he was willing to sacrifice everything, even if it meant enduring harsh criticism. It may be possible not to sell, but I have a condition. Dongfang smiled benignly at Zhu Lei. Chapter 80. Graphene Bulletproof Vests. Thanks to the user who loves lead-free century eggs, Jingbing. User 111100802. Speak, as long as it does not violate principles. I can report to higher authorities. Lu Jiangwo readily agreed, without even glancing at the signaling Su Lei. I have heard that private enterprises can also produce military products. Could you grant a qualification? Dongfang had been anticipating this inquiry. Do you know what requirements there are for producing military products? Su Lei chuckled. This fellow dared to face anything. I do not know, and even if I did, I wouldn't divulge it to you too. I can handle it directly. Keep pretending. Su Lei had no desire to even look at him. Allow me to enlighten you. Lu Jiangwo was well versed in this matter. His research institute collaborated with a private enterprise that provided parts for military aircraft. It is important to understand that unlike supplying raw materials, you must first possess superior products. Furthermore, you need 4 certifications. What are these 4 or 5 certificates? I'll collaborate with your unit without such cumbersome requirements, particularly pure-hearted Dongfang. It is not my demand. It is the nation's requirement. Do not digress. The 4 certifications are, with the continuous development of private enterprises in our country. The government has indeed relaxed the restrictions on military production by private firms. Many products from private enterprises surpass the quality of those from military enterprises, often at lower prices. Thus, the military also procures from them. However, the prerequisite is that the products of the enterprise must be exceptionally outstanding. Moreover, it is imperative to obtain Military Standard Quality Management System certification, Confidentiality Qualification certification, Qualification certification for weaponry manufacturing units, and weaponry research and production permission. Especially the last 2 items, which require approval from the highest management body of the military for the enterprise to produce military products. Thus, the difficulty is exceedingly great. Lu, you must be able to assist our company, right? Lu Jiangwo inwardly cursed. Was it my lack of clarity, or did you misinterpret my words? It is not feasible. If that's the case, then let it be. Su Gu, I'll see you both off. Perhaps we shall collaborate again in the future. This fellow, the moment negotiations falter, immediately seeks to usher us away. However, it is not impossible. Su Lei pondered for a moment. I can report to Zhao Lao, but do you have a product? Dongfang scratched his head, contemplating carefully. It seems I have no products. Ah, wait, I do have some graphene bulletproof vests, high-precision sniper rifle blueprints, and of course, we could also produce one if you agree. Additionally, there's the battlefield heavy load assistance robot, the robotic dog you must have seen. Dongfang, unperturbed, boasted vigorously, casting a sly glance at Su Lei when mentioning the robotic dog. Don't be ridiculous. The robotic dog is quite effective. Su Lei was rather appalled by the young man's antics. However, he had not seen the first 2 products. Though he had heard from comrades that the robotic dog was indeed quite useful, durable, and had a remarkably low failure rate. Very well, prepare yourself. I shall return in a few days. What about the processing center and alloy ingots? Lu Jiangwo interjected as he sensed the discussion was nearing conclusion. No problem. After the processing center is finalized, we will provide you with 3 units at a price of 50 million each, with a warranty of 3 years. The alloy will certainly be cheaper, at 200,000 per ton. How does that sound? Satisfactory, indeed, Lu Jiangwo eagerly agreed. This pricing and precision are quite reasonable. It is worth noting that abroad, a 5-axis 5-linkage processing center, even a single pendulum milling head, costs between 300,000 to 600,000, or even higher. More critically, they previously would not sell to us, regardless of our wealth. Even now that restrictions have eased, every processing center will be equipped with GPS tracking, limiting its usage. Military applications are absolutely prohibited. Foreign companies conduct regular inspections to ascertain how enterprises utilize them, and should they discover military applications well, they would remotely lock the control system, rendering it a mere large metallic ornament. Thus, Lu Jiangwo, of course, had no objections. In the experimental building below, Dongfang and Wang Chun had seen off their guests. Wang Chun, the senior, still could not shake off the title of boss. Do we have graphene bulletproof vests? I was unaware of this and have never engaged in such work. And what about that high-precision sniper rifle? Isn't it in development now? Dongfang placed his hands behind his back, ready to return to research and development. Ah, very well. What is his name? Dongfang pointed to Wang Tao, who was following behind. Oh, his name is Wang Tao. He is a 3rd-year student interning from Manhwa University. This lad is quite adept at navigating situations and possesses solid knowledge. As a senior, Wang Chun generously praised him. Oh, I thought he was one of our newly recruited researchers. Perhaps we should ask him if he would like to join our company after graduation. Very well. The 2 returned to the inorganic laboratory on the 3rd floor, prepared to commence research and development on the graphene bulletproof vests. Wang Chun sat at the computer, busily embarking on his modeling journey. He had never contemplated the use of graphene for creating bulletproof vests, and now he found himself ensnared in deep thought. 2 hours later, he managed to type a single line on his computer, graphene bulletproof vest mathematical model. He was at an impasse when, in a moment of frustration, he absent-mindedly tugged at a stubborn whisker that had escaped his razor. It was then that a voice from the east interrupted his reverie. Wang Chun, come take a look. This model should be nearly complete. All right, Wang Chun replied, striding over to peer at the computer screen. How beautiful, was his first impression. His second thought was, how did I not realize that graphene and diamond share the same elemental composition, carbon? His boss was indeed a genius. He had ingeniously arranged tiny tubular graphene into a honeycomb structure, forming a regular tetrahedron with stability equivalent to that of diamond. Do you have any suggestions? None. Wang Chun replied sheepishly, with my level of expertise, I am hardly in a position to offer any input. Well then, let us proceed. Satisfied, the Eastern figure nodded. Knowing this time there would be no assistance from Nova. The graphite was fed into the equipment, and a plasma thermal spray emitted a substance reminiscent of foam. Eastern tested its weight, remarkably light. He tugged at it forcefully. The material was extraordinarily hard, beyond the capacity of human strength to tear apart. The spray gun ceased its operation, and Wang Chun stepped forward to examine the foam-like object. Boss, let me conduct a performance test. Soon, a sharp intake of breath echoed in the air. Boss, this is incredible. Its strength exceeds that of steel of the same weight by 207 times. An area of 64,516 square millimeters can withstand an external force impact of 6,577,089, 365 kilograms. This means if it were fashioned into a diving suit, I could explore the Mariana Trench. You're amazing, boss. Eastern frowned. This won't do. If someone truly crafted a diving suit from it, while the underwater base would perform excellently, its foam-like nature does not meet the requirements for a bulletproof vest. I need to think further. Indeed, Wang Chun agreed. Caught in the same dilemma, what could be done to diminish some of its properties while altering its form for direct application in a bulletproof vest? Eastern fell into contemplation. Chapter 81. The first attempt. Thanks to the impoverished bookworm, Luab was Kamaiko, and the strangely lazy. How could one reduce certain performance characteristics while achieving a texture akin to fabric? All while aligning with the current technological capabilities of Blue Star? An idea struck him. Eastern recalled the scales of the pangolin. The pangolin's scales possess remarkable self-repairing properties. When subjected to severe impact that deforms them, they simply need to be immersed in water to quickly revert to their original state. Act on thought. He envisioned the unique structure of the pangolin's scales replaying in his mind. His hands moved rapidly, entering line after line of data until the software automatically generated a model identical to that of pangolin scales. He adjusted the distribution and arrangement of the micrographene tubes. Before long, Eastern completed the design plan. Wang Chun, standing behind Eastern, was left in awe, silently reminding himself that Eastern was human, not divine. What set him apart from others? The development of a new product typically spans 6 months to a year, leaving one with little more than a vague idea. However, in the East, it is akin to solving a linear equation. Enough dawdling, let us create something. Wang Chun sprang into action, positioning a synthetic resin board at the nozzle. As the plasma spray gun moved, a layer of black film enveloped the resin board. He gently touched it, finding the texture quite pleasing, remarkably smooth, not scaly at all. Time to test its performance. Stop touching it, Oriental gestured, unable to bear Wang Chun's foolish fondling of the resin board. Though it couldn't be damaged by mere touch, he murmured to himself as he approached the instrument, giving it one last firm pat before inserting it. Comfortable, slick. Not bad at all. Its strength surpasses that of steel by 60 times at the same weight. A square millimeter can withstand 1,200 kilograms of impact, after sustaining such force. Its shape rapidly disperses the impact energy without any damage to the resin board. Boss, if I wear this, I could withstand a 127 millimeters anti-material weapon. This will do. Let us finalize this design and produce some units. Understood. Oh, and add a layer of silicone lining. I want them to experience comfort. All right, you carry on. I'm off to the machine manufacturing plant. Deng Yuanji has been quite exhilarated these past few days. With the boss's assistance, the first 5-axis 7-link machining center has been successfully finalized. Clearly, Oriental had not spoken a single truth earlier. The prototype operates smoothly and performs exceptionally well. Therefore, once he completed his tasks, he dove headfirst into the workshop, eager to try out their high-end product. Just as he held the 100 Fidelity Bumblebee that he had personally crafted, someone tapped him on the shoulder. These kids are becoming increasingly disrespectful. Can they not see that I, an experienced driver, am at the wheel? He angrily turned around, ready to give the offender a lesson. Boss, hey, want to try this? It's quite enjoyable. Brute, am I the type to play with this? Oriental casually took the car model and fiddled with it a bit. Oh, not bad. This door can even open? The feel is quite nice, and it's still warm. Fun, isn't it? A broad face leaned in closer. Oh, it's all right. And he shoved the car model into Deng Yuanji's hands. Can you make guns? Oriental skillfully redirected the conversation. Is it a red tassel spear? That is simple. It's just that we don't have a red tassel in the workshop. It doesn't look good. A brute is indeed a brute. With such a whimsical thought process, Oriental stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance on the smooth workshop floor. Guns. Handguns. Rifles. I can shoot. Just don't make them. Considering your age, let us select a few skilled masters and follow me. Oriental produced a stack of blueprints. These were freshly printed from the office and still warm to the touch. Master Ma was the first to be chosen. How about a lightning 5-strike move? Followed by 4 others who appeared quite steady, suggesting they possessed considerable skill. The leader, the lathe, the milling machine, the forging press, the grinder, and the vise. Each one was handled with utmost precision. Indeed, these 5 individuals were masters of their craft. The seamless execution of dozens of processes such as fine forging, turning, milling, and wire cutting was truly remarkable. Components appeared one after another on the central workbench. It was not until Master Ma presented the most crucial part, the gun barrel, that the assembly became notably significant. A total of 56 components. But boss, how are we supposed to assemble this? Should we call a special police officer to teach us? Deng Yuanji's large face leaned in closer. For heaven's sake, can you just keep quiet for a moment? Dongfang couldn't help but curse. I can assemble it. Haha, I knew you could, boss. Just go ahead. Dongfang pushed aside the intrusive face before him. What is so difficult about it? Just follow the installation video playing in my mind, step by step. The barrel, firing pin, spring, hammer, sleeve seat, trigger, cheek piece, and Picatinny rail magazine. An immaculate sniper rifle materialized in Dongfang's hands. Overall length, 1,100 millimeters. Barrel length, 610 millimeters. Empty weight, excluding bipod, 65 kilograms. Muzzle velocity, 800 ms. Magazine capacity, 10 rounds. Effective range, 600 m. Compatible ammunition, 7.62 millimeters. Although it lacked an optical sight, the rifle's striking aesthetics could not be overlooked. Boss, let me touch it, Deng Yuanji said, nearly drooling. No man is indifferent to firearms, as evidenced by the few who were intently watching Deng Yuanji. You go first. After you're done, we'll take turns. This feels a bit peculiar. After all, this was a creation crafted by their own hands. Dongfang passed the rifle to Deng Yuanji, who accepted it without hesitation, fondling and sniffing it. He even rested it on his shoulder, making bayu, bayu, bayu sounds, showing no intention of relinquishing it to others. Enough already. Master Ma could no longer contain his impatience. With a deft move, he shoved Deng Yuanji aside and seized the rifle, mimicking the same antics Deng had just displayed. A crowd gathered around. Old Ma was outnumbered and eventually surrendered the sniper rifle. It was only after the last person had finished their turn that Dongfang reclaimed the rifle, attached the bipod, and placed it back on the workbench. If only we had bullets. We could try a few shots. Deng Yuanji's audacity knew no bounds. Get lost. If you want to shoot, go do it yourself. I have no time to entertain you. Once a person starts cursing, it becomes addictive. If one doesn't let out a few expletives, it feels incomplete. I've taken the rifle. Keep the blueprints safe for now. Dongfang thought to himself. You may not be able to shoot, but I certainly can. Last time, that assassin from the flag country left me with a pocket full of bullets. I must give it a try. Otherwise, when they come to inspect the equipment, they would have no idea about its accuracy. That won't he do. Nova, please bring the black briefcase to the designated spot. In the map of his mind, Dongfang marked a crimson dot. As you wish, Captain, he heard Nova's voice fade away. Dongfang ascended to the rooftop and vanished. Amidst the vast mountains of the Lust Plateau, voices suddenly echoed. Deactivate the optical cloaking system. A blue light rippled and vanished, revealing 3 shadowy figures at the edge of the mountaintop. Dongfang, armed with a sniper rifle, accompanied by 2 bionic robots. Captain, we will arrive in 5 minutes. Proceed to the opposite peak and set up the target. Activate the high-frequency intelligent silencing wave. With a flash of red in their eyes, the 2 robust men leaped from the mountaintop, sprinting towards the summit across the way. In less than 5 minutes, a bionic robot descended from the heavens, placing a black handbag at Dongfang's feet. The contents of the bag remained as he had seen them that night, indifferent to such rudimentary weaponry. Nova had preserved it solely due to Dongfang's fondness for it. As he opened the barrel, Dongfang discovered a white light scope and neatly arranged bullets. Clumsily, he attached the scope to the Picatinny rail and loaded the bullets one by one into the magazine. Under the guidance of the bionic robots, Dongfang squeezed the trigger for the first time. The sniper rifle recoiled, and the bullet soared forth, splattering earth beneath the target on the opposite peak. By the heavens, I missed. Captain, regardless of how precise the sniper rifle may be, the bullet's trajectory is a parabola. If you accurately calculate the impact point, you'll find shooting is quite simple. Of course, one must also consider environmental factors, such as wind speed, The bionic robot whispered in Dongfang's ear. Now's the time. Dongfang pulled the trigger a second time. A direct hit. He cycled the bolt and chambered a third bullet. The hole in the center of the target slightly widened. His formidable physique rendered the recoil inconsequential. Continuously cycling the bolt, he intentionally battered the target into disarray. Observing the scattered shell casings around him, Dongfang paused in his shooting. What a relief. Number 1. What is the shooting accuracy? Captain, the shooting position is 300 meters in a straight line from the target. After multiple measurements, the impact points can be confined within a spread of no more than 2 centimeters. So, at a distance of 300 meters, the 3 impact points are within a 2 centimeters radius? Indeed, Captain. Remarkable. Excluding anti-material sniper rifles, the most precise sniper rifle in Manhwa boasts a spread of merely 29 centimeters at 100 meters. If the distance extends to 300 meters, the spread rapidly increases to 87 centimeters. At 500 meters, it can only achieve 174 centimeters. Delighted, Dongfang stowed away the rifle. This was merely the first. As he and his masters honed their skills, this accuracy could improve further. Bulletproof vests, sniper rifles, mechanical dogs, all were firmly within his grasp. Old Zhao. This is how the matter unfolded. In the small courtyard of Huagua Zhonghai, Su Lei provided a detailed report on the visit from the Dihuan Company. Old Zhao remained silent, not entirely familiar with the requirements for private enterprises producing military supplies, and the multitude of issues was overwhelming. Did we not issue a document a few years back? Bring it to me, let me have a look. Su Lei, having anticipated this, promptly handed over the document in his possession. Zhao took out his reading glasses and sat at the table, meticulously reviewing each word. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the surface of the table. The quality of Dihuan Company's products is beyond reproach, receiving positive feedback from various military districts. Particularly, their graphene batteries have garnered immense admiration from the troops. For such an outstanding private enterprise, we ought to foster it vigorously. Exceptional cases can warrant exceptional measures. We should not be constrained by rigid regulations. Ignoring the circumstances of the enterprise, go visit various departments. Let everyone see for themselves. One must put the horse to the test. Indeed, 3 days after the shooting trial, Dongfang received a call from Su Lei. Have you prepared the bulletproof vests and sniper rifles you mentioned? Brother Su, I can assure you, you are welcome to come anytime. Dongfang reclined in his chair, confident and composed. Very well, we will form a group to come tomorrow morning. What? You're coming tomorrow? Can I still coax you? Su Lei returned his words. The following day, the Dihuan Company was adorned with colorful flags. A banner was hung at the entrance welcoming the esteemed leaders to visit Dihuan Company. Of course, the administrative head, Wang Tao, Wu-Ti mentioned that this was the same banner used to greet a previous inspection. The heads of the subsidiaries and management of Dihuan Company, dressed in specially tailored Zhongshan suits, stood in unison at the entrance of the building. 5 business vehicles lined up and smoothly arrived at the entrance, where the prepared staff promptly opened the doors. Su Lei, accompanied by a robust team of 23 individuals, disembarked one by one. Welcome, welcome. Dongfang's face radiated a brilliant smile. After ascending to the meeting room and settling in, Gao Yuan switched on the projector. Bulletproof vests, sniper rifles, drones, robotic dogs, each was introduced in succession. The astonishing data truly left the visitors awestruck. However, some voices raised concerns. Where did you acquire the bullets? Have the sniper rifles been tested? No. As a private enterprise, we do not possess bullets. All these data were simulated in our software. The authenticity is reliable. Dongfang took over the conversation. Then I have no further questions. Director Su has brought bullets today. Let us test them on site. They had come with a mission. Eager not to waste time. Naturally, Dongfang felt no fear, as the quality of the product cannot be fabricated. 5 brand new sniper rifles were placed on the shooting range that Dongfang had just set up. Dongfang, your venue leaves much to be desired. Su Lei frowned slightly. Did I not mention we would be coming? They could have at least made some preparations in advance. Simply laying down a carpet and placing 2 sandbags would have sufficed. This feels rather half-hearted. Feeling somewhat hesitant to express his thoughts directly, Su Lei opened the box he had been holding and laid out a collection of bullets on the table. It was then that Dongfang comprehended why Su Lei had not set down the box since stepping out of the vehicle. As long as it serves a purpose, he mused. We are a private enterprise. What need have we for a shooting range? Indeed, establishing a shooting range would be a waste if we did not possess the requisite qualifications. There would always be time to construct one later. After all, this young man has ample resources. In Chapter 83, Project 171, Su Lei pulled back the bolt, causing a bullet to be chambered. He took a deep breath, licked his fingertip with his tongue, and raised it. A gentle breeze from the southeast at level 1. Brother Su, is there a wind speed gauge here? Dongfang inquired as he approached. Su Lei, somewhat frustrated, accepted the wind speed gauge. Realizing it was remarkably similar to what his finger had detected, he adjusted the white light scope and pulled the trigger. A resounding bang echoed as the bullet struck true, hitting the target's bullseye. Tenring. The target announcer called out loudly. After 2 shots, each registered a perfect 10. The sensation was exquisite. Sule had developed an affection for the sniper rifle marked with DH-01. Its recoil, length, and cheek rest angle were all exceptionally comfortable. The dispersion range measured around 1 centimeter, as reported by Sule's companions. Excitement filled the air. A few stepped forward. One seizing a rifle and taking position at the shooting range. Judging by his stance, he was undoubtedly an experienced weapon tester. The sounds of gunfire echoed over the Dihuan Company grounds. While his marksmanship might not match Sule's, the dispersion was kept within 12 to 13 centimeters. Soon enough, the ammunition brought by Sule was entirely expended. The outcome was evident. It had flawlessly passed all the testers' evaluations. As for the bulletproof vests, they were soft, comfortable, and remarkably effective. The drones and robotic dogs, enhanced by the capabilities of the Xiao Nua intelligent assistant, could be manipulated in myriad ways by users. These individuals arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Once the testing concluded, they formed groups to leave, even dining on the plane. Chairman, thanks to our collective efforts during this period, the establishment of the subsidiary has been completed, staffing is in place, and operations are running smoothly, Gao Yuan reported. Walking alongside Dongfang. What has Zhang Chong been up to lately? Dongfang inquired. I caught a brief glimpse of him this morning, but he hurried off as soon as the event concluded. Dongfang understood the challenges faced by those unfamiliar with the biopharmaceutical industry. For someone with no prior knowledge to suddenly manage a biopharmaceutical company, the difficulty was apparent. Recently, it seemed he had been preoccupied with learning, expressing that he was not to squander your trust. Never mind, have him come to my office, Dongfang instructed. Understood. I'll have Wang Tao notify him, Gao Yuan replied. With no further exchange, the two made their way back to the office building. Perhaps due to their leisurely pace, just as Dongfang settled into his office chair. Zhang Chong knocked and entered. Boss, you called for me? He inquired, still clad in a lab coat as he had just emerged from the laboratory. Indeed. I find myself lacking in understanding, merely following the lead of the researchers to learn. I must swiftly immerse myself in my role, for I cannot afford to disappoint your expectations. I have no particular matters to discuss with you, save for inquiring how your recent endeavors have progressed. The biopharmaceutical subsidiary has yet to gain traction, and I, Dongfang, wish to glean some insight. My superior, at this moment, I truly find myself at a loss regarding my next steps. Might you offer some guidance? Zhang Chong has also thrown caution to the wind. After all, there is no shame in speaking freely to one's own superior. Have you ever contemplated the notion of generics? Generics? Pharmaceutical generics, you ask? I have indeed entertained the thought. However, there are patents to consider. Zhang Chong has pondered this as well, particularly when his mother fell ill and the exorbitant targeted therapies weighed heavily on his mind. Fear not. Dongfang presented a stack of documents. Take this back with you. Let us commence with generics. Zhang Chong lowered his gaze to discover it was a preparation method for targeted drugs for squamous lung cancer. Very well. I shall return to my tasks at once. Zhang Chong, filled with excitement, turned on his heel and dashed away. In less than 5 days, Dongfang received a parcel. It was sent by Sule. The staff dared not open it and delivered it directly into Dongfang's hands. He began to read aloud the names of the 4 certificates: Military Standard Quality Management System Certification, Confidential Qualification Certification, Weapons and Equipment Manufacturing Qualification Certification, and Weapons and Equipment Research and Production License. These were the coveted military credentials that Dongfang had long desired. Freshly issued and still warm. Haha, Dongfang was elated. What shall be the next research endeavor? Specialized vehicles? Tanks? Armed helicopters? Engines? Transmissions? And then, the manufacturing of vehicles. This is a matter that weighs heavily on the hearts of a nation. Without hesitation, Dongfang noted that the funds in his account had comfortably surpassed 10 billion. What could possibly deter him? Yuan Go, come to my office, Dongfang said as he hung up the phone, mentally calculating his next steps. Currently, the Earth Environment Company lacks the qualifications for automobile production. However, he felt no trepidation regarding the technology. The most efficient and swift route would be to acquire an automobile company with insufficient experience. Nashajia, Dongfang pondered, recalling that this was a name even billionaires hesitated to accelerate with. Just then, Gao Yuan entered. Yuan Go, I need you to draft a merger proposal. A merger proposal? Which company are we acquiring? Gao Yuan inquired, perplexed. Nasha Jia Automotive, have you heard of it? Yes, I have heard whispers. It is reputed to be a remarkably impressive joint venture. But what do we seek from this enterprise? The chairman should reconsider. Gao Yuan nearly sputtered his tea across the desk in disbelief. Why would they pursue such a lackluster automotive manufacturer? Did Dongfang wish to be the subject of national ridicule? No, it was evident that Dongfang must have recognized the value of this company's qualifications, given that Earth Environment Company was still without them. Dongfang shook his head. What I require is automotive production qualifications, not the flights of fancy you are conjuring, which are no different from childhood musings. Very well, Gao Yuan conceded. aligning with Dongfang's assessment. I shall prepare an investigative report. You will have the final say on the upper limit of the price. As the two engaged in discussion, Dongfang's secretary knocked and entered. Chairman, I have received an invitation to the World Artificial Intelligence Conference. After speaking, the striking young woman, standing at an impressive height of 17 meters, placed a red-covered invitation adorned with lines of code upon Mr. Dongfang's desk. Esteemed Mr. Dongfang, we are pleased to announce the World Artificial Intelligence Conference will be held in Tokyo on November 1st, 2021. Your esteemed knowledge and accomplishments have garnered our admiration, and thus we sincerely invite you to grace us with your presence. Venue, Mandarin Oriental Hotel, Tokyo. Date, October 24th, 2021. Hosted by the Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry of Japan. Dongfang furrowed his brow. Originally, the World AI Conference was to be hosted in the illustrious city of Magic Capital in Manhwa, so it was perplexing that Japan had decided to take the reins. Moreover, they had singled him out for an invitation, to attend or not to attend. In the palace of the flag state, Bidang was seated in his office, engrossed in his floral-themed mobile phone. Mr. President, the Diwan Corporation has received the invitation, and the 171 encirclement plan has officially commenced. The vice president entered with a knock. The bait has been cast. Whether it bites is beyond our control. Bidang tapped the desk and set aside his cherished mobile device. Those two old fellows. Chapter 84. Attending the conference. Gratitude to Hong Hao, who loves crispy roast meat. Aspiring to transcend, and lonely. The phone rang, and Dongfang picked it up, discovering it was Zhao Jinyu. It had been some time since their last communication. Brother Yu. What a surprise. You're quite the busy bee. Zhao chuckled, having recently been reassigned to work in Yan'an City. His new role was as a deputy, overseeing the economic and information technology sectors. I heard from the director of the management committee that you received an invitation. Dongfang glanced at the invitation in his hand, his brow knitting once more. Indeed, but how did you find out? The invitation was delivered to you via the management committee. What are your thoughts? Dongfang realized that the director had likely leaked the information to showcase his own importance. I have no particular thoughts. The Japanese have no good intentions, and I do not plan to attend. That's precisely my sentiment. This call was merely to remind you. Zhao nodded, reassured that Dongfang was aware of the implications. You decide whether to go or not. If you choose to attend, I will inform my grandfather to send someone to protect you. With that, he hung up, burdened with his own responsibilities. Declined the invitation, citing other commitments. Dongfang instructed his secretary, who promptly left the room. The phone rang again. What prompted you to call me? Dongfang answered upon seeing it was his mother. Is it not permissible for your mother to call you? Came the familiar voice through the receiver. Of course. You can call whenever you wish. Father, today I won a grand prize. A 7-day free trip for two to Japan. She exclaimed in delight. I never expected that buying a piece of clothing would bring such good fortune. I want to take your father. We've been married for so long. Always busy earning money, and we've yet to travel. Dongfang found himself furrowing his brow more than on any other day. These individuals are resolute in their pursuit of their objectives. Unable to take action themselves, they have turned to their parents. Should they encounter further failure, they may even seek assistance from their grandmother. Dongfang was incensed. Did they take him for an ordinary person? He was determined to confront this group of miscreants. Mother, if you wish to go, then by all means, do so. I have provided you with a bank card. Use it as you please. Indeed, his parents had tirelessly dedicated their lives to the family, never truly savoring the joys of life. Mother, we are not lacking your small contribution. The profits from the mutton shop suffice. Dongfang had refrained from disclosing the company's affairs to his parents, initially out of fear that they would chastise him for not focusing on his studies. As the company flourished, he found himself at a loss for words, fearing they might think he was deceiving them. After all, he had never participated in any interviews. You both can rest assured, with my academic prowess, matters such as buying a house and marrying are not for you to worry about. Now, focus on your studies. Just wanted to let you know goodbye. His mother promptly ended the call, preoccupied with packing, uncertain of the weather in the foreign land and what clothing to bring. Dongfang set down the phone. Yuan, please prepare the investigative analysis report. We shall discuss it later. Also, inform Wang Jejia that the invitation has been accepted. She should proceed with obtaining her passport. Understood. He watched Gao Yuan leave. Dongfang summoned Nova. Nova, dispatch a 5-member team to accompany my parents, with me as the primary target. There should be minimal danger in their vicinity. Certainly, Captain. You need not worry. I have prepared a nano-assisted mech briefcase for you, allowing you to don the armor at any moment. Furthermore, your belt is equipped with a miniature energy shield, provided you are not struck by large-scale destructive weaponry. You will have ample time to don your armor. Very well, let us confront these little rascals. A bewildering journey awaited. This was the sentiment of Dongfang's parents once they boarded the plane. Since they had won a prize, naturally, there would be no business class offered. Yet, in economy class, could it not be a bit more normal? Why were there 5 imposing men clad in black suits and sunglasses surrounding them? 1 on the right, 2 in front and behind, and the left was the window, forming a perfect encirclement. You must have purchased your tickets together, right? My husband and I could switch seats with you. You can sit together. No, we are not together, replied the expressionless humanoid robot. Are you trying to deceive me? You all look identical. Even your handbags are the same. How can you claim otherwise? Dongfang's mother was quite vexed. Dong Yin tugged at his wife's hand. Let it be. If they wish to encircle us, so be it. However, soon, Dongfang's mother became entirely oblivious to the 5 individuals. Once the plane reached cruising altitude, the breathtaking scenery outside captivated her. Large, billowing clouds assumed various shapes, gleaming white and adorned with golden edges in the sunlight. The sky was a brilliant blue, unlike the perpetually gray skies of West Coast City. Thus, she found herself particularly enchanted, almost entranced by the view. 4 hours later, the plane descended upon Narita Airport in Tokyo. My neck ached. Even the most exquisite scenery becomes tiresome, let alone the monotonous sky. The mother of Dongfang, having dined on the in-flight meal, succumbed to slumber. Upon opening her eyes again, the aircraft had already landed. Oh, young man, please make way, Dong Yin remarked, observing the immobile figure of the first passenger. The 5 of them rose in unison, traversing the aisle in a formation of 3 in front and 2 behind, enveloping Dongfang's parents in the midst. What is the hold-up? Don't block the way, Dongfang's mother exclaimed, retrieving her small bag from the overhead compartment. All right. The first passenger responded, yet the 5 remained stationary. Forget it. Let us move. Dong Yin, possessing a good temperament, preferred to avoid any trouble while abroad. He intended to guide his wife around the group. However, as soon as they took a step, it was as if they had rehearsed, and the 5 simultaneously advanced. Dongfang's mother endured, realizing they were, in fact, not obstructing the path. Upon disembarking, the 5 rearranged themselves, with the first passenger leading the way, flanked by 1 person in front and 1 behind, encasing the couple in a protective circle. For heaven's sake, you 1T stop, will you? Time rewound to 4.5 hours earlier, where Dongfang stood in the airport waiting hall, bidding farewell to his parents as they boarded the plane. Nova, you must provide 24-hour personal protection without a single misstep. As you wish, Captain. This led to the scene his parents later encountered. Then let us depart. Dongfang waved his hand, and the 3 individuals from the chairman's office immediately rose from their seats, grasping their luggage to follow Dongfang. I'm coming, young rascals. Chapter 85, Surprise? Thanks to 978711189, 3 stone blocks, and lonely, at Tokyo Narita Airport, Dongfang and his companions disembarked. Just an hour prior, Dongfang's parents had summoned the police of the Neon Nation, which allowed 5 burly men to step back a bit. After all, they had done nothing but stand too close. At the exit, a sign was held aloft, inscribed with the characters, Mr. Dongfang from the Ground Ring Company. The sign bearer was obscured by the throng, revealing only a pair of delicate hands. Dongfang approached, and it was indeed a young lady. From the side, her figure was quite appealing, clad in a fitted black uniform dress, her curves accentuated, and her beauty rated at least a 90 out of 100. She was peering into the crowd, slightly diminutive in stature, rising onto her toes to glance around, her long, lustrous black hair cascading in waves with her movements. Hello. Are you here to pick me up? Dongfang halted beside her. The girl appeared startled, her shoulders trembling slightly as she turned her head. With air bangs and shoulder-length black hair, her small, fair face bore a hint of baby fat, and her large, round eyes gazed intently at Dongfang, as though still recovering from her fright. Rating her at above 95 in his mind, Dongfang was impressed. What did you say? Her voice rang out like a melodious bird. I said, I am Dongfang. Are you here to pick me up? The girl's face immediately flushed with a rosy hue, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Yes, indeed. I am Zhao Qing, the sister of Zhao Jinyu. It's a pleasure to meet you. With a graceful gesture, she extended her hand and exchanged a handshake with Dongfang. My brother asked me to fetch you. Being the busy man he is, he didn't even send me a picture of you. He merely provided the flight details. Thus, I devised this method to locate you. So this is what Zhao Jinyu referred to as a surprise, having his own sister come to meet me. Nevertheless, it was indeed somewhat of a delightful surprise. Hello, thank you for coming to pick me up. This is my first visit to this foreign land, and I am quite unfamiliar with the surroundings, so I truly did not know how to get to the hotel. Not to worry. I drove here and will take you there. Ah, so you are Dongfang, the prodigy my brother has spoken of so highly, a rarity above and below. After expressing her admiration, she circled around Dongfang a few times. Is there really anything particularly special about you? You are merely tall, handsome, and youthful. No, I must delve deeper into this before forming any conclusions. The girl's face flushed even more, her bold thoughts leaving her embarrassed. Goodness, what am I thinking? What are you exclaiming about? Would you like some water? Dongfang smoothly transitioned from a straightforward man to one of unwavering resolve. It's nothing. Shall we be on our way? With that, she turned and tossed the makeshift sign into a nearby trash bin. Zhao Qing arrived in a white foam Tian van, adorned with numerous anime characters, which which starkly contrasted with her formal attire. Oh, you also like Luffy? Dongfang noticed the iconic wide grin. Absolutely, he is my favorite. I shall become the Pirate King, Zhao King exclaimed, striking a pose. Seeing Dongfang and his companions rendered speechless, her cheeks reddened even more than before. Once she had somewhat composed herself, Zhao King inquired, is the destination the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Tokyo? I recall the conference is being held there. Yes. Are you familiar with the route? Dongfang resumed his aloof demeanor. Of course I am. By the way, Dongfang, how old are you this year? When a woman expresses curiosity about a man, it often signifies her growing interest. During the hour-long drive, Zhao King, like an ardent admirer, showed profound interest in every facet of Dongfang's life. From his age to his family background, his company, and even his products, she absorbed every detail. Ultimately, she successfully added Dongfang on WeChat. Naturally, Dongfang learned that she was studying abroad and shared his age. Her favorite anime was One Piece, and her preferred color was Princess Pink. Even after Zhao King drove away, Dongfang found himself in a state of contemplation. What a jumble of sentiments. Pink is pink. But what is this Princess Pink nonsense? One must admire the exceptional service in this foreign land. Upon learning that Dongfang and his companions were attending the World Artificial Intelligence Conference, the staff greeted them with utmost deference, efficiently completing their check-in and escorting them to their rooms. Dongfang watched, feeling a twinge of discomfort from the excessive bowing. However, it must be said, this hotel was indeed impressive. It served as the stronghold of the Mitsui Group, located in one of Tokyo's premier business districts. Right next to the prominent Mitsukoshi department store, the hotel is situated on the 38th floor of a skyscraper, where one can gaze upon the majestic Mount Fuji to the west and the Tokyo Sky Tree to the east. On clear days, both magnificent sights are visible at a glance. Dongfang carefully placed his portable bag, a first-generation assistive mech, and after checking his belongings and freshening up briefly, he, along with Wang Tao and a few others, made their way to the sole Michelin-starred Chinese restaurant in the building. Since it is said that the head chef hails from Hong Kong. What is this? Overly sweet and utterly unpalatable? Dongfang is not fond of Cantonese cuisine. He prefers the robust flavors of northern dishes, rich in salt and oil, which truly tantalize the taste buds. Exquisite indeed. It is worthy of the greatness of Chinese cuisine. What I had in the flag country was absolute rubbish. These mercenary businessmen only care about profit. A voice of admiration echoed, fluent in the language of the flag country. Dongfang was captivated by the exclamation from a handsome young man with golden hair and blue eyes. He was further amused by the sight of him clumsily maneuvering his chopsticks to seize a piece of sweet and sour pork. Is it truly that delectable? So sweet that just a couple of bites could become overwhelming. Perhaps being in a foreign land with his subordinates, the biomechanical robots lacked engaging conversation. Encountering such a lively character, he felt inclined to strike up a dialogue. Is it truly delicious, sir? You seem to have barely eaten any. The young man was quite talkative, enthusiastically explaining the flavors of sweet and sour pork to Dongfang. Would you like to try some? He warmly invited. No. Are you here for tourism? No. I am here to attend the Artificial Intelligence Conference. And you? Grace had not heard standard English for several days. The pronunciations of the little devils were utterly bewildering. Thus, he inquired a bit further. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Dongfang, also here for the conference. I am Grace. Then see you at the conference. Dongfang observed Wang Tao and the others finishing their meal and stood up to depart. Meanwhile, in the palace of the flag country, two elderly gentlemen convened in an office. Your Excellency, the fish is caught. Shall we unexpectedly reel it in tonight? Bai Deng shook his head. The fish's vigilance is too high at present, which could lead to unforeseen complications. Let's bide our time until it relaxes its guard, then seize the opportunity. Remember, we need it alive. You all enjoy yourselves. I'm off to watch a baseball game. By the way, this flower phone's battery is impressive. Why can't they fit it into a rotten apple? Pence replied, no. The Earth Circle Company does not sell. Darn it. It was you who claimed the Earth Circle Company affects national security, which led me to sign. Chapter 86. The Flavor of Grilled Meat. Thanks to Qingjing Daoist, Mengming Mama 0718. Phantom F no. The Global Artificial Intelligence Conference lasts 3 days. Dongfang is scheduled to speak twice, once at the opening ceremony and once at the closing ceremony. Although he harbors some reluctance to expose himself to the public eye, he endures it for the safety of his parents. This also provides an opportunity to discuss his graduation and the establishment of his company with them. During the opening ceremony on the first day, an elderly gentleman from the flag country was reportedly introduced with great fanfare. Hello everyone, I am Dongfang, the chairman of the Earth Circle Company, also recognized as the developer of the renowned Xiao Nua assistant. Thunderous applause erupted in the conference hall. No artificial intelligence worker is unaware of the esteemed Xiao Nua assistant. They were exhilarated to encounter a living legend, thus extending the warmest of welcomes. It was a pleasure to meet everyone here, and I extend my gratitude to the organizers for their invitation. Although Dongfang said nothing, His mere presence attested to the high caliber of the intelligence conference. The organizer, an elderly gentleman, was visibly moved, nodding vigorously and repeatedly exclaiming, "A Rigao duo. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Dongfang. Do you remember me?" A handsome young man with golden hair emerged from the crowd. It was Grace, the very person he had dined with that day. "Grace, is there something you need?" "Wonderful. Esteemed Mr. Dongfang, I have numerous questions I wish to ask you. I never anticipated you to be the developer of the intelligent assistant. I am your devoted fan." Upon realizing he had been recognized, he hurriedly approached Dongfang, his fervor nearly prompting him to kneel in reverence. "Please, don't go. Let us converse for a moment. Mr. Dongfang, may I inquire about several matters?" Grace was relentless. After learning Dongfang's room number, 3802, he spent 10 hours each day waiting outside, ready to approach the moment Dongfang stepped out. Eventually, Dongfang could no longer endure the persistence and granted him an audience. It turned out that Grace was a graduate student at the flagship National Institute of Physiology, primarily studying artificial intelligence. At his professor's behest, he attended the conference, having been captivated by Xiao Nua's assistant since his first use. After exhausting all methods to hack it, he became an ardent admirer, his greatest desire being to meet the assistant's creator. Hence, his overwhelming enthusiasm that day. Nevertheless, Grace possessed a solid foundation, particularly in intelligent algorithms, rivaling that of so-called professors. His high level of divergent thinking often left Dongfang pleasantly surprised. The two forged a budding friendship. On the third day, amidst resounding applause, Dongfang concluded his speech, and the artificial intelligence conference came to a successful close. That evening, at 10 o'clock, Dongfang returned to his room, somewhat perplexed. He had been acutely observant of those around him, detecting no anomalies, save for Zhao Qing's repeated invitations to socialize, with nothing particularly noteworthy occurring. Could his earlier conjectures have been mistaken? As he pondered his experiences, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Great one, hurry and open the door. We are going to tonight's banquet, where there will be many lovely ladies." Grace's voice called from outside. Reluctantly, Dongfang opened the door. "You go ahead. I am not fond of such gatherings. Come on, many people wish to meet you, including my professor." Unable to resist Grace's persistent coaxing, Dongfang donned his attire and grabbed his handbag in preparation to depart. "Why are you carrying a handbag? Does it matter? Just lead the way." As the two grand doors swung open, the lively chatter of the crowd immediately enveloped them. Men and women adorned in resplendent attire mingled amidst the throng, their laughter and the clinking of glasses resonating in the air. Upon entering, Dongfang instantly became the center of attention, despite his casual Li-Ning sportswear and the bag he carried. The crowd, a sea of faces, surged towards him. "Hello, Mr. Dongfang." The cacophony rendered it nearly impossible to discern the source of the greeting. After collecting an abundance of business cards and receiving affectionate kisses from numerous foreign women, he and another person finally squeezed their way to a long table laden with food. "Dongfang, I've been waiting for you," came Zhao Qing's voice. "What are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be? I was invited." She wrinkled her nose playfully, lifting her gown as she approached. "Finally caught you. You've been avoiding my invitations, HM. I've been busy with meetings, you know." "Excuses." As Dongfang stepped into the banquet hall, over 50 black-clad individuals, their faces obscured save for their eyes, swiftly dispersed from below, heading towards the perimeter of the hall from various directions. Number 1. The Cheetah team has reached the building's power distribution center. Number 1. The Black Hawk team has arrived at the elevator control center. Number 1. The building's security system has been compromised. Number 1. At the designated position outside the banquet hall. 1 minute until power supply cutoff. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Commence operations. Maintain radio silence. The man referred to as Number 1 commanded. Meanwhile, Dongfang engaged in playful banter with Zhao Qing, stuffing sushi into his mouth. Suddenly, the hall was engulfed in darkness. "What is happening? Is there a power outage?" Someone shouted from the crowd. "Captain, we've discovered someone has cut the power. I knew those little rascals were up to something. They were just waiting for me to lower my guard." Dongfang set down his food and picked up the bag from the table. Abruptly, a soft body lunged at him, clutching his clothing tightly. "I'm scared of the dark." It was Zhao Qing. The main doors burst open, glass shattering, and countless canisters of tear gas were hurled inside. "We are looking for a Mr. Dongfang. Everyone else, please exit through the main doors, and do not call the police. This area has been sealed. Non-compliance will not be tolerated," echoed Number 1's voice. "Oh, they aren't even trying to hide it. They've come out in the open." Dongfang instructed the bionic robot beside him. "All right, take them away. What about you?" The two were swiftly dragged off. Pressing the activation button on his bag, the first-generation mech enveloped Dongfang like liquid metal. As the thrusters ignited beneath him, he shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. The black-clad figures at the entrance heard the whoosh and looked up through their night vision goggles, catching sight of 2 blinding green lights. Just as one managed to shout danger, he was struck down, crashing onto the shattered marble floor. Number 3 witnessed the scene unfold. "Fire!" The figure clad in armor was not something they could engage in hand-to-hand combat. A barrage of bullets erupted. Amidst the concentrated fire, the occasional sound of the mech being struck rang out. The atmosphere grew tense as he accelerated, unable to be contained. A tremendous howl reverberated through the banquet hall, circling the room before halting at the entrance. Oriental glanced down, noticing that the so-called elites, once impeccably dressed, were now sprawled on the ground, silent. The only sounds were the hissing of flesh seared by high-frequency pulse daggers and a familiar aroma wafting through the air. It resembled the scent of roasted meat. Additionally, there were faint sounds of water. Had someone relieved themselves? And distant sirens echoing in the background. Captain, Number 1 is currently in the main control room of the building. Their radio has long been compromised, and no information has leaked from the banquet hall. Very well, I shall go meet this Number 1. Chapter 87. The demolition team arrives. Thanks to Phantom F, Shadow, Youth, and Dream, aiming for cultivation, Oriental activated the visual cloaking system. Moving like a specter to the staircase leading to the control room, there stood 2 men in black attire. Such a waste of talent. Did a mere businessman warrant this many operatives? I hear the previous 2 plans have failed, which is why we were dispatched. Do they even deserve this? Oriental approached, grasping each man's head and colliding them together. With a resounding thud, they fell to the ground, akin to 2 overripe watermelons, their insides splattered everywhere. Thank goodness for the energy shield. Otherwise, the sight would have been quite revolting. Stepping over the fallen men, he pushed open the door. It's me. I'm just going to the restroom. The voice that emerged was identical to that of the guard at the entrance. The guard stationed beside the control room paid no further attention. Oriental theatrically sauntered over to the 2 men, employing the same tactic once more. Again, 2 overripe watermelons. Number 1. The catcher is calling the fishing vessel. The net has been successfully cast, and we are proceeding with the operation as planned. Please await the catch. The dinghy has been dispatched, and the hull can be transferred back to the fishing vessel. Understood, Number 1. Following this, the radio fell silent, with no further sounds emerging. The man who identified himself as Number 1 sat leisurely in the main control room, reporting the progress of the mission to the so-called fishing vessel. His mood was buoyant. Over 40 special operations personnel were tasked with apprehending an ordinary company owner, an effortless endeavor. All he had to do was wait. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Number 1 felt a surge of delight. When had these rough soldiers become so courteous? Come in. As the door swung open, he was met with the sight of the 2 fallen men and a shadow, which promptly collapsed. Introduce yourself and explain your purpose for today. Without a moment's hesitation, Oriental administered a truth serum to the combat personnel. I am Hayden, affiliated with the 1st Special Forces Division D of the Flag Nation Army, dispatched by the Army Command to execute Plan 171 for fishing. My mission codename is Number 1 Catcher. Hayden stared blankly, providing clarity. How many have arrived? How did you come? A total of 51 special operatives executed this mission, entering seamlessly from the Okinawa base with the full assistance of the self-defense forces of the land of the rising sun. I believe our target will soon be captured. Is there a contingency plan? No. The fishing vessel has already dispatched a dinghy. Once the target is apprehended, they will be promptly returned to the vessel. What is the fishing vessel? What is the dinghy? The fishing vessel refers to an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, while the dinghy is a police car from the land of the rising sun. Damn these little devils. It's one thing for the flag state to apprehend me. I have not even touched you, and yet you voluntarily reveal yourselves. Once again, it's the self-defense forces and the Metropolitan Police. Infuriated, the Eastern operative swiftly snapped the neck of the first individual. Shattering a window, he leaped out, targeting the Chiyoda district of Tokyo. If we are to play, let us play grandly. A shadow darted between the buildings, rising and falling, as the surrounding scenery blurred into mere phantoms due to the rapid speed. He had just been atop one building, only to vanish in an instant and reappear on the rooftop of another, like a specter. Mom, what was that? A boy, freshly bathed, seemed to glimpse a shadow flit past the window. His mother approached the window and peered outside, seeing nothing. We live on the 20th floor. It must have been a bird. It's quite late. You should go to sleep. 10 minutes later, the Eastern operative halted at Kitamaru Park. Flanking the park were 2 notably famous structures, the Imperial Palace and Yasukuni Shrine. Haha, I've got you now. The shrine, belonging to the Little Devils, sprawled over an impressive 990,000 square meters. Viewed from above, it resembled a chef's knife. The Eastern operative now stood at the handle of this knife. As he ventured inward along the handle, he beheld a colossal stone monument towering 10 meters high. With a mighty kick, he created a substantial crater in the ground. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, and with a single punch, he shattered the monument into 2 pieces. A thunderous crash echoed as the upper half toppled to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Retreating, he accelerated and kicked again, sending the remaining half of the monument scattering soil and debris. The commotion roused the personnel within the shrine, who rushed from their rooms towards the entrance. Was there another earthquake? Watanabe, the gatekeeper, was the first to hear the disturbance, witnessing the destruction wrought by the Eastern operative. What are you? Watanabe shouted. The response was a punch that sent him sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth. A rapid descent line fell beside the Eastern operative, and over 100 release robots descended. Captain, the demolition team is in position. He laughed heartily. Let the demolition begin. The robots scattered. And soon cries of anguish and the sounds of collapsing structures filled the air. The Eastern operative pressed onward, encountering the first Torii gate, standing 23 meters tall. Damn it. It truly is a bird man. Look at the level of this name. Drawing forth his high-frequency pulse sword, the Eastern operative charged once more. He swung his sword over 50 times before reducing the massive bronze casting to a multitude of fragments. The Divine Gate? To hell with your Divine Gate. The dismantling seems intentional, as the bionic robots left the structures along the Eastern operative's path. To the left, the shrine was in disarray, while to the right, the No Theater had already been reduced to mere rubble. Following the completion of the demolition task, he once again stepped into the worship hall. This was the very scene frequently depicted in reports, and the East recalled it vividly. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with an array of plaques, inscribed with the names of notorious figures: Hideki Tojo, Kenji Doihara, Iwane Matsui, Haitaro Kimura, Koki Hirota, Saishiro Itagaki, Akira Muto, Yosuke Matsuoka, Shu Shinobu, Toshio Shiratori, Kichiro Hiranuma, Kunihiko Koiso, and Michitaro Omazaki, alongside Shigetaro Togo. The 14 Class A war criminals were glaringly present. The East's face, concealed within the mech, flushed with rage, veins bulging, and eyes suffused with blood, projecting an image of utter ferocity. His neck throbbed with tension, and he gasped heavily, reminiscent of a bellows being pulled briskly. How dare you? To openly enshrine these heinous wretches here, commemorating them annually. Is there no shred of shame left? They ought to commit seppuku in acknowledgement of their transgressions. Unable to contain himself, the East shouted within the cavernous hall. Enduring no more was no longer an option. He directed the thrusters toward the plaques, and with a resounding roar, flames erupted fiercely. Shadows fled from the hall as the worship hall collapsed with a thunderous crash, leaving only fragments of support pillars protruding from the debris. He exhaled deeply, his fury slightly alleviated. The next destination was the Hall of Sacred Names, purportedly where the Yasukuni Shrine kept the so-called list of those deified. Upon entering the hall, the East immediately seized the sacred register from the altar. Exiting, he methodically kicked each support column beneath the main hall in half. After the main hall crumbled into a heap of rubble, he ascended the debris and incinerated the sacred register into a pile of ashes, leaving behind a mere thin character, which he cast atop the remnants of the hall. Captain, the demolition is complete, came the report. Efficient indeed. Let us dismantle the sign of the demolition team. Chapter 88. Embarking aboard just as the East diligently reduced the first Torii gate to a scattering of feathers. A significant assembly of police had gathered outside the Tokyo Manhwa Oriental Hotel. A tragic toll of 51 lives had been claimed, each body encased in white shrouds, meticulously arranged at the entrance of the building. Onlookers could only perceive the police cordon and a circle of patrol and ambulances from a distance. Inside the East room, Zhao Qing, Grace, and the East sat upon the sofa. Several officers from the police department were also present. 2 were inquiring while 1 recorded. Did you discern who attacked the banquet venue? No, the power just went out, and nothing was visible in the banquet hall. Grace's command of Japanese was inadequate, prompting Zhao Qing to respond on her behalf. Very well. How did you manage to exit after the terrorists broke the window? For now, let us refer to them as terrorists. Zhao Qing glanced back. Only one of the 2 black-clad bodyguards remained, standing resolutely behind them. What of the other? It was our bodyguard who ensured our safe departure. We had already exited from the rear before the terrorists broke the window. Zhao Qing pointed to the bodyguard behind them. It must be that the Eastern gentleman sent another person to handle some matters. After all, this does not constitute a lie. Indeed, after leaving the banquet hall, why did he not exit the building immediately, but instead return to his room? This is the place they are most familiar with. When people encounter danger, they instinctively retreat to familiar surroundings. I was brought here against my will. Zhao Qing shrugged her shoulders, her response impeccable. Mr. Dongfang, do you know who these individuals are? How would I know? I am here for a meeting. As the CEO of a technology company, why would I be aware of such matters? Dongfang spoke this sentence while seated in the shuttle, and his words were broadcast live in the hotel. Do you have any enemies? None. I am a law-abiding citizen. You may investigate at your leisure. Why are you not apprehending terrorists but instead questioning me incessantly? Is this the modus operandi of your police department? The Dongfang in the room seemed somewhat agitated, standing up to approach the officers and speaking loudly. Oh, I see. Then there is nothing more to ask. We apologize for the disturbance. Please do not leave, so the police department can inquire further at any time. Upon noticing Dongfang's demeanor, the officer in charge of questioning realized the conversation could not proceed and nodded before exiting. Team leader, Mr. Dongfang is right. What use is it to question him? It is evident that someone covets his intelligent assistant software and seeks to apprehend him, just as they stepped outside. One of the recording officers could no longer contain himself and voiced his thoughts. How would I know? It is an order from the police department. Anyway, we have already questioned him, which counts as fulfilling our duty. Let us inquire with the other banquet attendees. We must maintain the illusion of thoroughness. Headquarters has issued an order. Except for the officers currently dealing with the S incident, everyone is to proceed immediately to the Yasukuni Shrine. We have just received news of a terrorist attack there, resulting in significant damage. Repeat. A new command crackled through the officers' radios. Damn it. Let's go. The leading officer immediately turned and dashed toward the elevator. These bastards, causing such chaos. Let us go check on the Curtis Wilbur. Understood, sir. They have received the message and have evacuated from their original position. Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance. In the hotel room, Zhao Qing saw the officers leave and immediately jumped to Dongfang's side, tugging at his shirt. When did you return? I didn't see you at all. Is everything all right? Why are they trying to arrest you? A relentless barrage of questions. Dongfang wiped the sweat from his brow. Stand back a bit. A young lady should maintain some distance from a young man. The shuttle paused above the Alabek-class destroyer, temporarily, without further action. I just returned. You were too nervous to notice. I had to use the restroom. Oh, isn't there a bathroom in the room? You all stay here. I can't come out. Dongfang dashed out of the room towards the public restroom on the floor, appearing genuinely urgent. Captain, the transport ship is in position. Should we proceed with the next phase of the plan? Ah, women are indeed troublesome. The plan can now be executed. All bionic robots are to descend upon the amphibious vessel's helicopter landing platform. Today, we shall construct a lighthouse. As you wish, Captain. On the bridge of the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, known as the USS Curtis Wilbur in the flags of its nation, Commander Galanmu is issuing orders. The 171 fishing operation has failed due to the intervention of an unidentified third party. We are to proceed at full speed and return immediately to the Ryukyu base. Yes, madam. The first mate saluted sharply and turned to depart. Calling Ryukyu base, the fishing vessel is preparing to return. The operation has failed. The radio operator shouted. Yet no signal emerged from the radio. As the Ryukyu base awaited his next transmission, the computer emitted a plume of black smoke and succumbed to darkness. Madam, it appears we have suffered an attack from electromagnetic weaponry. Our vessel is now unable to communicate with the outside world. Then retaliate swiftly. Galanmu's mind was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of irritation. Nothing was going right today. The Eastern shuttle leisurely descended, entering through the torn open hangar doors, ravaged by the robots. An SH-60 Seahawk helicopter, the infamous Black Hawk converted, lay stationary within, surrounded by several soldiers sprawled on the ground. Disassemble it. It's infuriating to look at. The bionic robots turned, effortlessly shredding the aircraft into a heap of metal fragments. Continue the incursion. Eliminate every living being in sight. A direct path was forged from the hangar to the bridge, as the robots crushed every mechanical apparatus and metallic wall in their way. The soldiers were rendered powerless, unable even to fire their weapons. Aside from the sound of robots tearing apart the bulkheads, the advance was eerily silent. Upon passing through the engine room nestled within the hull, the destroyer came to a halt. First mate, what is happening? Why have we suddenly stopped? Go and investigate. Galanmu sensed something amiss. As the first mate pushed open the bridge door, a gun was thrust against his head. The Eastern figure had arrived at the bridge. He sought to confront the female commander stationed at the Okinawa base, curious whether she would still flaunt her bravado in the face of mortality as she traversed the Bashi Channel. Damn it. Chapter 89. The Artificial Lighthouse. Gratitude to 30562688. Little bridge, flowing water, and morning cool sauce. The bridge was bustling with personnel. The radio operator was attempting to restore communication. Galanmu peered through the binoculars, but alas, it proved futile. Apart from the dark expanse of the sea and the sparse lights on the shore, nothing was visible. She despondently lowered the binoculars. Though she had sensed something was amiss, there was little she could do. After all, she could not simply push such a large destroyer back, could she? She heard the sound of the first mate opening the door, followed by peculiar footsteps. Step by step, the owner of the footsteps seemed to be forced to retreat. Then, the scent of severed steel wafted into the air. This is bad. Hello, Galanmu, you old hag, came the taunting voice of the Eastern figure. What is that? A human clad in iron? The contemplation had not yet concluded when a multitude of robots surged into the bridge. The soldiers fell one after another. Like wheat before the scythe, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Who are you? I am from the Navy of the Flag Nation. The Eastern figure seized her by the neck, hoisting her aloft as one might grasp a chicken. What did you say? I cannot hear you, he feigned, extending his left hand to point at his ear. What manner of technology does this country possess? I should not have come today. Realizing this, Golan struggled, kicking her legs desperately while her hands clutched at the iron grip around her throat. attempting to create even the slightest gap to breathe, yearning to plead for mercy, unwilling to embrace death. Alas, her efforts proved futile. Only muffled sounds escaped her lips. She should have begged for mercy at the very first moment, but it was too late, and she succumbed to an abyss of darkness. A foul odor invaded her nostrils as the Eastern figure disdainfully tossed her to the ground. Not impressive at all, is it? Haha. Nova, let us construct a lighthouse, for in this pitch-black night, the fisherman cannot find their way home. With a snap of his fingers, he conceived what he deemed an exquisite idea. Ah, very well, my lord. By the way, let us submerge those missiles in the sea. What if the fire spreads too much and causes an explosion? Was the Eastern figure channeling the spirit of a certain ancient hero? As you wish. The bionic robots sprang into action. They first reached the armory, transporting all heavy torpedoes and munitions to the deck, then opened the vertical launch tubes to extract the anti-ship missiles within. The Eastern figure observed as they cast the munitions into the sea like dumplings. Let us return. The second bionic robot must have been squatting in the restroom for far too long. As you wish, Captain. All incendiary devices have been deployed, ensuring that the fisherman will find their way home. Has he fallen into the restroom? Zhao King had been waiting for a full 30 minutes. I must go find him. I hope he hasn't fainted. Concern breeds chaos. Grace seized her arm. It's the men's restroom. How could you possibly enter? Besides, the bathroom is quite clean and odorless. You probably just ate too much, too quickly, right? You're a man. You should go, Zhao King urged Grace, hoping he would check on their companion. Oh, can I make a phone call? She said, retrieving her phone from her bag. The phone rang from outside the door, its sound amplifying as the door swung open. What's the matter? Went to the restroom, and now making a call. I might have fallen into the toilet as well. The Eastern figure's voice emerged from behind. Hanging up the phone, Zhao King rushed to the Eastern figure's side. We were all worried sick about you. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. I've returned. Using the restroom was quite relieving. The Eastern figure inhaled a pleasant aroma and instinctively stepped back. It's late. Both of you should return and rest. Very well, Great One. I shall take my leave. Rest well. Grace immediately rose, making a series of exaggerated facial expressions as she exited, closing the door with utmost care, ensuring not a sound was made. You should head back too. Dongfang glanced at Zhao King. Are you really going to let a girl return alone at this hour? Zhao King retorted, her frustration palpable. Truly a paragon of unyielding masculinity. I'll accompany you downstairs. I'm unfamiliar with the city, Dongfang shrugged. I don't require your escort. She scoffed, turning on her heel, clearly irked. What a perplexing situation. With no other choice, Dongfang followed her. Once in the elevator, Zhao King appeared deeply aggrieved, staring blankly at the flickering numbers on the display, not uttering a single word. As the elevator doors opened, she disregarded Dongfang entirely and swiftly exited towards the main entrance. I apologize, madam, but you cannot leave yet. Two neon-clad officers blocked her path. Why not? Due to a recent terrorist incident, we require further investigation. But your colleagues have already questioned us. Zhao King argued vigorously. I am unaware of that. My directive is to prevent anyone from exiting, with the exception of the injured. Zhao King stamped her foot in frustration. How can you treat us this way? Dongfang stepped forward, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Never mind. I shall book you another room. You can depart tomorrow. It was indeed late, and it wasn't safe for a young woman to be alone. Who asked you to book a room for me? Humph. The determined man turned and headed towards the front desk. Dongfang rubbed his nose and followed him slowly. I'm sorry, madam, but there are no available rooms due to the incident tonight. Is that so? Zhao King's face fell. Did she really have to rely on that obstinate man? Fine. I suppose I shall make do in my room for one night. You've come to your senses. Zhao King felt a flicker of joy. Perhaps he wasn't entirely inflexible. The two returned to the room, and Dongfang fell silent, efficiently gathering his belongings. What are you doing? Zhao King queried, puzzled. Aren't we just making do for a night? Are you afraid I might harm you, a girl? You take this room. I'll squeeze in with Wang Tao and the others. After all, there are distinctions between genders. Dongfang knocked on the adjacent room. No response. Hurry and open the door. Wang Tao, hiding behind the door, thought to himself, Boss, you truly are a man of steel. As your subordinate, I can only assist you to this extent. Nova, have the robot open the door. Apologies, Captain, but energy levels are insufficient. The communication was abruptly cut. Just wait till I get back. I'll deal with you all. With no other recourse, he returned to his own room. Zhao King opened the door, already dressed in her pajamas. What's wrong? Everyone's asleep. May I rest here for the night? Don't worry, I'll sleep on the floor. Zhao King chuckled lightly, observing Dongfang's flustered demeanor. Her cheeks flushed as their lips nearly brushed. Come in. In Chapter 90, the aftermath unfolded within the hotel room, where the darkness was impenetrable. One occupied the bed while the other lay on the floor. Zhao King tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. It was her first experience sharing a roof with a boy of similar age. She felt as though her face was aflame, a fiery embarrassment igniting within her. How did I ever agree to let Dongfang in? She lamented, exasperated. Can you not sleep properly and flip pancakes? The incessant sound of her flipping stirred Dongfang from his slumber, banishing any trace of drowsiness. Mind your own business, humph. In the pitch blackness, Zhao Qing's audacity seemed to grow bolder. Since you're also wide awake, shall we engage in a little conversation? What is there to discuss? I'm feeling sleepy. You are so dull. Zhao Qing extended her leg from under the covers and kicked Dongfang playfully. Hey, why are you hitting me? Who else is in your family? Oh, so you're delving into family matters now? Are you conducting a census? Come on, just talk. After all, I can't sleep. My parents and my grandmother. How pitiful. Your family is so small. You must have had a lonely childhood with no one to play with. Pitiful. The children in our courtyard were more numerous than you can imagine. All right, I'll take your word for it. By the way, how did you come up with so many techniques? I really want to pry open your mind to see how it works. What a ridiculous thought. It's not difficult. You just need to think about it. Only someone like you would find it hard. Dongfang chuckled. And what about your skills? Can you tell me about Nova? What about me? You tell me. She attempted to kick him again. Enough about me. Let us talk about you. Why did you come to this foreign land to study? Dongfang remained vigilant, fully aware of Zhao Qing's intentions, especially as she flaunted her long, slender legs. Don't hide. You can't escape my curiosity. Undeterred, Zhao Qing extended both legs, playfully kicking toward Dongfang. His eyes widened, captivated by her fair skin, occasionally revealed beneath her pajamas. I love cherry blossoms and manga. So that is why I came. Zhao Qing, satisfied, nestled back into her covers. I'm studying accounting and finance. I hope to manage money in the future. Her melodious voice floated like a lullaby, and Dongfang's head drooped, surrendering to slumber. After a long day filled with chaos and relocation, he was utterly exhausted. Zhao Qing paused. Noticing Dongfang's steady breathing, a yawn escaped her, and drowsiness enveloped her. The next morning, a knock echoed through the room. Dongfang groggily rose to answer the door. Zhao Qing lay sprawled on the bed, her blanket askew, revealing something indescribable. It was white, adorned with a Hello Kitty design. A pillow struck Dongfang's face. What are you staring at? Regretfully, he caught the pillow and set it down. I saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. You big pig. Zhao Qing's cheeks flushed crimson. Grace peeked in. Curious. Hey, are you up? Time for breakfast. By the way, has your girlfriend risen? Dongfang shifted, obscuring himself completely. What girlfriend? Who is his girlfriend? Zhao Qing dressed quickly and pushed past Dongfang. I suggest we go for breakfast, she said. Grace chuckled. But I distinctly heard you mention something about a girlfriend with Dongfang. Does he have a girlfriend? Her curiosity about Dongfang's private life was evidently piqued. I said nothing. Hasten to breakfast, my hunger beckons. Dongfang grasped Grace's hand as they proceeded toward the elevator. Upon their arrival at the dining hall, they discovered Wang Tao and others already seated. The sight of these individuals ignited a spark of irritation within Dongfang. Why was there no response to his knock yesterday? Had they lost interest in their responsibilities? Chairman, what are you saying? I simply fell asleep, Wang Tao replied, his large, bewildered eyes reflecting confusion. You rascal, do not let me uncover your shortcomings. Dongfang admonished. Boss, one must not wrongfully accuse someone. At that moment, the clamor within the restaurant intensified, as patrons murmured and gestured towards the large television screen. Turning his gaze, Dongfang beheld the remnants of a demolished torii gate scattered across the floor. Though the newscaster's words were lost to him, the sight of his handiwork filled him with pride. Observing the swordsmanship and the artistry, he felt a significant improvement. It was indeed aesthetically pleasing. Gradually, the tension within Dongfang dissipated. Oh dear, what has happened to the Yasukuni shrine? Zhao Qing exclaimed, standing beside Dongfang, her hand covering her mouth in shock. But I'm quite pleased. Let those young rascals pay their respects once more, she whispered conspiratorially in Dongfang's ear, her breath warm against his skin. A flush crept onto Dongfang's cheeks. He promptly took a seat, feeling an unexpected tickle. Nevertheless, the food was delightful. He chuckled. What does the news say? Zhao Qing continued. It reports that the shrine has been the target of a terrorist attack and has been reduced to rubble. Citizens are urged to report any findings to the Security Bureau immediately. Esteemed leaders, please enjoy your breakfast, Grace announced, placing 3 heaping plates of food on the table. Her expression one of mild discontent. Unfamiliar with the foreign tongue, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Zhao Qing settled across from Dongfang, temporarily assuming the role of translator. A spokesperson for the Flag Nation stated, yesterday, their missile destroyer stationed in Okinawa inexplicably approached the shores near Tokyo, only to be left a charred shell. The audacity of terrorists is alarming. Our nation's spokesperson remarked that the destruction of the Yasukuni shrine is a cause for national celebration. Yet we must still condemn these terrorists for their ability to infiltrate the World Artificial Intelligence Conference. The security concerns in Neon Nation are troubling. Our military resources are ample and ready for peacekeeping operations, should Neon Nation wish for our assistance. Zhao Qing paused to savor a bite of her fried egg. As Dongfang's phone rang. Dongfang, are you alright? I heard there was a terrorist attack at the conference. Zhao Jinyu's voice came through. Fear not. All is well. My sister and I are merely enjoying breakfast. Ah, splendid. You two continue your meal. I shall not intrude. Remember to return home soon. The situation here is quite distressing. Without waiting for a response, he ended the call. The phone rang again. Chairman, are you safe? This is Gao Yuan. What could possibly be wrong? Dongfang replied. That is reassuring. The acquisition proposal from Neijia Company has reached a preliminary agreement, so await your return to finalize it. In a short span, Dongfang received numerous calls. Even from the brash Deng Yuanji, not to mention brother Zhang Hao. The heart of Dongfang radiated warmth, buoyed by the presence of caring brothers and subordinates. This recent ordeal seemed trivial in comparison. With matters nearing resolution, it was time to prepare for his return home. Chapter 91. Acquisition, Gratitude to Phantom F, Starry Sky, and Demon Prince Ling. This breakfast was the most satisfying meal Dongfang had enjoyed in quite some time. Observing the flustered and helpless spokesperson from the enemy nation brought him immense delight. Zhao Qing flitted about like a little bee, continuously bringing food and serving him with ease. When are you returning home? She inquired, her tone seemingly casual, yet perhaps intentionally probing. Today, he replied, having finished the last egg and wiping his mouth. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention at the company. Zhao Qing's expression fell, her small face contorting in disappointment. Are you leaving just like that? I should see you off. No need, he responded. I already instructed Wang Tao to book the tickets. I'll be leaving shortly. Aren't you busy with school? Focus on your studies. Goodbye. Dongfang rose gracefully, adjusted his attire, and turned to depart. You incurable male chauvinist, you are already in stage 4. There is no hope for you. Zhao Qing exclaimed, stabbing her fork into the egg on her plate with vigor, as if it embodied Dongfang himself. At Narita Airport in Tokyo, under a clear sky, despite her resentment towards this steel-hearted man, Zhao Qing had come, pondering that it would be a long time before she would see him again. A twinge of disappointment tugged at her heart, prompting her presence. Make sure to message me on WeChat when you get back, she urged, her eyes glimmering with unspoken emotions. Are all girls this sentimental? He quipped. We'll have opportunities to meet again. I'll respond when I have time. Women are troublesome. Goodbye, he called, placing his hands behind his head and shaking it slightly as he walked away without looking back. Wang Tao shrugged and followed closely behind. 4 hours later, the airplane landed smoothly on the runway of Xianyang International Airport. At last, I'm back. There's south no place like home, Dongfang declared. Can you smell that? The air is so sweet. I'm starving. Let us grab a set of Sanchin cuisine before heading home, he added. All right, Chairman, Wang Tao replied. After their meal, dusk had fallen. Chairman, are we heading to the company today? Wang Tao asked. Yes, we must. I have an appointment with the president of Neiziji Company tomorrow morning. Dongfang replied. Wang Tao wiped his forehead, relieved he had driven that day. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Breaking news. Thanks to the relentless efforts of our nation's defense technology workers, significant breakthroughs have been achieved in aviation propulsion. The newly developed engine, designated WW16, boasts a thrust-to-weight ratio of 1.05 and an afterburning thrust of 19 tons. Its maintenance interval has remarkably increased from 3,000 hours to 9,000 hours. This engine stands alongside the world's finest, akin to the F-135 engine from our flagship nation, and will soon be installed in next-generation fighters and bombers. Let us applaud these admirable workers of our homeland, while hoping for continued excellence and remarkable achievements from our scientists. Wang Tao, invigorated by the announcement, sat upright in his seat, fully awake. Boss, this is impressive. We need not fear the little devils or the old Russians now. Dongfang nodded, recognizing the reliability of this brash man. He had initially thought he would have to wait until his return, but unexpectedly. Have you arrived at the company yet? Zhao Qing? Dongfang inquired. I'm on the way, she replied. When will you get here? Dongfang put away his phone, unwilling to respond further. Women can be quite troublesome. Upon your return, arrange for the finance department to distribute bonuses, starting at 10,000. Understood, boss. Throughout his journey, his phone incessantly buzzed with notifications. Yet Dongfang had no desire to check them. He had already stated he would respond when time permitted, but alas, that moment was not now. Oh, the steadfast Iron Man is impressive. Su Jian is the CEO of Neiziji Company, a native of Taiwan. He has served as the executive director of Neiziji for 3 years, appointed by the Yulon Group. Despite his utmost efforts to salvage the company, it is plagued by numerous deficiencies, leaks, strange noises, and unexplained component failures. Internet users have mockingly remarked that this vehicle is devoid of minor issues, only major problems. Helpless, he had to apply for bankruptcy liquidation. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, the Earthring Company extended an olive branch, seeking a full acquisition. Thus, he arrived today alongside representatives from Dongfang Group. To his surprise, the owner of Earthring was of a similar age to his own son. Mr. Dong, greetings. I have long admired your reputation. Su Jian was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly extended his hands. Hello, Mr. Su. Please, have a seat. Dongfang gestured amicably. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Su Jian sipped his tea. Although Dongfang was young, his accomplishments commanded respect. Let us get to the point. Gentlemen, your company's registered capital stands at 3.5 billion. I shall be candid, due to product quality issues. The company has entered bankruptcy liquidation. The preliminary acquisition price agreed upon with Mr. Gao is 3 billion, which is somewhat inflated, given your company's reputation in the industry. Mr. Dong, this estimate reflects the production line's value. We have a production line capable of manufacturing 120,000 vehicles annually. The price cannot be lowered further. Huh. Your company has sold merely 14 vehicles in over half a year. You must be losing money hand over fist. Are those production lines merely gathering dust? Su Jian fell silent, realizing they had thoroughly scrutinized his situation. We still have inventory vehicles. Who desires vehicles of such quality? Dongfang retorted. We can reduce the price by 100 million. Su Jian took a step back. The board had authorized him to negotiate down to 200 million. If it fell below 2.8 billion, it would be. That is our bottom line, he added, fearing Dongfang would press for a lower price. Captain, analysis indicates this price is indeed close to the other party's limit, Nova's voice interjected. In truth, Dongfang approached the negotiation with a mindset of taking a shot in the dark. He would be willing to purchase even at 3 billion. After all, he valued the mature production line and the qualifications for complete vehicle manufacturing. He feigned contemplation for a moment. How about this? Let us each take a step back to 2.85 billion. Su Jian sighed in relief. This young man seemed to be reading his thoughts. Fortunately, they had not exceeded the limit. He no longer hesitated. The negotiations with Gao Yuan had drained him of all his energy. Once this business deal was concluded, he would return to Taiwan. With this thought, he spoke up. Certainly, we are indeed selling at cost price. Once he released his mental burdens, Su Jian felt a sense of ease wash over him. Mr. Dong, may our collaboration be fruitful. Let us proceed to sign the formal contract. Dongfang, with a gentle demeanor, shook Su Jian's hand. Excellent. Wang Tao, prepare the contract. It hardly felt like they had spent 28.5 billion yuan. It seemed more like a mere 28.5 yuan. This perception stemmed from Dongfang having just reviewed the financial report, revealing that the account balance of the Dihuan company stood at 15.2 billion yuan. Not bad. Dongfang nodded approvingly. Chapter 92, a blinding sight. The transaction, of course, unfolded without a hint of turbulence. They possessed the strength to make full payment. Thus, on the third day following the agreement, Dongfang embarked on another business trip, this time to the Shaoshan Linjiang Industrial Park, the headquarters of Neiziji and Huagua. The sign of Neiziji had already been dismantled, and workers were busy installing the name of Dihuan Automotive Intelligent Manufacturing Company, Ltd. The climate here was certainly superior to that of their own valley. Observing the verdant surroundings of the factory, Dongfang couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, just look at my face. Pockmarked by the dust storms. Wang Tao, displaying a sycophantic demeanor, replied, let us go in and take a look. Su Jian stood beside him, his expression a mask of despondency, for this was a place he had toiled for, pouring countless hours of sweat into its development. Inside the conference room of what was now the Dihuan Automotive Intelligent Manufacturing Company, a multitude of individuals filled the seats, their faces etched with anxiety. They had learned of the company's impending bankruptcy some time ago and had harbored hopes of returning to the headquarters in Taiwan. Yet, in just a few short days, the situation had dramatically shifted, and they were informed that the company had been sold in its entirety. The feelings of Qiao Buiyuan, the chief technology officer, were particularly acute. He had just been appointed CTO less than a year prior, poised to enhance product quality and showcase his talents when calamity struck. The announcement of bankruptcy followed swiftly by the sale left him bewildered, wandering aimlessly through his days. He had initially intended to skip today's meeting, but had been persuaded by Su Jian's mention of potential good news. At that moment, the conference room doors swung open, and a procession of individuals filed out. Unlike his usual practice, Su Jian did not take his seat at the head of the table, but instead clapped his hands for attention. Everyone, please be quiet. I am here to introduce the new owner of the company, Mr. Dongfang, chairman of Dihuan Automotive Intelligent Manufacturing. A scattered applause erupted, though many thought, the company has been sold. What does this mean for us? I understand that everyone is concerned about their futures, Dongfang began. Thus, the first matter I wish to address today is to reassure you. First, the company's primary operations will remain unchanged. Second, there will be no immediate layoffs. We will implement a performance evaluation system that allows the capable to rise, the mediocre to fall, and the average to yield. We shall not restrict individual potential. If you possess the ability, I am willing to offer you a position. As for those who seek to exploit the situation, regardless of who you are or your position, I ask that you depart immediately. Dongfang's words were resolute, resonating with authority. The conference room erupted into enthusiastic applause. Indeed, the corporate world differs from other industries. Without a modicum of competence, one cannot remain, unless one is the boss's father. Thus, they fear not the competition in skill, but rather the absence of advancement opportunities for promotions and salary increases. Xiao Buiyuan's eyes sparkled, all traces of despondency vanishing. His singular aspiration was to manufacture a car, a vehicle that would stand as the pinnacle of domestic engineering. This was his dream. Well, let us conclude today's meeting. Who is the CTO? Please take me to the workshop. Wang Tao, kindly escort General Su out for me. Dong, you are busy. I look forward to our next collaboration. The two shook hands, and Wang Tao exited to see the guests off. I am the company's CTO. I shall lead you there. Xiao Buiyuan swiftly rose, his excitement palpable, the chair behind him wobbling perilously, nearly toppling over. Following the company's bankruptcy proceedings, most workers had departed, leaving only a few guards awaiting the final verdict. Yet, there were still some present, and the workshop doors opened smoothly. This is the engine manufacturing workshop. It appeared that the workers had not been on duty for quite some time, as dust coated the machinery. Aside from a few engines stored in the warehouse, the equipment had long since been cleared away. Chairman, this is our engine manufacturing workshop, primarily producing our self-developed engines, specifically the 20T and 22T models. The 20T boasts 163 horsepower and 250 Nm of torque, while the 22T offers 178 horsepower and 275 Nm of torque. However, due to outdated technology, the fuel consumption is excessively high, Xiao Buiyuan admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the inferior quality. Dongfang nodded silently, stepping into the storage area to examine the assembled engines closely. Your Excellency, the manufacturing technology of this company is truly appalling. The materials are substandard, and the production processes are inadequate. Just look at the gaps in these engines. One could likely pass a starship through them. Nova could no longer contain his disdain. A comprehensive overhaul and upgrade are imperative. Installing such an engine in a vehicle would be an irresponsible act toward humanity. Dongfang remained silent. Let us proceed to the final assembly workshop. Unlike the previous workshop, here lay a semi-finished product missing only its doors on the conveyor belt. Dongfang lifted the hood, peering inside. Chairman, observe. Our assembly techniques have indeed improved in layout, electrical wiring, and soundproofing. Xiao Buiyuan stood nearby, racking his brain to preserve the company's remaining dignity. What is this? Look at the assembly, the chassis. Alas, reworking is its only path forward. Nova continued to voice his criticisms. Dongfang had no retort. This standard was hardly superior to the manual installations of Han Xuan's three-wheeled vehicles. The discerning eye of the consumer is the most revealing. I shall look no further, lest I endure more of Nova's critiques. Nova, today you shall arrange for the engineering robots to comprehensively upgrade the production line. Understood, Your Excellency. Dongfang conveyed instructions to Nova and then turned to the CTO, who wore an expression of palpable awkwardness. Chief Engineer Qiao, please inform everyone that we will be on a 2-week holiday. I will arrange for a comprehensive technical upgrade of the production line. Understood, Xiao Buiyuan replied as he turned to leave, aware that with the current standards, it was best not to proceed with vehicle production. Nova, have the engine blueprints been completed? Yes, the internal structure of the engine has just been thoroughly scanned by Unit 1, and the blueprints have been dispatched.